anyone expected. When Richard first announced the plan, most of the coaches thought he was insane. They whispered behind his back, complaining that it was impossible. They wondered how one man could identify the strengths and weaknesses of dozens of athletes in the entire country within a few days. Some even thought the list he handed out was random. But the moment training started, their doubts began to crack. By the end of day 3, those cracks became shock. And by the end of the first week, most of the coaches had swallowed their words. Richard didn't raise his voice much. He wasn't dramatic. He simply observed, corrected, and pushed the athletes with a calm strictness that didn't allow argument. Every athlete he selected had something special: raw speed, clean technique, insane potential, or an instinct in the water. And every athlete had a flaw that held them back from reaching Olympic times. Some flaws were small: slow turns, poor breathing patterns, weak finishes. Some were major: inconsistent pacing, over-rotation, and lack of endurance. Richard identified all of these within 72 hours, or more like Dayo identified them, and Richard formulated plans to solve them. Many coaches were stunned. It normally took weeks, sometimes months, to figure out how a swimmer behaved under pressure. Some coaches didn't even see some flaws until competitions. But here, everything was laid out clearly. The coaches also saw something else. Richard worked like a machine. If an athlete wasn't practicing, he was in the office analyzing old race footage, researching their backgrounds, or talking to medical staff about their physical limits. He didn't brag. He didn't explain. He simply worked. That attitude carried over to the entire coaching team. By the end of the first week, most of them weren't even going home. They slept in the national team facility like soldiers preparing for war. And the athletes matched that energy. Morning laps, technique drills, underwater work, endurance sets, video reviews, strength training. Everyone was pushing. Everyone wanted to be one of the names chosen. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get a second chance after not being chosen the first time. This alone made the athletes work like a well-oiled machine. The Olympic Committee had already sent a notice that they would send officials to retest times in exactly 2 weeks. So the pressure was suffocating, but also motivating. The athletes didn't want to embarrass the country. The coaches didn't want to embarrass Richard. It became a mission for everyone. By the start of the second week, something crazy happened. The coaches had changed. They used to look tired and annoyed. Now they looked tired and driven. Their faces were pale from long hours, but their eyes were sharp. Anytime they saw Richard, they greeted him with respect. They followed his instructions without argument. And Richard didn't relax either. He kept the same tone and same discipline. Strict, calm, precise. He didn't praise unnecessarily, but he didn't insult anyone either. If he saw effort, he nodded. If he saw mistakes, he corrected them immediately. The entire building was working like a well-structured military camp. Even the athletes who didn't originally believe in the selection now understood why Richard had chosen them. They improved. Fast. Some shaved off 0.5 seconds. Some shaved off 1.2 seconds. Some even shaved off 2 full seconds, an achievement that normally took months. The atmosphere had shifted from doubt to excitement. By the end of 2 weeks, everyone wanted to see the evaluation day. Everyone wanted to know if their work would pay off. The evaluation day came. The Olympic Committee arrived early. 3 officials stood near the pool with tablets and documentation. Blood and urine test kits were already prepared to prevent doping concerns. After all, the reason for this trial was because of doping, so the checks were extremely strict. All selected athletes were present. Some looked nervous. Some whispered to themselves. One girl was pacing back and forth mumbling, "I still can't believe I was called. I didn't even make the original trials." Another boy wiped his hands repeatedly on his shorts. "Man, I thought the email was a scam." But they all stood tall. They had worked too hard to crumble now. The coaches lined up behind their assigned swimmers, tired, but proud. Some had eye bags so deep they looked like they hadn't slept in days, which was true. Richard entered last. The coaches straightened instantly, and the room quieted. "All right," he said simply. "Let's begin." 100 meters freestyle evaluation. 7 swimmers were in the evaluation group. Dayo was in lane 4. He already knew his speed. He had tested it before. He didn't need to prove anything. The whistle blew. Like expected, Dayo finished first. 3 other swimmers behind him hit the Olympic qualifying time. Two male athletes obtained the OQT time. One female athlete also hit the qualifying standard. The Olympic officials nodded slowly, impressed. For qualifiers out of 7. For a last-minute, 2-week program, it was almost unbelievable. 200 meters freestyle, evaluation. Same energy, same focus. Dayo was in lane 3 this time. The whistle blew. He dominated again. Smooth, powerful strokes, a clean finish. He hit the OQT time by a comfortable margin. 2 more swimmers also hit the OQT. The committee whispered to itself. Coaches exchanged proud looks. Richard only crossed his arms and nodded once. Other events. Now it was time to see if the other events would follow the pattern. 100-meter backstroke. 3 male swimmers hit OQT. 2 female swimmers hit OQT. 200-meter backstroke. 2 swimmers hit OQT. 100-meter butterfly. 1 hit OQT. The second was missed by 0.15 seconds, but was still praised for drastic improvement. 200 butterfly. 1 hit OQT. The second missed it by 0.22. The committee still noted the progress. 400-meter freestyle. 2 swimmers hit OQT. The third was missed by a wide margin, understandable due to endurance issues. 2 events failed. Richard expected this. The U.S. had never been strong in those categories. But overall, more swimmers qualified for the Olympics in 2 weeks than the U.S. swimming team had seen in almost 10 years. The officials were stunned. One of them whispered, "This is unbelievable, but everything is legal. Their tests are clean, times are real." Another nodded. "The U.S. swimming team is back. This is really madness." It felt like a cheat because under normal circumstances, after the drug scandal, the A team had been disqualified. The number of qualifiers should have reduced, instead it increased. How? Was the question on everybody's mind. When the evaluations ended, the room was filled with a strange mix of exhaustion and pride. Some athletes hugged their coaches. A few cried quietly. The coaches looked like they had aged 5 years, but they were smiling. Richard stood by the corner, arms folded. For a moment, he allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Everything worked exactly as planned. The head official approached him. "Coach Richard, amazing work." Richard simply nodded. "Thank you. They earned it." As the officials left, the coaches turned toward him, some clapping, some bowing their heads slightly out. Of respect. For the first time, the national swimming facility felt alive again. 2 weeks ago, everyone doubted him. Now, everyone believed in him. And the path to the Olympics was finally open. Chapter 201. OQT Reaction. The news of the numbers of athletes that would compete dropped early in the morning, and within minutes, every major outlet in the country, and outside it, went into complete meltdown. The United States Olympic Committee officially released the updated results for the redone swimming trials. And what the world saw was something nobody expected. While every other nation recorded losses, fewer athletes, fewer qualifiers, reduced times due to pressure and instability, the United States swimming team did the impossible. They didn't just recover. They exceeded their previous numbers. The country that was hit worst by the scandal now had more qualified swimmers than before the scandal even happened. More than they had in the last Olympics. More than anyone thought possible. It became the biggest sporting shock of the year. Within 10 minutes, headlines exploded everywhere. News outlets ESPN breaking. U.S. swimming team shatters expectations. Record number of qualifiers announced. NBC Sports. From scandal to superpower, USA swimming posts highest qualification count in history. Reuters. Global trials collapse after drug scandal, except for the United States. The Guardian. How did Team USA pull this off? Swimming world stunned by unprecedented qualification surge. New York Times. Against all odds, U.S. adds dozens of new Olympians in rerun trials. Bleacher Report. Miracle or masterclass? USA's swimming team dominates retrials while others struggle. Fox Sports. U.S. swimming numbers skyrocket. World questions how. Social media reaction. The internet wasn't normal. X, Instagram, TikTok, everywhere was chaos. Comments flooded everywhere. How did they increase their numbers of OQT while everyone else dropped? Is this even real? Bro, the swimming team got more qualifiers than before the scandal. It's like they rebuilt the team from scratch in 2 weeks. Impossible. Who is the athlete doing 50 m, 100 m, and 200 m? That's insane. That's Jason Dayo? My God, isn't he the same guy that got framed? Yes, a lot of news tried to ruin him. Look it up. Evan qualifying instead of Alex is the biggest relief of the year. You can say that again. I mean, people were practically saying Dayo was using and he stole Evan's spots. Turns out it was Alex using after all. Serves him right, haha. United States swimming team is cooking something scary. This looks like a movie. Even foreign accounts commented. The US must have discovered a miracle training method because this is impossible. Yeah, because I don't know some of these athletes in the swimming team and they made the OQT. Our country's numbers dropped by almost half. What kind of madness is this? Only the Americans improved. Something strange is happening. And everywhere Dayo's name was mentioned, people kept arguing. He's competing in 3 events? 50m, 100m, 200m? Is that even allowed? If he pulls this off, he's a phenom. Dayo is HIMM. While the public was still processing the miracle, another bomb dropped. A shaky phone recording appeared online. Alex was standing in the national training parking lot, shouting at Coach Matthew. His voice cracked with rage as people around turned to look. You ruined my career. You lied to me. You lied. Matthew snapped back, stepping into Alex's face. You think you didn't deserve it? You were nothing without me. Matthew shrugged. I told you it would be risky, and you choose, so own up to your mistake and stop being a child. Alex, of course, didn't take this well, fueled with anger. Insults flew. Matthew walked past Alex, not wanting to drag the matter. But Alex pushed him. Then Alex swung. One punch. Then another. Matthew grabbed him. They fell to the ground. Coaches rushed to separate them, but the damage was done. The video spread like wildfire. Headlines again, CBS Sports. Alex Martinez and former coach Matthew caught in violent confrontation. Sports Illustrated. Viral fight confirms rumors. Was Matthew behind Alex's drug use? TMZ Sports. Blows thrown. Swimmer Alex versus Coach Matthew. Chaos after U.S. trial shakeup. Social media was brutal. Matthew forced him into drugs. This fight proves it. Alex is finished. Finally, justice for Evan. He deserves the spot. Imagine losing your Olympic dream because your coach ruined you. Dayo would have beaten him anyway. Let's be honest. An enemy of Dayo is an enemy to the world, ha ha ha. The United States had gone from crisis to drama to miracle in 1 week. Although it was only the swimming team, but it made up for it a whole lot. And most people still didn't understand how any of it was possible. Asterisk. Because of the chaos online, the U.S. Olympic Committee called for a sudden press conference. Dozens of reporters crowded the room. Cameras flashed nonstop. Richard entered, calm as always, wearing a simple navy jacket. No smile, no excitement, just a neutral expression that somehow made everyone sit straighter. He took the mic. Good afternoon. Reporters attacked immediately. Coach Richard, how did your team manage to increase their qualifiers after the scandal? How did these athletes improve so quickly? Was there a special training method? Did someone assist you? Are the rumors about an anonymous strategist true? Did you really identify weaknesses for over 50 swimmers in 3 days? Richard lifted a hand, and the room slowly quieted. The success you're seeing, he said, is not a miracle. It is the result of discipline, structure, and effort from both coaches and athletes. They waited. He continued, I did not do this alone. Reporters leaned forward immediately. Who helped you? What's their name? Richard shook his head calmly. They wish to remain anonymous until after the Olympics. And I will respect that. Confusion swept the room. Reporters exchanged looks. One of them asked, why would anyone refuse credit for something this big? Richard answered simply, they are not interested in attention. They only wanted to help the team. Another reporter asked, was it a coach? An external specialist? Richard replied, you'll know when the time is right. The room buzzed with suspicious whispers. But Richard never slipped, never panicked, never revealed what he shouldn't. Exactly as Dayo wanted. After the conference ended, Richard stepped outside into the evening breeze. For the first time since he took up the head of swimming team, he allowed himself a small, quiet smile. 2 weeks of chaos. 2 weeks of pressure. 2 weeks of rebuilding a broken team. But now, they had done what nobody else in the world could. The United States was sending a stronger swimming team to the Olympics than ever before. And deep inside, even though the world didn't know it, a single 20-year-old rookie had been the hidden engine behind the entire miracle. The road to Paris had officially begun. Chapter 202. Preparation to the Olympics. Dayo sat on the living room couch, his back resting against the soft cushion as he watched his family move around the house. Afternoon light came through the curtains, and the quiet hum of the ceiling fan filled the room. His sister Janet and his younger brother Jeffrey were on the floor, arguing lightly about a video game. His parents sat at the dining table, talking in low tones, their conversation slow and peaceful. It was a normal scene. Ordinary. Warm. But his heartbeat wasn't exactly normal. For the past 2 weeks, everything had moved fast. Training, media noise, online debates, the shock of the swimming world, the chaotic energy surrounding the U.S. team, all of it had piled up on him. He didn't show it on his face, not even once. But inside, the pressure had been building quietly. Competing in one Olympic event was enough to make any athlete nervous. Competing in 2 was rare unless you were a proven star. But 3? The 50-meter freestyle, the 100-meter freestyle, the 200-meter freestyle. 3 of the most competitive and cutthroat swimming events in the entire Olympics. Sprint events where one mistake, one breath taken too late, one wrong propulsion, one tiny moment of hesitation could be the difference between top 8 and elimination. Dayo had qualified for all 3. The world was talking about him. Critics, fans, analysts, doubters, all of them. But right here, in his parents' living room, there were no critics. Only family. Jeffrey burst out laughing when Janet lost another round in the game. Janet hissed and hit him with a pillow. Their parents didn't even look up. They were used to them. Dayo smiled a little. A small smile, the kind that came unconsciously, the kind that came from comfort. He hadn't had much peace recently. But this he needed. He took a deep breath, letting his eyes drift across the room again. He thought of everything ahead. The flights, the pressure, the cameras, the expectations, the world watching. And for a moment, he felt the weight heavy on his chest. Then he looked back at his family. His mother met his eyes and raised a brow, silently asking if he was okay. Dayo nodded. His father gave him a small grin from across the table, one of those proud, subtle smiles that didn't need words. That alone steadied him. His family had been the quiet background force pushing him forward. They didn't make noise online. They didn't drag attention. They didn't involve themselves in any drama. They simply stayed behind him, raising him, believing in him, and showing him love even when the world didn't. Dayo exhaled slowly. The Olympics were huge. They carried weight that no championship or national race could compare to. Winning an Olympic medal changed a person's life forever. Even qualifying alone was something history wouldn't forget. And yet, he wasn't scared. Not really. This year was different. The scandal had shaken every country. Some nations had lost more than half their team. Others were barely able to field competitors in certain events. It wouldn't be the strongest Olympic swimming field in history. That was clear to everyone. But it would still be the Olympics. Dayo knew that even injured lions were lions. But seeing his family reminded him that he had already survived things worse than pressure. He had lived through storms that never made headlines. He had seen betrayal, sabotage, loss, fame, and pain. The pool was nothing compared to the things he had already faced. He watched Jeffrey and Janet again. He watched his parents smiling. He watched the home he grew up in. Then he closed his eyes for a second and breathed in deeply. He was ready. 2 days later, the flight. The U.S. swimming team gathered at the private terminal arranged for their travel. Coaches, athletes, medical staff, analysts, and team officials filled the room. Bags rustled, names were called, and everyone's expression carried the mix of excitement and pressure. People kept glancing at Dayo, not because he was a celebrity, though some younger team members looked starstruck, but because he was one of the few competing in 3 sprint events. Richard walked past him and gave him a firm nod, the kind that said stay focused. Some of the swimmers waved at him. Evan passed and gave him a fist bump. A few others whispered among themselves about how surreal it still felt. They boarded the plane, and after several hours in the air, they landed in Paris. Paris. The moment the bus left the airport, it was obvious. Paris was alive. The streets were full. Not chaotic, but full. Tourists, athletes from different countries, flags everywhere, vendors selling Olympic-themed items, couples walking with cameras around their necks, and groups of supporters wearing their nation's colors. Paris looked like it had been waiting for this moment. The city didn't feel poetic. It felt busy. Real. Active. People in motion. Athletes jogging on sidewalks. Volunteers directing crowds. Banners hanging from tall buildings. The energy was loud, differently loud from America, but loud in its own way. When the U.S. team reached the athlete village, they immediately began the check-in process. Luggage moved. Rooms were assigned. Schedules were handed out. Coaches grouped their athletes and went over the rules and curfews. Inside his room, Dayo dropped his bag and sat on the edge of the bed. He looked out the window. The Olympic Stadium was visible in the distance, its lights bright even during the day. His heartbeat thumped, not out of fear, but out of awareness. This was it. Preliminary warm UPS. The next morning, the entire swimming team reported to the aquatic arena. The pool was huge, surrounded by bright lights, technicians checking equipment, athletes stretching, and reporters gathering in controlled zones. Countries from all over the world had arrived. Some nations looked strong. Others looked incomplete. Every athlete wore the same expression: focus. The elimination rounds for swimming were about to begin. This was where athletes knew their rivals and where the pressure worked the most. Although many believed this year's Olympics would be weaker due to the scandal, it quickly became clear that some nations still had monsters in the pool. Times being recorded in warm-ups were sharp. Executions were tight. The United States was the biggest underdog, but they also had the largest number of qualifiers. All eyes were on them, especially on the swimmers competing in multiple events. Especially on Dayo. He walked to the starting block during warm-up, placed his goggles on, and adjusted them. The water looked calm, almost flat. Athletes dove in one by one for practice laps. The stadium echoed with splashes, whistles, and light chatter. Dayo crouched, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes for half a second. The Olympics. 3 events. Millions watching. Pressure? Yes. Fear? No. He opened his eyes. He had survived everything life threw at him. He would handle the water too. He stood up, rolled his shoulders, and prepared for his first warm-up sprint. Whatever came next, he was ready to face it head-on. Chapter 203. Heat. The aquatic stadium in Paris was noisier than usual. The warm-up sessions for the preliminary rounds were underway, with swimmers moving in and out of the lanes like a restless tide. Countries were gathering, coaches were whispering strategy, and spectators were already filling early seats even though the main events were still a day away. Dayo stood beside Coach Richard near one of the warm-up pools, both of them watching the chaos in silence for a moment. Richard finally broke the quiet. "So," he asked, "what do you think? What are your thoughts on the field?" Dayo exhaled slowly and glanced around again. There were countless swimmers, some calm, some jittery, some already dripping from warm-ups. He could see the tall Australians on one side, the Japanese sprinters on the other, athletes from China, Brazil, Canada, France, Italy, South Africa. The world was here. "Well," Dayo said, thinking it through. "For 50 meters, I don't really have a threat. Maybe 1 or 2 fast guys, but nothing too crazy." Richard nodded, already knowing that. "For 100 meters, I have 1 or 2 strong competitors," Dayo continued. "They're sharp. I've seen their old races. Their starts and turns are tight. I'll probably have to focus more for that one." "And the 200? Richard asked. "The 200 is the scary one," Dayo admitted honestly. His eyes scanned the crowd again. "There are a lot of monsters here. I'm seeing really good swimmers everywhere. Even people I didn't expect. It's like everyone saved their best for this Olympics." Richard raised an eyebrow. "So, do you think you can win it?" "There's a chance I won't," Dayo said calmly. "The 200 is too unpredictable. But there's also a chance I will. I'll just take it as it comes." Richard respected that answer. Dayo wasn't bragging. He wasn't pretending. He was simply stating the truth. That was one thing the coach actually liked about him. "And what about the team overall?" Richard asked. "Oh, the U.S. is definitely taking medals," Dayo replied without hesitation. Richard stared at him. "And how do you know that?" Dayo scratched the back of his neck and forced a small smile. "Let's just say, I checked the numbers. We have more qualifying athletes than any other country this year. And most of them are strong. They aren't here just to participate. They're here to grab medals." Richard chuckled. "You sound confident." "Not confident," Dayo corrected. "Just realistic." Richard shook his head lightly and patted Dayo's shoulder. "All right, warm up properly. Don't do anything risky. Got it." Heats, Day 1. Just like the national trials, the organizers made sure big names didn't clash early. The heats were structured to avoid early elimination of top swimmers. 50 m, 100 m, 200 m. Dayo stepped into each event calm and focused. For the 50 meters, he barely pushed himself. One dive, clean strokes, smooth finish. He placed first with ease. For the 100 meters, same thing, controlled pace, comfortable first place. For the 200 meters, he pushed only as much as necessary. First place again. There was nothing dramatic about it. He handled each heat like a training session. Swimming experts online would later call it the quiet domination. Clean, silent, efficient. Later that evening, Dayo and Evan walked side by side toward their respective hotel rooms. Evan still looked a little overwhelmed. This was his first Olympics. And even though he qualified beautifully, the pressure was real. Evan sighed. Bro, how do you do it? Do what? Dayo asked, pulling off his hoodie. 3 events, Evan replied. Look at me. I'm doing only 50 meters and I feel like my head wants to explode. You're doing 50, 100, 200. How? Are you not tired? Do you not feel pressure? Dayo stretched his neck slightly. Of course I feel pressure. But I don't think about it too much. I just take it one step at a time. Evan nodded slowly, then leaned on the wall. Just be careful, man. If the events clash, you might have to give one up. You know how the Olympic Committee is. They don't shift schedules for anyone. Dayo nodded. Yeah, I know. I'm just hoping the schedules don't overlap. Worst case scenario, I'll drop one. Evan stared at him. Drop one? You're competing for 3 medals. How do you even decide? Dayo smiled. If it comes to that, I'll figure it out. They both laughed softly. All right, Evan said. I'll see you tomorrow. Rest well. You too. Back at the hotel, Dayo stepped into his room, took a shower, and changed into simple clothes. Moments later, his phone vibrated. Valerie calling. He answered, smiling lightly. Valerie, what's good? It's been a while, she said, her tone warm. Just checking in. Yeah, I've been busy. Everything okay on your end? Everything's fine, she replied. Just wanted to update you. One of our artists was selected to perform during the opening ceremony. Oh, who? Rex. Dayo nodded. Nice. He deserves it. Yeah, she said. Wanted to tell you before the news spreads. And also, how's Paris? How's the Olympic atmosphere? It's good, Dayo said. Crowds are huge. Pressure is crazy. But everything is moving smoothly. And your events? She pressed. So far so good, Dayo replied. Heats were easy. Valerie exhaled in relief. That's good. The company's stable too. All the artists are pulling their weight. No drama for now. That's rare, Dayo joked. She laughed. Exactly. Anyway, I won't keep you. Just wanted to check in. Thanks. Talk later. Sure. Take care. The call ended. Later that night, Dayo lay on his bed staring at the dim ceiling. His body was relaxed, but his mind was working. He wasn't nervous, just preparing mentally. Tomorrow would be the elimination races. Then the semifinals. Then the finals. The main stage. The biggest swimming event in the world. Dayo closed his eyes and breathed deeply. No fear. No shaking. Just readiness. He had survived scandals, attacks, betrayals, fame, downfall, and rebirth. Swimming wasn't the hard part of his life. Not anymore. This was just another challenge. And he was ready. Chapter 204, the semifinals. Semifinals. Dayo had always told people he didn't feel pressure. He said it with confidence, and most times he even believed it himself. But the semifinals were different. The air around the arena felt heavier than any previous round. Everything around him, swimmers stretching, coaches whispering strategy, fans screaming from the stands, reminded him that this part of the competition was the point where dreams died or moved forward. It was loud, tense, and charged in a way he had never experienced. He looked around and realized that nearly every athlete standing around him had a desperate look in their eyes. Some were visibly excited, but beneath that excitement was fear. For many of them, this was their only shot at the Olympics. Once the previously banned swimmers returned next season, a lot of these people would never have this chance again. For them, this semifinal was a last window to rewrite their future. For Dayo, the pressure felt different. It wasn't about desperation. It was about expectation. Everyone expected him to qualify. Everyone expected him to dominate. Everyone assumed that the young musician-turned-swimmer had everything under control. He didn't. Not today. Coach Richard walked toward him slowly, watching his expression with narrowed eyes. "Talk to me," the coach said, hands behind his back. "What's going on in your mind?" Dayo breathed out and forced a small smile. "Nothing serious. I'm okay. Just a little tired." "Don't lie," Richard said calmly. "You're pressured." Dayo sighed. "Yeah, kind of. It's semifinals. And finals are right after. Everything feels like it's moving too fast." Richard nodded. "That's normal. But don't drown yourself in your thoughts. Take a breath. Be the water. You flow, you move, you don't fight against anything. Just be the water." Dayo inhaled deeply. "Be the water, got it." The call for the 50-meter semifinal came almost immediately after. Dayo stepped forward, loosened his arms, and took his position. This was familiar territory. He didn't overthink it. When the whistle blew, he shot forward like a bullet. Straight. Efficient. No wasted movement. By the time his hands touched the wall, he already knew he had taken first place. 50 meters was his territory. There was a 30-minute break before the 100 m. Dayo tried to relax during the break, but the tension in the arena kept pulling him back to reality. Some of the swimmers were pacing nonstop. Some were praying. Some were staring blankly into space. He wiped sweat from his forehead and stretched slightly. When the 100 m call came, he moved to the block again. He wasn't nervous this time, just focused. When the gun went off, he dived in smoothly and kept a strong pace. He didn't rush. He didn't panic. He simply swam with control. By the end of the second lap, he touched the wall first again. He got out of the water, breathing steadily. And that was when Richard rushed toward him. "Dayo, you need to hurry." "What happened?" "It's time for the 200 m. They're already at the starting line. You're the only one missing." Dayo blinked. "Already? I thought we still had time." "No. They switched the order. You have minutes. Maybe less." Dayo didn't panic, but his chest tightened. He could still feel the heaviness in his lungs from the 100 m. His arms were slightly stiff. His body hadn't recovered fully. But there was no time. He grabbed his cap properly, inhaled quickly to steady himself, and followed Richard fast. The coach kept talking as they jogged toward the pool. "Don't rush your breathing. Focus on being calm. You can do it." I know. I'm okay," Dayo said, though he wasn't sure. They reached the blocks, and every other swimmer was already prepared. Some looked irritated, others confused, a few annoyed that he was late. Dayo didn't look at them. He just tried to catch his breath. A few made remarks that were rude. What does he feel like, Superman, or what? He who told he to focus on 3 events serves him right. He is a show-off, and with little rest he wouldn't qualify. You at least one competitor is out of THR way. Richard went to meet the person in charge, and after a while, 5 minutes. That was the grace they gave him. He bent down, hands on his knees, and took deep breaths. His heart was racing too fast. His mind was scattered. Everything was happening too quickly. He stood up, rolled his shoulders, and stepped toward the block. Before climbing up, his coach tapped his arm softly. "Remember what I said. Be the water." Dayo nodded, closed his eyes for 1 second, and whispered it to himself. "Be the water, be the water, be the water." The announcer's voice cut in. Sharply. "Take your mark." Dayo exhaled fully. The gun fired. He dived in. The water felt different. He felt slow at first. He didn't even need to look sideways to know he had fallen slightly behind. His body was still fatigued from the 100 m. His lungs burned earlier than usual. But he refused to give in. He kicked harder, pulled harder. Every part of him screamed to slow down, but he didn't. Be the water. He muttered it in his mind again. By the second lap, he was still not in the lead, but he was close enough. He kept pushing. His core tightened. His chest ached. But the thought of failing at this stage was not acceptable. Not for him. Not after everything. The final stretch came fast. He pushed like his life depended on it. No hesitation. No brakes. No fear. His fingers slammed into the wall. He lifted his head immediately, breathing like someone who had sprinted through hell. Coach Richard grabbed him by the arm, eyes wide. "You did it." Dayo blinked. "I qualified." Richard nodded. "You passed 2 of them. You're in. Not first, not second, but you're in." Dayo let out a long breath and leaned back, closing his eyes. Relief washed over him so deeply he almost smiled. He wasn't the top seed this time, but he was in the finals, and that was all he needed. He stepped out of the water and took a moment to gather himself. The pressure was still there, but at least he wasn't drowning in it anymore. When he finally got a moment alone, he took his phone and called Rex. Rex picked up instantly. Bro, I just watched you. I was even about to call you. You killed that 200M. Dayo smiled tiredly. Almost died inside the water, but thanks. Rex laughed. Guy, you're crazy. Anyway, I'm around. I'm coming to your side. I day come now. All right. Pull up. 10 minutes later, Rex joined him. They greeted each other like old friends, which they were. After the chaos with Lois, after the company nearly fell apart, after some artists rejected the new contract, Rex was one of the few who stayed. He trusted Dayo from day one. They left the arena together and found a nearby restaurant to sit and eat. Nothing fancy, just simple food to calm the nerves. While they were eating, fans recognized them. Oh my God, it's Dayo. That's Rex. Rex, please can we take pictures? Dayo, please sign this for my daughter. Dayo smiled and waved them over. Rex laughed and stood up to greet them like someone used to attention. They took pictures, signed autographs, and chatted for a few minutes. The fans were excited to see the two together. One a rising Olympic swimmer, the other a musician about to perform on one of the world's biggest stages. After everything settled, they went back to their food and talked about the future, the finals, Rex's upcoming performance, and normal life things that kept Dayo grounded. Eventually, they parted ways and returned to their hotels. Dayo collapsed onto his bed the moment he reached his room. His body was exhausted, his mind drained, but deep down, he felt something he hadn't felt all day. Hope. The semifinals were behind him. The finals were next. And the Olympics were waiting. Chapter 205, Before the Finals won. The semifinals were done, the stadium noise had settled, and the Olympic Village finally felt a little calmer. Most athletes used this break to lie down, sleep, or stay inside their rooms to conserve energy. Dayo didn't mind the silence. He actually liked it, but it didn't last long. His phone buzzed. Evan, bro, are you free? I'm bored. Let's go out a bag. Dayo rubbed his forehead and laughed softly. You and boredom, Shah? Where exactly? Anywhere. I just need to leave this room before I start talking to the wall. All right, cool. I'm coming. They met downstairs, both wearing casual outfits and caps to avoid unnecessary attention. The Paris evening breeze was cool, the kind that made people walk slowly and enjoy the lights. Guy, today was mad-o, Evan said immediately. I watched your 200M live. I almost screamed. Dayo smiled. You almost screamed? I almost fainted. Evan burst into laughter. For real. I swear. I thought you weren't going to qualify. I was already making a silent prayer. Same here, Dayo said. But at least I made it. God knows I'm praying nothing like that happens in the finals. Evan nodded. Amen. Because that stress? If it happens again, I will wipe for you. They continued walking. By the way, Evan added, lowering his voice, did you see that video of Alex and Coach Matthew? Yeah, I saw it. Madness. I didn't expect that from Coach Matthew of all people. Same, Dayo said. And Alex, he's young, pressured, but wrong is wrong. Evan shrugged. True though. And imagine after everything he said about you online, calling you a drug cheat. Now look who was doping. Dayo didn't respond, but the quiet smile on his face said enough. They approached a small but classy restaurant not too far from the Olympic Village. The inside was warm, filled with the sound of low conversations, cutleries, and soft music. They walked in looking for a place to sit. Then Evan suddenly stopped. Bro, Evan whispered. Look. Dayo followed his gaze and saw 3 Chinese ladies sitting at a table near the window. They were classy, well-dressed, elegant, the type that carried themselves with quiet confidence. Their hair was carefully styled, their posture straight, their expressions relaxed. Ah, Evan breathed. Look at those pretty ladies. Especially that one, left side. Bro, Dayo smirked. You like her? Like is an understatement, Evan whispered. But I can't go and talk to her. I can't embarrass myself. Dayo raised a brow. Wait, Evan, are you telling me you can't talk to a woman? Evan hissed. Guy, just the leave issue. Dayo laughed quietly. Wow, so it's true. Okay, fine. Evan snapped softly. I accept. I can't talk to her. Now happy. Dayo leaned against the wall, arms folded. Then allow Big Bro handle it. Big Bro. Evan gawked. You? Of course. Have you seen my face? Dayo tapped his jaw. Charm full everywhere. Evan rolled his eyes. Yeah, charm. If you can go and talk to them and get her number, I'll sponsor a trip for both of us. Dayo blinked. Trip to where? Anywhere in Europe. Hen? You sure? Yes. Shake on it. Dayo shook his hand slowly. Deal. But you will follow me. Evan's eyes widened. Why? Because there are 3 girls and only 1 me. I can handle 2, not 3. You will stand there so it won't look like I dragged you from the gutter. Evan sighed heavily. Fine. Let's go. The 2 of them approached the ladies' table. The moment they got close, the 3 ladies looked up, slightly confused, possibly curious, and Evan froze completely. But Dayo stepped forward calmly. With the softest, smoothest, most respectful tone, he said, Good evening. I hope we're not disturbing. We just walked in and saw 3 beautiful ladies sitting here alone. Honestly, it felt unfair that a table this bright didn't have anyone keeping you company. So, we thought maybe, if you don't mind, we could keep the space a little less empty. The 3 ladies blinked. Then all 3 blushed, their cheeks turning a soft shade of pink almost instantly. One whispered to the others in Chinese. 他好帅,他说话好温柔. He's handsome, and he talks so gently. Another whispered. 我想笑,他让我心跳加速. I want to. Smile. He's making my heart race. Evan stared at them, confused but hopeful. Dayo kept a polite smile on his face. The oldest looking of the 3 nodded. It's okay. You can sit. But before Dayo sat, he smiled again and said softly, Actually, do you mind if we sit a little closer? That way the conversation feels more complete. The ladies exchanged looks, surprised, amused, and clearly impressed at his confidence. One of them murmured in Chinese, 天啊,他太自信了. My God, he's so confident. They nodded again. Dayo gently placed Evan beside the girl he liked. The girl's eyes widened slightly, then she smiled shyly. Evan swallowed hard. The 2 remaining ladies looked at Dayo with bright eyes. So, Dayo said, Are you athletes? The first lady smiled. Yes, I'm a gymnast. The second lifted her hand slightly. I run the 200 m. The third, the one Evan liked, said quietly, I'm a swimmer. 50 meters. Evan's eyes widened. My friend here is also a 50-meter swimmer. The girl turned to Evan, surprised. Really? Evan nodded like a malfunctioning robot. Why, yes. Yes. The girl giggled softly. The conversation grew warm and lively. The ladies were open, friendly, and clearly enjoying the attention. Dayo talked easily with the 2 in front of him, answering their questions, laughing with them, asking about their training and events. Every few minutes, they whispered something in Chinese, mostly compliments. 我喜欢他. I like him. 他的皮肤好漂亮. His skin is beautiful. 他好冷静,又好有魅力. He's so calm and so charming. Dayo pretended not to hear them, but he did. Then one of them whispered again, thinking he wouldn't understand. 我喜欢这个男生,他的笑容太好看了. I like this guy. His smile is too beautiful. Dayo finally looked up slowly and responded in Chinese. 真的吗?你喜欢我? Really? You like me? All 3 ladies froze. Evan almost fell off his seat. The ladies leaned forward at the same time, eyes wide, cheeks burning red. 你会说中文? You can speak Chinese? Their shocked faces said everything. Evan speechless, and Dayo smiling like he didn't just flip the entire table with one sentence. Chapter 206, Before the Finals 2. 我喜欢这个男生,他的笑容太好看了. I like this guy. His smile is too beautiful. Dayo finally looked up slowly and responded in Chinese. 真的吗?你喜欢我? Really? You like me? All 3 ladies froze. Evan almost fell off his seat. The ladies leaned forward at the same time, eyes wide, cheeks burning red. 你会说中文? You can speak Chinese? Their shocked faces said everything. Evan speechless, and Dayo smiling like he didn't just flip the entire table with one sentence. The girls exchanged quick glances, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lian covered her face. Oh my God, you understood everything we said. Dayo tilted his head just a bit, teasing. Maybe, or maybe I only understood the last part. May's face turned bright red. Suine nudged her under the table while fighting a grin. Evan whispered sharply, Bro. Why didn't you tell me you speak Chinese? Dayo shrugged. You never asked. The girls laughed softly at that. His delivery was smooth without trying. To break the tension, Dayo leaned slightly forward and spoke gently. Sorry if I startled you. It's just, I couldn't help but let you all act like I don't understand to get to know you all. Lien and her friends blushed that they were caught red-handed complimenting them. Ah, Dayo, you're so naughty. Dayo mriked and replied. Oh, I could be more than that if you want me to. Suyin blinked, surprised. Ah, you're smooth. Lien let out a small laugh. No wonder she likes you, she teased, nudging Suyin. Suyin hid her face behind her hair. Stop it. May the shy one out of all of them held her mouth as she laughed. Evan, seeing this, felt hot on his face as he looked at her. May, sensing his gaze, quickly dodged. Before they could continue, a man suddenly approached the table. He looked nervous, holding his phone. Excuse me, are you JD? Dayo smiled politely. Yes, I am. Oh my God, I knew it, the guy said, bouncing slightly. Please, can I get a selfie? I love your music. Sure, Dayo said. The man took a picture, got an autograph, and left happily. The girls stared at Dayo in surprise. Lien leaned forward. Wait, JD? As in JD, the American singer? Dayo nodded. Yeah. Suyin gasped. You're the one. Who sang Say Something with Luna? Dayo smiled. Yes. I love that song. Suyin exclaimed. I didn't even know what you looked like in real life. May peeked up shyly. I listen to your album almost every day. Evan raised his hand proudly. Yes, he's an artist, he's a swimmer, he's everything. Please, form a line. They all laughed. Why did you stop releasing songs? Lien asked. Dayo answered casually. I took a break after the last album. Needed time to breathe. But you're back now? Suyin asked. Slowly, Dayo replied. Conversation flowed easily after that. They talked about Paris, about their sports, their training, and discovered that Lien was a gymnast representing China. Suyin was a track athlete. May, the shy one, was a 50-meter freestyle swimmer, same category as Evan. Evan raised his hands in shock. Wait, you swim the same event as me? May nodded shyly. Yes. Bro, look at that, Evan said, nudging Dayo. Maybe destiny. Suyin rolled her eyes dramatically. Please, focus on the Olympics. Then Evan, feeling confident for once, leaned back while still looking at May. Speaking of swimming, do you all know Dayo is competing in 3 events? They froze instantly. 3? That's impossible. No one does that in freestyle. Evan grinned. Oh, it's possible. My guy here is something else. He's doing 50m, 100m, and 200m. Suyin stared. How? Dayo shrugged softly. I just try my best. Try. Lien said. That's not try. That's insane. Suyin whispered. No wonder he looked so fast today. They kept talking, light teasing, laughter, and harmless compliments. By the time the evening settled, the group felt like they'd known each other for a long while. Everyone exchanged numbers. Lien typed quickly. If you boys are free after the finals, we should hang out again. Definitely, Evan said immediately. Suyin handed her phone to Dayo quietly. Here. Dayo typed his number in and gave it back gently. Message me anytime. Suyin nearly melted. Meanwhile, May and Evan were at the having a cozy conversations and also exchanged numbers. Soon, the girls stood to leave. Suyin waved. Good luck in the finals. Lien added. And don't shock us again with your Chinese, please. May gave a tiny wave only Evan saw. Bye. When they were gone, Evan grabbed Dayo's shoulder. Bro, you are too smooth. Too smooth. Why didn't you tell me you speak Chinese? Dayo laughed. You didn't ask. No wonder she likes you. Evan muttered dramatically. Some people are just born blessed. Dayo just smiled. Dayo, then remember. Oh, don't forget you're taking me on a trio to any country in Europe of my choosing. Evan appeared shocked and started walking fast like he was trying to avoid Dayo. And Dayo was having no of it. They chased at each other until Evan finally accepted to take him on a trio. They walked back to their hotel, still joking about the entire encounter. At the entrance, they fist-bumped. Before going to their separate rooms, when Dayo walked into his room, his phone started ringing. Mom, Dad, Jeffrey, Janet, all on video call. Dayo sat on the bed, smiling. Hey everyone. Janet waved aggressively. Brother, are you okay? Did you eat? Jeffrey added. You look tired. Don't stress too much. His mother smiled warmly. We just wanted to hear your voice, dear. His father nodded proudly. You're doing well, son. Don't worry too much. I'm fine, Dayo reassured them. Really? Just tired from training. Are you all coming to Paris? They all exchanged quick glances. His father answered smoothly, No. We'll just watch from home. You focus on competing. All right, Dayo said, slightly disappointed but still smiling. They talked for a few more minutes before ending the call. But the moment the call ended, Janet whispered excitedly, We're still going, right? Jeffrey nodded. Yes. Their mother grinned. We leave tomorrow. Their father smirked. He won't see it coming. They were all excited. It was decided. They would fly to Paris. But they wouldn't tell Dayo. They wanted the surprise to be perfect. Chapter 207, The Arrival. Janet, where are you? Come down now. We're almost late for our flight. Abisola's voice echoed through the living room as she dragged 2 large suitcases toward the door. Coming. Let me just pack my perfume. Janet shouted back, scrambling around upstairs like someone searching for hidden treasure. Jeffrey shook his head as he zipped his own bag. If this girl delays us and we miss this flight in, I'll personally ship her to Nigeria inside DHL carton. Jason laughed. Relax, Jeff. She's excited. Excited for what? She's not the one competing. Jeff rolled his eyes. Competing for attention, Alice teased. They all burst into laughter. Finally, after what felt like a whole extra hour, Janet descended the stairs dramatically, posing like she was walking a runway. From head to toe, lace front wig laid, sunglasses oversized, outfit coordinated, perfume cloud following her like she owned the whole airport. Sorry you all, she said with a cute smile. I had to pack properly. After all, we are going to Paris, the land of love. She even did a little spin. Everyone stared at her silently. Then P.O.N.K., Jeffrey lightly knocked her head. Next time I'll give you a harder one, he said. Inside the car. Now, Janet pouted like she'd been struck by lightning. The family burst into laughter again. Let's move. Jaden clapped his hands, leading the way out. At the airport, the van stopped at the terminal, and familiar figures were already waiting. Valerie waved both hands excitedly. Finally, you people came. We thought airport spirit swallowed you. Jason laughed. We would have arrived earlier if a certain somebody packed fewer than 7 bags. Everyone turned to look at Janet. She immediately found the floor interesting. Valerie walked to her and tapped her head gently. You did good. Janet's face lit up instantly. Hee, I knew it. Abisola shook her head dramatically. All of you are the ones spoiling her. I will take her to Nigeria for 3 months. She will reset immediately. The entire group erupted into laughter. Wayne placed a hand on his chest. Abisola, please, don't take our princess to Nigeria. We beg Her Majesty. She must go soon, Abisola replied. But she is safe, for now. Janet gasped, dropped her bags, and ran to her mother. Ayadeo, Iju, EMGB, Los Nigeria. Janet said it in very broken Yoruba. Everyone paused. All eyes slowly turned to Abisola. Abisola stared at her daughter, then burst into loud laughter. The others joined immediately. Alice blinked. And Abisola, what did she say? Abisola, still giggling, replied. Even me, I don't understand. More laughter. Then she looked at Janet. Where did you even learn that from? You don't listen when I try to teach you. Janet folded her arms. It's Dayo. Anytime I needed something, he would say, ask in Yoruba first. So I had to learn. Haha, that's my son, Abisola said proudly. Jeffrey looked at her expectantly. Mom, what about me? Abisola looked him up and down and asked, what about you? Another explosion of laughter. Jeffrey smirked. MOMOBAEN so Yorb. GBN me can so FNENI. I know how to speak Yoruba. I just don't normally show you. This time, everyone went quiet from the way he said it. It was early better than Janet's. Abisola blinked repeatedly, then nodded. Natuto, Omomi and Iwa. Jeffrey bowed dramatically. Thank you, mother. Valerie shook her head, laughing. This family is chaotic. Get used to it, Wayne said. They're worse when Dayo is around. They check in. The group walked together to the check-in counter. Alice held her passport like a child holding biscuits. This is my first time going to Paris, she said, bouncing. Mine too, Jeffrey added. Same here, Valerie said. But don't worry, Wayne knows everywhere. Wayne raised his brows proudly. Tour guide of life. Sir, move forward, the attendant said, cutting his swagger short. Everyone laughed again. They checked in their bags, even Janet's mountain of luggage, then collected their boarding passes. Inside the plane, they sat in 2 rows facing each other. Wayne stretched. "Ah, first class. God bless Dayo." Alice nodded. "Honestly, he doesn't even know we came." Jeffrey grinned. "He will faint when he sees us." "Good," Abisola said. "Let him faint. That boy wants to carry all his stress alone." Janet leaned in. "Mommy, when are we surprising him?" "When the time is right," Jaden answered. Valerie added, "After the finals. Before that, we must stay hidden." Janet gasped dramatically. "So we're undercover agents?" Wayne rolled his eyes. "Please sit down, spy kids." The flight attendants passed by offering drinks. Janet grabbed orange juice. Jeffrey took water. Valerie took wine. Alice took apple juice. Abisola collected tea. Jaden asked for coffee. Wayne, proudly, collected 2 cups at once. Alice laughed. "Wayne, are you okay?" "No," he replied. "I'm emotionally preparing for Paris." After takeoff, the cabin lights dimmed slightly. Alice leaned toward Abisola. "Auntie, how is Dayo really doing?" "He always says he's fine." Abisola sighed. "He is strong, but strong children also get tired." Jeffrey nodded. "When we video called him yesterday, he looked exhausted." Valerie added, "He's carrying 3 categories. That pressure is insane." Jaden placed an arm around Abisola. "We will be there for him. Seeing us will give him strength." Janet hugged her pillow. "When I see him, I'm going to jump on him." "No, you won't," Abisola scolded. "He will be tired." "Fine," Janet pouted. "I'll jump a little." Everyone laughed. Landing in Paris. The announcement chimed overhead. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now landing in Paris." Alice pressed her face against the window. "Oh my God, look at the city." Valerie leaned over. "It's so pretty." Wayne nodded. "Welcome to the land of croissants and heartbreak." Jeffrey turned to him. "Who broke your heart?" "No one," Wayne said quickly. "Focus on the Eiffel Tower." Abisola shook her head. "Wayne, you're a grown man, oh." This made everyone laugh. The plane touched down. Everyone clapped, including Janet, who clapped the loudest. "Calm down, Auntie," Jeffrey said. "It's just landing, not the Olympics medal ceremony." Janet hissed loudly. At the airport in Paris, they walked out into the arrival hall, the massive airport buzzing with activity. Alice took a deep breath. "It even smells rich." "That might be Janet's perfume," Jeffrey said. Janet smacked his arm. Valerie stretched. "Okay, guys, we're officially here. Operation Surprise Dayo begins." Abisola nodded. "We will go straight to the hotel, pray he does well in the semifinals, and appear when he needs us most." Wayne added, "This is going to be fun." The group of 7 rolled their suitcases forward together. A united front. A family. A team. And somewhere across the city, Dayo had absolutely no idea that his entire world had just landed. Chapter 208. Olympic Opening Ceremony. The world had been talking about Paris 2024 for months, but no amount of clips, trailers, or rehearsals could prepare anyone, especially Dayo, for what it felt like to stand inside the Stade de France as the Olympic opening ceremony began. The lights dimmed. A soft hum rose from the crowd, thousands of voices from every continent blending into one vibration in the air. Then, boom, fireworks cracked through the Parisian sky, splashing gold, red and blue across the roof of the stadium. The floor lit up with swirling graphics of rivers, stars, and silhouettes of athletes. Music thundered from every corner, live orchestras mixing with modern drums. Dayo exhaled. He wasn't watching history. He was inside history. Team USA was gathered in their designated tunnel, waiting for their turn in the Parade of Nations. Everyone was in uniform, sleek white jackets, navy accents, and the American flag stitched boldly on the back. The mood was electric, athletes bouncing on their feet, adjusting collars, tying shoelaces, whispering prayers. Coach Richard tapped Dayo lightly. "You good?" Dayo nodded. "Yeah, just taking it in." "Good. Enjoy it." Not many people ever stand here. They both looked forward as Greece marched out, tradition, and the stadium erupted in respectful applause. Cameras flashed, flags waved, commentators screamed into microphones. One by one, countries entered: Japan, Brazil, France, Kenya, South Korea, Australia. Each entrance came with a burst of music representing their culture, dancers, bright lights, holograms rising from the ground in perfect synchronization. Dayo didn't even realize he was smiling. Someone bumped his shoulder. "Evan, you seeing this, bro? This is insane." Dayo chuckled. "Madness." Behind them, Rona whispered quietly, "My mom is watching this right now. She's probably crying." Dayo understood. If his own family had been here, Janet would have been screaming. And they were coming. Secretly. He didn't know that part yet. A volunteer waved at Team USA. "Get ready. You're next." The tunnel shook with excitement. Athletes pulled out tiny flags. Some were already recording videos. On their phones, others hyped each other up. Evan whispered, "Bro, we're walking out on the biggest stage in the world." Dayo inhaled deeply. Fireworks burst again, this time white and blue. "United States of America," the announcer roared. The stadium exploded. Cheers ripped through the air in waves. A mix of screams, claps, whistles, drums. The speakers blasted an energetic mashup of American classical and hip-hop. The cameras zoomed into the entrance tunnel. And then Dayo walked out. Everything slowed. The bright stadium lights washed over him. The fireworks reflected on the polished stadium floor. Flags waved everywhere. US, Nigeria, China, Brazil, Morocco, thousands of colors in motion. Dayo held his small US flag and smiled at the crowd. People screamed his name. "Dayo! Jason Dayo! United States! 50 free king! Dayo, we love you!" He wasn't expecting that. He looked around. Other athletes were smiling at him, laughing, bumping fists with him. Cameras followed him closely. His name flashed on a screen briefly under the featured athletes segment. Evan nudged him. "Bro, you're trending already." The march continued. They waved. They took selfies. They soaked in the beauty. Thousands of dancers on the field forming patterns with lights and fabrics, a river illusion flowing across the stadium floor, laser birds flying overhead. The entire stadium transformed into a living painting. Then came the moment everyone waited for. The Olympic flame procession started. A legendary French athlete jogged into the stadium with the torch. The crowd roared. The flame was passed from one Olympic hero to another, each representing a different era. Every handoff was symbolic, emotional. Dayo stood still, watching closely. The final torchbearer ran up the staircase to a giant metallic structure shaped like a blooming flower. The music softened, then rose. She lifted the torch, and the flower ignited. A column of fire burst upward, swirling gracefully before settling into a bright, steady blaze. The Olympic flame was lit. Fireworks shot into the sky again, louder than ever. The stadium vibrated. People cried. People hugged. Every athlete felt the same thing at once. "I am part of something bigger than myself." Dayo breathed out slowly. This was real. He was here. Paris. The Olympics. The world watching. The announcer's voice echoed. "Let the games begin." Meanwhile, high above in the VIP stands, Valerie, Wayne, and Alice leaned forward, their excitement barely contained. They had arrived earlier that day, securing discreet seats that gave them a clear view of the stadium without being noticed by anyone, especially Dayo. Their eyes were glued to the athletes, searching for familiar movement, familiar poise, and finally, when they spotted him, their breaths caught in unison. "Look, there he is," Valerie whispered, pointing subtly. Her eyes shimmered with pride. "Dayo's really here, and he looks phenomenal." Wayne smiled, his usually composed demeanor breaking slightly. "I can't believe he's about to perform in front of the world like this. And he doesn't even know we're here." He shook his head, a small laugh escaping. "I hope he never finds out. I don't think he'd let us just sit and watch quietly if he did." Alice chuckled softly. "He'd probably glare at us and then focus right back on his game. That's our Dayo, dedicated, unstoppable." She folded her hands, leaning back in her seat while still tracking his every movement. In the next row, Janet and Jeffrey exchanged excited whispers. Janet clutched her notebook, trying to jot down fleeting observations without drawing attention. "Look at him. He's so composed," she said, her voice barely audible over the crowd's roar. "Even with everyone watching, he doesn't look nervous." Jeffrey nodded, adjusting his jacket and leaning closer. "That's Dayo for you. Always calm, always in control. You can see the focus in his eyes. It's intense, but inspiring." Abisola, seated beside them, wiped a small tear from her eye, smiling warmly. I can't believe how far he's come. From the kid who swam in the local pools to this, representing his country at the Olympics. And all while staying true to himself. I'm proud beyond words. Jaden, leaning against the railing, grinned. And the best part? He has no idea we're here. Watching him like this, it feels like we're getting to witness a secret side of him, one the world rarely sees. Chapter 209, Olympic begins. The stadium had finally settled. Not quiet, never quiet, but the chaotic movement of the opening ceremony had given way to a different kind of energy. Athletes were no longer marching. Flags were no longer waving in unison. Now, everything felt focused, heavy, purposeful. Dayo sat with his teammates, towel draped loosely around his neck, elbows resting on his knees as he stared out toward the pool. The water shimmered under the stadium lights, perfectly still, almost mocking in its calmness. This was it. The Olympics had officially begun, not with fireworks or music, but with schedules, tension, and the silent understanding that every second mattered. His coach stood a few steps away, tablet in hand. Dayo noticed it immediately. The coach's face. It wasn't panic. It wasn't anger either. It was something more restrained, something between disbelief and amusement. His lips were pressed together, corners twitching as if he was trying very hard not to react. That alone made Dayo uneasy. He took a slow breath, then stood and walked over. "Coach," Dayo said quietly, keeping his voice low. "What's wrong?" The coach looked up at him, then back at the screen. For a moment, he didn't answer. Then he exhaled through his nose and shook his head. "It's not wrong," he said. "That's the problem." He turned the tablet slightly so Dayo could see. The schedule. Dayo scanned it once. Then again. His jaw tightened. 100 meters first, Dayo muttered. "Yes." A short break. Then the 200. "Yes." Another line. And then the 50. Dayo finished, his eyes narrowing. The coach nodded. "No real recovery window," Dayo said flatly. "No," the coach agreed. They stacked it. Dayo leaned back slightly, rolling his shoulders. He felt fine, for now. But anyone who understood swimming knew what this meant. The 100 demanded explosive control. The 200 drained everything slowly and painfully. And the 50? That was pure violence on the body. No mercy. No pacing. To run them back-to-back was brutal. "They're testing you," the coach said carefully. Dayo didn't respond immediately. He stared back at the pool. "Guess they want to see if I'm real," he said finally. The coach smiled, just a little. "They already know." The announcer's voice boomed through the stadium, calling athletes to prepare for the first heats. The sound sent a ripple through the crowd. The tension rose, thick enough to feel. Dayo walked back toward his lane assignment area, heart steady, mind clear. As he moved closer to the pool deck, the noise changed. It wasn't just cheering. His name cut through the sound, shouted, screamed, repeated. "Dayo! Dayo! Dayo!" He paused for half a second, turning his head slightly. Everywhere he looked, people were standing, waving flags, holding signs. Some wore his name across their shirts. Some screamed like their lungs might give out. Fans. He exhaled slowly. Focus, he told himself. He didn't know. That high up in the stands, squeezed between thousands of spectators, his family was standing. Abisola's hands were clenched together in front of her chest. Her eyes locked onto the pool as she shouted his name with everything she had. "That's my son," she yelled, voice cracking. Beside her, Dayo's father stood tall and quiet, eyes sharp, posture firm. He didn't shout. He didn't wave. He simply watched, his pride contained, but unshakable. Jeffrey had both hands cupped around his mouth, yelling louder than anyone near him. "Dayo! Dayo!" Janet bounced on her feet, screaming until her voice broke, then screaming again anyway. Valerie leaned forward, gripping the railing, eyes shining. Wayne laughed in disbelief, shaking his head as if the moment still didn't feel real. Alice wiped her eyes quickly and smiled through it. They were lost in the crowd, and Dayo never saw them. All he heard was noise. All he felt was pressure. He stepped onto the starting block for the 100-meter freestyle. The world narrowed. The water. The lane. The sound of his breathing. "Take your marks." He bent forward. The horn blasted. Dayo exploded off the block. His entry was clean. Perfect angle. Minimal splash. He surfaced strong, arms cutting through the water with ruthless precision. Every stroke was controlled, every kick measured. This wasn't panic swimming. This was dominance. Halfway through, he was already ahead. The crowd roared, but he didn't hear it. He pushed. Harder. Last 25 meters, his body responded instantly, muscle memory taking over. His lungs burned, but his form never broke. He touched the wall first. Clear. Decisive. He pulled himself up, water streaming down his face, chest rising sharply as he caught his breath. He glanced at the board. First place. No drama. No surprise. Just confirmation. As he climbed out, the noise doubled. High above, his family erupted. He did it. Janet screamed. "That's my boy," his father said quietly. Abisola pressed her hand to her mouth, eyes wet. But there was no time to celebrate. The break was short. Too short. About 10 minutes. Dayo sat with a towel over his head, eyes closed, breathing deep as the clock counted down. His arms felt heavier now. The adrenaline had burned off, leaving fatigue behind. Then the call came. 200-meter freestyle. This one hurt. From the first lap, Dayo knew it would be ugly. His arms resisted. His shoulders screamed. His lungs felt tight by the third length. This wasn't about speed. It was about survival. He fell behind slightly in the middle stretch. For the first time that night, doubt crept in. His legs felt sluggish. His strokes lost some sharpness. The crowd sensed it. So did his family. "Come on," Jeffrey muttered, fists clenched. "Push," Abisola whispered. Dayo hit the final turn. Something snapped. He dug deeper than he had all night. Pain flooded his body, but he ignored it. Stroke by stroke, he clawed back ground, forcing his body to respond. The final meters were agony. But he surged. He felt every bone in his body wanting to rest or give up, but he pushed and pushed. He could already see the wall. All he had to do was touch. He summoned every last breath and strength. He touched the wall. Silence. Then the board updated. First place. Barely. Dayo stayed in the water, gripping the edge, chest heaving. His vision blurred slightly as exhaustion washed over him. This wasn't clean. This wasn't easy. The moment this happened, he felt everywhere was blur. This was earned. High in the stands, Dayo's family collapsed back into their seats, breathless, laughing, crying, shaking. "He did it again," Valerie said softly. "And there's still more," Wayne added. Dayo pulled himself out of the pool slowly this time, legs heavy, shoulders aching. He didn't smile. He didn't celebrate. He just nodded once to himself. 2 races down. 1 more waiting. And no rest in between. Almost instantly the announcement came. Athlete participating in 50-meter move to Pool D. Your race is about to start. Hearing this, fans that Dayo was participating in this event couldn't help but scream in confusion and anger. Chapter 210, Call. 50 meters. Almost immediately after Dayo stepped out of the pool from the 200-meter freestyle, the announcement came. Athletes participating in the 50-meter freestyle are to proceed to the preparation zone immediately. The words echoed across the aquatic stadium. For a second, the crowd didn't react. Then confusion spread. Then noise. Fans who understood what had just happened were the first to lose it. What? No break. Didn't he just race? This is madness. The murmurs turned into open complaints. People leaned toward each other in the stands, explaining quickly to those who didn't understand. He just swam the 100. He won. He swam the 200 right after that. He won again. And now they're calling him for the 50. 5 minutes later, more voices joined in. Some booed. Some laughed in disbelief. Others shook their heads. Down on the deck, Dayo bent forward, hands on his knees, chest rising and falling heavily. Sweat mixed with water ran down his face. His shoulders felt tight. His legs felt heavy, like they had weight strapped to them. This wasn't strategy anymore. This was survival. Coach Richard was already there, firm hands on Dayo's shoulders. "Sit," he said calmly. Dayo sat. A staff member handed him a glucose gel. Another brought water. Richard crouched in front of him, eyes focused, voice steady. "Breathe first. Don't think yet." Dayo nodded, sucking in air slowly, then letting it out. His lungs burned. His heartbeat was loud in his ears. The human body keeps records. Every stroke, every push, every breath already taken. Dayo felt it in his bones. Then his phone rang. He ignored it. The phone rang again. He cut it off. It rang a third time. Dayo frowned. Who the hell? He glanced at the screen. The name froze him. "Mom." His breath caught. Coach Richard noticed immediately. "What is it?" Dayo didn't answer. He just stared at the screen, then slowly brought the phone up. "Hello, Dayo." His mother's voice came through, clear and steady. For a moment, he forgot where he was. "Mom." His voice cracked. "What?" "Look up," she said gently. "Not yet. Let your coach turn you." Coach Richard's eyes widened slightly. He took the phone, put it on speaker, and turned his head. Then he saw them. Abisola, Jaden, Jeffrey, Janet, Valerie, Wayne, Alice, all standing together in the stands. All waving. For a second, Dayo didn't move. Then his face changed completely. Shock first, then disbelief, then pure, uncontrolled emotion. He stood up without realizing it, waving back, smiling so hard it hurt. The noise around him faded. The complaints, the whistles, the tension, none of it mattered. "Calm down," his mother said softly through the phone, smiling. "You still have work to do." Dayo laughed under his breath, wiping his face with the back of his hand. "You said you weren't coming." "We didn't lie," his father's voice came next. "We just didn't tell you." Coach Richard stepped back, understanding. He watched quietly. "Listen to me," Abisola said. "You've already done well. Whatever happens next, remember where you come from. You are not small. You are not weak." Jaden took the phone. "My father fought. My grandfather fought. And now, my son fights in the water," he said simply. "Go and finish it." The call ended. Dayo stood there, chest rising slower now, something steady settling into him. Not energy. Resolve. Coach Richard nodded once. "You ready?" Dayo looked at the pool. "Yeah." The 50m preparation zone buzzed with tension. This race didn't forgive mistakes. No pacing. No recovery. Just explosion. Evan stood 2 lanes away, stretching his shoulders. When he saw Dayo approach, his eyebrows rose. "Damn," Evan said. "You look wrecked." Dayo smirked faintly. "You're still going to lose." Evan laughed. "Man, if I lose to someone who ran 100 and a 200 back-to-back, I'll accept it." They bumped fists. No hatred. No drama. Just respect. The swimmers took their blocks. The crowd quieted, sensing something heavy in the air. Dayo placed his feet carefully. His fingers curled around the edge. His breathing slowed. Slow starter. Always had been. "Take your marks." The world narrowed. Beep. They launched. Evan was fast out of the blocks. Clean. Explosive. He took the early lead, half a body length ahead by 15 meters. The crowd reacted instantly. "Evan, he's ahead. Dayo's behind." Dayo felt it. The drag. The heaviness. His arms screamed as they cut through the water. 20 meters. He was still behind. 25. Halfway. This was where doubt lived. His lungs burned. His shoulders begged. His legs wanted to slow. Then his mother's voice came. Back to him. "You are not weak." Then his father's. "Finish it." Dayo didn't speed up. He held. He tightened his form. Shortened his kick. Stopped wasting motion. 30 meters. The gap shrank. 35. Evan noticed. 40 meters. The noise exploded. People were on their feet now. "Dayo, he's coming. Look at him." Pain flooded everything. His vision blurred slightly. His arms felt like stone. But his will didn't move. 45. They were even. The final 5 meters weren't speed. They were decision. Dayo reached. The wall met his hand. Silence for half a second. Then the board lit up. Dayo Adeyemi, USA. Time, 21.34 seconds. Second place medal, silver medal. Evan Mitchell, USA. Time, 21.38 seconds. Luca Moretti, Italy. Time, 21.51 seconds. Keycap for fourth place. Kai Zhang, China. Time, 21.63 seconds. Keycap 5 fifth place. Noah Reynolds, Australia. Time, 21.77 seconds. Keycap 6 sixth place. Thierry Laurent, France. Time, 21.89 seconds. Keycap 7 seventh place. Mateo Alvarez, Spain. Time, 22.01 seconds. Keycap 8 eighth place. Jonas Keller, Germany. Time, 22.14 seconds. Gold. The stadium erupted. Dayo stayed in the water, head down, breathing hard, chest heaving. Evan surfaced beside him, laughing breathlessly. "You're insane," Evan said, tapping the lane rope. "Absolutely insane." Dayo smiled weakly. "You pushed me." They shook hands. Up in the stands, Abisola covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Janet screamed his name until her voice cracked. Jeffrey punched the air. Jaden nodded slowly, pride written all over his face. Valerie hugged Alice. Wayne laughed loudly, clapping. Dayo pulled himself out of the pool, legs shaking, gold secured. 3 races. 3 wins. And the hardest one came last. He fell to the ground looking up to the sky, and the last thing he muttered was, "I made it." Chapter 2:11. After the race. The noise hit Dayo all at once. Applause. Screams. Chants that refused to die down even after the race had long ended. Dayo wins. JD. 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 3 gold. JD. JD to the world. JD the GOAT. JD is him. Bro had done the impossible. Like imagine swimming 3 main event and winning it. Yet it has never been done before. Up JD. Up JD. Dayo lifted his head slowly, still sitting on the bench, chest rising and falling hard. His body felt heavy, like it had been drained and refilled with something unfamiliar. He rolled his shoulders once and let out a breath. Then a shadow fell over him. "Yo, bro." Dayo looked up and saw Evan standing there, hands on his knees, breathing just as hard, sweat dripping from his hairline. His face was tired, but there was a grin on it that refused to leave. "That was crazy," Evan said. "Absolutely crazy." Dayo chuckled weakly. "Yeah, I know." Evan straightened and stared at him. "Nah, forget that. How are you still standing?" Dayo frowned. "What do you mean?" "I was the one who almost passed out," Evan said, shaking his head. "They had to sit me down. You're the one who ran 3 races back-to-back, and you're just here like nothing happened." Dayo laughed quietly. "I fainted too. For a few seconds." Evan blinked. "Wait. Seriously?" "Yeah," Dayo said. "Coach said." My eyes rolled back. Evan burst out laughing. "Man, don't tell me that like it's normal." "It wasn't," Dayo replied. "But I'm here now." Evan slapped his shoulder lightly. "You're insane." Before Dayo could reply, another wave of cheers rolled through the stadium. He turned instinctively, eyes scanning the stands. He wasn't looking for anyone in particular, just reacting to the sound. Then he saw them. His heart skipped. Right there, a few rows up, clustered together, his parents, his siblings, Valerie, Wayne, Alice. All standing, all waving, all shouting his name like they didn't care who was watching. For a second, Dayo forgot where he was. This brought an amazing smile to his face. He stood up quickly, ignoring the protest from his legs, and lifted his hand, waving back. His smile spread without effort, wide and real. Evan followed his gaze. "Wait, is that my family?" Dayo said, disbelief still in his voice. Evan stared. "I thought you said they weren't coming." "So did I," Dayo replied. "I had no idea." They waved harder now. Janet was practically bouncing. Jeffrey had both hands in the air. Abishala had one hand on her chest. Jaden stood tall beside her, smiling calmly. Evan whistled. "That's big." Dayo exhaled slowly. "Yeah." A staff member gestured that athletes needed to move out of the pool area soon. Evan nodded toward the exit. "Come on," Evan said. "Let's go before they kick us out." As they walked, Evan glanced sideways. "My family's here too." Dayo stopped. "Really?" "Yeah," Evan said. "There's somewhere on the other side." Dayo smiled. "Good. Then come with me." "To where?" "To meet my people," Dayo said. "Then we all go out together." Evan hesitated. "You sure?" "Yeah," Dayo said. "We're not doing this separately." Evan smiled. "All right. Let me call them. We'll meet at the restaurant outside the Olympic Village." "Perfect." They reached the exit tunnel, and the noise faded behind them. Dayo stepped out first, and immediately found himself pulled into a tight hug. "Dayo." His mother's voice cracked as she held him. "Mom," Dayo said softly, hugging her back. "You came." Abishala pulled back just enough to look at his face. "Did you think we wouldn't?" "I didn't know," he admitted. "I swear. I felt a bit disappointed when you guys said you wouldn't, so I just let everything go." Abisola smiled. "Silly boy, of course we would come." Jaden stepped forward and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "You did well, son." Dayo nodded. "Thank you, Dad." Janet rushed in next, throwing her arms around his waist. "You were flying." Jeffrey laughed. "Flying?" He wasn't swimming. He was running on water. Dayo shook his head. "You guys surprised me." "That was the plan," Valerie said, smiling as she stepped closer. "We wanted to see your face." Wayne folded his arms. "Worth it," Alice added. The entire section was screaming your name. Dayo rubbed the back of his neck. "I heard something." I just didn't think it was you. Abishala held his face gently. Are you okay? I'm tired, Dayo said honestly. But I'm fine. Jaden nodded. You pushed your body hard today. I had to. Janet frowned. They didn't even give you rest. Jeffrey added. The crowd was angry for you. Wayne smirked. I heard a guy behind us say the organizers were mad. Dayo chuckled. It felt like it. Evan cleared his throat. Hi. Everyone turned. Oh, Abishala said warmly. You must be Evan. Yes, ma'am, Evan replied. It's nice to finally meet you. You swam well, Jaden said. Thank you, sir. Dayo clapped his hands once. All right, let's go somewhere quieter. We'll talk properly. They moved together, laughter and conversation overlapping as they walked. So, Valerie said, 3 gold medals. Dayo sighed. Don't start. Wayne laughed. You can't stop it now. Alice added, the internet is already going crazy. Dayo groaned. Please don't tell me. Janet grinned. Too late. Jeffrey leaned in. People are calling you JD the GOAT. Dayo shook his head. I hate that nickname. No, you don't, Evan said. Dayo smiled. Okay, maybe a little. They reached the parking area where cars waited. Evan checked. His phone. My family will meet us at the restaurant. Good, Dayo said. We'll all eat together. Abishala smiled. You need food. And sleep, Jaden added. Dayo laughed. Both. As they climbed into the car, Abishala squeezed his hand. We're proud of you, she said quietly. Dayo looked at her, emotion rising suddenly in his chest. That means everything. She smiled. This isn't the end. No, Dayo agreed. It's just the beginning. The car pulled away, leaving the stadium lights behind, but the noise, the pride, and the weight of the day stayed with them all. Chapter 212, 3 Gold. Due to some reasons, the award ceremony was shifted to the next day, so Dayo's family and Evan's family used this time to tour the little they could with the remaining time. And after going to their different hotel, Dayo found it hard to sleep. After all, he had just won not 1, but 3 Olympic medals, and they were all gold. After a long while, exhaustion took its place, and he slept. The next day, after doing everything, it was time. The podium. The stadium did not calm down after the races. If anything, it grew louder. By the time officials began arranging the podium, the atmosphere had shifted completely. This was no longer just about competition. Everyone in the arena knew something historic had happened. Not rumors. Not speculation. It had already happened. 3 races. 3 finals. 3 wins. This has never been done before. The highest they has been achieved was 2 of the sprint and swimming, which were 50 and 100 meters. So Dayo's was the first ever both in this world and is old. The announcement came through the speakers, firm and formal, cutting through the noise. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the medal ceremonies for the men's freestyle events. Dayo stood with the other athletes near the waiting area, a towel draped over his shoulders. His body had finally started to cool down, and with that came the ache. His legs felt heavy. His arms felt stiff. But his mind was alert, too alert. Coach Richard stood beside him, arms folded, eyes locked on the podium. Breathe, the coach said quietly. You've already done the hard part. Dayo nodded, though his chest still felt tight. In the stands, his family leaned forward. Janet sat on the edge of her seat, gripping her mother's hand. Jeffrey had his arms crossed, but his foot tapped nonstop. Abishala watched without blinking. Jaden's posture was calm, but his jaw was tight. They were all waiting. The first announcement came. We begin with the men's 100 meters freestyle medal ceremony. A murmur spread across the stadium. Dayo straightened slightly. He hadn't even had time to process the race itself. It had been fast, clean, controlled. He remembered touching the wall, lifting his head, and seeing his name at the top of the board. Everything after that had blurred. Now it was real. The bronze medal goes to. Applause followed as the third-place swimmer stepped forward. The silver medal goes to. More applause. More cheers. Then the pause. And the gold medal goes to Dayo Jason Dayo, United States of America. The sound that followed was overwhelming. Not just cheers, shouts, screams, whistles, flags waving, cameras flashing from every angle. Dayo took a step forward, then another. As he walked toward the podium, he felt something unexpected. His hands were shaking. He climbed the steps and took his place at the center, standing taller as the medal was placed around his neck. The weight of it rested against his chest, cool at first, then warming against his skin. The anthem played. Dayo stared ahead, jaw set, eyes focused. He didn't smile yet. This one felt heavy, not because it was his first medal, but because it confirmed something. This wasn't a fluke. From the stands, Abishala pressed her hand to her mouth. "That's one," Janet whispered. Jaden nodded. "Broy's so cool." Janet giggled. He look at him posing so high. She took out her phone and captured the moment. When the ceremony ended, Dayo stepped down, returning to the waiting area. Coach Richard met him immediately. "One down," the coach said. "Two to go." Dayo exhaled slowly. "Yeah." The officials moved efficiently. There was no long delay. The crowd stayed engaged, buzzing with anticipation. Next, the medal ceremony for the men's 200 meters freestyle. This one carried a different weight. Everyone remembered that race. It had been harder, slower, more brutal. Dayo had looked strained in the final stretch. He had pushed through on instinct alone. The bronze medalist was announced. Then silver. When the gold was called, his name again, the reaction was louder than before. This time, Dayo closed his eyes briefly before stepping forward. As he climbed the podium, he felt the fatigue more clearly now. The medal was placed around his neck, joining the first. 2 medals rested against his chest. 2. He stood through the anthem again, posture strong, breathing controlled. In the stands, Jeffrey leaned back and shook his head. "This is crazy," he muttered. Wayne glanced around. "People are realizing it now." Valerie nodded. "This isn't normal." When Dayo returned, Coach Richard placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Listen to me," he said quietly. "What's coming next? That's the one everyone will remember." Dayo swallowed. He knew. The officials took longer before the final announcement. The crowd sensed it too. The noise softened, not because people were losing interest, but because they were focusing. Finally, the announcer said, "The medal ceremony for the men's 50 meters freestyle." A ripple moved through the stadium. This was the sprint. The fastest race. The one that defined speed. Dayo felt his throat tighten. This was the race that had nearly broken him that day. The one he had entered exhausted. The one everyone thought would be too much. He looked up at the big screen. His name was still there. First, the bronze medal was announced. The silver medal followed, which was Evan. He fist bump with Dayo, which earned a hail from the crowd as they knew how close the race was. Then the pause came, longer than before, and the gold medal. The announcer stopped. The crowd leaned in. "Goes to Dayo Jason Dayo, United States of America." The stadium exploded. This time, the reaction was different. People stood. People screamed. Some laughed. Some simply stared at the screen, shaking their heads. Dayo didn't move immediately. For a moment, he just stood there. Then he stepped forward. As he climbed the podium for the 3rd time, something shifted inside him. His chest tightened, and his vision blurred slightly. When the medal was placed around his neck, joining the other 2, the weight felt overwhelming. 3. He stood at the center again, but this time, his composure cracked. As the anthem played, Dayo lowered his head. His shoulders shook once. Then again. From the stands, Abishala's eyes filled with tears. "That's my son," she whispered. Janet clapped through her tears. Jeffrey didn't hide his grin. Jaden stood, hands clasped, pride written plainly on his face. When the anthem ended, Dayo lifted his head, eyes red but steady. He looked out into the crowd, and his gaze found his family. They were standing. All of them. He pressed his fist lightly to his chest. The moment passed quickly. Officials guided the athletes. Down. Cameras followed him from every angle, but no one stopped him yet. No questions. No microphones. Just space. Back in the athlete area, Dayo sat down slowly, medals resting against his chest. Coach Richard crouched in front of him. 3, the coach said quietly. Dayo nodded. 3. No one has ever done this, Richard added. Dayo let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. I know. The noise from the stadium still echoed, but inside, there was a strange calm. The medals were real. The history was real. And this was only the beginning. Dayo placed the 3 medals on his coach. Coach, you deserve this. Chapter 213. After receiving Medal 1, Dayo placed the 3 medals on his coach. Coach, you deserve this. Richard looked shocked at first. Then he smiled and hugged Dayo. You have done more for me than anyone has done in a long time. Richard said with tears hanging in his eyes. Oh, Dayo, let's go and talk to the press now. Yes. They both moved towards the path where the reporters were. The moment the reporters saw Dayo, they swarmed him like they smelled blood. They rushed Dayo and placed the microphone in from OT Dayo and started asking him questions without giving him a breathing space. The moment Dayo and Coach Richard stepped into the press corridor, the noise doubled. Flashes exploded in their faces. Microphones shot forward from every direction, nearly colliding with one another as reporters surged. Closer, their voices overlapping into a chaotic roar. Dayo, over here. Jason Dayo, how does it feel? 3 gold medals. 3 sprint events. Is this the greatest Olympic swimming performance of all time? 2 months ago, you weren't even a competitive swimmer. Dayo, look here. For a moment, it felt less like a press conference and more like a feeding frenzy. Dayo stopped walking. Coach Richard instinctively moved half a step in front of him, his hand lifting slightly, trying to create space. But Dayo gently touched his coach's arm, signaling that it was fine. The microphones were inches from his face now. Questions kept coming. Fast, loud, relentless. How does it feel to make history? How does it feel to win the 50-meter, 100m, and 200-meter freestyle, something no one has ever done before? Do you realize no swimmer in Olympic history has ever won all 3 sprint freestyles in a single games? Is this the greatest debut in Olympic swimming history? Dayo, talk to us. Dayo didn't say a word. He stood there, chest rising and falling slowly, his face calm but unreadable. His eyes moved from one reporter to another, taking in the frenzy without reacting to it. The silence stretched. 1 second. 2. 3. The reporters slowly realized he wasn't going to shout over them. The noise began to die down. Someone at the back raised a hand. All right, a senior reporter said loudly. Let's slow this down. The crowd shifted. Microphones lowered slightly. The pushing eased. Another reporter nodded. 1 question at a time. There was a brief pause. Then, a woman near the front spoke clearly. Dayo, congratulations. First question, how does it feel to stand here with 3 Olympic gold medals around your neck, knowing you've just done something no swimmer has ever done before? Dayo exhaled softly before answering. It feels unreal, he said. His voice was steady, calm. I don't think it has fully sunk in yet. When you're racing back-to-back like that, you don't really have time to think about history. You're just focused on surviving the next race. A few reporters chuckled. Another microphone moved forward. Dayo, you just mentioned history. The 50m, 100m, and 200-meter freestyle are considered the 3 most demanding sprint events in swimming. Winning all 3, especially in the same Olympics, has never happened before. What does that mean to you? Dayo nodded slowly. I grew up watching these races, he said. I know how special each one is on its own. To win all 3, it's not something I ever imagined would happen like this. I respect the swimmers who came before me. A lot of legends tried. The fact that it happened today, it's humbling. Another reporter jumped in. You started competitive swimming barely 2 months ago. People still don't understand how this is possible. How do you explain this level of performance? Dayo paused, choosing his words carefully. I don't think there's a simple explanation, he said. I trained hard. I listened. I trusted my coach. And I believed I could compete. That's really it. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Another question followed quickly. Dayo, the Olympic schedule today placed your races extremely close together. 100m, then 200m, then the 50m with very little recovery time. How did that affect you physically and mentally? This time, Dayo didn't answer immediately. He glanced briefly at Coach Richard, then back at the reporters. Honestly, he said, it wasn't easy. The crowd leaned in. I don't feel great about how close the races were, Dayo continued. I understand the Olympics are complex. There are many athletes, many events. But when you see an athlete scheduled like that, especially in sprint swimming, it's tough. The body feels everything. A few reporters exchanged looks. But, Dayo added calmly, I'm not here to complain. I showed up. I raced. And I gave everything I had. That balance, firm but respectful, didn't go unnoticed. Another reporter spoke. After the 200m, cameras caught you barely able to stand. Some people thought you might withdraw from the 50m. What was going through your mind in that moment? Dayo gave a small smile. I was tired, he admitted. Really tired. My legs felt heavy. My lungs were burning. But quitting never crossed my mind. I told myself, just one more race. Just one more push. A different voice cut in. Dayo, When you touched the wall in the 50m and realized you had won your third gold medal, what was the first thought in your head? This time, Dayo's expression softened. My family, he said simply. And my coach. Coach Richard's jaw tightened slightly at the mention. Another reporter turned toward the coach. Coach Richard, you've just guided an athlete to one of the most historic Olympic performances ever. How are you feeling right now? Richard cleared his throat before speaking. I'm proud, he said honestly. That's the word. Proud of his discipline. Proud of his courage. Proud of the way he handled pressure. A reporter leaned in. Coach, when did you realize Dayo was capable of something like this? Richard shook his head with a small laugh. You don't ever expect this, he said. You prepare for the best, but this is rare. Chapter 214. After receiving Medal 2. Another reporter shifted direction, turning his microphone toward Coach Richard. Coach, he said, earlier this year, swimming was in serious trouble. After the drug scandal, dozens of athletes were banned, disqualified, or removed from the Olympic scene. Many people believed the swimming events would collapse entirely. Murmurs rippled through the press. You somehow managed to compile a list of new athletes. The reporter continued. And not only that, you qualified more swimmers than the previous Olympic trials. You once said someone helped you make those decisions. You promised to reveal who it was. Coach Richard nodded. Slowly. Yes, he said. I did. The reporters leaned in. So, another voice pressed. Who helped you? You said you would tell us the person after the Olympics. So we are all curious who that person is who assisted you. The reporters all looked at Richard, waiting eagerly for him. Richard turned slightly and gestured toward Dayo. Him, he said. For a moment, the press corridor froze. Dayo, someone repeated. A wave of disbelief swept through the reporters. Wait, Dayo. You mean this Dayo? The same Dayo? Microphones immediately swung back toward him. Is that true? Dayo, did you actually help select Olympic swimmers? How is that even possible? Dayo blinked, clearly not expecting the attention to swing back so sharply. He glanced at Coach Richard. Coach, he said quietly. Richard gave a small nod. Tell them. Dayo exhaled. I didn't select people, he said calmly. I just helped analyze. Analyze what? A reporter asked quickly. Performance patterns, Dayo replied. Past trials. Recovery times. Stress responses. Some athletes failed drug tests, but the system still needed replacements. I just looked at who could realistically survive the Olympic schedule. Another reporter frowned. But you weren't a professional swimmer then, and you ate no coach even. I was an athlete. Then I saw some athlete who I felt had potential. Dayo said evenly. I understand body language and how to identify a few things people can't. It wasn't about fame. It was about who could endure. The crowd buzzed louder. So you helped rebuild the Olympic swimming roster, someone said, stunned, and you won 3 gold medals? I didn't rebuild anything alone, Dayo corrected. Coach Richard made the final decisions. A reporter turned back to Richard. Coach, you trusted an unproven swimmer with something this important. Richard didn't hesitate. Yes, he said, because he saw things others didn't. The microphones shifted again. Dayo, another reporter said. Does that mean you were analyzing Olympic-level athletes before you ever raced at the Olympics yourself? Dayo nodded once. Yes. A silence followed, thick, heavy. Then someone muttered, That's insane. Another voice followed. That's unprecedented. Coach Richard placed a hand lightly on Dayo's shoulder. This, Richard said, is why I trusted him. The reporters wanted to continue asking questions, but Dayo and Richard felt they had answered enough, and they moved. Coach Richard smiled at Dayo. All right, Dayo, go and meet your family. I have other things to do. All right, coach. Oh, wait, Richard said as he placed the gold medals on his neck. Good go now. Dayo stepped away from the noise of the media zone, his ears still ringing from flashes, questions, and cameras. The further he walked, the quieter it became, until he reached the section where his people were waiting. The moment Janet saw him, she screamed. Dayo. She didn't wait for security or space. She ran straight at him. Dayo barely had time to open his arms before she crashed into his chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Oh my God! Oh my God! She kept repeating, laughing and almost crying at the same time. You actually did it. You actually did it. Dayo laughed, holding her steady. Careful, Janet. You're going to knock me over. She pulled back just enough to look at him, eyes shining. Knock you over? After what you just did in that pool? Never. Then her eyes dropped immediately to his chest. Wait. She pointed. Give me that. Give you what? Dayo asked, already knowing. The medals, she said quickly. Let me see them. All of them. Before he could respond, she reached up and touched one gently, like she was afraid it might disappear. Jeffrey stepped in next, grinning widely. Bro, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. 3 golds. You're not human. I didn't believe it before when you raced, but now seeing the gold, crazy. They clasped hands, pulling each other into their familiar signature handshake. One quick grip, a twist, then a pull-in shoulder bump. Dayo laughed. You're still doing that handshake? Jeffrey scoffed. We're never stopping that. Ever. They separated, both smiling. You good? Jeffrey asked, lowering his voice slightly. Dayo nodded. I'm good. Tired, but good. Jeffrey glanced at the medals again. Worth it. Before Dayo could reply, Alice and Wayne approached together. Alice hugged him carefully, her voice warm. We are so proud of you. You have no idea. Wayne nodded beside her. History, man. You didn't just win, you changed something. Dayo smiled softly. Thank you. Both of you. Then Abishala stepped forward. The moment Dayo saw his mother's face, something in him shifted. She didn't rush. She didn't shout. She simply opened her arms. Dayo walked into them. She held him tightly, pressing her forehead against his shoulder. My son, she whispered. You worked so hard. Dayo closed his eyes for a moment. I did it. Yes, she said, pulling back just enough to look at him. You did. Jason stood beside her, his expression calm but his eyes full. Jason placed a hand on Dayo's shoulder. You carried yourself well out there. Dayo nodded. I kept hearing your voice in my head. Jason smiled faintly. Good. Janet suddenly cleared her throat dramatically. Okay, she said. Before this turns into a family movie, I still haven't properly held the medals. Dayo chuckled. He reached up, unclasped the ribbons carefully, and held all 3 in his hands for a moment. Then, without saying anything, he stepped closer to his parents. He placed 2 medals gently around Abishala's neck. Her eyes widened. Dayo, and this one, he said quietly, turning to Jason, is for you. He placed the last medal in his father's hands. Jason froze. For a second, he said nothing. Then his grip tightened around the medal. You don't have to. Jason started. I want to, Dayo said. I couldn't have done this without you both. Abishala's eyes filled with tears. She touched the medals like they were fragile. This is too much, she whispered. No, Janet said softly, smiling. It's perfect. Jeffrey nodded. Yeah, it's right. Alice lifted her phone instinctively. We need a picture. Wayne laughed. Absolutely. They gathered closer, parents in the center, Dayo beside them, Janet and Jeffrey flanking, Alice, Valari, and Wayne just behind. Abishala wiped her eyes quickly. Wait, let me look decent. Dayo laughed. You look fine, Mom. Jason straightened slightly. Everyone ready? The camera clicked. Then again. When it was done, Abishala hugged Dayo once more, tighter than before. We surprised you, she said softly. Dayo smiled. Best surprise of my life. Jason placed a hand on his back. We'll talk more later. Dayo nodded. I'll come find you after everything settles. Janet grinned. We're not going anywhere. Jeffrey added, You're stuck with us. Dayo looked at all of them, his family, his people, and for the first time since the races ended, his breathing finally slowed. Good, he said. I want you here. And they stayed like that a moment longer, laughing, talking quietly, holding on to something that felt bigger than medals. Chapter 215. Unexpected Visitor? Dayo was seated in the front of a boat with his family scattered around him, Jeffrey scrolling through his phone, Janet half lying across a couch with snacks, Abishala speaking quietly with Jason, while Alice and Valerie argued softly about where to eat dinner, and Wayne sleeping. It was one of those rare calm moments that came after chaos, after medals, after cameras. Dayo had rented a boat for them. After all, it was not every day you get to go to Paris. Plus, he was a billionaire, and it caused nothing, and seeing all of them happy made him smile. Then his phone buzzed. Dayo glanced at the screen. Richard. He frowned slightly, and stood up, moving a few steps away. Coach, he said, answering. Where are you right now? Richard asked, his voice steady. On a boat we rented. With my family. Good. I won't take long. Dayo leaned against the railing overlooking the lobby. What's up? There was a brief pause on the other end. I heard you were planning to leave Paris soon. Dayo nodded instinctively, even though Richard couldn't see him. Yeah, a few days more, then back to the States. We've done what we came here to do. Richard hummed. I think you should stay. That made Dayo straighten. Stay? Till when? Till the end of the Olympics. Dayo let out a small laugh. Coach, that's another week. There's no reason for me to still be around. My events are done. I know. Then why? Another pause. Longer this time. Just stay, Richard said. Trust me. Dayo exhaled slowly. Is this about something specific? No, not directly. That's not an answer. Coach. Richard chuckled faintly. It's the only one I'm giving. Dayo glanced back at his family. Janet was laughing now, probably teasing Jeffrey about something. His parents looked relaxed. Safe. I don't like vague, Dayo said. I know, Richard replied. But sometimes vague is necessary. Silence settled between them. Finally, Dayo said, all right, we'll stay. Good. But if this turns out to be nothing, it won't. Richard hung up before Dayo could say anything else. Dayo stared at the phone for a moment, then slipped it back into his pocket. He looked around and said, Cannonball, and dive into the water, making his whole family laugh. Then Jeffrey dived inside too. Olympic Committee headquarters, Paris. The room was quiet, but tense. A long glass table sat at the center, surrounded by men and women who carried influence without needing to announce it. Screens lined the walls, displaying names, statistics, medal counts, and archived footage. This is getting circular, one man said, rubbing his temple. We need direction. We need logic, another countered. Not emotion. Diana leaned forward, folding her hands. Logic is exactly why we're here. On the screen behind her, a name was highlighted. Jason Dayo. 3 gold medals blinked beside it. 50-meter freestyle, gold. 100-meter freestyle, gold. 200-meter freestyle, gold. 3 sprint events, Diana continued. All won by the same athlete. Back to back. No rest window. No precedent. We all saw it. Happened something that has never been achieved before, not to talk about the amount of stress he was in. A woman across the table scoffed lightly. Others have won more medals. Yes, Diana replied calmly. But not these 3. A man beside her tapped his tablet. Historically, no swimmer has swept the 50, 100, and 200 freestyle in a single Olympic Games. Ever. Still, another voice cut in. This award isn't about records alone. It's about overall contribution. Diana nodded. Then let's talk about contribution. She gestured to the screen. It changed. Clips played. Coach Richard speaking at a press conference. Footage from earlier in the year. After the drug scandal, we were shorthanded. We had to rebuild fast. Dayo helped identify athletes with clean records and untapped potential. Without him, half of this roster wouldn't be here, and as you can see, we achieved a record never done before by the swimming team. We broke every record. Murmurs spread across the table. One of the older committee members frowned. You're telling me an athlete helped assemble the team? Yes, Diana said. And because of that, the U.S. swimming team exceeded its projected medal count. A chart appeared. Previous Olympic average. Gold 8. Silver 6. Bronze 5. Current projection. Gold 13. Silver 9. Bronze 7. That's not coincidence, Diana said. Another man leaned back in his chair. But isn't this award meant to recognize performance within competition, not behind-the-scenes influence? And why can't it be both? Diana shot back. A woman on the far end spoke up. There's also the issue of time. Dayo only started competitive swimming 2 months ago. That's exactly why this matters, Diana replied. It challenges everything we think we know about limits. The room fell quiet again. Finally, the chairman raised a hand. Enough. Everyone looked at him. We are not deciding today, he said firmly. This discussion remains internal. We revisit after the closing events. Diana didn't argue. She only nodded. But as the screen dimmed, Dayo's name lingered in the air. Later that evening, Athlete Village. After Dayo and his family came back from the boat, Dayo got a call from someone and decided to see the person. Dayo walked through the quieter section of the village when he spotted her. Suine. She was sitting on a low wall, legs crossed, hair pulled back loosely, watching people pass like she had nowhere urgent to be. When she saw him, she smiled. You survived, she said. Barely, Dayo replied, stopping in front of her. You're done competing, right? She nodded. Finished yesterday. No more nerves. Must feel strange. It does, she admitted. You? I don't know how to stop moving yet. She laughed softly. Figures. They talked as they walked, nothing heavy. Teasing. Casual. Easy. At one point she glanced at him sideways. You know, for someone who just rewrote Olympic history, you're surprisingly normal. That's the nicest insult I've heard today. Haha, yeah. She said with a cute smile. Dayo smiled at this. He looked ahead and saw he was already arriving at his hotel. She stopped walking. Come over. Dayo hesitated only a second. All right. Dayo's room. The door closed behind them. The room was quiet, warm, dimly lit. She kicked off her shoes, turning to face him. You're tense, she said. Long day. She stepped closer. Then relax. Their faces were inches apart. And then, knock, knock. Dayo froze. He frowned. Who's there? A voice answered from the other side. Dayo, it's me. His breath caught. He knew that voice. The moment shattered into stillness. And the door remained closed. Chapter 216, Wild Night? Alice. There was no doubt about it. Dayo recognized her voice instantly. Still, a question lingered in his mind. Why? He smirked lightly at himself, as if pretending he didn't already know the answer, then let out a quiet sigh. Turning towards Suine, he said calmly, I'll be right back. Let me see who it is. Taking a deep breath, Dayo walked to the door and opened it, positioning his body in a way that blocked the entrance. Alice stood there. She had changed from what she wore earlier. Now she was dressed in a red, slim-fitted gown that hugged her curves perfectly. One glance was enough for Dayo to tell she was wearing nothing underneath. He hid his reaction well. With a faint smirk, he asked, Alice, to what do I owe this visit? Alice narrowed her eyes slightly. She hadn't expected that response. From the look in Dayo's eyes, she knew he understood exactly why she was there. His act only amused her more. A slow smile curved her lips as she stepped closer, her voice soft and deliberate. Don't tell me you don't like what you see. As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, making sure her cleavage was impossible to miss. Before Dayo could reply, a voice came from inside the room. Dayo, is everything all right outside? Suine's voice carried a faint hint of jealousy. It was clear she had seen enough to understand what was happening. Alice paused, surprised, then glanced at Dayo, silently prompting him to explain. Dayo sighed and stepped aside, opening the door fully. Come in. Alice walked into the room, and her gaze immediately landed on Suine, who was barely dressed. Alice froze. Suine froze. Dayo blinked in surprise as well. He hadn't expected things to look like this when he opened the door. She wasn't like this a moment ago, he thought. Women and jealousy. Breaking the silence, Dayo cleared his throat. Alice, this is Suine, a Chinese gymnast. Suine, this is Alice, my colleague and part of my management team at the label. The two women looked at Dayo at the same time. Dayo raised his hand slightly and shrugged before walking over to sit down. You two figure it out. I'm not getting dragged into this. Suine glanced at Alice and felt a sudden wave of insecurity. Alice's figure was mature, confident, and her chest was overwhelming in comparison. Meanwhile, Alice studied Suine's youthful face and smooth skin, feeling, just for a brief moment, the subtle reminder that time was passing. Silence stretched between them. 1 minute. 2. 5. Suine couldn't take it anymore. She was practically half naked in front of people she barely knew, and the reason she came hadn't even been achieved. From the look of things, this Alice had no intention of leaving. She reached for her bag, ready to leave. Just as her fingers touched it, a soft hand gently held her wrist. Suine looked up. Alice was smiling, not mocking, not hostile, but warm and mature. You don't have to leave, Alice said gently. Sit down. Let me get to know you. Suine was caught off guard. She had assumed Alice was Dayo's girlfriend, but from their interaction, it didn't seem that way. She could already tell Dayo wasn't exactly the good man type, and honestly, she didn't mind. After all the way Dayo approached her, and her friends said it all, she wanted Dayo. What made things awkward was Alice's presence, and Dayo's complete lack of involvement. I feel like you and Dayo have something to talk about, Suine said hesitantly. So maybe it's better if I leave, right? Alice shook her head with a smile. There's no need for that. We can just talk. And so they did. They talked about simple things, likes, dislikes, where they came from, how they met Dayo. Slowly, The tension faded. The conversation flowed. The atmosphere loosened. Dayo watched quietly, amused. He ordered champagne. They drank. Laughter followed. Restraint faded. By the time they checked the clock, it was already late. They decided to stay. Together. And then, boom. The night exploded like thunder and lightning striking at once. Rain poured relentlessly, crashing from every direction. It was a night that revealed the full force of Dayo. Asterisk. Suine stirred first. She turned slowly, eyes blinking open, her body stiff for a moment as reality returned in fragments. The unfamiliar room. The sheets. The silence. Her gaze moved cautiously, then froze when she noticed Alice on the other side of the bed. For a second, no one spoke. Alice woke next, rubbing her eyes lazily, then stopped when she felt the weight of the moment settle in. She glanced at Suine, who still hadn't moved. The embarrassment came quietly. No panic, no scrambling, just a shared, awkward awareness. Suine was the first to sit up, pulling the sheet closer around herself. Her cheeks flushed, not from shame exactly, but from unfamiliarity. She was reserved by nature, disciplined, raised with restraint. Last night felt distant now, like something that belonged to another version of her. Alice noticed. She exhaled softly and leaned back against the headboard, arms crossed loosely, studying the ceiling. Well, she said finally, her voice calm but amused. That happened. Suine let out a small, breathless laugh before she could stop herself. She covered her mouth instinctively, then lowered her hand when she realized how unnecessary the gesture was. I don't normally. She began, then paused, searching for the right words. I don't act like that. Alice turned her head and smiled. Not teasing, not judgmental, just understanding. Neither do I, she replied. At least, not without thinking it through. Their eyes met. Something cracked. They both laughed, quietly at first, then more freely. The tension eased, replaced by something lighter. Not regret, just reflection. Then a calm breeze blew in, and the window curtain flowed with it, getting the attention of the duo. That's when they noticed it. A table filled with covered plates and different aromas was already sipping out. Suine blinked. Food. Alice leaned forward, curious now. He ordered. Suine stood, wrapping herself properly this time, and approached the table cautiously. She lifted one lid and froze. This is my favorite, she said softly. Traditional Chinese breakfast, exactly how she liked it. She remembered just telling Dayo, but never imagined that he would get it for her this morning. The act stirred a weird feeling in her heart. Alice opened another container and laughed. And this is mine. He ordered all this before we woke up? She looked a bit taken aback. Suine stared at the food for a moment longer, then sat down slowly and muttered, You didn't have to do that, Dayo. Alice shook her head, amused. You're unbelievable. They ate in silence for a while. Comfortable this time. Then Alice paused mid-bite, her expression shifting, not playful now, but thoughtful. Suine, she said carefully, did he call you? Suine looked up. Call me. Yesterday. Alice continued. Before you came here. Suine hesitated. Yes. Alice nodded slowly, as if confirming something she already knew. She stared at her food, then spoke again, quieter. Alice leaned back, trying to piece everything that had happened together, and she came up with one conclusion. That this wasn't a coincidence, Alice muttered. You didn't just show up. And neither did I. She remembered the eyes she gave Dayo yesterday, as she had been giving him such eyes for a long while. And the moment Dayo reciprocated it meant that he wanted her to come over. So what was the possibility that she and Suine just both came at the same time? So he knew. From the beginning, Alice muttered. This boy is getting Kerner by the minute. Alice scoffed. While eating, Alice looked at Suine. Did you expect this to happen when he called you? No. And you? She asked, turning to Alice. You didn't mind? Alice shrugged. Last night was intense. Unexpected. But. She paused. I enjoyed it. Suine nodded slowly. Me too. They exchanged a look as they felt something they never experienced. The room settled into quiet again. Not awkward. Not heavy. Just real. Eventually, Suine stood. I should get ready. Training later. Alice nodded. I have somewhere to go. They both moved around the room, gathering their things. With no rush. Before leaving, Suine stopped by the door and turned back. Last night was crazy, she said honestly. But I don't regret it. Alice smiled. Neither do I. Chapter 217, Olympic Order. After everything that had happened, Dayo decided to spend the next few days with his family. They went out together, simple places, quiet places. Restaurants, parks, late-night walks, laughter without pressure. No cameras, no expectations. Just family. For Dayo, it felt grounding. They spent time together doing everything families do, and since they were in Paris, the sightseeing made it even better. There were a few moments when Dayo was recognized, but it was quickly handled. He had learned his lesson about moving without proper security, so they simply kept their distance and enjoyed their time. Alice, Wayne, and Valerie didn't stay long. They had work waiting for them, meetings to attend, calls they couldn't ignore. At the airport, they exchanged brief hugs and handshakes. "Don't disappear," Wayne said. Alice smiled lightly and winked at Dayo. "We'll talk." Valerie waved as they walked toward the gate. Dayo stood there until they disappeared into the crowd, then turned back to his family. This was one of the rare times he truly got to spend with them, and he was grateful. He made sure to use every moment well. That night was quiet. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, Dayo and his brother Jeffrey sat down to play PS5, with Dayo completely dominating the game. Jeffrey sulked. "You're such a cruel brother. You didn't even let me win one game." Dayo laughed and ruffled Jeffrey's hair just as his phone rang. It was Richard. "Be at the Olympic Stadium tomorrow," Richard said. Dayo frowned. "Coach, what is this about? Talk to me." There was a pause on the line. "I don't know," Richard replied. "Just be there. Leave the rest to me. Trust me." Dayo sighed. "All right. No problem." He was puzzled by the call, but he didn't push it. The Olympics were ending soon anyway, and he and his parents had other plans afterward. The next day, Dayo arrived at the stadium with his family. The atmosphere felt different, not like a competition, not like training. Officials were present. Cameras were set up. Athletes, coaches, and representatives filled the seats. Although the Olympics were nearing their end, the energy hadn't faded. The crowd was still buzzing, with a few events wrapping up. Dayo watched and cheered alongside his family. Eventually, all competitions concluded, and the closing ceremony began. Athletes were asked to parade once again, but this time Dayo chose to remain in the audience with his family. Watching from above, he was amazed by how colorful and grand everything looked. Soon, the IOC president and other dignitaries took their seats on the stage. The Paris national anthem played as the national flag was raised. Then the Olympic hymn followed as the Olympic flag, raised at the beginning of the Games, was slowly lowered. The flag was passed from the city's mayor to the IOC president, a tradition that left Dayo and his entire family completely captivated. Then came the anticipated moment, the extinguishing of the Olympic flame, symbolizing the official end of the Games. As Dayo took it all in, one question still lingered in his mind. Why did Coach Richard ask me to come? It was almost as if the host read his thoughts. And now, the host announced, the Olympic Order will be presented by the president of Paris. The crowd erupted into applause as the president stepped onto the stage. "This award is one of the most prestigious honors," the president said, "and today, it is awarded to Jason Dayo." Dayo froze. "Me," he whispered. Applause thundered through the stadium. He stood slowly, confusion still written on his face, a faint smile forming as he walked forward. The president continued. "Jason Dayo represents the true spirit of the Olympic Games. In less than 3 months, he transitioned into competitive swimming and achieved what many lifelong athletes could not. Against expectations, against time, and against history itself, he claimed gold medals in all 3 sprint swimming events: the 50 meters, 100 meters, and 200 meters freestyle. This achievement has never been accomplished by a single athlete in one Olympic Games. But his contribution did not end in the pool. Beyond his personal victories, Jason Dayo played a key role in supporting the current head coach of the national swimming team in identifying and preparing athletes for competition, contributing directly to one of the most successful Olympic swimming campaigns in the nation's history. Jason Dayo stands as proof that excellence is not defined by time spent, but by dedication, discipline, and belief. His journey is an inspiration not only to athletes, but to anyone who dares to pursue greatness. The hall exploded with applause. Dayo was handed the microphone. He paused, took a breath, and looked around. "I honestly didn't expect this," he said. "When I came here, My only goal was to compete and give everything I had. Standing here today is something I never imagined." He glanced toward the stands. "I want to thank my coach, Coach Richard. Without your belief, guidance, and patience, none of this would have been possible. You trusted me when there was no reason to, and you pushed me when I needed it most." He then turned to his family. "And to my family, thank you. You are my foundation. Every sacrifice, every word of encouragement, every moment you stood by me gave me the strength to keep going. Everything I am here today is because of you." Dayo looked back at the officials. "This honor means more to me than I can put into words. Thank you for believing in me. I'll continue to give my best, not just for myself, but for everyone who believed in this journey." The applause continued long after he stepped down. Afterward, his family surrounded him. "Do you even understand how big this is?" his father said, staring at the medal with pride shining in his eyes. "For someone competing in the Olympics for the first time?" Jeffrey added, "This is crazy." Dayo looked around and finally spotted Coach Richard. He gave him a small bow. Richard pointed at him. "You deserve it. You were part of this, weren't you?" Dayo asked. Richard hesitated. "We're still working on a few things. That's why I told you to hang around." "But," Diana pushed your name hard. "Diana?" Dayo raised an eyebrow. "She wants to meet you too," Richard said. Dayo smiled. "Then I'd like to meet her." "No problem," Richard replied. Dayo turned back to his family and saw his siblings already arguing over who would get to hold the medal first. A warm smile spread across his face. Chapter 218. News outlets in frenzy. The news didn't take long to cross borders. In fact, it barely took minutes. Before the Olympic closing ceremony had fully ended, before the applause had completely died down, the global media had already caught fire. This was unexpected, and they were already on it. For the press, this was not just news. It was unmissable. A man who started competitive swimming less than 3 months ago. A man who entered the Olympics for the first time. A man who won 3 gold medals in the 50m, 100m, and 200-meter freestyle, the 3 most demanding sprint events in swimming history. No one had ever done it before. This history couldn't go unreported. And as if that wasn't enough, the same man was now credited for helping restructure a broken national swimming team into one of the most successful Olympic campaigns the country had ever recorded. It was impossible to ignore. By morning, every major media outlet in the world had cleared its front page. There was only one name that mattered: Jason Dayo. Headlines flood the nation. BBC, breaking news. Jason Dayo makes Olympic history, 3 sprint golds in first appearance. In over a century of Olympic swimming, no athlete has ever claimed gold in the 50-meter, 100m, and 200-meter freestyle events in a single Olympic Games, until now. Jason Dayo, a first-time Olympian who began competitive swimming less than 3 months ago, has shattered that barrier. JNN, Jindistan News Network. From beginner to legend, how Jason Dayo redefined Olympic swimming. Experts are struggling to find comparisons. Analysts are calling it statistically impossible. Former Olympic champions are calling it unreal. Jason Dayo's Olympic performance has forced the sporting world to rewrite expectations. Al Jazeera Sports. A sporting anomaly or a once-in-a-century athlete? Jason Dayo's rise is unprecedented. His physiological data, training history, and performance metrics defy conventional progression models. Yet every test, every review, every analysis confirms the same result: clean, legal, and historic. Global Sports Tribune. 3 golds. 1 debut. 0 precedent. If this is Jason Dayo's first Olympics, the question the world is now asking is terrifyingly simple. What will he do at the next one? Soundwave Entertainment. The artist who conquered the pool, Jason Dayo's dual legacy. Already a global music icon before his athletic rise, Jason Dayo now stands at the intersection of art and sport, dominating both worlds without compromising either. Vibe culture. Singer. Athlete. History maker. Jason Dayo has achieved something that transcends sport. He has become culture. E-News. Dayo, who held the world record for the most sold albums, just added another title to his collection. The first ever athlete to win gold medals in all 3 sprint events of the Olympics. Remember the name, Jason Dayo. Few sports analysts could find words for Dayo's achievement. Former swimmers, coaches, and commentators were pulled into emergency panels across television networks. "I trained my entire life for one of those events," one former Olympic gold medalist said on live TV. "He won all three in his first games. That's not normal." Another analyst added, "Even if you remove the medals, his impact on the national swimming team alone would be historic. Combined, this is unprecedented." A retired coach said, "I find it amazing that he was able to achieve all of this in his first Olympic run, winning all three medals in the Olympic order. It might not be repeated for 30 to 40 years." As expected, a few voices tried to stir controversy, claiming Dayo had used drugs. This guy has to be using. How can he start competing less than 3 months ago and win something nobody has in a century? Yeah, do people not find it odd? Athletes spend more than 20 years, and some never even win a gold. And Dayo did 3 in the most competitive sprints of swimming. Dream on. This has to be some new drug that agencies can't detect. I'm 100% sure of it. But they didn't last long. Every major network confirmed the same thing. Multiple pre-competition tests, randomized in-competition testing, post-event biological passport reviews, independent international verification. All negative. All clean. Social media reacted immediately. Where are the people saying he's using now? They tested him more times than anyone else. This man literally campaigns against doping. Check his history. You can't fake this. Let them cry all they want. Dayo is the GOAT. JD for life. Attempts to question his legitimacy were drowned out within hours, not by the media, but by the people. Dayo's fans had long stood by him, even when accusations arose. Anyone daring to speak against him was met with immediate backlash. Some called the fans toxic, but neither the fans nor Dayo cared. Fans celebrated online. This is insane. He just made history. 3 gold medals in sprint swimming on his first try. Imagine his second Olympics. We are watching the beginning of something scary. Videos surfaced of fans celebrating in public spaces, waving flags, replaying races on large screens, shouting his name. Swimming pools reported sudden spikes in registration. Children asked their parents for swimming lessons. Coaches reported renewed interest overnight. As the frenzy continued, a new question began trending. Not about swimming, not about medals, but about music. Now that the Olympics are done, when are we getting new music? It's been years since the last album. I loved his last release, but we need more. Please don't disappear again. Dayo, please, I am on my knees, give me something. JD, am lacking vitamin U. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Even after conquering the Olympics, the world still wanted Jason Dayo the artist. By the end of the day, one thing was clear. This wasn't just a sports story. It wasn't just a personal victory. Jason Dayo had shifted perception of possibility, of limits, of timelines. In the United States, the media didn't call it luck. They didn't call it hype. They called it what it was, history. And for the first time in a long while, the entire nation agreed on something. They weren't just watching greatness. They were watching the beginning of it. Chapter 219, Eiffel Tower. After everything finally settled, the awards, the ceremony, the endless congratulations, Dayo stood in the hotel lobby with his family and felt something rare, calm. They were meant to leave Paris that night, but as he looked at his parents and siblings, he spoke up. "Why don't we stay one more day?" Dayo said. "Just one. No schedule." His mother looked surprised. "One more day?" "Yes," he replied. "We didn't really enjoy the city. And more so, we haven't gone to the Eiffel Tower," Janet said, literally jumping, and even his brother Jeffrey nodded. Dayo smiled. "So you want to go to the Eiffel Tower?" "Yes," Janet nodded. He looked at his parents, whose eyes were bright with excitement. They had been wanting to go too. After a short discussion, they agreed. The next morning, Janet was surprisingly the first to wake up. She was usually the last, but the visit to the tower seemed to be on her mind. After dragging everyone up, they finally got dressed. Eiffel Tower. The place was crowded with tourists from all over the world. Cameras clicked constantly, voices filled the air, and people moved in clusters. The crowd was larger than usual. After all, the Olympics had just been held in Paris, doubling the number of visitors. Dayo dressed simply, hoping to blend in. For a while, it worked. They walked around, took pictures, laughed, and admired the structure from below. Then someone noticed him. A woman stopped suddenly, staring. Mon Dieu, she whispered. She stepped closer, clearly nervous. C'est vous. Before she could go further, Dayo smiled. Oui, he replied calmly. Her eyes widened. Vous parlez français. Un peu, Dayo answered. She laughed, clearly excited. Jason Dayo. Olympic order. Trois Dales d'or. Incroyable. Merci, Dayo said. C'est un honneur. She asked for a picture. He agreed. After a short exchange, they parted politely. The family just watched the whole interaction, tired of being surprised. Janet walked up to Dayo and asked, Bro, is there any language you can't speak? Hearing this, the whole family laughed. After all, they had been shocked by Dayo too many times. There are a few I don't know, Dayo said, petting Janet's head. She looked lost. How did you learn all of these languages? Dayo looked serious, then said, Duolingo. The family laughed again, while Janet pouted. Dayo smiled as a few people noticed him and came over for autographs and pictures. They were polite and nice, which gave him a small breather. His mother exhaled. That could have gone worse. Dayo nodded. Yeah. They planned to stay until night to watch the Eiffel Tower's dazzling light display. After a few tours, they were famished, so they enjoyed fine dining at Le Jules Verne and grabbed snacks at the Eiffel Tower CAF. Afterward, they visited the observation decks, taking in breathtaking views of Paris from the top. The view was so stunning that even Dayo lost his composure. Janet's face flushed red with excitement, and their parents held each other, admiring the city below. Seeing this, Dayo tapped Jeffrey, who was also lost in the view, and pointed at their parents. This brought a smile to his face. They both took out their phones and captured the beautiful scene. After taking a few pictures of themselves and the surroundings, they went to Trocadero Esplanade. The Trocadero Esplanade, located opposite the Eiffel Tower, offers a stunning panoramic view, especially beautiful at night when the tower is illuminated. They waited a bit as the sun began to set. Everyone gathered around, watching it slowly descend. The golden sunlight lingered for a few minutes. As evening approached, the sky slowly darkened. Then it happened. The Eiffel Tower lit up. Golden lights flickered to life from the base upward, like a wave of fire climbing steel. Thousands of tiny bulbs shimmered at once, pulsing softly against the night sky. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Phones rose instinctively. For many, it was their first time seeing it. Even Dayo froze. It's beautiful, Janet whispered. Their parents stood close together, hands intertwined, silent in awe. Around them, strangers reacted the same way. Soft laughter, whispered amazement, quiet applause. For a moment, it felt like the entire city had stopped just to watch the tower glow. Dayo exhaled slowly. All right, maybe it's time to head back. Please. Janet grabbed his arm immediately. Let's go up. Just once more. I'm recording everything. I'm making a documentary about our time in Paris. Dayo looked at his parents. They smiled. Let her, his mother said gently. Yeah, his father added. This moment won't come again. Dayo nodded. All right. As they moved through the area again, music drifted through the crowd. A street musician was playing softly nearby. An accordion. The sound stirred something in Dayo. A memory. A song he'd heard years ago, back when he went TK Paris. Lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into someone. Oh, sorry, he said quickly. He looked up. It was the same woman from earlier. The one who asked for his autograph. Her face lit up. You again. This time, she switched to English. I didn't expect to see you twice tonight. She introduced her friends. Two of them recognized him immediately. OMG, it's JD, your last album was fire, and I watched your race at the Olympics crazy. I've listened to your music, one said. Your love songs are beautiful. Jeffrey, meanwhile, had wandered off, chatting animatedly with one of the women's younger sisters. Dayo noticed and just shook his head. Then one of them smiled shyly. Dayo, would you play something for us? He hesitated, then smiled. Sure. Why not? Janet immediately grabbed his phone. Perfect. This goes in the documentary. She collected Dayo's phone, and she hit record on live. Dayo stepped forward, had a few talk with the street performer, and took the guitar. The first chord rang. Out. Clear. Confident. The difference was instant. Conversations nearby faded. People slowed. Some stopped completely. The Eiffel Tower became quiet and calm. Then Dayo sang. Intro. French. Des que font baisser, les means en rire que essaie, perd sur sa bouche. English. eyes that make mine look away, a laugh that gets lost on her mouth. Dayo took his time as he sang in a soft tone that melted the heart of those listening, and the accordion in his hands moved like magic. Verse. French. Quand il me prend dans ses Brazil me parle tout baji voix la vie en rose. English. Your footsteps echo through my quiet nights. Even far away, I still feel your soul. At this point, Dayo moved around singing with a dazzling smile on his face. He took a rose from a vendor and gave to a lady who just looked lost. Chorus. French. Des nuits d'amour ni plus en finiront grand bonheur qu'apprendisse, placed ennuis, de chagrins, effacent. English. If you fall, I'll be there. My love will never leave you. The accordion danced in his hands as he switched, closing his eyes, singing with his heart. The crowd hissed as they felt chills hearing him. Bridge. French. Quand il me prend dans ses bras. Quand il me parle tout bas. Je vois la vie en rose. Il me dit de mots d'amour. English. The world could burn around us. I'd still stand tall, for us. Final chorus. French. Souci ciel, je fais si voyou. Toi et moi, envers et you. English. Under this sky, I make this vow. You and me, now and always. La la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. As Dayo sang the last part, he opened his eyes. Silence followed the final note. Then applause erupted. Loud. Genuine. Uncontrolled. Some people cheered. Others stared, stunned. Phones were raised everywhere now. Who was that? I don't even understand French, but that was amazing. His voice. I know him as JD. He won 3 gold in the Olympics. So how? Few recognized Dayo, but everyone had something in common. All were emotionally. Some even cried, while not even understanding a thing he said. When it came to music, language wasn't a barrier, and Dayo just proved it again. Janet lowered the phone, eyes wide. That was insane. Dayo handed the accordion back, slightly breathless. Above them, the Eiffel Tower continued to glow, golden, steady, unforgettable. And for that night, Paris listened. Chapter 220, Arriving. The moment Dayo handed the accordion back to the street performer, people moved toward him almost immediately, surrounding him with excited voices and flashing phones. Oh my God, that was amazing. What's the name of the song? Yeah, I've never heard anything like that before. Is the song yours? Dayo nodded. That simple response stunned them. Everything about the song had been flawless. The melody, the control, the emotion. His pronunciation was perfect. His intonation felt natural. Then someone asked the question everyone was thinking. Are you from around here? A man asked. Dayo shook his head. No, I'm from the United States. Several people frowned in disbelief. And who could blame them? Nothing about his voice sounded American. The way he sang in French felt native, effortless, like someone born into the language. It was only natural that many doubted him. They continued asking questions. Who he was, whether he was an artist. Dayo answered patiently, even pulling out his phone to play a few tracks from his album. Recognition came instantly. I know this voice. I've heard these songs before. I didn't recognize his face. Soon, people were asking for pictures and autographs. Dayo took his time with everyone, signing, smiling, posing for photos. The reason was simple. The more fans he had, the better. After a while, he said his goodbyes to the women he had met earlier. They apologized repeatedly, saying they hadn't expected his singing to cause so much chaos. Dayo only smiled and waved it off. It's fine. After a beautiful but exhausting day, the family of 5 finally went to bed. Asterisk. While Dayo slept, a small corner of the Paris internet exploded. Videos from the Eiffel Tower, clips of him singing, spread rapidly. Reactions poured in, not just because of the song, but because of how he sang it. The comments flooded in. Who is this guy? I haven't heard a French love song this beautiful since the 90s. Wait, isn't that the guy who received the Olympic order a few days ago? An athlete can sing. Like this. LOL, he's not just an athlete. That's JD, the American musician who released The Other Side. Let me explain something to you all. JD is both an athlete and a musician. Not just any athlete, he's highly decorated. Same with music. His album sold over 11 million copies 4 years ago. He's that impressive? This has to be AI. How does an American sing French better than us? At Sergio Adelena, do something about this. This love song hit deep. He should do a Paris tour. Support. 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 It's confirmed JD is leaving Paris tomorrow. New at JD don't leave. I'm going to the airport tomorrow. People dug into everything about Dayo, and the more they found, the more amazed they became. Asterisk. Dayo and his family woke up early for their flight. The hotel departure was quiet, but the moment they arrived at the airport, Dayo sensed something was off. People were standing near the terminal entrance. Not a crowd, but enough to be noticeable. Around 30 people. Some held phones. Others held small banners. Dayo slowed his steps. He muttered. Then he saw the words. Handwritten banners. JD. Merci pour la musique. Reviens Paris. The moment recognition hit him, voices followed. Dayo. Jason Dayo. They were speaking French, fast, excited, overlapping. One woman stepped forward, waving. Pourquoi tu n'es pas fait avant, she said, half laughing, half emotional. Another added. On ne savait pas que tu pouvais chanter. Comme. Dayo paused. His mind clicked. The video. The Eiffel Tower. The song. He finally understood. They weren't cheering the Olympic medals. They were cheering that night. A young man raised his phone. On t'ai-vu here. La Tour Eiffel. Tate magnifique. Dayo swallowed. For a moment, he forgot the airport. Forgot the flight. Forgot everything. He smiled, small, genuine, and lifted his hand in a quiet wave. Merci, he said softly. That was all. But it was enough. The fans clapped, some laughing, some emotional, some just happy they got to see him once more before he left. As security signaled it was time to move, Dayo turned back briefly and bowed his head. A simple gesture, but one that made the moment linger. As they walked away, Jeffrey leaned closer and whispered, grinning. Bro, you're really charming, Paris. Janet giggled. You're collecting countries now. Their mother shook her head, amused. First medals, now hearts. Dayo laughed quietly. You people should stop. But even he couldn't hide the warmth in his chest. They boarded the plane shortly after. Paris faded behind them. The moment he stepped out of the terminal, it was obvious what awaited him. Cameras. Microphones. Reporters. Security moved quickly, forming a clear path, but voices still rang out. Dayo, congratulations on the Olympics. 3 gold medals in your first appearance. Some reporters tried to rush him. Others stood back, observing. Dayo stopped. Walking. I've said this before, he said calmly. If you rush me, I won't answer properly. Let's do this the right way. That alone slowed everyone down. A senior reporter stepped forward. Dayo, how does it feel winning 3 Olympic gold medals in your first Olympic appearance? Dayo nodded. Honestly, it still feels unreal. I came to compete, not to rewrite history. I'm grateful. Another question followed. You swept the 50m, 100m, and 200-meter freestyle, something no one has ever done. Did you believe it was possible? I believed in preparation, Dayo replied. I focused on each race, not history. A third reporter raised her microphone. You also played a role in restructuring the swimming team. The team achieved its highest medal count ever. How does that make you feel? Dayo took a breath. Proud. This wasn't about me alone. Everyone worked hard. Then came the sensitive question. A younger reporter spoke carefully. There are still people online accusing you of using performance-enhancing drugs. What do you say to them? Dayo's expression didn't change. I won't spend long on this, he said. I was tested before the Olympic trials. I was tested during the Olympics. Immediately after my third race, my blood and urine were taken. Everything came back clean. He paused. So if this question still exists, some people simply aren't paying attention. Another reporter stepped forward. Some critics say you don't deserve the Olympic order. How do you respond? Dayo gave a small shrug. I didn't award it to myself. I competed. I supported my team. I achieved something unprecedented. Anyone with an issue should speak to the committee, not me. One final question came in. What's next for you? More swimming or music? Dayo smiled faintly. Rest first. Then we'll see. He raised his hand slightly. That's all for today. Thank you. Security guided him away. Inside the car, his family finally relaxed. His father shook his head. You handled that well. Dayo leaned back in his seat. I'm just glad it's over. The car pulled away from the airport. Home was waiting. Chapter 221, Mystery Box. Dayo and his family arrived home safely later that night. There was no noise. No cameras. No chaos. Well, The reason was quite simple. Dayo picked one of his houses the media didn't know about. This was one of the perks of being a self-made billionaire. Arriving everywhere felt cool, the feeling of just home. Everyone went straight to their rooms, exhausted from the long journey and the emotional weight of the past few days. Sleep came easily. The next morning, Dayo woke up early. As always, he changed quickly and stepped outside for his usual jog. The streets of Janistan were quiet, familiar, comforting. His breathing settled into rhythm as his feet moved naturally, muscle memory taking over. As he jogged, he opened his phone to do his normal stream to check up on his fans. The moment he went live, more than 70,000 people joined him. This was a testament to his popularity and generosity. After all, Dayo was known as a philanthropist, so naturally, he did giveaways. The comments started flying in. Yo, Dayo, up for your morning jog? Good morning, JD. Waking up to see your face is a blessing. We saw you in Paris. You sang in Paris too? Dayo raised a brow. News travels fast. Fast. Another comment came with a laughing emoji. That video is everywhere. Dayo smiled, replying, morning to you all. And yes, I'm on my morning jog. At Adawinga, you really sang in French. You owe us at home a complete album. Dayo chuckled. At Adawinga now I owe you an album too? Yes. Immediately swarmed the whole comment section. Yes. 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 You've been owing us for more than 4 years now, Dayo. Release something for us. He shook his head, amused. You people don't rest. No, we won't rest until you release an album as an apology. Yes. Congratulations on making history. Ah yes, congratulations, JD. Congratulations. Dayo smiled warmly. Thank you all for the support and messages. Then somebody gifted Dayo. Adodaugu gifted JD 5 lions. Wow. Thank you Adodaugu for the gift. And just like that, gifts started flying in. 10 roses. 20 whales. 50 roses. 100 lions. 20 universals. Dayo had a funny smile on his face. He was almost always the one giving, so seeing himself receive gifts from his fans brought a strange grin to his face. Oh Dayo, wipe that grin off your face with tears of joy. He looks like a kid that just received candy. At Jenny. You two above, leave my cute Dayo alone. Dayo smiled and nodded. At Jenny tell them. This brought another round of laughter to the stream. By this point, he had close to 500,000 people on his live stream in less than 45 minutes. After a quick goodbye to his fans, Dayo waved and ended the live stream. After finishing his run, Dayo returned home, took a quick shower, and changed. He moved into the kitchen quietly and started preparing breakfast. Nothing heavy, just something simple. Everyone was still tired. While he was about to head back to his room, his phone rang. Coach Richard. Dayo picked up. Coach, what's up? How are you holding up? Richard asked. You've already left Paris, right? Yeah, Dayo replied. Then paused as he remembered something. Wait, Diana, right? Richard sighed lightly. Exactly. Dayo rubbed the back of his neck. I forgot. I hope she's not annoyed. She understands, Richard said. Don't worry. Dayo relaxed. Please help me thank her properly. I will, Richard replied. You two can meet in the US. New York would be easier. That works. I'll send both of you each other's numbers, Richard continued. Communication will be easier. Perfect. Thanks, Coach. There was a brief pause before Richard asked, so, what's next for you? Dayo thought for a moment. Honestly, I don't know. Yet. It depends. How things move. How I feel. Richard hummed. International competitions? Maybe, Dayo said. If everything aligns. You already told me not to worry, Richard said with a faint laugh. And you said you won't lose touch. I won't, Dayo replied calmly. I'll keep training. Every day. Richard smiled through his voice. That's enough for me. I trust you. They spoke briefly about family and health, then ended the call. Asterisk. When Dayo came back out after his bath, his family was already seated. Breakfast was simple, but warm. This is really nice, his mother said. Thanks, Dayo replied, sitting down. After eating, he stretched slightly. I'm taking 1 week off. No work. His siblings reacted immediately. Finally. Just then, his phone rang again. He glanced at the screen. Minjae. Dayo blinked. Minjae. He picked up. What's up, bro? Sorry I didn't come to your games, Minjae said. I could've, but things got tight. Dayo waved it off. I understand. Handling almost the whole of Asia must be stressful. Hee. You have no idea, Dayo. I'm slaving for you. Oh, really? I'm sure the shares say otherwise. They talked briefly about Korea, about how things were going. Then Min-jae got to the point. The Busan project, he said. Everything's almost set. Locations, crew, schedule. We just need you to come look at the actors and make final selections. Dayo nodded slowly. Yeah, I've delayed that for too long. You really did. Min-jae laughed. Let's be honest. My bad, Dayo admitted. Then paused. Actually, I want to use this as an experiment. Experiment. My directing skills. Min-jae laughed. Man, having money is really fun for you. Dayo smiled. Maybe. They agreed he would come to Korea soon. Give or take a week or two. After settling things, they ended the call. Ding. A familiar sound echoed. Dayo froze slightly. System notification. Achievements updated. Achievement unlocked. Olympic debut. 3 gold medals. Achievement unlocked. First-time Olympian. Historic sprint sweep. Achievement unlocked. World record level performance. Rewards granted. Director's instinct skill. Random stat enhancement 2. Mystery box. Finally, Dayo had been waiting for the reward. After all, the system always granted rewards after major achievements. He hadn't even realized how much he was waiting for it. A small smile formed. Let's see what you gave me. Chapter 222. An offer. Ding. The sound echoed clearly in the quiet room. Dayo froze slightly, his breathing slowing as his instincts immediately sharpened. That sound, no matter how many times he heard it, always carried weight. Always meant something important. He straightened subconsciously. System notification. Achievements updated. Achievement unlocked. Olympic debut. 3 gold medals. Achievement unlocked. First-time Olympian. Historic sprint sweep. Achievement unlocked. World record level performance. Rewards granted. Director's instinct skill. Random stat enhancement 2. Mystery box. A slow smile spread across Dayo's face as his eyes lingered on the reward list, stopping especially on the first line. Director's instinct skill. That's a good one. His smile deepened. He selected the skill, and a translucent panel expanded smoothly before him. Director's instinct skill. Grants detailed insight into the personality, emotional depth, temperament, and expressive compatibility of actors or actresses. Enables accurate assessment of which roles best suit each individual. Reading the description, Dayo let out a quiet breath of satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had been on the phone with Min-jae, discussing the Busan project, discussing actors, casting, roles. And now, almost as if the system had been listening, it handed him exactly what he needed. Talent vision was powerful. It showed raw potential, ability, and growth ceilings. But directing wasn't just about talent. Acting wasn't a numbers game. A gifted actor could still fail in a role that didn't fit them. Some performers thrived as leads but crumbled in emotionally restrained roles. Others lacked explosive charisma, yet delivered hauntingly subtle performances that lingered long after the screen went dark. Being talented was good, but being right for a role was everything. With this, Dayo muttered softly, casting becomes precise. He could already imagine it, standing in front of a lineup of actors. Not just seeing their talent grades, but understanding who they were. Their emotional rhythm, their hidden strengths, their blind spots. A chuckle escaped him. Well, maybe someone could still be a jack of all trades. Then he shook his head. Probably not. His gaze shifted to the second reward. Random stat enhancement 2. A sigh slipped out before he could stop it. Why random? He had long accepted that the system didn't always give him what he wanted, only what it deemed appropriate. Still, it was hard not to wish for a little control. There were stats he wanted to push. Others he felt could wait. Yet the system never asked. It decided. Dayo clasped his hands together loosely, fingers interlocking as he lowered his head slightly. Please don't waste it, he murmured half seriously. Then he spoke clearly. Allocate. The air seemed to ripple. Random stats allocated. +1 scriptwriting, S-S. +1 visual, S-S. For a split second, nothing happened. Then, a sharp, familiar sensation bloomed behind his eyes. Dayo inhaled slowly as something shifted inside his mind. It wasn't pain. It wasn't discomfort. It was clarity, like fog lifting. Scenes, pacing, dialogue flow. Concepts that once required effort suddenly aligned naturally. Script structure unfolded intuitively. Emotional beats clicked into place. Character motivations connected seamlessly. So that's it, he whispered. Script writing. The why behind every scene suddenly made sense. He could feel it, the invisible thread that tied moments together, the difference between dialogue that filled space and dialogue that carried weight. He remained still, eyes closed, as the sensation continued. Time passed unnoticed. 10 minutes. 15. 20. When he finally opened his eyes, he felt lighter, sharper, more complete. Then came the second change. A cool sensation brushed across his face, subtle at first, like a faint breeze. It spread gradually, flowing over his skin with a refreshing, almost soothing touch. Dayo stiffened slightly. Visual. The sensation intensified, not painful, just deeply strange. His skin tingled, as if something was being refined rather than altered. It felt like a cooling gel spreading evenly, smoothing, enhancing. He exhaled slowly, suppressing an involuntary sound. Okay, that's weirdly nice. The process lasted several minutes before fading completely. Dayo stood up immediately and walked toward the mirror. The moment he saw his reflection, his brows lifted. Wow. His face hadn't changed drastically, but the difference was undeniable. His eyes were clearer, brighter, carrying a faint sparkle that hadn't been there before. The whites were cleaner, the contrast sharper. His inner iris held a deeper, more striking shade of blue, catching the light subtly. His skin. He raised a hand and touched his cheek. Smooth. Almost unreal. A part of him frowned slightly. Isn't this too much? He picked up a pin from the desk and gently pressed it against his skin. Nothing. He pressed harder this time. Still nothing more than a faint mark. Dayo relaxed. Protected, he concluded. Soft, but durable. He stared at his reflection again, lips curling upward. Damn, I'm hot as F. He stopped himself and laughed. All right, calm down. It had been a while since he last checked his full status. Stats. Ding. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 22. Status, regional artist, level 6. Singing, S-. Writing, S. Acting, S-. Visual, S-. Instruments. Guitar, SSS-. Flute, S-. Piano, S. Violin, A. Movie production, S-. Script writing, S-. Swimming, S. Cooking, SSS-. Computer, SS. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, A. Potential, SSS+. Skills. Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer, talent vision. Perfect match. Market resonance. Archive vault. Skill integration protocol. Emotional transduction. Hypersonic synthesis. Director's instinct. System level, 3. Active effects, mission 3. Special endorsement buff, active. Plus 5% reputation gain. Plus 5% brand interest. Mystery gift, unopened. Dayo stared at the stats for a long moment. It hasn't even been 5 years. Almost everything was touching S. Only violin and video editing lagged slightly behind. A slow smile formed. The system really is a blessing. His eyes drifted downward. Special endorsement buff. He had held on to it for a long time, ever since the global stage. Back then, activating it would have been premature. But now, Olympic glory, global recognition, viral presence. The timing was perfect. He tapped it. Active effects. Special endorsement buff. Plus 5% reputation gain. Plus 5% brand interest. Activate. Dayo nodded to himself. Now we wait. Endorsements wouldn't come instantly, but when they did, they'd come heavy. He glanced at the final reward. Mystery bow. His phone rang. He frowned. Seriously? The name on the screen made him sigh. Sharon. Ah, Sharon, why now of all times? He muttered, picking up. Sharon, you'd better have a very good reason for disturbing my rest, Dayo said, fake annoyance thick in his voice. On the other end, Sharon smirked audibly. Good morning to you too, Sir Dayo, she replied with deliberate sarcasm. He shook his head. You win. Good morning. How's little Deborah? Hee. She's fine, Sharon said. Though she was annoyed you didn't take her with you. Said you promised. Ah, Dayo winced lightly. That's true. Send my apology to her, he said quickly. And tell her I'll make it up to her, Disneyland. There was a beat of silence. Then, yeah, thank you, Uncle Dayo. A tiny voice screamed through the phone. Dayo laughed, warmth spreading in his chest. How's my little princess doing? He asked. I'm good, Uncle Dayo. It's been a while. It has, he replied gently. Hope your mom isn't disturbing you too much. She does that every day? He chuckled. All right, I'll talk to her. And don't worry, I'll take you out with Janet very soon. Sister Janet too? That's good. Okay, let me give the phone to Mom before she uses her eyes to kill me. Dayo laughed as Sharon took the phone back. You spoil her too much, Sharon complained. She's mine to spoil, Dayo replied calmly. So, what's the real reason for the call? A pause. Then Sharon spoke, her tone shifting slightly. I received a sponsorship offer. Dayo's brows rose. That fast. Chapter 223. Worth the wait. I received a sponsorship offer. Dayo's brows rose. That fast. Sharon sounded surprised. What do you mean? There was a short pause on the other end of the line. Never mind, Dayo said as he quickly regained his composure. Let me explain it properly, Sharon said. Dayo exhaled. All right, go on. Since the Olympics ended, and especially after Paris, several companies have reached out, she began. Not inquiries. Not feelers. Formal offers. That caught his attention. That's nice. Never expected this, Dayo muttered. Yes, she replied. You're trending in too many spaces at once. Sports, music, and you're gaining global recognition. Your image is clean, and one of the most interesting things about you is your aggressive, passionate fan base. So this was inevitable. How many? Dayo asked. Pepsi, Adidas, 2 tech brands, 1 luxury lifestyle company, Sharon replied. There are more watching, but these are the ones. Who've made a move? Dayo's fingers tapped lightly against the armrest. Who's leading on the offer? He asked. Pepsi, Sharon answered immediately. By a clear margin. That didn't surprise him. After all, Dayo knew Pepsi was worth over $200 billion. That alone spoke for itself. They want a direct partnership, she continued. Not background placement. Not a seasonal appearance. A full global campaign. And the offer? Dayo asked. Sharon hesitated just long enough to show she was choosing her words carefully. They're talking around 20 million, she said. Structured over multiple phases. Dayo smiled faintly. That's not bad, he said. It isn't, Sharon agreed. But it's also not final. He straightened slightly. Meaning they're testing the waters, she said. They know your value has spiked, but they're still anchoring low compared to what you represent right now. Dayo looked toward the window, watching the city move below. Adidas? He asked. Close behind, Sharon replied. Different structure. Lower up front, strong performance bonuses. They're waiting to see what Pepsi does before pushing harder. So Pepsi sets the ceiling, Dayo said. Yes, Sharon confirmed. That's why I needed your input. Dayo was quiet for a few seconds. Then here's what we do, he said calmly. Use Pepsi's offer as the base, but counter with the highest valuation that reflects everything I'm doing now. Sharon smiled on the other end. You're thinking around 30? Roughly, Dayo replied. They want exclusivity. That means they're blocking other brands. The price has to reflect that. Understood, Sharon said. Firm, clean, professional. No rush, Dayo added. If they meet it, we proceed. If not, we wait. That works, she said. There are other offers. I'd rather review them with you in person. Good, Dayo replied. I'll come by the office. All right. I'll be expecting you. Oh, speaking of which, the CEO of your company said she sent you an email containing last month's earnings. I'll check it. All right, goodbye. They ended the call smoothly. Dayo stayed seated for a moment after the line went dead. Endorsements. Momentum. Timing. All right, let's get back to opening my mystery box. Ding. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. System. Mystery box detected. Status. Unopened. Contents, sealed. Dayo exhaled slowly and made a silent prayer. So this is what you were waiting for. He reached out mentally and selected it. Open. The box didn't burst open immediately. Instead, it split, cleanly, into 3 distinct gates, each suspended in front of him. Reward 1, Semantic Authority. Status, unlocked. New reward, unlocked. Cinematic Authority, passive skill. Effect. Plus 15% impact in film-related projects. Increases emotional resonance of movies. Directors and actors instinctively trust his vision. Description: grants heightened perceptive dominance in film-related environments. Enhances emotional control over narrative flow, actor performance alignment, and audience immersion. Actors subconsciously respond more naturally to your direction. Scenes gain increased coherence and authenticity under your supervision. Dayo's eyes sharpened slightly. He felt it almost immediately. Not power, not pressure, clarity, the ability to say less and mean more. This, he murmured, is dangerously good. This wasn't about control. It was about presence. In the film industry, hierarchy was strange and unforgiving. Even with an S rank in movie production and directing, respect was never guaranteed. Actors didn't always listen to someone they feel lacked skill or authority. And in this movie, they would need a lot of A-level actors. This skill erased that problem entirely. Reward 2. Global Spotlight Card, 1 month. Status: unlocked. Effect: maximum popularity amplification for a continuous period of 30 days. Global exposure increased to peak sustainable visibility. Public recognition, media coverage, and organic reach maximized. Dayo blinked. Maximum popularity? He nearly shouted. This was the same card he had used during the release of The Other Side, the album that shattered first-week sales records. 1 month, he muttered quietly. That's insane. If he'd had this card back then, he might have broken 4 consecutive week records, maybe even the all-time record. His thoughts went wild. Strategies. Possibilities. Futures colliding. He forced himself to breathe. Enough to lock in brands. Enough to solidify legacy. Enough to open doors that normally stayed shut. I love you, system, Dayo almost screamed. He barely managed to calm himself before checking the final reward. Reward 3. System expansion unlock. Status: unlocked. Effect: system level advanced level 4. The interface shifted subtly. Dayo felt it, not as power, but as depth. He looked surprised. This was the first time he'd unlocked something he couldn't immediately access. He hoped it would be worth it. Random skill 1. Okay. I'll save this for later. Dayo leaned back and released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Worth the wait. His phone vibrated again. He glanced at the screen. Diana. He paused, then answered. Hey. Hi, Diana said. I just wanted to check if now was a good time. It is, Dayo replied. I was actually about to call you. She laughed softly. That's convenient. I don't like delaying things, he said. Especially not people. There was a brief pause. So, she said, are you still in the city? Haha, nice try. I'm really sorry about Paris, Dayo apologized. Diana laughed. It's all right. Richard already explained. All right, thanks for understanding. And yes, Dayo replied. If you're free tonight, we can meet. I am, she said without hesitation. That works. Also thanks. Richard told me what you did for the Olympic Order, Dayo added. Oh, don't thank me now, she said teasingly. You can do that over dinner. Haha, all right. I'll keep that in mind. Bye. The conversation ended, and Dayo sprang up to get dressed. Chapter 224, Diana. Dayo stood in front of the mirror for a brief moment, adjusting the fall of his collar. He wasn't dressed to impress. Just a simple white top, clean and fitted, paired with black trousers that sat perfectly on his frame. No logos. No excess. A thin silver neck chain rested against his chest, catching the light subtly whenever he moved. Simple. Classic. Effortless. The kind of look that didn't scream wealth, but quietly confirmed it. He grabbed his keys and headed out. Outside, the night air was calm. Dayo walked past a row of cars before stopping in front of a sleek Porsche 911 Carrera S, jet black, low to the ground, timeless in design. It wasn't the most expensive car he owned, not even close, but it was perfect for tonight. Elegant. Fast. Understated. He got in, the engine humming smoothly as he pulled out of the driveway. The city lights stretched ahead of him as he drove, familiar streets passing by in a comfortable blur. Tonight wasn't about noise or headlines. It was about conversation with a person who helped him, so he dressed simple. A few minutes later, he pulled into one of his family's businesses, JD's Kitchen. The place was refined but warm, known for its atmosphere as much as its food. This particular branch was quieter than most, tucked away from the city's louder districts. This was of course Dayo's family business that he had built from scratch and was NKW worth more than $300 million. The restaurant has more than 25 only in New York and has many more around U.S. And they are already well known and expanding outside with more than 78 restaurants worldwide and more than 100 still in construction, and they serve what the people like. Dayo stepped inside through a private entrance and was immediately guided upstairs. The VIP section was secluded, softly lit, and tastefully designed. Only a few tables were occupied, each separated enough to ensure privacy. Dayo took a seat near the window. He hadn't even been waiting for 5 minutes when he felt it, that subtle shift in the air. She had arrived. Dayo looked up as Diana stepped into the VIP area. She was in her late 30s, but no one would have guessed it. Calm confidence radiated from her posture. Her attire was professional yet relaxed, her expression composed, sharp eyes softened by a faint smile. She didn't look like someone who worked behind the scenes of global sports politics. She looked like someone who belonged at the center of things. Dayo stood up politely. "Wow," he said with an easy smile. "Richard talked about your capabilities, but not your beauty." Diana chuckled. "He warned me about your mouth." Dayo laughed lightly. "That rascal." They shook hands and sat. "I'll be honest," Diana said, glancing around briefly. "I expected something louder." "I don't like loud," Dayo replied. "Especially not for conversations that matter. Also, I got the memo that you don't like it either." She nodded, approving. They didn't rush into ordering. Drinks came first. The atmosphere settled naturally. "Before anything else," Dayo said, his tone sincere, "I want to thank you." Diana smirked and raised a brow like she didn't know the reason why. For pushing," he continued. "If not for you, I wouldn't have received the Olympic order." Richard kept hinting at things without explanations. "I was frustrated." She smiled softly. "It happens like that sometimes." When the email came in, even I was surprised. Dayo blinked. "You were?" "Yes," she said calmly. "Because people rarely get what they deserve at the right time. You did something many athletes won't achieve in their entire careers, so the moment I asked Richard and he confirmed the story, I knew you had to win and you more than deserve it." Dayo exhaled. "Hearing that from you means a lot." She waved it off lightly. "You earned it." There was a brief pause before Dayo added, "I'm sorry I left Paris so quickly. It wasn't planned. Family, school schedules, responsibilities." "I understand," Diana said without hesitation. Life doesn't pause for ceremonies. Food was ordered naturally during the conversation. They talked about sports governance, pressure behind the scenes, how decisions were made quietly long before the public ever noticed. Diana spoke candidly, without pretense. "You know," she said at one point, "I expected someone with your status to be difficult." Dayo smiled. "Status?" She laughed. "Forget I said that. The friend of Richard is my friend," Dayo replied simply. "So we're friends now." That earned him another smile. When the meal ended, they stood. "Thank you for tonight," Diana said. "And for hosting." "You're welcome anytime," Dayo replied. "Next time, I won't disappear." They parted ways calmly, without drama. Later that night, Dayo sat alone in his car for a moment before driving off. Then he remembered. Right. There was still something unfinished. The random skill upgrade. Back home, he settled onto the couch and opened the system. Ding. System interface opened. Random skill upgrade available. Dayo selected it. Confirm. The familiar sensation spread through his mind. Not overwhelming, but deep. Skill updated. Trend Insight Advanced Trend Insight. Description. Previously limited to music release optimization. Now expanded to include music, video content, films, books, digital media projects. Provides enhanced timing, audience alignment, and market resonance insight across creative industries. Dayo's eyes widened slightly. That's insane. This wasn't just about music anymore. Movies, visual storytelling, everything he was about to step into. He leaned back, letting out a satisfied breath. It was like he slept with Lady Luck, because movies, just like music, also need the perfect timing. If not, a movie that's meant to break market would fail. So this expanded his ability and would reduce his fear of not breaking even when it came to releasing movies. Now I'm ready. Korea waited. Minjae waited. And for the first time, Dayo felt completely prepared to step into that world, not just as a producer or music, and not just as a financier, but as a director. The night outside remained calm as Dayo closed his eyes, already planning the journey ahead. Chapter 225, Disneyland. Dayo had just finished his workout. His muscles were warm, his breathing steady, sweat still clinging lightly to his skin as he towel-dried his hair. It had been a long session, longer than usual, and for once, fatigue crept in gently instead of crashing down on him. He lay back on the bed, one arm over his eyes. "Just 5 minutes," he muttered. The room was quiet, peaceful. Then, bang, the door swung open. Dayo didn't even need to look. "Brother," Janet's voice rang out, sharp and energetic. "You're sleeping?" He groaned. "Janet, please, 5 minutes." "No." She marched in, hands on her waist. "Wake up. Disneyland. Deborah will be waiting for us." Dayo peeked through one eye. "It's still morning." "So," she shot back. "Disneyland waits for no one." He sighed, then laughed softly. "You're really not letting this go, are you?" Janet folded her arms. Proudly. "Today I'm the boss." Dayo raised both hands. All right. You win. Lead the way, boss Janet." Satisfied, she spun on her heels and walked out. 5 minutes. "I'm counting." Dayo shook his head, smiling to himself. He splashed water on his face, changed into something casual, comfortable jeans, a light hoodie, sneakers, and grabbed his keys. Disneyland. He still couldn't believe he had promised this. They drove to Sharon's house first. The moment Dayo parked and stepped out of the car, he heard it. Footsteps. Then, Uncle Dayo. The door flew open and Deborah came running out, small arms wide open. She slammed into him with a force that made him laugh as he lifted her easily. Hey, he said warmly. "Careful, princess." "I missed you," she said, hugging his neck tightly. "I know," Dayo replied softly. "I missed you too." Deborah pulled back suddenly, eyes lighting up as she spotted Janet. Sister Janet. Janet barely had time to react before Deborah hugged her next. Janet laughed. "You're getting stronger." Dayo leaned down slightly and tapped Janet's shoulder. "See? You're officially the cool sister now." Janet smirked. "Obviously." Sharon appeared at the doorway, arms crossed but smiling. "So, you finally showed up." Dayo grinned. "I came with interest." She shook her head. "You spoil this child too much." "She deserves it," Dayo replied simply. Inside, while Deborah rushed upstairs to grab her small backpack, Sharon walked beside Dayo. "So," he said casually, "how's the Pepsi situation?" Sharon paused. "You should already know I sent you the email." Dayo placed his hands on his head and said, "I was unable to read it, so tell me now that I am here, how is it coming along?" She smiled knowingly. "We finalized it." He turned to her. "Finalized? 35 million, Sharon said calmly. 3 years. Global deal." Pepsi didn't hesitate once you countered. Dayo let out a slow breath. "That was fast." "They knew if they stalled, others would jump in," she replied. "Adidas is already circling. A few tech brands too." Dayo nodded. "We'll handle clauses properly. I'll come by the office soon." "Good." Sharon smiled. "Enjoy today. You earned it." Dayo smiled at this. Sharon is a single mom, so when she came to work for Dayo, he didn't know only when things were getting hectic did she finally tell him she was scared she would lose her job, but Dayo smiled and tell her that if she needed help she could ask, which was why he became familiar with Deborah, and she was missing a fatherly figure in her life, and Dayo was happy to replace. Sharon was a cool person, and Dayo knew that deep down, if not because of Deborah, he would have tried to have his way with Sharon. After all, she was indeed stunning for her age, but he knew doing that would complicate how things were going, so he held himself from doing anything. And one of the reasons was he had bonded with Deborah, so he didn't want to make it hard for her more, so he loves kids, so he restrained himself. Deborah ran back downstairs, backpack almost bigger than her. "Let's go," she shouted. Janet laughed. "She's been ready since yesterday." Dayo looked at the duo and shook his head. He knew he was in for it today, but seeing them smile was what gave him joy after singing. They took a short flight to Disney World Orlando, Florida. Deborah barely sat still the entire time. "Is it close now? Are we landing? Will Mickey be there?" Dayo answered every question patiently, earning amused looks from Janet. When they finally arrived, the moment Deborah saw the entrance gates, her jaw dropped. It's real," she whispered. Janet grabbed Dayo's hand. "Brother, this place is huge." Dayo adjusted his cap lower and pulled his face mask slightly higher. "No shouting my name," he reminded them gently. Deal, Janet said. "I promise," Deborah nodded seriously. They stepped inside. Music filled the air. Laughter echoed everywhere. Colorful balloons floated above crowds of excited children and smiling parents. Deborah spun in circles. Where do we go first? Dayo knelt slightly. You decide. Her eyes widened. Really? Really? She pointed dramatically. There. The rides came one after another. Deborah screamed with joy on the carousel. Janet dragged Dayo onto roller coasters she pretended not to be scared of. They took photos in front of the castle, bought oversized hats, and shared snacks while sitting on shaded benches. Uncle Dayo, Deborah said at one point, licking ice cream from her fingers, are you rich? Janet choked on her drink. Dayo laughed. Why do you ask? Because you keep saying yes to everything. He smiled softly. Because today is about you. Janet watched him quietly for a moment, then smiled. As evening approached, fireworks lit up the sky. Deborah leaned against Dayo, sleepy but smiling. This is the best day ever, she murmured. Dayo looked up at the glowing castle, heart unexpectedly full. Yeah, he whispered. It really is. For once, there were no races to win. No stages to dominate. No deals to negotiate. Just laughter. Just family. Just magic. And for Dayo, that was more than enough. Chapter 226. Sharon. After playing the whole day, Janet and Deborah were already exhausted and had fallen asleep. Dayo had to carry the two of them from the plane toward the car, and in the process, he was recognized. However, upon seeing that his hands were full, the fans didn't disturb him. They only took a picture with him while he was holding the girls, and the few fans present were deeply touched by the sight. It was already late, so Dayo waved goodbye, got into the car, placed the girls in the back seat, and drove for about 30 minutes before reaching Sharon's place. He picked Deborah up, and she snuggled into Dayo's arms, hugging him like a teddy bear. Dayo smiled softly and petted her head. Upon pressing the bell, the door opened almost instantly. Sharon was standing there. Ah, Dayo, you're back. You almost had me worried. Dayo replied with a tired smile. I already called you when we arrived back, so why were you worried? He asked. He walked upstairs, entered Deborah's room, and gently placed her on the bed. The little girl didn't want to let go, but after about 2 minutes of petting, she finally relaxed. Dayo covered her with a blanket and gave her a peck on the head. Watching all of this, Sharon felt deeply touched. She remembered how everything started. She had been recommended to JD's label after her previous boss demanded more than she could give, especially while raising a child on her own. Unable to keep up, she was eventually let go. When she first saw the scale at which JD's label operated, she thought Dayo would also lay her off. But not only did he keep her, he brought her into his family and took her in. Sharon was older than Dayo, yet he treated her not like an assistant, but like a sister. At first, she thought he might want something more from her. But when she tried to push that idea, he stopped her immediately and told her not to think too much, that he did everything because he loved Deborah and nothing else. From that moment, Dayo became more than just Dayo. He became family, a family she never had, being an orphan. Sharon, why do you look so lost? Dayo asked, snapping his fingers in front of her face. Before she regained herself. Oh, nothing, she said. I just got lost in thought. Ah, speaking of which, you should come over tomorrow. Dayo asked. What's the special occasion? Well, first of all, Pepsi is ready to sign now, so the signing date is tomorrow. Oh, that's unexpected, but good, Dayo smiled. After all, who doesn't like money? Oh, and that's not all, Sharon continued with a smirk. The discussions you've been ignoring, we'll have them immediately after that. Dayo's face twisted slightly. He had intentionally been avoiding those discussions because he wanted to rest for a week. Now, work was piling up. He muttered, what do I do for the green? All right, fine, he said aloud. You win. After the Pepsi signing, we'll talk about the others. Happy now? Hee hee. You can't imagine, Sharon replied, rubbing her hands together with a fake greedy smile. I'm just happy I'll be getting a big, fat commission. Oh, so that's why you're urging me. Dayo laughed. You're such a bomber, Sharon, but fine, you win. All right. Good night, Sharon said. Janet is still sleeping in the car. Good night, Sharon, Dayo replied, waving as he entered his car and drove off. Dayo drove out of Sharon's compound quietly. The streets were calm, almost empty, the city already deep in sleep. Janet was still asleep in the back seat, her head tilted slightly to the side. He adjusted the mirror once, glanced at her, and smiled faintly. By the time he reached home, it was close to midnight. He carried Janet inside carefully, placed her on her bed, and covered her gently. She stirred slightly, but didn't wake. Dayo stood there for a moment, watching her breathe evenly, then turned off the light. In his own room, he finally let his body relax. Before sleeping, he sent a short message to Sharon. "I'm home. Janet's safe. See you tomorrow." Almost immediately, a reply came. "Good. Rest well." That was enough. Dayo dropped his phone on the bedside table and fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning came quietly. Dayo woke up early, as usual. No alarms. He changed into workout clothes and stepped outside for his morning routine. The air was fresh, familiar. His jog was steady, controlled, his mind calm, his breathing measured. Nothing special. After returning home, he stretched, took a quick shower, and had a light breakfast. Janet was still asleep, exhausted from the previous day, so he didn't wake her. He had just finished tying his watch when his phone rang. "Sharon." He answered immediately. "Morning." "Morning." Sharon's voice came through, brisk. "Where are you?" "At home," Dayo replied. "Why?" There was a brief pause. "The executives are already on their way," she said. "Pepsi's team, legal, PR, everyone." Dayo glanced at the time. "Already?" "Yes," Sharon replied. They moved faster than expected, something about schedule moving up. Dayo sighed lightly, then smiled. "All right, I'm on my way." "Good," Sharon said. "Don't be late." The call ended. JD headquarters. Arrived at the JD headquarters less than 40 minutes later. The building was already active. Sharon was waiting at the entrance. "You're cutting it close," she said, but her tone was relaxed. "I said I was coming, didn't I?" Dayo replied. She smiled. "Fair." They walked in together. Inside the conference hall, the Pepsi executives were already seated. Clean suits, confident posture, familiar smiles. Handshakes followed. Introductions were brief. Most of them already knew him. Cameras flashed as contracts were placed on the table. The signing itself was straightforward. Dayo read through the final clauses carefully: exclusivity, campaign scope, duration, image rights. Everything aligned with what they had discussed. When he finally signed, the room felt lighter. Applause followed. Photos were taken. Handshakes again. "Welcome to the Pepsi family," one of the executives said. Dayo smiled. "Looking forward to working together." Post-signing discussion. After the executives stepped out for PR arrangements, Dayo and Sharon remained seated. "So," Sharon said, folding her arms lightly. "Availability." Dayo leaned back slightly. "I'll be in U.S. for at most 2 weeks." She nodded. "That works. I have personal projects to handle," Dayo continued. "After that, I'll be traveling." "Korea?" Sharon asked knowingly. "Yes." She smiled. "Then we'll schedule everything within the 2 weeks." "Good." There was a brief silence before Sharon spoke again. "Speaking of schedules," she said carefully, "we still have a discussion pending." Dayo glanced at her. "I know," he replied, shaking his head. "All right, let's talk about it." Sharon grinned. Chapter 227. Endorsement. The meeting room was quiet. Sunlight filtered in through the tall glass windows, casting long reflections across the polished table. Dayo sat comfortably in his chair, arms relaxed, posture calm. Across from him, Sharon had already opened her tablet, fingers moving smoothly as she prepared to speak. "All right," she said, finally looking up. "Let's lay everything out properly." Dayo nodded. "Go ahead." Sharon swiped once, and the first logo appeared. "Pepsi," she began. "We've already signed. 3 years. Global campaigns. Multiple regions." "That one's settled," Dayo said. "Yes," Sharon agreed. "Which is exactly why it's important. Pepsi sets the tone." She changed the slide. "Adidas." Dayo raised an eyebrow slightly. "They moved fast." "They always do when momentum is high," Sharon replied. "Footwear, lifestyle campaigns, limited athlete crossover. They want you positioned beyond sports, culture, music, youth." Dayo leaned back, considering it. "That aligns." "It does," Sharon confirmed. "Next, luxury." Another swipe. "Rolex." Dayo let out a quiet breath. "That's big." "Very," Sharon said. "They're not rushing it, though. They want elegance, restraint. No overexposure. A few select appearances. 1 or 2 campaigns a year." "I like that," Dayo said simply. Sharon smiled. "I figured you would." She tapped once more. And finally, a clothing brand. High-end streetwear. American-based. Clean designs, strong identity. They want JD standards attached to their name. Dayo looked at the screen for a moment, then nodded. That's for. Yes, Sharon said. Pepsi, Adidas, Rolex, and the clothing line. She locked the tablet and folded her hands. For major deals. All active. All within reach. Dayo exhaled slowly. That's a lot in a short time. It is, Sharon agreed. Which is why we'll control the pace. You don't need to say yes to everything immediately. But momentum like this doesn't wait. Dayo gave a faint smile. I know. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Dayo reached for his phone. I need to make a call. Min-jae picked up on the third ring. Dayo. Hey, he said. How are you? There was a brief pause. Then her soft laugh came through. I'm fine. I was actually wondering when you'd call. Yeah, Dayo admitted. Something came up. I figured, Min-jae said gently. Dayo leaned back in his chair. I might be late getting to Korea. How late? He asked. Maybe an extra week, he said. Possibly two. There was no irritation in his response. That's fine, Min-jae said. I've waited this long. I can wait a little more. Dayo smiled. You're sure? Thank you, he said sincerely. After the call ended, Dayo lowered his phone and looked back at Sharon. Everything is good. Sharon nodded. Then we move. The week that followed was relentless. Pepsi came first. The shoot took over an entire studio block. Lights, cameras, crew everywhere. Dayo moved through it calmly, changing outfits, adjusting posture, repeating takes with precision. The video was not long. It started with Ao swimming, and after winning the race, he felt the victory wasn't complete until he drank a Pepsi and gave an exaggerated sigh, and said, a victory is not complete without a bottle of Pepsi. The whole crew fell silent and dazed. They thought that it would at least take more than half the day to get the cut, but Dayo did it in one take. The director asked Dayo to do it again, and the results came out even better. They finished the shoot and pictures before the afternoon sun set, something then planned would take at least 2 days. The director was impressed, and he asked Dayo to work for him on his upcoming movie, to which Dayo smiled and said if the timing is right, sure. When the campaign dropped, the response was immediate. Online platforms lit up. Television slots replayed endlessly. By the end of the day, it was already being called one of Pepsi's most effective campaigns of the year. There was no rest. 2 days later, Adidas. This shoot was different. Outdoors, movement-based, dynamic. Running shots. Slow-motion transitions. Dayo's presence fit naturally. Effortless and controlled. Adidas released teaser clips before the full campaign even finished editing. The response doubled. Then came Rolex. No noise. No chaos. A quiet studio. Minimal crew. Clean suits. Subtle movements. A close-up of his wrist. A calm expression. A statement without words. The campaign didn't explode. It settled. And that was exactly the point. Finally, the clothing brand. Urban settings. Street-level visuals. Natural lighting. JD standards are woven subtly into the designs. By the end of the week, for campaigns had either dropped or been scheduled for release. Pepsi, Adidas, Rolex, JD standard clothing. For deals. 1 week. Sharon stood beside Dayo as they reviewed the final reports. You closed everything, she said. No delays. Dayo rubbed the back of his neck. I'm tired. She laughed softly. You've earned it. He looked out the window, the city stretching endlessly beyond. 1 more week, Dayo said. Then I'm leaving. Sharon nodded. Korea. Yes. The momentum was real. Dayo's face was literally everywhere, and he was thinking of resting when Sharon called him to tell him that other brands were reaching out to work with them. The exposure was literally on fire. People were even saying they were seeing Dayo in their dreams. This became a trend that people used to jab Dayo, saying he is monopolizing the whole world and not. One of Dayo's fans started a trend. Anytime he sees Dayo's billboard, he would do a video, and when he sees another one, he does it and shouts. Again, this trend took the internet on fire, and since Dayo was still taking deals, he took the time to do an ad for his chocolate, which boosted the popularity of both him and the product. And of course the endorsement he took saw a massive flow of income and customer. Whether it was the Pepsi or Rolex, and the clothing brand influx of customers flooded them. With this, they wasted both time in pushing harder to capitalize on the new fun popularity of Dayo. And Dayo, he heard a familiar Ding. Chapter 228. Close to breakthrough. And Dayo, he heard a familiar ding. You're close to breaking through in your status. Regional artist, level 6. Dayo had a smile on his face. He had been waiting for this message for a long time. After all, he thought that he should be able to have upped his status since the Olympics game, but it seems that he couldn't. So seeing that he was close to a breakthrough in his stars, Dayo smiled. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 22. Status, regional artist, level 6. Singing, S-. Writing, S. Acting, S-. Visual, S. Instruments. Guitar, SSS-. Flute, S-. Piano, S. Violin, A. Movie production, S-. Scriptwriting, S. Swimming, S. Cooking, SSS-. Computer, SS. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, A. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer, talent vision. Perfect match. Market resonance. Archive vault. Skill integration protocol. Emotional. Transduction. Hypersonic synthesis. Director's instinct. Cinematic authority. Name, you locked. Status, unlocked. Effect, system level advanced level 4. System level, 3. Status, unlocked. Reward 2. Global Spotlight card, 1 month. Dayo smiled at his status and nodded just as he was about to stand to get something. Hone heard a familiar voice. Brother Dayo, Janet shouted, her voice full of excitement as she walked up to him. Oh, calm down, little princess, what got you excited? Dayo asked as he allowed Janet to settle down on his laps. She smiled and pulled out her phone. Look at the internet and see how they are praising you. Janet sounded excited and Dayo didn't want to kill it by telling her that he had seen the news already, so he took the phone and read the comments. Funny how he had not seen this once. The comment and article were filled with different view. The screen was filled before Dayo even scrolled. The article header sat at the top of the page, bold and unavoidable. Jason Dayo's 1-week takeover. Pepsi, Adidas, Rolex. Is this the fastest brand sweep in modern entertainment? Below it, the comments were already in the tens of thousands. Janet leaned closer, excitement bubbling in her chest, but Dayo's eyes were fixed on the screen as his thumb began to scroll. At Blue Wave 93. Is he actually real? I swear I've seen this guy more times this week than my own reflection. At Street Culture Hub. Pepsi plus Adidas plus Rolex in one arc is insane. That's not luck. That's positioning. At Old School Critic. I've been in this industry for 20 plus years. This doesn't happen unless the machine is behind you. Or you are the machine. At Again. Bro, I just saw him on a billboard again. At Midnight_Swimmer. From Olympic gold to brand domination. This is what momentum looks like when someone knows how to ride it. At Quiet Observer. Notice how none of these ads feel forced. He doesn't look like he's trying to sell. That's why it works. At Dreamstate01. No jokes, I actually dreamed about him last night. He was just standing there, wearing a watch. I think it was Rolex. Why is this happening to me? At Pixel_Runner. I went outside to clear my head and boom, Dayo on a bus stop ad. I went back inside. He was on my TV. At Real Marketing Talk. This is textbook saturation done right. Different tones for different brands. Pepsi equals energy. Adidas equals motion. Rolex equals silence. Whoever planned this deserves a raise. At Fan_Since_Day 1. I've followed him since before the music blew up. Watching this feels unreal. Like seeing your friends suddenly become history. At Skeptical Mind. I'll admit it. I thought he'd crash from overexposure. But nah, he's controlling it. At Urban Threads. That JD Standard clothing collab is subtle but smart. Not screaming logos. Just presence. At Again. Why is he at the airport too loudly crying face? Jason Dayo's brand takeover. How one Olympic star rewrote the rules of endorsements. At Late_Night_Scroll. It's 2 a.m. I opened Instagram for 5 minutes. I saw 3 Dayo ads. This is psychological warfare. At Brand_Insider. Rolex doesn't gamble. If they moved, it's because they see longevity. At Nostalgia_Lane. Remember when artists used to beg brands? Now brands are begging Dayo to slow down so they don't miss out. At Casual Viewer. I don't even follow sports or music like that, but somehow I know his name. That says everything. At Cinema Realm. That Pepsi ad. One take? Yeah. You can tell. From gold medals to global billboards, the strategy behind Dayo's rapid rise. At swim track field, Olympics didn't make him. Olympics revealed him. At again. I just saw him on my cousin's TV and I'm not even at home. At Trend Watcher. The again trend is hilarious but also terrifying. This level of visibility usually breaks people. He looks calm. At Watch Enthusiast. That Rolex shot was disrespectfully clean. No talking. No flexing. Just confidence. At Music Hand Motion. People forget he's also a producer. This man understands timing better than anyone. At Exhausted Fan. I love him, but can he let me rest? Loudly crying face. At Global Pulse. He's everywhere, but it doesn't feel cheap. That's the difference. At Industry Whispers. Quiet rumor. Multiple luxury brands pulled back because Rolex moved first. Nobody wants to look second. Not just everywhere. Intentional. Why Jason Dayo's visibility feels different. At again. I'm tired. At level-headed_take. What's impressive isn't the money. It's the restraint. He could have taken more. He didn't. At DreamState01. Update. I took a nap. He was there again. Someone explained this scientifically. At StreetCam. Saw someone filming a billboard today. They just pointed and shouted again. This is culture now. At Sports Media. This is what crossover dominance looks like. Athlete. Artist. Icon. At Old School Critic. Correction to my earlier comment. Machines burn out. This feels intentional. At New Fan 101. I didn't know who he was last month. Now I'm arguing about him online. Help. At Brand Math. For deals. For different demographics. Zero overlap fatigue. That's rare. At again. He's on my phone lock screen now. Not even by choice. The Dayo effect. When culture, sports, and branding collide in real time. At Pop Culture Vault. In 10 years, people will reference this week as the Dayo run. At Quiet Observer. Notice how he's not talking much. Letting the work speak. At DreamState01. If he shows up in my dreams again, I'm sending him rent money. At Fanart_corner. Already drawing him. This era needs to be archived. At Industry Burnout. Everyone's asking, how long can this last? Wrong question. Ask, how far can this go? At again. Final update for today. I saw him. Again. The scrolling slowed. Then stopped. Dayo handed the phone back to Janet. He leaned into the couch. Exhaled once, quietly. So that's what it looks like. He murmured. Shocked that he made such impact himself, now he understood why he was close to breaking his status. Chapter 229, Korea. The week passed quietly. Well, quiet by Dayo's standards. The hype hadn't vanished, but it had finally slowed down. His face was still everywhere, his name still circulating daily, but it no longer felt like the overwhelming flood from before. The internet had moved from shock to acceptance. Dayo had become normal news, dangerous territory for anyone who thrived on momentum. And there were still a lot of companies that were reaching out to him to come and endorse. Still, due to time and most especially other celebrities and influencers, Dayo chose to stop after all. He didn't need the money. He made more than $200 million due to the endorsement, and that was enough. He didn't want to monopolize the market and leave nothing for anyone. Well, at least that was Dayo's thought, and now that he had done everything that needed his utmost attention. Now, it was time to do what he had been stalling. At the airport terminal, Dayo stood with his family. Janet was right beside him, arms folded, pretending she wasn't emotional. Abishala stood a little farther back, watching quietly, while Jason and Jeffrey talked among themselves, giving Dayo space but staying close enough to remind him he wasn't alone. Dayo adjusted his jacket and looked at them. "All right," he said, breaking the silence. "I'll be gone for a while." Janet sighed. "You say that like it's nothing." "It's not nothing," Dayo replied calmly. "But it's not forever either." He looked at each of them in turn. "I'll be in Korea for some time. Things are going to get busy, and the schedule will be tight. I won't always be able to come back quickly." Abishala nodded. "We understand. But don't start missing me too much," Dayo added with a small smile. "If you do, call me. FaceTime. Video call. Anything." Janet scoffed. "You're saying that now, but we know you. You'll disappear into work." "I won't," Dayo said. "And if I do, you're allowed to complain." That earned a few laughs. He stepped forward and hugged them one by one. Janet held on a little longer than usual before pulling away. "Take care of yourself," she said quietly. "I will, Ma." After the final goodbye, Dayo got into the car waiting outside. The driver pulled away smoothly, heading toward the airport gate. As the city blurred past the window, Dayo leaned back and took out his phone. He dialed a familiar number. The call connected quickly. "Yo," Valerie's voice came through. "What's up, Dave?" Dayo smiled. "I'm on my way out." "Oh, right," Valerie said. "I was actually about to call you." "No problem," Dayo replied. "Is everyone there?" "Yeah. Give me a second." There was a brief shuffle, then Valerie spoke again. "You're on speaker." Dayo straightened slightly. "I'm sure you all already know," he began, his voice calm and steady. "I'm leaving for Korea." There were a few murmurs in the background, but no surprise. "This isn't the first time I've left the country," Dayo continued. "And it won't be the last. For the past few years, you've all handled things well, even when I wasn't around." He paused briefly. "I'll be gone for a while this time. But nothing changes. If anything important comes up, reach out to me directly. We'll handle it." Valerie laughed softly. "You sound like you're giving a farewell speech." Dayo chuckled. "Just setting expectations. We've got things covered," Alice said. "Go do your thing." "All right," Dayo replied. "I'll check in." The call ended shortly after. By the time the plane took off, Dayo was already settling into the familiar rhythm of travel. Long flights had become normal to him. He stared out the window briefly before closing his eyes. This was his second time going to Korea in this life. The first time had been during the global stage competition. Back then, everything had been uncertain. He had gone with ambition but little certainty, fighting for space in an industry that didn't know him yet. And now he was close to the top, or already there, and he had worked his ass to get here, and it was by no luck he made it this far, and now it was time for another chapter, a journey to his first movie. Several hours later, the plane touched down. As Dayo stepped into the terminal, he adjusted his cap slightly, keeping his head low out of habit. He didn't expect anything unusual, just a quiet arrival, straight to the car, then rest. Then he saw him, Min-jae, standing near the exit, hands in his pockets, posture relaxed. He looked taller than before, broader too. The sharpness in his eyes hadn't faded, but there was weight there now, authority earned over time. Dayo stopped mid-step. "You came yourself?" Dayo said as he walked over. Min-jae grinned. "What? You surprised?" "A little," Dayo admitted. "You're busy these days." Min-jae snorted. "You say that like you're not." They pulled each other into a brief, firm hug. Dayo was genuinely surprised at Min-jae's arrival, because in Korea Min-jae is a big shot. After all the music Dayo has given him had made him a hot cake that every artist want to work with. So the fact that he came personally showed Dayo he made the right call. "You've grown," Dayo said as he stepped back. "So have you," Min-jae replied, eyeing him. "And not just physically." Dayo smiled. "I heard you're practically running half the industry now." Min-jae shrugged. "Someone had to keep things in order, and you talk like it was only my doing. You had a major part to play in this too." "Hee if say so." Dayo smiled. "I thought you'd send someone," Dayo said honestly. "I considered it," Min-jae replied. "Then I decided against it. It'd been what? 2 years since your last vis, so I decided I would be your personal chauffeur." Dayo laughed. "Fair." They walked toward the exit together. "So," Min-jae said, glancing sideways, "how long are you staying this time?" "As long as the movie production is still ongoing." "Good," Min-jae said. "We've got a lot to do." "I figured." They got into the car, the door shutting softly behind them. "I won't throw work at you today," Min-jae added as the driver pulled off. "You just landed." "I appreciate that," Dayo said. "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow," Min-jae confirmed. "We'll start properly." Dayo nodded, feeling the familiar anticipation settle in his chest. He was about to direct and produce his first movie, so of course he was hyped up. This wasn't just another trip. This was the beginning of something new. And for the first time in a long while, he felt exactly where he was supposed to be. Time would tell if all would go according to plan. Chapter 230, Michael Thoughts. The car door shut softly as Dayo settled into the passenger seat. Min-jae slid into the driver's seat, adjusted the mirror, then glanced sideways with a casual smile. "So," he said, starting the engine, "where are you planning on staying?" Dayo leaned back, relaxed. "I still have a place here. One of my old apartments at Itiwo. Nothing fancy." Min-jae nodded. "Still keeping properties everywhere, huh?" "It helps," Dayo replied lightly. "One less thing to worry about." They drove in comfortable silence for a few seconds before Minj spoke again. "Oh, By the way, he said, trying and failing to sound casual, my girlfriend wants to see you. Dayo turned. Slowly, eyebrow raised. She wants to see who? You, Minj repeated. She keeps saying she wants to meet JDG in person. Dayo stared at him for a second, then burst out laughing. Minjae, he said, shaking his head. That sounds very strange coming from a man. Minjae clicked his tongue. Don't start. Oh, I will, Dayo replied immediately. So your girlfriend doesn't want to see you. She wants to see me? Minjae shot him a look. At least I have a girlfriend. Dayo clutched his chest dramatically. Oof, that one hurt. Minjae smirked, clearly enjoying himself. But, Dayo continued calmly. At least I don't have a girlfriend who's asking to see another man. Minjae laughed loudly. You're wicked. You started it. They both laughed, the tension non-existent. It felt natural, easy, like old times. The car rolled smoothly through the city, the lights outside passing by in quiet streaks. Eventually, Minjae pulled into a familiar residential area and slowed down. This still looks the same, Dayo said, glancing around. Some things don't change, Minjae replied as he parked. He turned off the engine but didn't immediately get out. Listen, Minjae said, turning toward Dayo. Use today and tomorrow to rest. Clear your head. By the day after tomorrow, I'll come pick you up and take you to the studio. Dayo considered it for a moment. You sure you're not busy? He asked. I can always just hire a chauffeur. Send me the address. Minjae scoffed. You're in Korea. I'm not letting you move around like a stranger. Dayo smiled. Suit yourself. They exchanged a look, simple, mutual understanding. Minjae opened the door. Get some rest. As Dayo stepped out, he paused and looked back. Oh, he said casually. Greet our girlfriend for me. Minjae froze, then snapped back in quick pidgin English. You day mad. Dayo laughed. See? My influence. Minjae shook his head. I told you. I have Nigerian friends now. Good, Dayo said. They're doing God's work. Minjae waved him off and drove away, still laughing. Dayo watched the car disappear before turning toward the building. Inside, everything felt familiar. He dropped his bag, took a long shower, and let the tension of travel wash off him. Afterward, he changed into something comfortable and sat on the edge of the bed, phone in hand. He called home. Abishala picked up almost immediately. You landed? Yes, ma, Dayo replied. Safe. Yes, ma. Dayo smiled. She hummed in satisfaction. Good. Oh, where's everyone? Dayo asked. They are already out. I was following the account that why I am still home. Abishala said. Ah, that's true time difference. The call didn't last long, but it was warm. Familiar voices. Familiar jokes. Reassurances exchanged easily. Afterward, Dayo stepped out onto the balcony briefly, breathing in the night air. Korea. Again. When he finally lay down, exhaustion crept up on him naturally. No alarms. No schedule. Just rest. As his eyes closed, his mind slowed. Tomorrow could wait. For now, sleep came easily. Asterisk. Michael stood by the wide glass window of his penthouse office. The city spread beneath him like a living map. The lights below flickered endlessly. Cars moving, people rushing, deals being made without faces or names. For over 20 years, this view had been his reward, his proof of relevance, his reminder that he mattered. Yet tonight, it felt different. The glass reflected his face faintly, older, sharper, more guarded. He had built too much to pretend he was still just a participant in the game. It's time, he muttered again, more firmly now. He turned away from the window and walked back to the desk. Spread before him were several encrypted files, each opened through layers of security he had personally designed. It had taken months, years, even, to gather this information without triggering alarms. 3 names stared back at him. 3 people who had never stood in the spotlight, yet controlled those who did. Him. For most of his career, Michael had believed power was loud, public, visible, absolute. He had been wrong. Real power stayed hidden. It pulled strings quietly and punished disobedience without fingerprints. And these 3 had been pulling his. Not openly, never directly, but through pressure, through favors, through reminders of who had helped him climb when he was still desperate and unknown. They called themselves investors, advisors, patrons. Michael now understood the truth. They were puppeteers. The first name belonged to a woman, Isabel Hartmann, late 50s, immaculate public record. Known globally as a cultural benefactor, arts patron, and former executive consultant across multiple entertainment conglomerates. She sat on boards, chaired charities, and was invited into rooms presidents struggled to enter. Isabel was the one who calls. Always calm, very decisive and ruthless when need be. She never told him what to do. She reminded him what he owed and who owned him. Michael scrolled through the file. The deeper layers revealed what the surface never showed. Shell companies, offshore trusts, silent acquisitions. Entire production houses quietly absorbed, dismantled, and resold through proxies. She didn't destroy careers. She erased leverage. A quiet woman who specialized in quiet endings. Michael clenched his jaw. She's cleaner than I expected, he said to himself. Too clean. That alone made her dangerous, but he knew if he dug deeper, he would find answers. The second name made his fingers pause. Graham Velt. Late 60s. Male. Old money. A titan from the era when studios were owned outright, not fragmented into digital pieces. He was known in public as a retired mogul, someone who had stepped back to enjoy life. A lie. Graham had never stepped back. He had simply learned how to rule without being seen. Michael skimmed the highlights. Acquisitions hidden under grandchildren's names, influence over union boards, control of distribution routes that decided which projects lived and which vanished quietly. But what caught Michael's attention wasn't the money. It was the pattern. Projects involving Graham's shadow companies often failed publicly, but succeeded privately. Tax write-offs, inflated losses, government incentives siphoned elsewhere. Michael leaned back slowly. Tax manipulation, he murmured. Large scale. The kind that could bury an empire if exposed. The third name appeared last. Leonard Crowe. Chapter 231. Studio. Leonard Crowe. Male. Late 60s. This one surprised him. Leonard was still active, very active. He was a respected figure in the movie industry, known as a kingmaker. A man whose approval could launch international stars or quietly blacklist them. Michael had met Leonard several times. He had even shaken his hand. Leonard smiled easily, spoke warmly, offered praise like candy. And yet, he owned him without him knowing. Looking back, now Michael feels stupid now. Gosh. Michael opened the deeper file. What stared back made his chest tighten. Bribery trails, silent settlements, coercive contracts masked as development deals. Actors and directors locked into agreements they could never exit without financial ruin. Leonard didn't just control movies. He controlled people. Michael exhaled slowly. So that's it, he said. 3 of you. 2 men. 1 woman. All older. All entrenched. All protected. By time, money, and silence. For years, they had leaned on him, guided him, reminded him who helped him rise when he was still clawing for relevance. They never ordered him outright, but the expectation was clear. Control the industry, shape narratives, suppress threats. And recently, their focus had narrowed. Dayo. Michael's fingers tightened. That was where the problem began. For the first time in his career, Michael had hesitated. Dayo wasn't like the others. He didn't need permission. He didn't follow the established ladders. And more importantly, he didn't fear losing access. That made him unpredictable. The puppeteers had noticed. They had begun asking questions. Why isn't he being steered? Why hasn't he been slowed down? Why is he allowed to grow unchecked? He stopped interfering in Dayo's affairs months ago, not out of kindness, but survival. Dayo was becoming something else, something that didn't fit the old rules. And Michael wasn't ready to choose that battle yet. Not without leverage. He looked back at the screen. Now, he had it not against Dayo, but does above him. The investigations had finally borne fruit. Quiet audits, anonymous tips, financial cross-checks routed through jurisdictions no one expected him to touch. And he could escape from their grasp with what he has. He hadn't gone after their public faces. He had gone after their taxes. Every empire feared one thing more than scandal. Paper trails. Michael's lips curved. Faintly. You taught me well, he said softly. You just didn't expect me to learn this part. He stood and walked slowly around the desk, hands clasped behind his back. For 20 years, he had played the role assigned to him. The rising executive. The loyal intermediary. The man who enforced balance in the industry. But balance was just another word for control. And he was done being controlled. He didn't plan to expose them outright. Not yet. That would be crude. No, he would chip away. Small pressure points. Subtle leverage. A delayed audit here. A block transfer there. Enough to make them uneasy. Enough to remind them that he was no longer just their instrument. Michael returned to his chair and sat down, eyes steady. One enemy at a time, he said quietly. Dayo wasn't his enemy. At least not yet. If anything, Dayo was proof that the old order was cracking. Michael closed the files one by one. The game was changing. And for the first time in decades, Michael wasn't reacting. He was planning. Morning in Korea came quietly. Dayo woke up naturally, without an alarm, his body already adjusted after a full day back. The unfamiliar ceiling no longer felt strange. It was one of those mornings where everything felt aligned. No rush, no pressure, just readiness. He got out of bed, stretched lightly, and headed straight for his routine. Jog first. The streets were calm, still half asleep. Dayo moved at an easy pace, breathing steady, thoughts clear. No cameras, no noise, just movement. By the time he returned, a thin layer of sweat clung to his skin, and his mind felt sharp. After a quick shower, he moved into the kitchen. Breakfast in Korea style. Gukbap rice and soup combo, like beef and vegetable based. After more than 30 minutes in the kitchen, he had just sat down when his phone buzzed. Min-jae. Dayo glanced at the time and frowned slightly before answering. Yo, he said. What's up? I'm outside, Min-jae replied casually. Dayo blinked. Outside where? Your place. Min-jae, Dayo said slowly. You said 10. It is around 10, Min-jae replied without shame. Dayo let out a quiet laugh. You're unbelievable. Why don't you come up and eat something? There was a pause. Eat. Yes, Dayo said. Food. Min-jae sounded offended. You're telling me I missed breakfast? You definitely did. A minute later, the door opened. Min-jae stepped in, eyes immediately drawn to the table. He stared, then stared some more. Why does this look like a Korean meal? Dayo shrugged. Old habits. Min-jae sat down, slowly tasted. Bro, you cook Korean food like you grew up here. Sometimes I honestly wonder. One of my perks of being a chef, Dayo replied calmly. Brag. Min-jae muttered. Dayo's just smiled. They ate in comfortable silence at first. Min-jae didn't hold back. This is good, he said between bites. Too good. Dayo smiled faintly. Eat. When they were done, Min-jae leaned back, satisfied. All right, he said. Let's go. Kansai Studio is waiting. Nice name, Kansai. Dayo nodded. They headed out together, the car ride easy, conversation light. No schedules being forced. No tension. Just two people who had known each other long enough not to fill every silence. As the studio came into view, Min-jae glanced at Dayo. So, he said casually, how are you feeling? Dayo thought about it for a moment. I don't really know how to explain it, he admitted. First I've been a producer, then an artist, an athlete. He paused. And now, I'm stepping into directing properly. Min-jae chuckled. You're an alien. Dayo smiled. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, Min-jae continued. Most people struggle to be one thing. You keep changing lanes like it's nothing. It's not nothing, Dayo replied. It just feels right. They pulled into the studio compound. People were already moving around. Assistants, crew members, equipment being wheeled in. The atmosphere was focused but calm. As Dayo stepped out of the car, something settled in his chest. This wasn't pressure. It was familiarity. Min-jae watched him quietly for a second before speaking. You ready? Dayo nodded. Yeah. They walked in together. And just like that, the next phase began. Chapter 232, Arriving at the Studio. The studio parking lot was already busy when Min-jae pulled in. Production vans lined one side. Crew members moving in and out with clipboards and headsets. The building itself didn't look flashy, but anyone in the industry knew what it represented. This was one of the most reliable mid to high-tier studios in Seoul, efficient, disciplined, and respected. Min-jae parked and stepped out first. Welcome back, he said casually. Dayo glanced around, hands in his pockets. Feels familiar, yet unfamiliar. He remembered back when he was learning how to direct, when they had to go from set to set working under experienced directors. Now, he was here to direct his own movie. They walked inside together. The moment they entered the main lobby, a man in his early 60s turned toward them. He was tall and lean, wearing a simple jacket over a shirt, glasses resting on his nose. His hair was neatly combed back, salt and pepper, giving him a calm but authoritative presence. Director Jang Wook. His eyes lit up when he saw Min-jae. Min-jae, he said in Korean, smiling as he stepped forward. You finally came. They shook hands warmly. It's good to see you again, director, Min-jae replied, also in Korean. You look well. Jang-wook waved a hand. Old, but still working, he said lightly. How have you been? I heard things have been busy. Min-jae chuckled. Busy is an understatement. They exchanged a few words in Korean about work, recent projects, and how the studio had mostly been in post-production over the past few months. Dayo stood quietly beside them, observing. Then Jang-wook's gaze shifted to him. And you must be Dayo, he said, switching smoothly to English. I've heard quite a bit about you. Dayo smiled politely. Before replying, he answered in Korean instead. Yes, director. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard much about you as well. Jang-wook paused. Then his eyebrows lifted. You speak Korean? Dayo nodded with a smile. I do. There was a brief silence. Then Jang-wook laughed. That's impressive. Truly, it makes sense you're directing a Korean movie, of course, as you speak Korea, but I am surprised. Min-jae glanced at Dayo, clearly amused. I told you he was full of surprises. Jang-wook shook his head lightly. These days, it's hard to surprise me. But that, he gestured at Dayo, that did. They walked deeper into the studio, passing set rooms and offices. Min-jae checked his phone, then slowed his steps. Director, he said, I actually need to step out. I have another meeting across town. Jang-wook nodded. Go. We'll handle things here. Min-jae turned to Dayo. You're not escaping. You're going straight to work. Dayo smirked. I figured. Min-jae laughed, shook his head, and left after a brief wave. Now alone with Dayo, Jang-wook gestured toward a small meeting room. Let's talk. They sat across from each other. So, Jang-wook began, folding his hands, about the project. Dayo nodded. How are things on your end? We paused earlier, Jang-wook said honestly. Permits, scheduling conflicts, cast. Availability. But everything is back in place now. Budget approved. Location secured. Equipment ready. That's good, Dayo replied. Jang-wook leaned back slightly. What we were waiting for was clarity. Especially from you. Dayo understood what he meant. And the script? Dayo asked. Jang-wook let out a small breath. I'll be honest. When I first read it, I didn't believe it was yours. Dayo smiled faintly. You're not the first. No offense, Jang-wook continued. But the structure, the pacing, the emotional restraint, it didn't match what people usually expect. It took Min-jae convincing me before I accepted it, he added. I appreciate that, Dayo said simply. I hope the stalling didn't make you lose out on other projects, Dayo asked. Jang-wook nodded. It did. But the script was nothing like Train to Busan, so it wasn't a loss. Dayo smiled. That's good to hear. So, how are we moving forward? Jang-wook nodded. Now comes the hardest part. Casting, Dayo said. Exactly. Jang-wook opened a folder. Auditions usually take time. Weeks. Sometimes months. I know, Dayo replied. But I want it done in a maximum of 1 week. At most, a week and a half. Jang-wook looked at him carefully. He knew Dayo hadn't done any major gig as a director yet. That's ambitious. I understand the concern. Dayo continued calmly. Casting isn't something you rush. But we're not doing this blindly. Jang-wook tilted his head, studying Dayo's eyes. He saw a familiar stubbornness, the same one he'd had when he first started directing. He had learned the hard way. He knew that telling Dayo to extend the timeline wouldn't change anything. If Dayo didn't face failure himself, he might never learn. So let me guess, Jang-wook said. You have your way? Yes, Dayo replied. He could already sense what was going through Jang-wook's mind, but he was confident. He had the system to rely on. Jang-wook nodded slowly. All right. He turned to his assistant. Put the notice out. She straightened. Immediately. Yes, Jang-wook said. Auditions begin tomorrow. She left quickly. Jang-wook turned back to Dayo. We'll see if your confidence is justified. Dayo smiled. I believe it will be. Oh, I also have an idea to make things easier, Dayo added. We should focus only on the main cast. For the other roles, they can perform a short part from the script and send it in. We'll review and get back to them. He handed Jang-wook a list. Jang-wook sighed, then nodded. All right, we'll do it your way. Good. Confirmed main cast roles, initial list. Here are the 5 character profiles from Train to Busan, with detailed criteria for casting. 1. Sungyu. Age, late 30s. Personality, protective, determined, responsible, caring. Goal: safeguard his daughter. Suin conflict, struggles with past mistakes, prioritizes Suin's safety above all. Role: protagonist, a father's desperate fight for his child. 2. Senghua. Age: mid-30s. Personality: tough, protective, resourceful, loyal. Goal: protect his wife and unborn child. Conflict: confronts fear and rises in crisis. Role: supporting, strong ally. 3. Suin. Age: young girl, around 8 to 10. Personality: curious, resilient, adaptable, caring. Goal: survive with her father. Conflict: faces harsh realities, matures quickly. Role: emotional core, key motivator for Sungyu. 4. Young-suk. Age: middle-aged. Personality: cunning, selfish, manipulative, greedy. Goal: self-preservation at all costs. Conflict: ruthless decisions fuel chaos. Role: main antagonist. 5. Jinhee. Age: young adult. Personality: determined, resourceful, caring. Goal: survive the outbreak. Conflict: moral dilemmas under pressure. Role: supporting, strong survivor. The pieces were finally moving. And this time, there would be no delay. Chapter 233. Park Hyun-seo. The audition hall was quieter than expected. Not silent, but controlled. The kind of quiet that came from professionals watching professionals. Each person aware that this wasn't just another casting call. This was Train to Busan, a project that had already started circulating through the industry long before a single camera had rolled. Dayo sat beside director Jang Wook at the long table near the front, stacks of tablets and folders arranged neatly before them. Names, profiles, reels, resumes. Hundreds of submissions had poured in within hours of the announcement of the casting starting. Jang Wook adjusted his glasses, scrolling through a file. "You were right," he said calmly. "The volume is intense." Dayo nodded. "Expected." Jang Wook glanced at him, then gave a small, approving smile. "You're confident without being careless. That's rare." Dayo didn't respond immediately. His eyes were on the screen, filtering. Experience, training, range, physicality, emotional restraint. He wasn't looking for stars, he was looking for fit. After all, this was his first movie, and it would dictate if it would allow many to know his name as someone who makes good movie or a joke of trying to be everything. "We'll start with the top-tier actors," Dayo said. "Those with proven range. You can prioritize based on experience and I'll review alongside you." Jang Wook's lips curved upward slightly. He liked that answer. He was happy Dayo knew how the industry worked. After all, in the industry, the actors that are prioritized are those who are aligned with good agencies and capable, of course. But if the type came to choose within an actor capable and the one who has a good agency, well, it was pretty clear. "So you trust my judgment?" "I trust your experience," Dayo replied. "But I'll still make my own calls." Jang Wook chuckled quietly. "Fair enough." They worked efficiently. Names were shortlisted. Others were removed without hesitation. Some actors had strong resumes but lacked the emotional profile the script demanded. Others had popularity but no depth. By the end of the first day, more than half the submissions were gone. By the end of the second, only the serious candidates remained. And that was when Park Hyun-seo's name appeared. Park Hyun-seo sat alone in his small apartment, the city noise muffled by the closed window. His daughter sat cross-legged on the floor, coloring carefully within the lines of a workbook. She was quiet, too quiet for a child her age, but she'd learned early not to ask too many questions. Hyun-seo stared at his phone. The screen showed the casting notice again. Train to Busan, feature film. Director, Jang Wook. He exhaled slowly. He hadn't expected anything when he submitted. In this industry, offending an agency was worse than failing publicly. Agencies protected their own, and when someone was cut loose, the silence that followed was intentional. Calls stopped coming. Meetings disappeared. Scripts went unanswered. Hyun-seo knew the rules. His wife had died because of those rules. His wife had an accident which caused her life, and the cause of the accident was by a driver of an executive of Virex Group, a top agency, and they asked him to cool the matter. And of course he choose not to. How would he face his child or family if he choose his career over justice for his wife? So Hyun-seo had refused to let it go. He sued. He pushed. He exposed what he could. And he won. That victory cost him everything else. Virex Group never forgave him. The driver went to prison. The agency's name was bruised, as well as the executive that was involved. He was dragged online, blasted, and called different names by the PO. Then the matter died down fast, as always. Then the retaliation came, and it was simple. Park Hyun-seo touched PO. He couldn't fight, and Park Hyun-seo was erased from the industry. Months passed. No roles, no endorsements, no auditions. His dream washed away. Only his daughter. Daddy. He looked down. Yes. She tilted her head. Are you thinking again? He smiled faintly. Maybe. She crawled closer and leaned against him. I miss Mommy. His chest tightened, hearing his daughter call his wife. I know, he whispered, pulling her into his arms. Me too. Then his phone vibrated. Once. He almost ignored it. Then he looked, his eyes wide in shock by what he was seeing. He cleared his eyes to confirm he wasn't sleeping. He even went as far as pinching himself. The text just stared back at him. Audition confirmation. Train to Busan. Status. Accepted. Time. 9 a.m. tomorrow. For a moment, he didn't breathe. Then his hands began to shake. Daddy? She asked softly, her voice laced with worries. He laughed, quietly, brokenly, and pulled her into a hug. Daddy's going to act again. Her eyes widened. Really? Yes. She smiled, bright and pure. Yay. Hyun-seo closed his eyes, tears finally falling. He knew that he might not act after all. This was just an auditions, but the fact that he got called showed that there was hope for him. Then he remembered what his wife tells him. When there's hope, chase with everything you got. He muttered with tears in his eyes as he hugs his daughter tightly. I would keep chasing, dear. The next morning, the studio buzzed with restrained tension. Actors arrived in waves, some confident, some nervous, some pretending not to notice each other. Names were whispered. Reputations quietly weighed. And then Park Hyun-seo walked in. The murmurs started immediately. Is that? What's he doing here? I thought he was blacklisted. I pity him, man. Yeah, I mean, if it were me, I don't even know what to do. Didn't Virex? Hyun-seo kept his head down. He felt every stare, every judgment. But he stood still, hands folded calmly in front of him. Across the room, director Jang-wook froze for half a second when he saw him. Then he masked it. Dayo entered moments later. The room shifted. Whispers changed direction. Is that JD? The Olympic guy? He's directing? Dayo took his seat beside Jang-wook, scanning the room once. His gaze paused briefly on Hyun-seo. Not recognition. Assessment. Jang-wook leaned slightly toward him. You see him? Yes, Dayo replied. You know his history? I do. Dayo replied after all he had seen details on everyone and their connection. Jang-wook nodded slowly. Virex won't be happy. He warned, and as for why, Dayo didn't look away from the room. We're not here to make them happy. Jang-wook exhaled, then straightened. He knew things wouldn't go as smooth as he expected. Let's begin. The assistant stepped forward. Auditions for Train to Busan will now commence. The room fell silent. And for the first time in a long while, Park Hyun-seo felt something he hadn't allowed himself to feel in months. Hope. Chapter 234, Auditions 1. Auditions for Train to Busan will now commence. The assistant said. Now those who are auditioning for the role of Jin-hee, get ready. Once you hear your name, move to the hall. Just then, the assistant saw Dayo wave at her and nod. Sit still for now, she said as she walked toward Dayo and bowed. Yes, sir, you called? Dayo nodded. Let them come in all together and watch the others perform. The assistant looked surprised and stunned. She raised her eyes to look at both Dayo and Jang-wook, who just gave her a dead look. She immediately sprang outside. All who are here for the Jin-hee role, stand up and follow me. The ladies quickly picked up their pace and followed the assistant toward the front of the hall, where Dayo, Jang-wook, and two others were seated with their faces devoid of any emotion. The actresses all stood still under the gaze of the people who would judge whether they would join this project or not. The role they were trying to play was Jin-hee. In the storyline, Jin-hee is a young adult female who embodies a potent mix of strength and vulnerability. As a determined and resourceful individual, she navigates the chaos of the zombie outbreak with a fierce will to survive. Despite the dire circumstances, Jin-hee shows a caring side, often prioritizing the safety of those around her, including Suin, the young daughter of Sungyu. Her past is marked by uncertainty, but her present is defined by her actions in the face of danger. Jin-hee's determination is fueled by a desire to protect herself and those she cares about from the deadly virus spreading rapidly through the train. With her quick thinking and adaptability, Jin-hee becomes a key player in the group's fight for survival. Her character serves as a beacon of hope and resilience in the midst of horror, showcasing the human spirit's capacity to persevere even in the darkest moments. Although Jin-hee was a supporting role, it also had its impact, which was why Dayo personally picked this role to choose the actress. Dayo gave a nod to the assistant. She turned toward the contestants, holding a list, and said, "Minji, step forward." Minji, a teenage girl, wore a dark skirt and a black top that complemented her slim stature. She walked forward and gave a 90-degree bow. "My name is Minji, sir." Jang-wook looked at Dayo, giving him a hint that this was one of his recommendations, and Dayo gave a slight nod back. Dayo looked at Minji and activated a skill in his mind. Director's Instinct skill. Grants detailed insight into the personality, emotional depth, temperament, and expressive compatibility of actors or actresses. Enables accurate assessment of which roles best suit each individual. Minji stood straight at the center of the hall. Her hands were relaxed at her sides, shoulders squared, posture respectful but not stiff. She didn't fidget. She didn't glance around nervously. Instead, she kept her eyes forward, focused on the panel in front of her. Dayo studied her calmly. Then, without any outward movement, he activated the skill in his mind. Director's Instinct. The world seemed to slow slightly. Information unfolded in layers, not intrusive, not overwhelming, but precise. A transparent profile appeared in his perception. Actor profile, Minji. Age, 19. Experience level, moderate. Talent grade, A. Potential, S+. Emotional range, natural empathy. Controlled vulnerability. Stable emotional transitions. Temperament, calm under pressure. Highly receptive to direction. Low ego interference. Expressive compatibility, role, Jin-hee. 91%. Evaluation summary. Highly suitable. Strong emotional grounding. Capable of portraying resilience without exaggeration. Minimal adjustment required. Dayo's lips curved slightly. Not a smile meant for the room, just a quiet one to himself. 91%. That was rare. He glanced briefly at Jang-wook. The director hadn't seen the profile, of course, but he noticed the change in Dayo's expression. His eyes narrowed just a little in interest. Dayo gave a subtle nod. "Minji," Dayo said evenly, his voice calm but carrying through the hall. "You've read the script?" "Yes, sir," she answered clearly. "Good." He leaned back slightly. "We'll do a scene reading." The assistant immediately stepped forward, tablet in hand. Scene 14, Dayo continued. Jin-hee and Suin. The moment after the separation. Focus on restraint, not fear. Minji's eyes flickered for half a second. Then she nodded. "I understand." There was no request for clarification. No hesitation. She took 2 steps forward, grounding herself. The room fell silent. Minji inhaled once, slowly, then let it out. When she spoke, her voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. "Suin," she said softly, as if the child were right in front of her. "Stay close. Don't look back." Her hands trembled just slightly, not exaggerated, not theatrical. Controlled. She took a step, then stopped, as if remembering the danger behind her. Her jaw tightened. Her eyes shimmered, but tears didn't fall. "I'm here," she continued, her voice lowering. "I won't leave you." A pause, then a breath that sounded like it hurt to take. "I promised." No screaming. No dramatic collapse. Just quiet resolve under pressure. Several of the other actresses stiffened. One swallowed. Another unconsciously clenched her fingers. Dayo didn't move. Jang-wook leaned forward without realizing it. Minji finished the scene and bowed deeply. Silence followed. Then, "Good," Dayo said simply. That single word carried weight. Minji straightened, eyes shining, not from praise, but relief. "Step aside," Dayo added. She obeyed immediately, moving to the designated area. The assistant checked her list. Next, Han Seo-rin. A tall woman in her early 20s stepped forward. Confident walk. Well-trained posture. Clear industry polish. Dayo activated director's instinct again. Actor profile, Han Seo-rin. Age, 23. Experience level, high. Talent grade, A-. Potential, A. Emotional range, strong projection. Limited subtlety. Temperament, confident. Performance-driven. Expressive compatibility, role, Jin-hee. 70%. Evaluation summary. Technically capable. Emotion tends toward exaggeration. Requires heavy direction for restraint scenes. Dayo remained neutral. Scene 14, he said again. Seo-rin nodded briskly. Her performance was good, objectively so. Her voice carried strength. Her fear was visible. Her gestures were clear. Too clear. Every emotion announced itself. When she finished, there was polite stillness. Thank you, Dayo said. Step aside. She did. Her confidence slightly dimmed. The assistant called another name. Lee Hae-won. This one hesitated before stepping forward. Younger. Less polished. Dayo reviewed the profile. Actor profile, Lee Hae-won. Age, 18. Experience level, low. Talent grade, B+. Potential, A+. Expressive compatibility, role, Jin-hee. 68%. Evaluation summary. Raw emotional instinct. Lacks control. Potential exists but unsuitable for immediate casting. Her performance showed heart but lacked stability. She rushed lines. Her breathing broke the rhythm. When she finished, Dayo nodded politely. Thank you. As the auditions continued, patterns formed. Skill. Training. Potential. But Minji's performance remained the quiet benchmark in the room. The other actresses knew it too. They didn't say it aloud, but they felt it. Jang Wook leaned closer to Dayo. Your thoughts? He murmured. Dayo didn't answer immediately. We continue, he said instead. The assistant called the next name. Dayo wanted to see if he could spot any other surprise. The auditions for Jin-hee went on. But in the back of the hall, Minji stood quietly, hands clasped, eyes lowered, unaware that, for now, she led without being told. And that was exactly how Dayo wanted it. Chapter 235, Auditions 2. The auditions for Jin-hee ended without ceremony. The last actress bowed and was guided out, the door closing softly behind her. The once busy hall grew quiet, the air settling into a calm that only came after long hours of judgment and decision-making. Inside the room, four people sat around the table. Dayo, Director Jang Wook, the assistant director, and the casting coordinator. No one spoke immediately. Jang Wook was the first to break the silence. So, he said, leaning back slightly. Thoughts? The assistant director exchanged a glance with the casting coordinator before speaking. Minji stood out the most, she said carefully. From the beginning. The casting coordinator nodded. She understood the role instinctively. No overacting. No hesitation, she delivered it good. Jang Wook looked toward Dayo. Dayo, and your thought? Dayo didn't answer right away, he knew his answer, but he replayed Minji's performance in his mind. Her restraint, her control, the way she carried fear without exaggeration. She fits, Dayo said calmly. For Jin-hee. No hesitation. No qualifiers. Jang Wook studied him for a moment, then nodded with a smile. He thought Dayo would go for someone else, but he was happy that the actress he picked got the role. I agree. There was no disagreement around the table. The decision wasn't announced yet, but it was settled. The assistant director jotted something down quietly. All right, Jang Wook said, straightening. Next, they moved on. The hours that followed were intense. Role after role, character after character. Some decisions were easy. Others, not so much. There were moments when Jang Wook suggested a name. Actors he'd worked with before, performers backed by strong agencies, people with proven track records. Twice, Dayo declined. Politely, firmly. Jang Wook felt the sting of irritation rise, but he suppressed it. This was Dayo's project. Dayo was the one holding the reins. And as much as it bothered him, Jang Wook couldn't deny it. Dayo's choices made sense. He picked those who had performed better, which surprised him. After all, he thought Dayo was a newbie, and he wouldn't be able to see flaws because most actors of these caliber finding their flaws for a director was hard, but he did it effortlessly. He now understood why Dayo said he could finish the auditions in such small time frame. Things Dayo spotted, and said even him as an experienced director didn't see it. That on its own made him calm when Dayo spoke. By the end of the second day, the process narrowed sharply. The crowded waiting area outside, once filled with dozens of hopeful faces, was now nearly empty. Only a handful remained. 6. All of them contenders for the main male roles. Outside the audition hall, Park Hyun-seo sat quietly. His hands rested on his knees. The hallway was silent except for the faint hum of the building's air system. His thoughts, however, were anything but quiet. So much had happened so fast. He hadn't expected to make it this far. In truth, when he submitted his name, he'd done it without hope. The industry had already made its decision about him. Blacklisted. Months without work. Cancelled roles. Quiet phone lines. Park leaned back slightly and stared at the ceiling. He thought of his wife. The accident. The courtroom. The silence that followed his victory. Winning the case had cost him everything else. He lowered his gaze. If he was given a chance to go back, he would do the exact same thing without regret. His daughter's face surfaced in his mind. 8 years old, smiling even when she sensed something was wrong. He clenched his jaw. If this fails. No. He stopped himself. He had promised himself he wouldn't spiral before it even began. One thing had steadied him earlier. Director Jang-wook. When Park first entered the building, their eyes had met. Recognition had flashed across Jang-wook's face. Surprise. Something darker. But then, restraint. What mattered was this. Jang-wook wasn't the one calling the shots. Park had noticed it quickly. There was another man. Younger. Calmer. Quietly authoritative. The one the staff deferred to. The real decision-maker, Park realized. That alone gave him a thread of hope. If decisions were being made on ability, not connections, then maybe, just maybe, he still had a chance. The door opened. An assistant stepped out. Next group for lead role. Prepare, she said. The remaining candidates straightened. One by one, they were called in. Inside the hall, the atmosphere shifted again. Focus sharpened. The stakes were clear now. The first candidate performed well. Solid delivery. Strong presence. But something was missing. Dayo watched without expression. Compatibility scores hovered in his perception. Respectable, but not remarkable. Then came the next. A man in his late 20s stepped forward. Confident. Well-groomed. Industry polish. Dayo activated director's instinct. Actor profile. Name, Dayo. Talent grade, A+. Potential, S+. Experience, extensive. Expressive compatibility, role, Sungyu 85%. Jang-wook's interest. Sharpened immediately. He leaned forward. This was one of theirs. Virex had been pushing this name aggressively. The performance followed, and it was good. Very good. Controlled emotions. Powerful presence. Convincing desperation. The highest compatibility they'd seen so far. When the man finished, Jang-wook exhaled slowly. That, he said quietly, was impressive. Jang-wook looked at Dayo. After all, Dayo agency actually contacted him to help push him. Dayo didn't disagree. He nodded. He is good. They exchanged a brief look. Jang-wook spoke again, more carefully this time. He fits the role well. Dayo turned to him. I know. A pause. Jang-wook hesitated, then said, Virex is invested in him. Dayo's eyes were steady. I'm invested in the film. Silence followed. Jang-wook leaned back, jaw tightening slightly. He said nothing more. The assistant checked her list. One more. The room grew still. Outside, Park Hyun-seo rose slowly when his name was called. He stepped into the hall. The moment he entered, murmurs stirred faintly among the staff. Recognition. Whispers. Isn't that? Why is he here? Jang-wook's eyes widened briefly. Then he masked it. He already told his assistant to tell Park Hyun-seo to leave, and it made him pissed. Dayo noticed everything. Park stood tall. Calm. He didn't flinch under the attention. Dayo leaned forward slightly. Introduce yourself. Park opened his mouth. Chapter 236. It's not about comfort. Park took a breath before speaking. My name is Park Young, he said calmly. I've been active in the industry for a little over 4 years. He paused briefly, then continued. I started late compared to most people. I'm 28. Most of my work so far has been supporting roles and short projects. He bowed slightly. I'll do my best today. The room remained quiet. No comments. No interruptions. Dayo watched him closely. There was nothing flashy about Park's introduction. No attempt to impress. No exaggerated humility. Just a simple statement of who he was and where he stood. Dayo gestured lightly with his hand. You've read the script, he said. Act the scene where Janice Tin confronts her brother after discovering the truth. Park nodded. He stepped forward. The shift was immediate. His posture changed, not dramatically, but subtly. His shoulders relaxed, his gaze hardened just a little, and when he opened his mouth again, it was no longer Park Young speaking. It was Janice Tan. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. He activated the skill. Actor profile detected. Name: Park Young. Talent grade: S. Potential: SS+. Emotional range: high. Role compatibility: Sungyu 100%. Dayo froze for a split second. What? He checked again. The numbers didn't change. 100%. That wasn't just rare. That was unheard of. The highest compatibility he had ever seen before was 91%, belonging to the young actress who played Jin-hee. But this? A perfect score? What did 100% even mean? It meant perfection. Why choose someone at 88% when a 100% existed? Park spoke, his voice controlled but trembling at the edges. Not weak, but restrained, like someone holding himself together through sheer will. You knew, Park said, eyes fixed forward, voice steady. You knew all this time, and you still let me believe. His hand slowly clenched into a fist. Do you know what that makes you? He let out a quiet laugh, but there was no humor in it. The room felt heavier. Even the assistant stopped writing. Park took a step forward, then stopped himself, swallowing hard. I trusted you, he continued. I trusted you because you were all I had left. Silence followed. Not awkward silence. Absorbed silence. Park didn't rush the moment. He didn't overplay it. He let it sit, then exhaled slowly, his shoulders dropping just a fraction, like something inside him had finally given way. I don't hate you, he said quietly. That's the worst part. He stepped back and bowed. The performance ended. Dayo leaned forward in his chair without realizing it. For the first time since the auditions began, the movement didn't escape Jang-wook's eyes. Jang-wook stiffened and leaned forward. Throughout the entire audition process, dozens of actors, dozens of performances, Dayo had remained composed, upright, neutral. But now, interest. Clear, unmistakable interest. Jang-wook knew Dayo was the type to choose talent over status. He had seen it before, when a high-profile actor was recommended for a role and Dayo rejected him outright, stating plainly that he wasn't suitable. Jang-wook's jaw tightened. Damn it. Park's performance hadn't just been good. It had been dangerous. Too natural. Too complete. Even Jang-wook couldn't find a single flaw. If the decision were his alone, background and connections aside, he would choose Park over Dayo without hesitation. Dayo straightened slightly and looked at Park. Very good, he said. I like you. Park's breath hitched for just a second before he nodded. Thank you, sir. Dayo glanced at the assistant. That concludes the audition. Park bowed again and turned toward the door. As he left, Jang-wook's eyes followed him, irritation simmering beneath the surface. Dayo rarely complimented anyone openly. When he did, it meant something. It felt like an announcement. Jang-wook muttered under his breath. It's finished. Once the door closed, the room seemed to exhale. Dayo leaned back and looked around the table. Opinions, he said. Let's hear them. Jang-wook spoke first. Dayo, he said without hesitation. Dayo fits the role best overall. The casting coordinator nodded. I agree. Dayo's delivery was strong and consistent. The assistant director hesitated, then nodded as well. Dayo is safer. The room went quiet. All eyes turned to Dayo. He didn't react immediately. He folded his hands together. For me, he said calmly, I choose Park. The silence this time was different. Sharp. Heavy. Jang-wook's head snapped up. What? I choose Park, Dayo repeated. The casting coordinator frowned. But everyone else. I know. Dayo cut in gently. Jang-wook leaned forward. Dayo, this isn't a small decision. I'm aware. Jang-wook's voice hardened. Tae has backing. Stability. Market appeal. Park has issues with top figures in the industry. Dayo shrugged slightly. This isn't about comfort or backing. This is Abu 5 who can deliver the role best, and that Parison we know. The room remained tense. Jang-wook stared at him, frustrated, but said nothing more. Dayo had spoken, and when Dayo spoke like that, the discussion was over. They swallowed it. One by one, the decision was made. Park walked out of the building slowly. His legs felt light. His heart refused to calm down. He replayed the moment over and over again, especially that one instant. When Dayo leaned forward, he noticed me. Park didn't know who Dayo was. Had never seen him before. But something about the man's presence told him everything he needed to know. Please, don't let them change his mind. By the time he reached the bus stop, the tension eased slightly. He checked the time. He was late. He hurried. The elementary school gates were already open when he arrived. His daughter spotted him first. "Dad." She ran toward him, backpack bouncing. Park knelt and caught her easily, lifting her into a hug. "I'm sorry I'm late," he said softly. She shook her head. "It's okay." He smiled. "How about ice cream?" Her eyes lit up. "Really? Really?" They walked hand in hand toward the small shop down the street. As she talked about her day, Park listened, nodding, smiling, feeling something he hadn't felt in a long time. Relief. Hope. For the first time in months, he allowed himself to believe. Maybe things were finally about to change. Chapter 237. Rejection. By the next morning, the internal results were no longer a secret. The assistant had sent out the emails personally, formal, brief, professional. Acceptance letters to those who made it. Rejection letters to those who didn't. Among them was one particular name. Dayo. He stared at the screen for a long moment, convinced there had been a mistake. The subject line was unmistakable. "Regarding your audition for Train to Busan." He opened the email again. Read it. Closed it. Opened it once more. Still the same. A polite rejection. No explanation. No room for appeal, just as cold and no to the project. Dayo leaned back slowly, disbelief giving way to irritation. "That's impossible," he muttered. He had felt it during the audition, the atmosphere in the room, the nods, the attention, the way Jang-wook had looked at him, and even the others. He was supposed to get this role, not just because of his performance, but because of who stood behind him. His agency had assured him, as long as you do your part, the role is yours. And he had done his part. Yet here he was, rejected. He stood abruptly and walked out of the room. Minutes later, he was in his agent's office. "This has to be a mistake," Dayo said flatly, dropping his phone on the desk. "We already discussed this with Jang-wook. The role was mine. Besides, I didn't see anyone there who could compete with me." His agent frowned as he read the email. "This doesn't make sense." "Exactly," Dayo snapped. "Who else was even close?" The agent hesitated. "There was someone," he said carefully. But what?" Dayo demanded. The agent shook his head. "It shouldn't matter. I'll escalate this." He remembered seeing Park Hyun-seo, and even if he didn't want to admit it, Park had been the better actor. But Park Hyun-seo was blacklisted. So why was he even being invited to auditions? Within the hour, the issue reached higher up. Much higher. A call was placed to Virex Entertainment. Not long after, another call followed. This time, to Jang-wook. He answered after the third ring. "Yes," Jang-wook said. A familiar voice came through the line, calm, sharp, authoritative. "We heard Dayo didn't get the role." Jang-wook sighed inwardly. "It's true." A pause. "Who did?" Jang-wook leaned back in his chair. "That doesn't really matter." The tone on the other end shifted immediately. "It does." Jang-wook pinched the bridge of his nose. "The final decision wasn't mine." "Then whose was it?" Another. Pause. Dayo, Jang-wook said. "The director." Silence. "The one from America?" "Yes." A low scoff followed. "Does he understand how this industry works?" Jang-wook didn't answer. "You realize who you're offending," the man continued. "You realize what kind of trouble this could cause for both you and this project." "I objected," Jang-wook said evenly. "I made my position clear. And I was overruled." The voice hardened. "This isn't good." Jang-wook exhaled slowly. "Two of your other actors didn't make the cut either." Another pause. "That tells you everything you need to know. Does this American even know what Park Hyun-seo did?" The man said, no longer using Dayo's name. Jang-wook heard the disrespect, but said nothing. "He knows about the incident." "What?" The voice rose. "He knows, and still dares give him a role over one of Virex." "As I said earlier," Jang-wook replied, "it wasn't my call, so I could do not bing about the decision." "Oh, I see now." The man clicked his tongue. "I'll give you an hour." "An hour for what?" Jang-wook asked, already sensing that things were about to take a different turn entirely. "For this to be fixed." Jang-wook straightened. "It won't be." The voice dropped, cold and sharp, not because of anything, but he knew the kind of person Dayo was, and he wouldn't change his mind. "You know the kind of people this affects if things go wrong." "I do," Jang-wook replied calmly. "And I also know I don't have the authority to change it." Silence stretched. Finally. "Fine." The call ended. Jang-wook stared at his phone before placing it down. Then he dialed another number. Dayo answered while driving. "What's up?" Dayo asked casually. "There's an issue," Jang-wook said. "With Virex." Dayo scoffed. "Figures." They're not happy Dayo didn't get the role, Jang Wook continued. They see Park Hyun-seo getting it as an insult. They're threatening backlash, media pressure, industry interference. Dayo's grip tightened slightly on the steering wheel. And they want the casting reconsidered. Dayo laughed, short, humorless. This is my movie, he said. My money. My responsibility. I know, Jang Wook replied carefully. I just needed to inform you. Who are they to decide what happens on my set? Dayo said. If Park wasn't right, I wouldn't have picked him. But he is right. He paused. And that's the end of it. They're serious, Jang Wook warned. They can make things difficult. I don't care, Dayo replied without hesitation. Park stays. Unless he chooses to step down himself, nothing changes. Jang Wook went quiet. He had learned enough about Dayo in a single week to understand one thing. Dayo was a mirror. Respect him, and he returned it. Challenge him, and he pushed back harder. I respect you, Dayo added. I respect your experience. That's why I'm being clear. This name will not change. Another pause. Understood, Jang Wook said. And Jang Wook, Dayo continued. If you choose to step away to avoid backlash, I'll respect that too. The call ended. Dayo exhaled and changed lanes. The tension faded quickly. He had already made his decision, and he would stand by it. Park Hyun-seo had the ability to carry the role, and Dayo would make sure he did. Minutes later, he pulled up in front of a beautiful, naturally styled mansion. He checked the address once, then stepped out. The door opened before he could knock. Dayo. Min-jae stood there, smiling. You're early, she said. He smiled back. Traffic was kind. She stepped aside. Come in. As he entered, the noise of the industry, politics, threats, pressure, fell away. For now, the door closed behind him. And for the moment, that was enough. Chapter 238. Dinner at Min-jae. Min-jae led Dayo inside the house, closing the door behind them. Make yourself comfortable, Min-jae said casually as he dropped his keys on the counter. You've been moving like someone who hasn't rested in weeks. Dayo chuckled softly. You're not wrong. He took a few steps in, then paused. He inhaled slowly. Once. Twice. Then he laughed. Wow, Dayo said, shaking his head. Brother, with oil smelling this good and a girlfriend who cooks like this, you're safe for life. Min-jae rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the smirk tugging at his lips. Here you go again. Dayo glanced at him sideways. Wipe that smile off your face before I change my mind and take her. Min-jae snorted. You can try, but you'll never get this one. Oh, Dayo raised an eyebrow. You sound very sure. Of course I am, Min-jae replied confidently. Before Dayo could respond, footsteps came from the kitchen. A woman stepped into the living room. She wasn't flashy, not loud, not overdone. Slim figure, neatly braided hair, calm posture. There was a quiet composure about her, a gentle presence that didn't demand attention, yet still held it. She smiled shyly. Oh my God, she said softly. It really is you. You must be Dayo. Dayo turned fully toward her and smiled. And you must be Yobo. Her eyes widened slightly. You know my name? Min-jae scoffed. I talk too much, remember? Yobo laughed lightly. I've heard so much about you. Min-jae never stops talking. Dayo placed a hand on his chest. I hope they were good things. They were, she replied quickly. Very good things. Min-jae cleared his throat. All right, enough praise. Sit down before his head swells. They all laughed as they moved toward the dining area. Dinner was already laid out. They sat. Yobo served the plates carefully, a little shy but clearly comfortable in her space. Dayo took his first bite. Then another. He nodded slowly. This is really good, he said honestly. You didn't lie to me, Min-jae. Yobo smiled, clearly pleased. Thank you. Min-jae leaned back, satisfied. See? I told you. As they ate, the conversation flowed. Easily. So, Dayo said, glancing between them. How long have you two been together? Because this is news to me. Min-jae laughed. You never ask. That's not true. It is, Min-jae replied. Every call is business. Deals. Plans. Work. Dayo paused, then nodded. Okay, fair. So how long? Min-jae and Yobo exchanged a look before Min-jae finally spoke. Yobo is my childhood sweetheart. Dayo froze mid-bite, eyes widening as he looked at them both. No way. Min-jae smiled, clearly enjoying his reaction. Yes way. Man, Dayo said, shaking his head. I feel bad not knowing this after all these years. It's okay, Yobo said gently. You know now, and that's what matters. Dayo nodded, then asked curiously, so when did you first hear about me? Yobo smiled softly. Since the global competition days. He talks about you like family. Sometimes I feel like the third wheel. Dayo laughed. For real? That long? She didn't answer, only nodded. Min-jae waved his hand dismissively. Ignore her. She's exaggerating. She's not, Yobo said calmly. Dayo smiled. I'll take that as a compliment. Min-jae's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. I'll take this outside. Once he stepped away, the atmosphere shifted, quieter, more personal. Dayo looked at Yobo. How is he doing? I hope he's not overworking himself. She sighed softly. Ever since you handed him the company, he hasn't slowed down. Dayo nodded. That sounds like him. He looks up to you, she continued. A lot. He doesn't say it, but he's always trying to measure up. Dayo was silent for a moment. I know. I just never wanted to pressure him. Yobo smiled gently. He doesn't see it as pressure. He sees it as motivation. Min-jae returned shortly after. What did I miss? He asked suspiciously. Nothing, Dayo replied easily. And after dinner, we have something to talk about, Min-jae added. Dayo nodded. All right. Dinner wrapped up not long after. They moved back to the living room. Min-jae sat across from Dayo, his tone turning serious. Remember when you told me you wanted to enter the movie industry and asked me to set connections on the ground? Dayo nodded. Yeah. I see why now, Min-jae said quietly. Oh. Dayo raised an eyebrow. Go on. Did something happen on set? Min-jae probed. Dayo smiled faintly. You heard something? Yes, Min-jae said. From people connected to Virex. Dayo's expression tightened slightly. I figured. They're not happy, Min-jae continued. They think you crossed a line. They blacklisted someone without reason, Dayo replied calmly. I refuse to play along. Min-jae's jaw tightened. Tell me. Dayo explained everything. Park Hyun-seo, the blacklist, the pressure. Min-jae listened quietly. When Dayo finished, Min-jae exhaled sharply. I know how that feels. He did. If not for Dayo's support back then, he wouldn't have recovered himself. Silence followed. Then Min-jae spoke. Again, do what you believe is right. I trust your judgment. Dayo smiled. That's why I came. I just hope this won't cause trouble for you. They won't cross legal lines, Min-jae replied. I blocked that route. But they have deep connections, deeper than mine. They'll move carefully now that they know I'm involved. That's a relief, Dayo said. He had anticipated this. That was why he warned Min-jae early. It was also why he never rushed into Hollywood. That place was a deeper mess, not a sea you dive into blindly. Yobo returned to clear the dishes. I'll help, Dayo said, standing. She laughed. Guests don't clean. Not in my book. Later, as Dayo prepared to leave, Min-jae crossed his arms. Why don't you sleep over? Another time, Dayo said. I'll be here for months anyway. Yobo smiled. Next time, you're cooking. Dayo blinked. Me? Yes, she said, laughing. Min-jae never shuts up about your food. Even the last time he visited you, he said yours was better than mine. He really doesn't, she added. Min-jae stayed silent, looking away like a cat caught red-handed. Dayo laughed. All right, deal. At the door, Min-jae clapped Dayo on the shoulder. Be careful out there. Always, Dayo replied. He stepped outside. The door closed behind him. And as he walked away, Dayo knew one thing. Whatever storm was coming, he wasn't facing it alone. Chapter 239, Virex Decision. Virex. Virex was not just another agency. In the Korean entertainment industry, especially the K-drama sector, Virex stood firmly among the top 5 powerhouses. Their name carried weight. Their influence ran deep. Their presence alone was enough to tilt casting decisions, investment flows, and even broadcasting schedules. They were good at what they did. Very good. Virex had an almost frightening ability to spot talent. They could look at an unknown face, hear a single line of dialogue, watch one awkward audition, and know whether that person would shine on screen years later. Many of the industry's most successful actors and actresses had passed through Virex's hands at one point or another. They produced stars. They shaped careers. They understood the market. But Virex also had another reputation. A darker one. They were known for their vicious tactics. If you offended Virex, truly offended them, you didn't just lose opportunities, you disappeared. Calls stopped coming. Scripts vanished. Directors suddenly changed direction. Producers who once praised you no longer remembered your name. People didn't say Virex destroyed careers. They said Virex cut people off. Cleanly, completely, ruthlessly. And once you were cut off, there was almost no way back. They had connections with other agency, and they wouldn't interfere once you have been marked. This was one of the hidden rules of the industry. That was the level of power they operated on. Which was why, on this particular morning, the atmosphere inside the Virex headquarters felt unusually tense. The executive meeting room was full. Too full. Men and women in tailored suits sat around the long, polished table, faces sharp, eyes cold, voices raised. These were not middle managers or assistants. These were decision-makers, executives, department heads, senior strategists. At the head of the table sat the chairman. He hadn't spoken yet, but the argument had already begun. "This is an insult," one man said sharply, slamming his palm lightly on the table. This was Sang-min, the man that Park Hyun-seo offended. An outright insult to Virex. When he heard the news of the fact that the person he blocked had been given a new role, he was beyond pissed. He could still remember the reporters surrounding his house when the incident happened. Several people nodded. "If we let this go," another added, "we're sending a message that anyone can cross us and walk away untouched." Across the table, a woman scoffed. "You're exaggerating. We've already done enough." "Enough," Sang-min snapped. "Someone openly defied us. And," she shot back, "this situation isn't worth escalating. Some of our investors are involved in that movie. Why are we burning our own bridges?" Murmurs spread across the room. Another executive leaned forward. "We can resolve this without going all out. Find another project. Offer compensation. Let the actor who lost the role take something else. End it cleanly." "No," someone else argued. "Compromise makes us look weak." "Yes, and we are not weak, we are Virex." Voices overlapped. The argument intensified. Some believed Virex needed to respond aggressively, to make an example. Others believed the matter was too small to justify a full-scale retaliation. At the far end of the table, the chairman finally moved. Knock, knock, knock. His fingers tapped lightly against the wood. The room fell silent. He lifted his gaze slowly, eyes sweeping across every face. "First," he said calmly, "I want to remind all of you that this man you're discussing is not simple." A few brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" Sang-min asked. "He's just a producer testing his luck." The chairman's lips curved faintly. "Do you all know Min Jae?" A few executives exchanged looks. "Of course," one replied. "Everyone knows Min Jae." The chairman nodded. "Good. Then do you know JD?" Confusion rippled through the room. JD? The production company? The music label? "Yes," the chairman said. "That JD." A sharp intake of breath followed. "What about it?" The chairman tapped a tablet, projecting information onto the screen behind him. "JD's full name is Jason Dayo." Silence. "That company?" someone muttered. "That JD?" "Yes," the chairman confirmed. "And Jason Dayo owns more than half of it." Murmurs erupted instantly. "How do we not know this?" "He hid it that well." "He did," the chairman said calmly. "Very well." The room quieted again. "Now," he continued, "let me remind you of something else. For the past 2 years, Min Jae has been preparing to enter the entertainment industry." Several executives stiffened. "He has built studios, purchased shares in theaters, invested quietly, not just in Korea, but across Asia." A pause. "He is moving slowly, carefully, strategically." A man clenched his jaw. "So he's finally reaching for movies." "Yes," the chairman replied. "And that is exactly the problem." The air grew heavier. "We already dominate this space," another executive said. "Why fear him?" "We don't fear him," the chairman said. "But we don't want another competitor either. Especially not one with resources, connections, and ambition." A few nods followed. "We've blocked him before," someone said quietly. "Yes," the chairman replied. "And we cannot use those same tactics now." "Why not?" "Because eyes from above are watching," he said coldly. "One wrong step, and we give them the excuse they've been waiting for to dismantle us. And mind you, he has PO above to like us, so we can't use our usual method, we need something else." Silence returned. "We handle this internally," he continued, "within industry boundaries. No illegal moves. No reckless plays." The executives absorbed his words. "So what do we do?" someone asked. The chairman leaned back. "I want your opinions." Suggestions followed. "We pressure him quietly." We slow his casting process. We isolate him. Then Sangmin spoke. What if we pull our actors? Several heads turned. Remove all our actors and actresses from his casting pool, the man continued. Let's see how he moves without industry support. The chairman's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. That's an idea. Slow nods followed. Fine, the chairman said after a moment. You're dismissed. I'll speak with the other levels. The executives rose and exited. But the day wasn't over. Later that evening, another meeting took place. This time, it wasn't just Virex. Representatives from the top 5 high-end agencies sat together in a private room, the mood tense but unified. So, one of them said, your thoughts on Min-jae? A man scoffed. He's reaching beyond his limits. Music wasn't enough, another added. Now he wants movies too. We shouldn't allow it, a third said coldly. Heads nodded in agreement. If we let him step in, someone else said, he becomes a problem later. So what's the plan? One asked. A brief silence. Then a simple answer. We withdraw. Completely. Yes. All actors. All actresses. No collaboration. Someone hesitated. What if he apologizes? Then we negotiate, came the reply. Shares. Control. Concessions. And if he doesn't? Then he works alone. Also warn other agencies not to work with them, else they would face the anger of the Big Five. The decision settled. Since no contracts had been signed yet, it was clean, legal, silent, deadly. The meeting ended with a single understanding. Dayo and Min-jae could enter the movie industry, but he would do it without them. And whether he survived that remained to be seen. Chapter 240. Reaction to ban. I feel really sorry about this. Min-jae's agent said the words slowly, carefully, as though she was afraid they might shatter something fragile between them. Min-jae looked up from the script in her hands. Sorry about what? The Park Hyun-seo situation, the agent continued. You've heard about it, right? Min-jae nodded. Yeah, I heard something. That Park Hyun-seo got picked. People are talking about it. She paused, then frowned slightly. But what exactly happened? The agent exhaled softly and leaned back against the chair. Park Hyun-seo had a problem with one of the Virex executives a while back, she said. Nothing public. Just friction. But that executive never let it go. Min-jae's brows knit together. But Park Hyun-seo getting the role shouldn't cause this much trouble. That's how you see it, the agent replied gently. Not how they see it. Min-jae fell silent. The issue isn't just that Park Hyun-seo was chosen, the agent continued. It's that Park Hyun-seo was chosen over Virex-affiliated actors. That bruised egos. Big ones. And you know how Virex can be when someone tramples over them, especially someone they see as having no power. Min-jae clicked her tongue lightly. That still doesn't sound like enough reason to create chaos. The agent gave a small, tired smile. In this industry, it's more than enough. Nobody wants to appear weak. It's dog eat dog, always has been. Min-jae leaned back. Well, I'm just glad things are moving forward. At least nothing happened to my email or confirmation. Everything left now is just to start filming. Yeah, the agent agreed. Let's hope it stays that way. I just heard a meeting was held. Hopefully it's nothing. A brief silence followed. Then the agent's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen casually at first. Then her fingers froze. Min-jae noticed immediately. What is it? She asked. The agent didn't respond. She stared at the screen, eyes scanning rapidly. Her expression shifted. Confidence drained from her face, replaced by something colder. Heavier. Agent. Min-jae called, panic creeping into her voice. Still no response. Min-jae reached out and tapped her arm. Hey, what happened? The agent swallowed. Hold on, she said quietly. Let me confirm something. She stood up and walked a few steps away, dialing a number. The call connected almost immediately. Yes. I see. Understood. The call ended. She turned back slowly. Min-jae's heart sank before a single word was spoken. What is it? Min-jae asked again, her voice tight. The agent hesitated. Then, Min-jae, the agency has canceled the contract with the train to Busan. The words hit like a slap. What? Min-jae stood up abruptly. Canceled? What? They've issued a ban, the agent said quietly. We're not allowed to work on the project. Min-jae stared at her. A ban? After everything was approved? I know, the agent said, frustration leaking into her voice. But this is coming from the top agencies. This isn't something we can interfere with. Min-jae's hands clenched into fists. This is insane, she said. That movie, it's good. Not just good, it's strong. The script alone. I know. The agent interrupted softly. I read it too. Silence fell. This is a missed opportunity, Minji whispered. The agent nodded. For a lot of people. Minji slumped back into her chair, exhaustion weighing her down. She had worked her hardest for this role. She knew this movie would likely take her to the next level, but now she had to drop it because her agency said so. This is making me mad, Minji muttered. Her agent patted her arm. It's okay. Hopefully they come to an agreement and we can still participate in the project. But even her voice lacked confidence. And it didn't stop there. In another part of the city, an actor slammed his phone onto the table. You're joking, he snapped. We already agreed. I'm sorry, his manager said on the other end. The agency pulled out. Orders from above. For what reason? No reason we're allowed to say. F***K, the voice muttered. The call ended. Elsewhere, a young actress sat silently in her car, staring at the cancellation email glowing on her screen. She had already memorized her lines. Already. Imagined herself on set. Now it was gone. All the hard work she put into the role disappeared with a single email. In studio offices, practice rooms, and cafes across the city, similar conversations played out. Shock, anger, disbelief, and most of all, disappointment. Most of them had read the script. They knew the project wasn't ordinary. It had weight, depth, potential, but agencies controlled their lives. Contracts owned them. Revolting wasn't an option. All they could do was accept it and swallow the bitterness that came with signing under a big agency. While the industry quietly erupted, Dayo sat in his office, reviewing production timelines. His phone buzzed. A message. We have a problem. Dayo frowned and picked up the call. What happened? He asked calmly. There was a pause on the other end. Actors are withdrawing, Jang Wook's familiar voice said. Multiple. Different agencies. All at once. Dayo's expression darkened. How many? Most of them. He leaned back slowly. Reason? They're saying agency restrictions. No direct explanation. Dayo exhaled. So it had begun. I suspected this, he said quietly. Anything else? Yes. The voice hesitated. This isn't random. It's coordinated. All actors from big agencies are backing out, and even the smaller ones are pulling away, scared of offending the big dogs. Dayo closed his eyes briefly. Virex. And not just them. All right, he said. Keep monitoring. Don't panic. He ended the call and stared at the ceiling. The storm he had prepared for had finally arrived. He never expected it to escalate this far. They had gone too far. But Dayo didn't panic. He already had a backup for this too. He was prepared for what was to come. Without much, though, he went back to arranging the files. He was sorting all of these would come in handy very soon. And the real question wasn't why they were doing this. Chapter 241. You have a what? Park just dropped his daughter at school and was heading back. Everything felt so cool and calm in a long while. The reason was pretty simple. He had gotten a role to play after more than 9 months of struggling to get any role. Now, he could finally do what he loves. While his mind was going through different version of happiness, his phone buzzed. Once, twice, then again. Park frowned and picked it up. A message notification from an old forum he barely checked anymore. Korean Actors Network. He hesitated before opening it. Then his eyes moved and didn't stop. This whole mess started because of that Park guy. If Dayo had picked Tayo, none of this would have happened. Now the Big Five have blacklisted him. Who does Park think he is? I mean, I feel bad about THJ's whole thing. We were already getting ready to go through, and we had to cancel it. I cried when I heard the reason was because of Park Hyun-seo. Park's chest tightened. He scrolled. More messages. More threads. All Big Five agencies have pulled their actors. No one wants to anger Virex. If the Big Five won't work with you, you're done. Like, imagine not having a good actor. How would your movie look like? I just feel that bad for Dayo, man. His fingers trembled slightly. Another post caught his eye. Funny how Park sued Virex. Won, and now this happens. They're using Dayo as collateral. Park lowered himself onto the bed slowly. So that was it. This wasn't just industry gossip. This was real. He read everything. About actors withdrawing. About agencies issuing silent bans. About how the movie had lost nearly its entire cast. And every road led back to him. If he hadn't been picked. If Dayo had chosen Tayo. If Park wasn't involved. Park closed his eyes. He remembered the audition room. Dayo leaning forward. That look of interest. The arrival of the letter, you have been accepted. At the time, it had felt like salvation. Now it felt like a curse. I didn't ask for this, Park muttered. But that didn't change the outcome. Dayo had been kind, fair, professional, and now the industry was punishing him for it. Park scrolled again. Some messages were angry, some mocking, some almost sympathetic. It's too much. Over one actor? Still, the big five aren't people you fight. Park dropped the phone onto the bed. His chest hurt. He wasn't afraid for himself. He'd survived worse. Blacklist, lawsuits, isolation. He knew how to endure. But Dayo? Dayo had stepped into this because of him. Because he saw value where others didn't. Because he refused to bow. And now the cost was becoming visible. Park sat there for a long time. Then he stood up. I can't stay here, he said quietly. He grabbed his jacket and drove to the studio location. The studio was quieter than expected. Not empty, but subdued. People moved with purpose, yet there was tension in the air, like everyone was waiting for something to break. Park approached the reception desk. The assistant looked up, surprised. Yes. I'm looking for Dayo, Park said. I'm part of the cast. The assistant blinked. The cast? Park nodded calmly. The assistant hesitated. Do you have an appointment? No, Park replied honestly. But he'll know me. The assistant studied him for a second. News traveled fast. She had heard the rumors. About actors pulling out. About agencies stepping away. She nodded slowly. Please wait. She disappeared behind the door. Minutes passed. Park stood still, hands clasped in front of him. The door opened again. Send him in. Park stepped forward. Dayo looked up when the door opened. His eyes widened, just slightly. Park. Park bowed instinctively. Director. Dayo stood up immediately. Hey, come in. Park straightened. You know me? Dayo smiled faintly. Of course I do, I interviewed you, haha. Park smiled. He gestured to the chair. Sit. Park sat. Silence filled the room for a brief moment. Then Park spoke. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Dayo tilted his head. For what? I heard what's happening, Park continued. The bands. The actors withdrawing. The agencies. He clenched his fists. It's because of me. Dayo leaned back slowly. No, he said calmly. It isn't. Park looked up sharply. But if you hadn't picked me. If I hadn't picked you, Dayo interrupted. They would have found another reason. Park froze. This isn't about you. Dayo continued evenly. You're just the excuse. Park swallowed. I don't want to cost you anything, he said. If stepping down helps. Dayo shook his head immediately. No. He stood up and walked closer. Park, listen to me, Dayo said. You didn't create this problem. You exposed it. Park looked confused. They've been waiting for an opening, Dayo continued. Someone who wouldn't bow. Someone they could pressure. He paused. And they underestimated me. Park hesitated. You are not angry. Why would I be? Dayo replied. You acted your heart out. You earned that role. He smiled faintly. Honestly, your performance was surreal. Park's eyes burned. Thank you, he said hoarsely. Dayo studied him for a moment. Then, are you still signed with any agency? Park blinked. No. Dayo nodded. Good. Park frowned. Why? Because I want you, Dayo said simply. For the movie? For more than that. Park stiffened. I don't understand. I run an agency, Dayo said. Quietly. Park stared at him. You have an agency? Yes. Park's heart pounded. I see potential in you, Dayo continued. Not just for this role. For the long run. He met Park's eyes directly. Sign with me. The room went silent. Park's mind reeled. An agency? After everything? After being rejected, blacklisted, discarded? You're serious? Park asked. Dayo nodded. Completely. But, the big five. Let them try, Dayo replied calmly. Park felt something unfamiliar rise in his chest. Hope. He took a deep breath. I don't want to bring you trouble. Dayo smiled, slow, confident. Trouble was already coming, he said. I just decided to stop dodging it. Park lowered his head slightly. Thank you. Dayo extended his hand. Welcome aboard. Park took it. And for the first time in a long while, he felt like the ground beneath his feet was solid again. Chapter 242. 2 years ago. Dayo sat behind his desk, unmoving. The room was quiet, too quiet. A pen lay between his fingers, tapping lightly against the polished surface of the table. Tap, tap, tap. His eyes were fixed on nothing in particular, but his mind was racing. He wasn't angry. Anger was loud, careless, emotional. This was different. This was calculation. The industry was moving against him. Not openly, not yet, but the signs were clear. Agencies pulling back, actors withdrawing, silent pressure from the so-called Big Five. They thought they had him cornered. Dayo exhaled slowly. Still predictable, he muttered. The pen stopped tapping. He picked up his phone, scrolled, and stopped on a familiar name. Min-jae. He pressed call. It rang once, twice. Then, Dayo. Min-jae's voice came through, relaxed. What's up? I was just about to call you now. Dayo leaned back in his chair. You heard already? Min-jae chuckled. Of course I did. The industry has been noisy with the news, how would I not know about it? Dayo smiled faintly. Then pay up. There was a pause. Then, damn it, Min-jae groaned. Why is it that you never lose a bet? Dayo laughed quietly. Because I'm always 5 steps ahead of you. TCH, Min-jae replied. Yeah, whatever. You win this one. This one, Dayo repeated. Min-jae sighed. Fine. You have been winning since day one. They both knew what that meant. After a brief silence, Min-jae spoke again. But seriously, he said, how did you even know something like this would happen? Dayo didn't answer immediately. His gaze drifted to the window. 2 years ago, he said calmly. I already knew. Min-jae paused. I can't even argue. Dayo smiled. 2 years earlier. Summer in Korea was humid. The air stuck to your skin, heavy and restless. Dayo stood at the back of the audition hall, arms crossed, eyes sharp. In front of him, young trainees rotated in and out, singing, dancing, performing. This wasn't unusual. This was routine. He flew in like this often, helping Min-jae oversee recruitment for their music label. Sometimes he stayed behind the scenes. Sometimes he sat openly. He preferred watching quietly. Min-jae dropped into the seat beside him. So? Thoughts? Dayo didn't look away from the stage. Recruit 3. Drop 5. Min-jae snorted. You didn't even blink. They don't have it, Dayo replied simply. Min-jae shook his head. You're ruthless. I'm honest. If only Min-jae knew he had a system that could see potential, but what matters was Min-jae trust him and had seen the results. After the session ended, they stepped outside. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the pavement. Dayo stopped walking. Speaking of which, he said casually, I want to enter the movie industry. Min-jae froze. What? Dayo turned to him. I want to enter the movie industry. Min-jae stared. We're still stabilizing the music side. We haven't even fully solved distribution issues, and now you want to jump industries. Yes. Min-jae laughed in disbelief. Bro, you're getting greedy. Dayo smiled without shame. Of course I am. I'm very greedy. Min-jae sighed. So what's the plan? Dayo's expression sharpened. Before anything else, he said, acquire studios. Min-jae blinked. Studios? Yes. And theaters. Min-jae's brow shot up. Theaters too? Especially theaters. Min-jae scratched his head. Okay, that's doable. Expensive, but doable. And one more thing, Dayo added. Do it discreetly. Min-jae frowned. Why? Because when people notice, it'll already be too late. They continued walking. And Min-jae, Dayo added. Acquire an acting agency. Min-jae stopped again. An agency? Yes. One with actors and actresses already signed. You know you can just hire actors when you need them, Min-jae said. Dayo shook his head. I want to have a backup. I have learned it's better to have a plan than never to have one. There was a pause. Min-jae sighed. All right, I'll do it. Months later, the agency acquisition was complete. Dayo arrived unannounced. The staff panicked. He called for a meeting. Every actor, every manager, every trainee. They gathered in the hall. Dayo stood at the front, calm and emotionless. Then, he laid them off. Not all, but many. Shock rippled through the room. Those with potential below B+ were released. No insults. No drama. Just facts. The remaining few stood frozen. To those staying, Dayo said evenly, you will work harder than ever. You may not see immediate opportunities, but your compensation will be fair. He kept his word. High salaries. Proper training. No shortcuts. Then he opened auditions publicly and somehow quietly. And people came. Hundreds. Thousands. Dayo watched. Grades appeared in his mind. A's. B's. E's. A few S's. Then, he froze. Talent detected. SSS. His eyes narrowed. He had never seen that before. SS plus was the highest he'd encountered. But this? SSS. Minus. Rare. L. Promising. He pulled Min-jae aside immediately. Mark that one, Dayo said. Do not let him leave no matter the circumstances. Min-jae nodded. He had gotten used to Dayo's unique ways of spotting talent, and he has not been wrong not once. Understood. Train him, Dayo continued. Protect him. Keep him happy. Min-jae smiled. You don't need to tell me twice. Later that night, Min-jae asked, all this preparation, what's it for? Dayo looked ahead. Insurance. Insurance for what? For when the industry turns. Min-jae laughed. You're overthinking. Dayo stopped walking. Want to bet? Min-jae groaned. I never win. That's your problem, Dayo said. Still, place it. Min-jae sighed. Fine. What's the bet? If within 5 years of entering the movie industry, Dayo said, I need everything we're building now, then you pay me. And if you don't, I pay you. Min-jae raised an eyebrow. How much? 10 to 1. Min-jae tried. Dayo scoffed. Too small. $1 million. Dayo smiled. Now you're talking. Min-jae laughed. Fine. $1 million on Korean dollars. They shook hands. Present. Dayo leaned back in his chair. Phone still to his ear. Min-jae sighed on the other end. So, about that $1 million. Dayo chuckled. Don't even think about it. Send my money to my account. TCH very greedy fellow. Min-jae teased. The call ended. Dayo placed the phone down. The pen on his desk stopped moving. Everything was unfolding. Exactly as predicted. They thought they were cornering him. In reality, they were stepping into a trap prepared years ago. Dayo smiled faintly. Spiritual freedom, he murmured, belongs to those who prepare. And somewhere deep within the industry, the storm was just beginning. Chapter 243, Jinhee roll. Few days pass, and everything was quiet. Too quiet. People in industry were watching closely. They expected panic. They expected frantic moves, emergency meetings, rushed statements, something, anything. But nothing came. Dayo did not release a statement. He did not complain. He did not threaten anyone. He stayed in his office, working. This silence unsettled a lot of people. Those who understood Dayo's pattern knew better. Silence from him usually meant one thing. He was already several steps ahead. After all Dayo went quiet for 4 years just to come back hotter than before in a different field and dominated. And in the process, he became untouchable. So Dayo's silence was a warning, but the Korean industry didn't understand though Dayo's silence was of weakness, and time would tell them otherwise. After a few days, Dayo finally went out. The car arrived early in the morning. When the door opened, Min-jae was already inside, relaxed, leaning back with his arms crossed. Yo, bro, Min-jae said with a grin. What's up? Dayo got in. I'm good. Min-jae glanced at him. You sure? Everyone's waiting for you to explode. Dayo smirked. Disappointing them again. Min-jae laughed. You're not even pretending to be stressed. I'm not playing their game. They already load, but don't know it yet, Dayo replied calmly. Yeah, mister, I think 5 steps ahead. Min-jae teased Dayo. Yeah, I accept that with my full chest. Wait, speaking of, I haven't received my money. Dayo had a smug on his face. Damn you, Dayo, all you see is money. Min-jae faked annoyances. Yup, that's all I know now, pay up. Dayo said, laughing. They exchanged light banter as the car moved through the city, eventually stopping in front of a familiar building. DM Agency. The name was inspiration from their names Dayo and Min-jae. As they owned the company 50-50 during the making, Min-jae didn't say no to sharing the profit equal, as he was already regretting not asking for more when Dayo offered him a huge share for JD label branch in Asia, which was now a top label in the music industry Asian-wise, and he held a good share. But remember back then when Dayo had told him he might regret not asking for more, so he didn't even hesitate to accept the deal of equal splitting. Though he knew the reason he could get all of this was because he was friends with Dayo, else he had seen how Dayo was when it came to business with others. He would make sure to squish the opponent dry, especially when he had the advantage. Dayo and Min-jae both step into the building. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Actors were seated neatly in rows inside the hall. Some were calm, others nervous. Everyone knew why they were here. The moment Dayo walked in with Min-jae, they stood up immediately. Sit, Dayo said simply. They obeyed. Dayo stepped forward and looked at them carefully. These weren't strangers. 2 years ago, he had personally filtered them, created training plan for them, invested in them. This room, Dayo began, exists because I believed in you before the industry did. Silence followed. I told you then that your time would come, he continued. That time is now. Murmurs rippled through the hall. I'm here to choose. He didn't waste words. The project was revealed. Train to Busan. Eyes lit up instantly. Dayo began the selection process calmly, methodically. One by one, he evaluated compatibility, not just acting skill, but emotional range, screen presence, adaptability. And he was also using his skill director instinct to scrap those who were compatible with the roles. Some scored 70, some 60. A few reached 80. Those who matched the roles were selected without hesitation. But as the process continued, Dayo frowned. One role remained. A crucial role, Jin-hee, a supporting role. This role was very important, and he had not seen anyone compatible. He scanned the room again. Nothing. No matter how he recalculated, no one fit that role properly. Not emotionally. Not structurally. And all of them were below 40, which was a bad score. Anything less than 60, the person couldn't play fee role to the expected level. Min-jae noticed his expression. What's wrong? No one here works for that role. Min-jae understood immediately. That role, he said slowly, was written with someone specific in mind. Yes. Dayo exhaled quietly. That was a problem. He addressed the remaining actors. To those not selected today, don't worry. Projects are coming. This is not the end. Relief spread across their faces. With that, the meeting ended. Later, Dayo sat alone, scrolling through his phone. One name appeared. Min-ji, the actress. But she was from Virex Group, and it was them that reduced Dayo to so another stressful casting. Also, the band was their doing, so trying to pouch their actress would be hard, and they might react by he shrugged. What more can they do that they haven't done? He thought. He paused, then shook his head. No. He didn't call her. Instead, he researched her past roles, her contracts, her restrictions. If he remembered clearly, her potential WWS, probably an S+, with AA+ talent, meaning there was room for growth. What he found only confirmed his thoughts. She wasn't lacking talent. She was lacking opportunity. Her agency didn't utilize her well, as she has nor had a good role for more than 2 years. Seeing this, it brought a smile on his face. A plan was already forming in his mind. And Dayo didn't steal people. He attracted them. He waved Min-jae goodbye and goes home after instructing the selected actors on what to do. He made sure to tell them to keep their mouth quiet for now. He moved to his study room, sat down, and began to write. Not a contract. A story. A series. M.S. Ignition. This is a Korean series that made a bit of splash, and from his director instinct it suit her, so he goes on a week to write part of the script to use to lure her. He wrote through the night. By morning, the foundation was complete. Satisfied, Dayo picked up his phone and made a call, not to Minjia, but to her assistant. This is Dayo, he said calmly. Tell Minjia I'd like to meet. If she's available, have her contact me. The call ended. Dayo leaned back. The industry thought they had blocked him. They didn't realize. He had already lit the match. And they had no idea he was already ready to make a comeback. Chapter 244. Choice wisely. Minji woke up early this morning, but was feeling weird. This has been going on since she had been asked to forfeit the role of Jin-hee in the Train to Busan. It had almost reached 2 years now since she had any real role, and she was getting tired of not having any role, so when she saw the email tone from her to come for audition for the role, she made sure to prepare her best and understand the character well. With she did, and she got the role, only that her happiness was short-lived. The order from above came that nobody should go to the set and send a decline email to the Train to Busan. She remembers she cried her eyes the night when her agent sent that emails of rejection. She missed doing what she loved, and the missed opportunity pained her. Minji slowly sat at her dining table and stared at her untouched breakfast. She picked up her spoon, then placed it back down. Agent. She hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, she said softly. Minji, how are you doing? Her agent asked. Her voice sounded careful, almost concerned. I'm doing better, Minji replied. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the full truth either. Well, if you don't mind, the agent continued. Your attention is needed at the agency today. Minji paused. At the agency? She asked. What's so urgent that you can't say it over the phone? Hey, calm down, the agent replied quickly. It's the boss. He wants to see you. Minji froze. The boss? she repeated. She had only seen the boss once or twice since joining Virex. He was not the type to summon actors personally, especially someone like her. Why does the boss want to see me? Minji asked. You'll find out when you get here, the agent replied, ending the call before Minji could ask anything else. Minji sighed deeply. She stood up, changed her clothes, and grabbed her car keys. As she drove, her thoughts wandered endlessly. After about 45-minute drive, she arrived at a skyscraper that screams of power. Asterisk. Inside Virex building. Minji gave 90-degree. Good afternoon, sir, you asked for me. The man seating down in his late 50s nodded by his side was Minji. Agent. Yes, have a sit. The man said as he pointed a sit close by. Minji bowed again and sat down. The silencer hung in for about few seconds. I heard you took the rejection of your role in Train to Busan quite harshly, the man said calmly, but his voice carried weight. Minji looked at him, then turned a sharp glare toward her agent. After a brief pause, she forced a polite smile. Not at all, sir, she said. I haven't had any serious role in a long time. So when an opportunity finally came, of course I was happy. And when it was taken away, I was sad. I believe I'm allowed to feel that way, sir. She turned the question back to him. The man smirked slightly. Of course you are, he replied. Now here's the thing. I have a new role for you in a movie. Take a look. The man hearing this smirked. Of course you're allowed. So here is the thing, I have a new role for you to play in a movie, check it out. The man said as he dropped a script. Minji, seeing this, was a bit skeptical. If this was what you wanted to say, why did you nor just give it to my agent to give me? Why call me here? She smelt something, but didn't know what exactly it was. But she picked up the script and read it. The story was a bit glitch, but she could try to play it if there was a chance to pick between this and the project Train to Busan. She would of course pick Train to Busan. She raised her head and said, Thank you, sir, I like the script, but I can't help but ask why you couldn't have. Just asked my agent to give side to me, rather you called me here. I feel that there's more to it. Minji voiced her thoughts without flighter as she was holding a deep grudge with the company, first, not introducing her to any good role since the past 2 years, and second, for removing her in the role that she had just to offer crumbs. The boss expression didn't change at all, but the agent was already sweating, giving Minji hint, thought she should stop and let it go. You're right, like your agent said, you're really smart, so Jay would lay it out for you raw. As you already know, a ban has been placed on the Train to Busan project. None of our actors are allowed to work on it. Minji nodded slowly. And, the man continued, pausing deliberately, Dayo has not contacted any actor or actress. He stopped. Except you. This time Minji had a shock expression different from her indifferent expression. What does OT mean that Dayo contacted her? Minji looked at her agent, who just bowed her head, and Minji muttered silently, bitch. She was now getting everything. Dayo has reached out to her agent to get to her to see if she would work with him or not, and her agent, instead of asking her, brought this to the boss. Of course, this was not because of loyalty. It was something different, opportunity and praise. Minji arranged her words. So that was why you quickly arranged this work for me as compensation? The man paused, a bit of annoyance in his face. Yes, I see. That you're a really good actress. I don't need you to involve yourself in issues that would affect your journey to the top, so make your choices right. With that, the man stood up and left. Only the hum of the air conditioner remained. Minji turned to her agent. Why didn't you talk to me first? She asked quietly. Her agent laughed lightly. Do you think I would have let you go? You know who we're up against. This, she gestured between them, was inevitable. Minji stood up. We're done, she said coldly. You got what you wanted. Leave me alone. The agent said nothing. She simply stood up and walked out. Minji sat back down alone. She looked at the script that was handed over to her and sighed. She was conflicted on what choice to make, play it safe or risk it all. Chapter 245, Phone Call. Few days passed. Dayo noticed the silence almost immediately. There were no updates, no calls, no messages, no indirect responses through the usual channels. At first, he assumed it was normal delay. Negotiations always took time, especially with what was going on, as the agencies were all against him and her agency was the forefront. But the silence was not needed. They could have just sent a simple no, I am not interested. As for the reason for the haste, the schedule was already tight. The cast for the movie was almost complete. Most of the supporting roles had been filled. The male lead was secured. Only 2 roles remained unresolved. The first was the child actor, which was urgent, but he was sure he would see a fitting child for that. and the second was the support of Jinhee. Dayo had conducted several auditions for musical-related projects during that period, meeting different performers and listening to presentations, but his attention kept drifting back to one thing: her. From the moment he reviewed the role, he knew there was no one better suited for it. The character demanded restraint, emotional depth, and control. It was not a role that could be carried by surface acting or popularity alone. She fit it perfectly, and she had a 91%, which was the highest he had seen apart from 100% belonging to Park Hyun-seo, which was why the silence bothered him. Even a rejection would have been something. At least it would have been clear. But this felt different. On the fourth day, Dayo decided to stop waiting. He picked up his phone and dialed the number he already knew by memory. The agent answered after the third ring. "Good afternoon," the agent said smoothly. "Director Dayo." Dayo kept his tone calm. "Good afternoon. I wanted to follow up. I reached out earlier regarding Minji, but I have not heard anything since then." There was a brief pause on the other end. "Well," the agent replied carefully, "things have been complicated." "Complicated how?" Dayo asked. The agent sighed lightly, as if burdened. "She has been thinking about it. You know how actors are. Emotional. Hesitant." Dayo leaned back in his chair. "So she has not decided?" "She said no," the agent replied quickly. The speed of the answer caught Dayo's attention. "She said no?" he repeated. "Yes," the agent continued. "She did not even want to discuss it further." Dayo frowned slightly. "I did not get a chance to speak to her directly." "What chance do you need?" the agent asked. "You know the situation. The ban is still active. The agency has already made its stance clear. It would be dangerous for her career." Dayo was quiet for a moment. The agent continued talking, clearly confident now. "Honestly, I think it is best you move on. There is no reason to put her in a difficult position." Dayo listened carefully. Something was off. The agent's words sounded rehearsed. Too convenient and weird. "Did you tell her everything I said?" Dayo asked. Another pause. "I gave her the necessary details," the agent replied. There was no need to go further. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. Necessary details. That could mean many things. Or nothing at all. "I see," Dayo said after a moment. His tone softened. "Thank you for your time. I appreciate the update." The agent seemed relieved. "Of course. I hope you understand." "I do," Dayo replied. "Completely." He ended the call. For a few seconds, he remained still, phone resting in his hand. He replayed the conversation in his head. There were only two possibilities. Either the agent never fully delivered the message to Minji, or the agent was acting as a mouthpiece for something bigger. Either way, one thing was clear. Waiting any longer would change nothing. Originally, Dayo had no intention of contacting her directly. He preferred formal processes and clear boundaries. But this situation no longer allowed that. He scrolled through his contacts. Stopped. Then pressed call. The phone rang. Once. Twice. Then it connected. "Hello." A female voice answered, cautious and surprised. "This is Minji," she said. "This is Dayo," he replied calmly. There was a short silence. "Dayo," she repeated. "The director?" "Yes," he said. "I hope I am not calling at a bad time." "No," Minji replied quickly. "I was just surprised." "That is understandable," Dayo said. "I will be direct. I contacted your agent earlier, but the conversation did not give me clarity. I wanted to hear from you directly." Another pause. "I see," Minji said quietly. "I was told you declined without discussion," Dayo continued. "I wanted to understand what happened." Minji did not answer immediately. He could hear her breathing on the other end. Then she spoke. "I liked the role," she said. "Very much." Dayo waited. "But the situation around it," she continued carefully, "is not something I can easily handle." "In what way?" Dayo asked. "There are pressures," Minji replied. "Not just from my agency. The top agencies are involved. Going against them is not simple." "I understand," Dayo said. "But that was not the only concern, was it?" Minji hesitated. "Yes, there is also the issue of production," she said. "From the looks of things, due to the ban, the cast is incomplete, meaning it wouldn't start even if I agree to film." Dayo raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is that so?" he asked, but he smiled as he caught something from what she said. She said, even if she wanted, meaning there was a high chance she would agree. "Yes," Minji replied. "According to what I heard, that it's only one actor which is the lead, and he cannot carry an entire film. That without a full cast, the project would collapse." Dayo leaned forward. What if I told you the cast is already prepared? He asked. Minji let out a quiet laugh. That would be impossible. Why? He asked. The top agencies blocked all access, she said. Everyone knows that. I have my ways, Dayo replied calmly. There was silence again. What if we met? He continued. I can show you. Proof, and my offer you can decide on what to do after then. Minji hesitated. Dinner, Dayo added. Nothing formal. Just a conversation. She thought for a moment. If you can truly show me that the cast is ready, she said slowly, then yes. I will listen. Dayo smiled faintly. Then we will meet, he said. All right, Minji replied. We will see. The call ended. Dayo placed his phone on the table. The path forward was finally clear. But the question hang, would the bait be enough to catch the fish? Only time would tell. Chapter 246. Dinner. The agent ended the call with Dayo and slowly lowered her phone. A small smirk formed on her lips. So this is how it is, she muttered under her breath. You came from America and think this is Hollywood. She leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs calmly. This is Korea, she continued quietly. We will show you how things really work here. She picked up her phone again without hesitation and dialed another number. The call connected almost immediately. Yes, a deep voice answered. What is it? The agent straightened her posture instantly. Good afternoon, sir. The man replied. You sound confident. Something happened. Yes, sir, she said smoothly. I just spoke with Director Dayo. There was a short pause. And, the man asked. He asked for feedback, she continued. About his offer to Minji. And what did you tell him? The man asked. I told him that Minji declined, the agent said calmly. Another pause followed. Good, the man finally said. Make sure you hold your client properly. Yes, sir, she replied quickly. You are not allowed to let her make choices she will regret, the man continued. Her actions can affect your future as well. The words were calm, but the meaning behind them was sharp. The agent understood immediately. If Minji accepted Dayo's offer, the consequences would not only fall on Minji alone. They would fall on her too. Don't worry, sir, the agent said confidently. I will handle everything. Good, the man replied. From the way things are going, you are on your way to the top. Do not make careless mistakes. Thank you very much, sir, she said respectfully. The call ended. The agent exhaled and smiled to herself. Everything was going according to plan. She was not doing this for loyalty. She was doing this to climb, to gain favor, to secure her position. That was how the industry worked. She stood up from her chair and walked toward the window, looking down at the city below. You offended the top 5 agencies, she muttered. And you think you can survive without them? She shook her head slowly. No matter how talented you are, you cannot win alone. Let's see how you work without the top 5 agencies. She smirked. She picked up her phone again and scrolled until she found Minji's name. She called. No answer. She frowned slightly and called again. Still no answer. The agent clicked her tongue. Who are you talking to that you cannot answer my calls? She muttered. A few minutes later, her phone rang. She smiled when she saw the caller ID. Minji, she said cheerfully. I was trying to reach you. There was no warmth in Minji's voice when she replied. What do you want? The agent paused briefly, then continued as if nothing was wrong. I wanted to update you. Director Dayo contacted me earlier. Minji's tone sharpened. And I gave him your response, the agent said. I told him no. There was silence on the line. Why? Minji finally asked. Because it is the safest option, the agent replied. You did not even give him a chance to explain? Did he talk to me? Minji asked. Did you ask me what I wanted? The agent sighed. Don't tell me you are considering his offer. Minji did not respond immediately. The agent continued, her voice firm. He is going against the top 5 agencies in my NJI. You know what that means. We both know we cannot afford to be on the wrong side of those people. This is my career, Minji said coldly. I should be the one making the choice. The agent's tone hardened slightly. You should make the right choice. And what concern is it of yours? Minji shot back. What concern do you have with my career? The agent clenched her jaw. You are being emotional, she said. I am protecting you. No, Minji replied. You are protecting yourself. The words hit their mark. The agent fell silent. You already met the boss behind my back, Minji continued. You already decided for me. That is not true, the agent said quickly. Enough, Minji interrupted. We are done talking about this. The call ended abruptly. The agent stared at her phone in disbelief. On the other end, Minji lowered her phone slowly, her hands shaking slightly. She felt angry, betrayed. But more than that, she felt tired. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She remembered the dinner. She did not want to ruin the night by overthinking. After calming herself, Minji stood up and began to prepare to meet Dayo. She chose a simple blue gown, elegant but not flashy. She tied her hair neatly and applied light makeup. She wanted to look composed. When she arrived at the restaurant, she paused at the entrance. It was a private space reserved for VIP guests. She took a step inside and gasped softly. Then she quickly regained her composure. She spotted Dayo standing near the table. He was dressed simply. Jeans, a clean shirt. His hair was braided neatly, framing his face in a way that highlighted his sharp features. For a brief moment, Minji forgot why she was there. Damn, she thought silently. She shook her head lightly, reminding herself to stay focused. Dayo noticed her and smiled. Minji, he said warmly. It is good to finally see you. Likewise, she replied, walking closer. You look amazing, Dayo said sincerely. Minji felt her cheeks warm slightly, but she kept her expression calm. Thank you. Please, Dayo said, pulling out a chair. Have a seat. She sat down, placing her bag beside her. So, Dayo said gently, let us start simple. Let us just get to know each other. Minji raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you serious? He nodded. After everything, the least I can do is listen to you. She studied him for a moment. Then she relaxed slightly. All right, she said. Let us talk. And with that, the night truly began. Chapter 247. Welcome to DM. The atmosphere between them had slowly relaxed. The tension from earlier was gone, replaced by quiet curiosity and cautious interest. Dayo sat comfortably across from Minji, watching her closely as she stirred her drink absent-mindedly. She looked calm on the surface, but her eyes carried questions she was clearly holding back. After a moment, she finally spoke. I did some research on you, Minji said. Dayo smiled slightly. I figured. She raised an eyebrow. You are not even surprised? Not really, he replied. I did my own research on you too. That caught her attention. She leaned back in her chair. Oh really? What did you find? Dayo chuckled. You want the short version or the long one? Minji smiled faintly. Just start anywhere. He nodded. I found someone who loves acting more than fame. Someone who has talent but was never truly given room to grow. Someone patient enough to endure silence for 2 years without losing herself. Minji looked away for a second, then laughed softly. Her cheeks felt warm from this. That sounds nicer than what the industry would say. The industry rarely sees people, Dayo replied. It only sees profit. She studied him for a moment before speaking again. What surprised me, Minji said, was that you are not just a director. Dayo tilted his head slightly. Oh really, tell me more. She smiled. You are a musician, she continued. An athlete. You swim professionally. You produce music. And now you are producing films. She shook her head slowly. Do you know how impossible that sounds? He laughed quietly. I hear that a lot. How do you do it? She asked honestly. People spend their entire lives trying to master just one of those things. You are doing all of them. And not badly. You are doing them well, no sorry, not well, exceptionally good. Dayo exhaled and leaned back with a smile on his face. I mean, who doesn't like hearing good words about themselves? I do not see them as different things, he said. To me, they are all forms of expression. Music, sports, film. They all come from discipline and passion. Minji frowned slightly. So it just comes naturally? Not exactly, Dayo said. I work hard. Very hard. But I only work on things I truly love. That makes the effort feel lighter. She nodded slowly. That makes sense. They continued talking. Dayo asked about her early years. About her first audition. About the role that made her fall in love with acting. Minji talked carefully at first, but gradually opened up. She spoke about rejection. About being overlooked. About being praised, but never trusted with important roles. I know I am capable, she said quietly. But capability alone is never enough here. Dayo listened without interrupting. When the food arrived, the conversation softened. They talked about simple things. Favorite meals. Travel. Places they wanted to visit. For the first time in a long while, Minji felt like she was not being evaluated. This was one of Dayo's skills he has learned over the years, and that was to open someone up just through simple conversation. After they finished eating, Dayo wiped his hands lightly and leaned forward. "All right," he said calmly. "Now we should talk business." Minji straightened immediately. Finally, Dayo reached into his bag and pulled out a folder. "Before I explain anything," he said, "I want you to read this." He slid the folder across the table. Minji looked at the title first. Ms. Ignition. She smiled. "Nice name." She opened the script and began reading. At first, she read casually. Then her expression changed. Minutes passed. She kept turning pages, completely silent. Dayo watched her patiently. About 20 minutes later, she suddenly looked up. "Oh my God," she said breathlessly. Dayo raised his hand slightly. "Calm down." She laughed nervously. "I am sorry. This is incredible." She looked back down at the script. "This character, this story, this role." She shook her head slowly. "How did you come up with this?" "This script," Dayo said evenly, "belongs to you." Minji froze. "What do you mean?" "If you work with me," he continued, "you will star in this project." She swallowed hard. "I want to," she said immediately. "I really want to. But my agency. And the issue of the cast," she added quickly. "You do not have the cast." Dayo smiled slightly. "I thought you might say that." He took out his phone and tapped the screen. Then he turned it toward her. A video played. Minji leaned forward instinctively. On the screen were actors. Auditioning. Performing scenes. Training. Reading scripts. Her eyes widened. "Wait," she said slowly. This is trained to Busan script." Dayo nodded. She stared at the screen in disbelief. "How?" she asked. "How did this not reach the industry ears? Something like this cannot stay hidden." Her expression was beyond shocked and disbelief. The industry was where almost no secret could be kept. Something like should have reached the agency's ears, but it didn't. "How?" "That is because," Dayo said calmly, "they do not know where to look." He paused before continuing. "I have my own agency," he said. "It has been hidden for a long time." Minji turned to him sharply. "You have an agency?" "Yes." "For how long?" 2 years. Her mouth fell slightly open. 2 years ago, Dayo continued, "I came to Korea quietly. I held auditions. I selected people with potential. I trained them. I prepared them." He gestured toward the screen. "These are my actors." Minji sat back slowly. "This is insane," she muttered. "I needed this to happen," Dayo said. "The industry is greedy. Reckless. Predictable. I prepared because I knew something like this would eventually happen." She looked at him with new eyes. "You are dangerous," she said quietly. He smiled. "I prefer prepared." She crossed her arms, thinking. "You really have everything in place," she admitted. "I do," Dayo said. She sighed. "You are making this very hard to refuse." "So," he asked, "what is your take?" Minji hesitated. "I want to do it. But there is something else." "What is it?" Dayo asked, smiling like he already knew what she wanted to say. "My agency will never allow this," she said. "If I say yes, they might ban me completely." "I understand," Dayo replied. She looked at him carefully. "So what happens then?" "If you agree," he said, "you sign with my agency." Her eyes widened. "Your agency?" "Yes." "You will protect me?" "Yes." "You will handle everything?" "Yes." "And I will not lack roles?" she asked quietly, looking straight at Dayo. Dayo met her gaze. "I promise you that." She went silent. Her mind raced. Finally, she exhaled. "Let me think about it," she said. Dayo nodded. "Take your time." She stood up slowly. As she walked away, Dayo watched her with a calm expression. And she walked back immediately. "All right, I am in," she said slowly. "Welcome," he said softly, "to DM Agency." Minji did not answer. But for the first time in 2 years, her heart felt alive again. Chapter 248. An Offer for Minji. Minji remained seated after Dayo finished explaining the offer. She did not rush to stand up or speak. Instead, she sat quietly, her fingers lightly pressed together as she sorted through her thoughts. Dayo noticed this and did not interrupt her. Over the years, he had learned that important decisions needed silence before words. After a short moment, Dayo spoke again. "Speaking of which," he said calmly, "what are the details of your current contract?" Minji looked up at him. "You mean with VREX?" "Yes," Dayo replied. "I need to know exactly what we are dealing with." She nodded and took a slow breath. "It is not a high-level contract," she began. "It is a C-level contract." Dayo listened attentively. "I signed a 5-year deal," Minji continued. I have already spent a little over 2 years with them. So you have about 3 years left, Dayo said. Yes, she confirmed. 3 years. Dayo leaned back slightly. That is manageable. Minji hesitated. The penalty is not small, but it is not impossible either. Since I have not been given many roles, my valuation did not increase much. That works in our favor, Dayo said evenly. She nodded. They will not demand a ridiculous amount, especially since they consider me replaceable. There was no bitterness in her voice when she said it. It was simply the truth. Dayo tapped the table lightly once as he thought. All right, he said. Tomorrow, my legal team will go to them. They will handle the negotiations. Minji looked surprised. Tomorrow? Yes, he replied. There is no reason to drag this out. She swallowed. If this really happens. It will, Dayo said calmly. She studied his face. You are sure? She asked. I do not make promises I cannot keep, he replied. Minji nodded slowly. Just be prepared, Dayo continued. Things will not stay quiet once this starts. There will be pressure, questions, maybe threats. She gave a faint smile. I have been dealing with pressure for years. Dayo stood up. Good. Then prepare yourself. Once this is done, there is no turning back. I understand, Minji said. They both stood. There was a brief pause before Dayo extended his hand. She hesitated for only a second before taking it. Their handshake was firm. After that, they parted ways. Minji walked out of the restaurant with steady steps, though her heart was racing. The night air felt heavier than usual. Everything felt real now, not imagined or uncertain. The next morning came faster than she expected. Minji woke up early, even before her alarm rang. She lay in bed for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling and listening to the quiet hum of the city outside her window. Today would decide a lot. She got ready slowly, choosing simple clothes. Nothing flashy, nothing dramatic. She did not want attention, even though she knew attention would find her anyway. When she arrived at the agency building, the atmosphere felt different immediately. The moment she stepped inside, she felt it. The looks. Staff members glanced at her longer than usual. Conversations stopped when she passed. Some people pretended to be busy, while others stared openly. She walked forward without lowering her head. As she moved deeper into the building, the whispers became more noticeable. She did not need to hear the words to understand what they meant. Everyone knew something was happening. Some looked curious. Some looked judgmental. Some looked uneasy. Minji kept walking. Her expression remained calm, but her mind was racing. She wondered if Dayo's team had already arrived. She wondered if her agent knew what was coming. She wondered how far the agency would go to keep control. She stopped briefly in front of the elevator. As the doors closed, she caught her reflection in the mirrored surface. She looked tired, but she also looked determined. Whatever happened next, she knew one thing clearly. She was done waiting. And this time, she would make the choice herself. She took a deep breath and walked into her agent's office, expecting to see a room full of lawyers. Instead, she saw her agent standing there, wearing a smug expression. Ah, you have finally arrived, Minji. I have been waiting for you, the agent said as she stepped forward, reaching out. Minji immediately took a step back, avoiding her hand. Yes, I am here as requested. And please avoid any form of familiarity. You lost that privilege. Her voice was cold, her gaze sharp. The agent froze, shock and embarrassment flashing across her face. Her expression twitched. You ungrateful soul, the agent snapped. You do not even know why I called you. Yet you are behaving like you are some big star. Minji said nothing. Seeing she got no response, the agent forced herself to calm down, though the look on her face showed the issue was far from over. She took a deep breath and spoke again. The reason I called you here is because the agency has recognized your value and decided to upgrade your contract. She smiled smugly, clearly expecting excitement or gratitude. But nothing. Not a single change crossed Minji's face. She simply stared back with the same cold gaze. The agent frowned. Did you not hear what I just said? Of course I did, Minji replied flatly. So what do you expect me to do? Jump around in excitement. The agent was stunned. She remembered clearly how Minji used to complain about her contract, how she once said that an upgrade was all she wanted. And now, she showed no reaction at all. The agent narrowed her eyes. So, she said with a forced smile, are you signing? Or should I report that you are rejecting the offer? No, Minji said calmly. But her mind quickly filled the missing piece, so that was why she was been stared at though she got the contract upgrade, because Dayo offered a role. The agent smirked. No what? You want me to return it? No, Minji replied. I am not signing. What? Chapter 249. Contract termination? What? The word came out sharp and loud. The agent stared at Minji as if she had misheard her. What did you just say? She asked again, disbelief clear on her face. Minji did not flinch. You heard me clearly, she replied. I am not signing the contract. Before she could finish the sentence, a low sound echoed through the room. The door opened. Everyone turned. Two men walked in calmly, both dressed in dark suits, their expressions professional and unreadable. They did not look confused or surprised. They looked prepared. The agent frowned. Who are you people? One of the men stepped forward and placed a file on the table. My name is Attorney Han, he said. And this is Attorney Lee. He glanced briefly at Minji before continuing. We represent Mrs. Minji. We are here to formally terminate her contract with this agency. The room went silent. The agent's eyes widened. What? Attorney Han spoke again, his tone polite but firm. Effective immediately, we are requesting the dissolution of the existing contract under the agreed termination clauses. The agent laughed, but there was no humor in it. This is a joke, right? She said. This has to be a joke. Minji finally turned fully toward her. Does this look like a joke to you? She asked calmly. I am terminating my contract. It is that simple enough to understand. The agent slammed her hand on the desk. You think this is something you can just decide? She snapped. You think you can walk out like this? Minji did not raise her voice. Yes, she said. That is exactly what I am doing. The agent scoffed. For what? To please some who? Or are you trying to get more out of the contract? Who is giving the guts to do this, huh? You. Do not have the guts to stand against this industry. Minji looked at her steadily. Who told you I am standing alone? The agent froze. What do you mean? Before Minji could answer, Attorney Lee spoke. Our client has authorized us to proceed with all legal matters on her behalf. We are fully prepared to settle the termination fee and finalize the exit today. The agent's face drained of color. No, she said slowly. No, this is not happening. She pointed at Minji. Don't tell me he is behind this. Minji did not deny it. Yes, she said. He is. The agent staggered back slightly. You? Attorney Han adjusted his glasses. Mrs. Agent, I advise you to be careful with your words. The agent turned on him. Who do you think you are talking to? Attorney Han's tone hardened slightly. Any further defamatory statements toward our client could result in legal action, including harassment, coercion, and breach of fiduciary duty. The word breach made the agent stiffen. Her mouth opened, then closed. She was shaking now. Wait here, she snapped suddenly. All of you, do not move. She stormed out of the office, slamming the door behind her. The moment she was gone, the room fell into silence again. Minji exhaled slowly, her shoulders finally relaxing just a little. You all right? Attorney Lee asked quietly. Yes, Minji replied with a rare smile. Thank you. Outside the office, the agent paced back and forth, her phone pressed tightly to her ear. Boss, she said urgently. We have a problem. What problem? The man on the other end asked. Dayo has gotten to Minji, she said. She is here with lawyers. She wants to terminate the contract. There was a brief pause. What? Yes, the agent said quickly. Even after we offered her a contract upgrade, she refused. She brought lawyers. Another pause, longer this time. Hold her there, the boss finally said. I am coming. The call ended. The agent lowered her phone, her jaw clenched. She straightened her clothes and took a deep breath before turning back toward the office. Her mind was going through different emotions, and expression the change was crazy her mind as trying to understand what Dayo offered Minji to make her switch so fast. The Minji she knew was smart and wouldn't do something without though. Dayo, what did you really offer Minji? Inside, Minji remained seated, her posture calm. The door opened again. This time, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The boss walked in. He was a tall man in his late 50s, his presence commanding even without raising his voice. His sharp eyes swept across the room, landing first on the two lawyers, then on Minji. So, he said slowly, this is how you choose to repay us. Minji stood up. This is how I choose to protect myself, she replied. The boss glanced at the lawyers. How much? Attorney Han met his gaze. We are prepared to proceed according to the termination clause stated in Section 8 of the contract. The boss laughed quietly. You came prepared. Yes, Attorney Han said. We did. The boss turned to the agent. You were told not to let this happen. The agent swallowed. It is not my fault. Enough, the boss cut in. You are screwing this up and be ready to weather the storm that comes with this mess. The agent looked like she has aged a decade the instant she heard the boss' words. He turned back to Minji. Sit. Let us talk. Minji did not sit. I am done talking, she said. The boss studied her for a moment, then smiled faintly. Interesting, he murmured. Very interesting. He waved a hand. Fine. We will proceed carefully. He looked at the lawyers again. Give us a week. Attorney Han did not respond immediately. The boss continued. A week is too long. We would settle it tomorrow, no delay. Else we would push for Selection 5 that say both parties shouldn't stall when it comes for termination, so do us the favor and send the amount needed to pay and the right amount else. They said nothing after that and walked out. For the first time since entering the building, she felt something shift. The game had changed, and everyone in the room knew it. Chapter 250. Finally, the next day arrived faster than Minji expected. By morning, the industry was already buzzing. News spread quickly. Too quickly, like it was intentionally spread, that Minji had officially terminated her contract with VREX. And if that was not shocking enough, then the news that she had joined Dayo's cast for the project A Train to Busan. At first, it sounded unbelievable. Then disbelief turned into shock, and shock turned into gossip. How could she do that? Does she know what she's risking? Leaving a top agency for a project with no future? Isn't that director the one from America? Yes, he is the one. If he doesn't come back, his career here is finished. I even heard they offered her an upgrade in her contract yesterday. What? Was it not yesterday that she terminated the contract? Yes. So you mean she terminated the contract even after they offered her an upgrade? Yup, and not for a better one, but for a banned movie. A banned movie? What? Don't tell me you haven't heard. Heard of what exactly? Are you even in the industry? Alright, I haven't been online, so just spill. So according my source, an American director came to Korean and he kinda offended someone from the Virex executives, and they placed a ban on him and his movies. So no actor or actress is to work with him or any project he works. So according to what I heard, Minji actually got the role for this movie before the movie got banned, and the director asked her to join the movie again. And she accepted now, and that's how we got to this. Wow, this Minji girl really has guts. Different versions of the stories were flying. Whispers filled offices, coffee shops, studios, and online forums. Some people pitied her. Others mocked her. A few admired her courage, but said nothing out loud. To most of them, Minji had just made a foolish choice. But to Minji, it felt like freedom. For the first time in years, she could breathe. After years of not seeing roles, she could see light at the end of her own tunnel. The contract termination was completed that morning. It did not take long. The lawyers handled everything cleanly. The penalty fee was paid immediately. 180 million Korean wons. A large sum, but not impossible. Dayo did not even blink when he approved it. Once the documents were signed and stamped, the bond that had tied Minji down for years was finally broken. No more silent punishment. No more waiting. No more being shelved because she didn't fit the company's plans. As she walked out of the building, she felt lighter, almost unreal, like she had been carrying invisible chains without knowing it. Later that day, Dayo met her briefly and handed her the finalized script again. M.S. Ignition. She read it once more, slowly this time. Her role was not the lead. She was a supporting actress. But it was a strong role. A meaningful role. One that would leave an impression. And more importantly, it was a role that would actually be seen. That alone made her smile. For Minji, that was enough. Elsewhere, Dayo sat alone in his office. The sunlight filtered through the large windows, casting long shadows across the floor. His desk was cluttered with files, casting lists, and notes written in both Korean and English. His phone rang. He picked it up. Sir, the lawyer's voice came through. Everything is settled. Dayo nodded, even though the other person couldn't see him. Good, he said. Minji is officially free. Understood. The call ended. Dayo leaned back in his chair and exhaled slowly. That was one battle won. But the war wasn't over. He picked up a file and scanned through the remaining cast list. Most roles were filled. The adults, the supporting characters, the background roles, even the difficult ones. Only one remained. The child role, the most important emotional anchor of the movie, and also the hardest to fill. Dayo rubbed his temple lightly. Most promising child actors were already locked into long-term agency contracts. Others were overexposed. Some lacked the emotional depth the role required. This role couldn't be forced. It had to feel real. He stood up and walked toward the window, staring out at the city. "Why is this one always the hardest?" he muttered. A knock came at the door. "Come in," Dayo said. The door opened. Park stepped in. "Boss." Park Hyun-seo greeted with a small bow. "Good afternoon, Park," Dayo replied, smiling slightly. "How are you?" "I'm good," Park Hyun-seo. Then he hesitated. Sorry, boss. I brought my child to the studio today." Dayo turned back, surprised. "You did?" "Yes," Park Hyun-seo said. Quickly. "You mentioned before that it was okay." Dayo waved his hand dismissively. "Of course. That's fine." Park stepped aside. A small figure peeked out from behind him. A little girl. She wasn't shy, just cautious and curious. She was looking around. She stepped forward and bowed politely. "Hello," she said in a soft, clear voice. "Thank you for giving my dad a chance." Dayo blinked, then he smiled. He always had a soft spot for children, evidence to how he dotes his sister and Sharon's daughter Deborah. "Well," he said warmly, crouching slightly to her level. "You're very polite." Park Hyun-seo chuckled. "She hears everything at home." Dayo laughed lightly. "That's good." The little girl looked up at him curiously, her eyes bright and attentive. For a brief second, Dayo thought of something and quickly focused his consciousness in his mind, and something about her expression felt familiar. Not her face, her eyes. The way she looked, calm, observant, quietly aware. Dayo straightened slowly. An idea flashed through his mind. Sharp, clear. He looked at the child again, this time more carefully. And what he saw made his want to run to hug her. He just used his director instinct, and what Jae saw made his jaw almost wide open. He had to call his nerves. Chapter 251, Cast finalized. Dayo and Park were still inside Dayo's office. The place was quiet, calm, nothing like the tension that had filled the past few weeks. Sunlight came in through the large windows, spreading softly across the living room floor. Park sat on the couch, relaxed but alert, while his daughter stood a few steps away, quietly observing everything around her. Dayo was not looking at Park. His attention was fixed on the child. At first, he did not understand why his eyes kept drifting back to her. He usually did not pay attention to children like this. He had seen too many auditions, too many forced smiles, too many empty performances. But this was different. Something about the girl felt wrong in a good way. Too calm, too aware. Dayo focused his gaze properly this time, and what he saw made his breath pause. His vision shifted, the familiar data appearing naturally before his eyes. Name, Seo Rin. Talent, B. Potential, SS+. Dayo's eyes widened slightly. He looked again, just to be sure. The numbers did not change. He slowly turned his head and looked at Park. Then, out of curiosity, his vision shifted again. Name, Park Young. Talent grade, S. Potential, SS+. Emotional range, high. Role compatibility, Sungyu 100%. Dayo let out a quiet breath. "This is insane," he muttered. Park noticed his reaction. "Boss," he asked, "is something wrong?" Dayo looked back at Seo Rin, then at Park again. "Park," Dayo said carefully, "has your daughter ever acted professionally before?" Park blinked, surprised by the question. He glanced at his daughter, then back at Dayo. "Well," Park replied, scratching the back of his head. "She acted in maybe 2 or 3 small projects a while back. Nothing serious. Just minor roles. After that, we stopped." Dayo stared at him. "Why did you stop?" he asked. Park shrugged. "It was stressful. Agencies, schedules, pressure. I did not want to force her." Dayo nodded slowly. "That was a good decision," he said honestly. He looked back at Seo Rin again. Then another screen appeared in his vision. Role compatibility analysis. Project, Train to Busan. Role, Suin. Compatibility, 100%. Dayo felt his chest tighten slightly. He was not someone who believed in coincidence. This was too perfect. He straightened up and walked a little closer. Seo Rin met his gaze without fear. Her eyes were clear, curious, steady, not stiff. Not trained. Just natural. Dayo smiled faintly. All the girls I have seen so far were either too young, he said, mostly to himself, or they could not carry emotional weight. He glanced at Park again. This feels like luck, Dayo said. Or maybe something better. Dayo couldn't believe his eyes, a 100% just like her father? How is this even possible? Dayo's mind was going through different emotions without even understanding what was going on. He had a very bright smile on his face. Park frowned slightly. Boss. Dayo shook his head lightly. Sorry. Thinking out loud. He paused, then asked carefully, How old is your daughter? Park answered immediately. 10. Dayo nodded. That fits. He walked back to his seat and gestured for Park to sit properly. Park, Dayo said calmly. I want to ask you something serious. Park straightened. Go ahead. What is your opinion on your daughter acting in a major role? Dayo asked. Specifically, the child role in Train to Busan. Park froze. My daughter, he repeated. Seo Rin's ears clearly caught the conversation. She looked between them quietly, listening. Park hesitated. That is not something I expected. Dayo leaned forward. I know. I would not bring it up if I did not believe in it. Park exhaled slowly. That role is not small. I know, Dayo replied. That is why I am asking you, not forcing you. Park looked down at his hands. Honestly, he said, it should depend on her, not me. Dayo nodded. That is the right answer. Park turned slightly. Seo Rin. She immediately looked up. Yes, Daddy. Do you understand what we are talking about? Park asked gently. She nodded. Yes. And what do you think? He asked. Seo Rin did not hesitate. I want to act, she said clearly. I want to act with Daddy. I have wanted to for a long time. Her voice was steady, excited, but not reckless. Dayo felt his lips curve upward. She was listening the whole time, he said. Park chuckled lightly. She always does. Dayo crouched slightly again, meeting Seo Rin at eye level. Seo Rin, he said, acting is not always fun. Sometimes it is hard. Sometimes it is tiring. Sometimes people are not kind. She nodded again. No. You might cry, he continued. You might feel scared. She thought for a moment. That is okay. Dayo glanced at Park. The bond between you two, Dayo said. It already fits the role. The emotions are already there. You will not be acting. You will just be reacting to each other. Park finally understood. That was what convinced him. He looked at his daughter, then back at Dayo. If she wants it, Park said slowly, then I will support her. Seo Rin smiled brightly. Yes, she said happily as she jumped. I want to do it. Dayo stood up. Then we should talk contracts, he said. They moved to the table. Dayo explained everything carefully. No tricks. No pressure. Clear conditions. Clear protection. Flexible schedules. Education ensured. Park listened attentively. Since you are already signed with my agency, Dayo said, it makes sense for your daughter to sign as well. I see many future roles for her, not just this one. Park nodded. I agree. They reviewed the documents together. Nothing rushed. Nothing hidden. When everything was clear, Park signed. Seo Rin pressed her small thumbprint where required. The contract was complete. As they stood up to leave, Dayo watched them for a moment. Father and daughter, he muttered quietly. The same kind of talent. Park heard him and smiled. Seems so. After they left, Dayo remained standing in the quiet room. He let out a long breath. He had a feeling this movie was going to be hotter than expected. Having two major role who has a 100% compatibility was on another level. Dayo smiled. He could already see the streams of award and money. But what made him happy the most was the cast was complete. Every role was filled. Every piece was in place. He picked up his phone and made several calls, confirming schedules, locations, logistics. Production could finally move forward. For a brief moment, doubts surfaced in his mind. The ban, the pressure, the risk. But it faded quickly. He smiled. It worked, he said softly. Luck had not abandoned him. Or maybe he had simply prepared enough to meet it. The movie could finally begin. Train to Busan. Chapter 252, officially done. It was standard practice in the industry. Once casting was completed, the director made it public. Dayo knew this, and he had no reason to delay it any longer. Early that morning, he posted a simple update across his official media platforms. The cast for Train to Busan has been completed. Production begins soon. No long caption. No explanation. Just a statement. The reaction was immediate. In the United States, The response was confusion mixed with shock. Many people had not heard Dayo's name in months. After all, Dayo was known for his hype after he came back, so a lot of people didn't know his whereabouts. At one point, he had been everywhere. Music charts, sports headlines, interviews, performances. Then suddenly, he disappeared. No announcements, no scandals, just gone. Now his name was back again, and not as a musician, not as an athlete, but as a director. What? Since when did Dayo start directing movies? Is this real? This has to be a joke, right? I thought he went silent to create new music. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Who knew that he would go direct a movie? LOL. Well, I knew me and Dayo actually took directing class about a few years back, so seeing this news make me excited. Why are you excited? I mean, I know Dayo is a great musician and an amazing swimjin athlete, but directing is a whole new level. Hehe, I just said we took classes together, so you should understand when I tell you Dayo is a fucking good director. Entertainment blogs in the US rushed to repost the update. Some praised the bold move. Others questioned it. But speaking of this, I never heard of Dayo taking a movie. Where is he? Like what state? Hehe, sorry, not state, a new country, Korea. Korea? Why Korea? Why not Hollywood? Hehe, of course he would go to Korea. Does he think movie is that easy to make? You above have no idea of what you're talking about. LWT me tell you Dayo would shove you all, mark my words. Yes, shock us all with a bad movie, haha. Speculation spread quickly. A lot of criticism, some praised, so asked when the movie would be out, but all in all, almost everyone was aware Dayo was making a movie. But it was nothing compared to what happened in Korea. The Korean entertainment industry went into chaos. The top 5 agencies had made it clear. Dayo was blocked. Completely. No actor, no actress, no cooperation. That was common knowledge inside the industry. So when his post went live, confusion turned into disbelief. How did he complete the cast? That is impossible. Who would dare work with him? Is he lying? Is this just a publicity stunt? This has to be a stunt, right? Yeah, I mean, who has the guts to work with this guy knowing the consequences? Don't worry, time would expose him. Inside industry group chats, messages flooded nonstop. One producer typed, "There is no way he has actors." The top 5 sealed every route. Another replied, "Unless he smuggled them in from abroad." A third sent back, "Even foreign actors need local cooperation. This doesn't make sense. I have seen the script, it's a Korean movie, so it doesn't work anyways." Some believed it was fake. Others thought Dayo was trying to force attention. If he announces a cast without revealing names, it's just noise, someone scoffed. But others were uneasy. No. Another message appeared. Dayo is not stupid. He doesn't bluff. Rumors spread faster than facts. In China, the reaction was even louder. Social platforms exploded with discussions. Did you see Dayo's post? Yes. This is crazy. How did he get actors? The Korean industry blocked him completely. I think there's something hidden here. One popular entertainment account posted, either Dayo is lying, or he has done something no one expected. Comments poured in. Impossible. He's trying to bait investors. No one survives without the top 5. But what if he already planned this? He disappeared for years. Who knows what he was doing? Live streams popped up discussing the situation. This guy vanished and came back with a finished cast? Does he think the Korean industry is a joke? If he really has actors, this will shake everything. Dayo saw all of it. He did not respond. He did not clarify. He did not deny. He simply put his phone down and smiled faintly. None of the noise mattered to him anymore. The hardest part was already over. The cast was complete. The contracts were signed. No one could undo that. Later that afternoon, Dayo sat in his office when his assistant informed him that Jang Wook had arrived. "Send him in," Dayo said. Jang Wook entered the office with a strange expression on his face. He looked impressed and unsettled. "Director Dayo," Jang Wook said honestly, "I will not lie. I was shocked." Dayo leaned back slightly. "About the announcement?" "No," Jang Wook replied. "About the cast." Dayo raised an eyebrow. "You haven't even seen them all yet." "That's exactly the problem," Jang Wook said. "I don't recognize most of the names. Park and Minji, yes. But the others, they are new. Fresh." He paused, then continued. "And yet, you already have them signed. Ready. Prepared." Dayo nodded. "That was the goal." Jang Wook let out a breath. "You built an agency without anyone noticing. You trained actors quietly. And now you bring them out all at once. He shook his head slightly. You do realize what this will do to the industry, right? Dayo smiled faintly. That is not my concern. Jang Wook laughed softly. I should have known. Every time I doubt you, you prove me wrong. He became serious again. I used to think you were reckless. Dayo looked at him. Used to? Yes, Jang Wook admitted. But now I see it clearly. You plan ahead. You always have. There was a short pause. I'll be honest, Jang Wook said. At first, I didn't like the idea of working under someone younger, especially someone crossing industries. Dayo said nothing. But now, Jang Wook continued. I know something. What? Dayo asked. You could direct better than most people I know, Jang Wook said. And you could produce better than me. Dayo chuckled. That is generous. It is realistic, Jang Wook replied. The room fell silent for a moment. Then Dayo leaned forward. Now that casting is done, he said, production begins. I called you here to discuss what we need. Jang Wook straightened immediately. Schedules, locations, crew, all of it, Dayo replied. We move carefully. No leaks. No unnecessary attention. Jang Wook nodded. I understand. They spent the next hour discussing logistics. Shooting order. Actor training schedules. Set security. Backup. Locations. Jang Wook noticed something during the discussion. Dayo was calm. Not nervous. Not rushed. This was his first film, yet he spoke like someone who had done this many times. At some point, Jang Wook realized something uncomfortable. Dayo was not just capable. He was dangerous. Not because he was aggressive, but because he prepared quietly and acted decisively. When the meeting ended, Jang Wook stood up. I'll get everything ready, he said. Production can begin soon. Dayo nodded. Good. After Jang Wook left, Dayo remained seated. The rumors were still spreading. The industry was still confused. But none of that mattered anymore. He had crossed the hardest stage. From here on, the movie would speak for itself. Dayo picked up his phone and made one last call. Begin preparations, he said simply. The real battle was about to start. Chapter 253. Meeting again? While the industry was still noisy with speculation, confusion, and endless arguments online, the real shock was happening behind closed doors. The top 5 agencies held an emergency meeting. It was not announced. No assistants were allowed inside. Phones were placed on the table and turned face down. The room itself was sealed, thick curtains drawn, soundproof walls doing their job. 5 men sat around the long table. These were not producers or managers. They were decision makers. At the head of the table, one of them spoke first. So, he said slowly, does anyone here actually know how Dayo completed his cast? Silence followed. One by one, the others shook their heads. No confirmed information, another replied. We blocked all official routes. No agency cooperation. No freelance access. No foreign loopholes. A third man frowned. Then how did he do it? I think he's bluffing, someone said. A cast announcement without names means nothing. That was my first thought too, another added. But I sent people to investigate. The room went quiet again. They couldn't get close, the man continued. Security is tight. Too tight. No leaks. No extras wandering around. No chatter. That's strange, the first man said. If it was a bluff, he wouldn't need that level of secrecy. Someone else leaned forward. There is something happening that we don't know about. Eyes narrowed. What are you suggesting? One of them asked. I'm saying Dayo prepared ahead of us, the man replied. Long before we blocked him. The tension in the room increased. Another voice cut in. We should also talk about Virex. All eyes shifted. The Virex Dayo stiffened in his seat. Why would you allow one of your actresses to leave? Someone demanded. We agreed on a unified block. The Virex Dayo exhaled slowly, choosing his words carefully. She was not getting roles, he said. She saw an opportunity and took it. That cost us face. Another man said sharply. You don't let a banner slip once it's raised. Virex hated. Losing face. Everyone knew that. The CEO's jaw tightened, but he kept his composure. It was a mistake, he admitted. But it does not change the reality. A movie without a visible cast cannot move forward. One of the men scoffed. You're assuming he doesn't have one. That's exactly the problem, another replied. We don't know. Silence returned. Frustration was visible now. They had power. They had influence. But for the first time in a long while, they were reacting instead of controlling, which was a huge slap on their face. Sooner or later, one of them said, he will have to shoot outdoors. That's right, Another agreed. You can't make a movie entirely indoors. When that happens, we'll know, the first man concluded. Until then, keep your eyes open. Your ears too. No decisions were made. The meeting ended without resolution. For the top 5, that alone was unsettling. Elsewhere, Dayo was not thinking about meetings or speculation. He was working. Inside his office, he sat with Jang Wook beside him, several screens open, documents spread across the table. All contracts confirmed, Jang Wook said. No delays. Dayo nodded. Good. He opened his laptop and began typing an email. The subject line was simple: production schedule and preparation guidelines. He addressed every actor and actress directly. Clear instructions. Clear expectations. Training schedules. Script reading deadlines. Physical conditioning. Requirements. Confidentiality clauses. Arrival dates. Location protocols. No unnecessary words. No motivational speech. Just work. Jang Wook watched him quietly. You're starting training earlier than usual, Jang Wook noted. I want them ready, Dayo replied. No excuses after all, I want to shock the world. He sent the email. One by one, confirmations began to arrive. Understood. Received. Will comply. Ready. Dayo closed the laptop. That's it, Jang Wook said. From here, it's execution. Yes, Dayo replied. 8 weeks. Jang Wook smiled faintly. 8 weeks to start a storm. Dayo stood up. Outside, the noise continued. Online arguments. Industry whispers. Doubt. Mockery. Curiosity. But inside the building, everything was already moving. The actors were preparing. The crew was assembling. The sets were being finalized quietly. For Dayo, there was no excitement left. Only focus. The movie was no longer an idea. It was no longer a plan. It was about to begin. And when it did, the industry would no longer be guessing. While Dayo was going through production files on his laptop, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and paused. Mom. He picked up immediately. Hello, Mom. Dayo, how are you doing? Her voice came through, calm as always. I'm fine, Mom. How is everyone at home? Before she could answer properly, another voice cut in from the background. Dayo. He smiled. He already knew who it was. Janet, he said. What's going on? You never told me you were making a movie, she said quickly. You only said you were going to Korea for work. You didn't say you were producing a film. Dayo chuckled lightly. I didn't think it was that important to mention yet. That's not fair, Janet replied. I saw it online. Sorry, my baby girl, Dayo said. I'll tell you next time, okay? There was a short pause, then she said, I want to come to Korea. Dayo leaned back in his chair. You're still in school. Ah, she groaned playfully. Once you're done with school, he continued, I'll let you know. I'll probably bring you over. Really? Her tone changed instantly. Yes, he said. Really? Yay, she shouted. Their mother sighed softly in the background. Dayo, you spoil her too much. He smiled. If I don't spoil her, who will? They talked a little more, about home, about Jeffrey being away for a while, about sending regards to everyone. Nothing complicated, nothing urgent. Before ending the call, his mother said, Take care of yourself, Dayo. I will, Mom. He hung up, placed the phone beside him, and turned back to his screen. Work resumed immediately. The movie wasn't waiting for anyone. Chapter 254, Pre-Production. With the casting finally completed, Dayo made a detailed list of everything that still needed to be done. At the top of that list was pre-production meetings. This was the stage where everything moved from ideas to execution, where the key people behind the film gathered to discuss budget allocation, scheduling, locations, logistics, and how the entire production would realistically be carried out. The meeting was held inside DM Agency, which had been temporarily designated as the production's operational base. Inside the spacious conference room, a large round table occupied the center. Dayo sat at the head of the table, his posture relaxed but attentive. He was dressed in a blue top, a pair of headphones resting loosely around his neck, a silver chain visible against the fabric, and a fitted cotton trouser that gave him a clean, professional look without trying too hard. Seated to his left was Jang Wook, serving as the assistant director. His tablet was already open, stylus in hand, ready to take notes. Around the table sat the rest of the core production crew: the producer, line producer, cinematographer, production designer, location manager, stunt coordinator, sound director, and several department heads. Dayo glanced around the table and smiled before speaking. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you all for being here. Despite all the hurdles we faced during casting, we're officially on the right track." A round of applause followed, filled with genuine enthusiasm. Everyone in the room knew how difficult it had been to assemble the cast under the pressure they were facing. "Now," Dayo continued, "let's talk about the main reason we're here today: budget and timeline." The mood in the room shifted immediately. Backs straightened. Tablets and notebooks were adjusted. Dayo nodded toward the producer. The producer stood, gave a slight bow, and spoke calmly. "As the director mentioned, we are on track. We've reviewed the preliminary numbers, and everything is within a workable range." He tapped the screen connected to the projector, and a spreadsheet appeared on the wall. While the producer spoke, it was clear that this wasn't just about numbers. This meeting would determine how ambitious the project could realistically be. The original Train to Busan had been made on a budget of roughly $8.5 million in 2016. But that was years ago. Technology had advanced. Expectations were higher. Safety regulations were stricter. And this production aimed to meet modern global standards. Dayo leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. He said, "With current production standards, effects, logistics, and international distribution expectations, we're realistically looking at a budget between $10 and $15 million. No one reacted with surprise. Most of them had already anticipated it. The line producer spoke next. "After reviewing our projected costs, a $12 million budget would be optimal. It gives us flexibility without unnecessary excess. From an objective standpoint, this number made sense. It allowed room for quality production without overextending resources, a critical balance for a project under scrutiny." Not that Dayo didn't have the money to squander, but he had an advantage. He had watched the movie, so all that was there to visualize was already in his mind. The cinematographer raised a hand. "From a visual standpoint, we'll need adequate allocation for camera rigs, lighting, and post-production grading. This isn't a small-scale film. The audience expects scale. That expectation alone justified a significant portion of the budget. A film like this couldn't afford to look cheap." The production designer followed. "Set construction and practical locations will require careful balance. We can't rely entirely on CGI. Physical environments will make everything feel real." This was a strategic choice. Overusing CGI often broke immersion. Practical sets, even if limited, anchored the film in reality. Dayo listened carefully, occasionally nodding. From the outside, it might have looked like a normal meeting. But what was happening was far more important. Every decision here would be the foundation of the production, the movie, so it was best to plan now. The location manager spoke next. "We've shortlisted several controlled locations for train interiors, station sets, and exterior city shots. Some will be studio builds. Others will require permits and scheduling during off hours. Shooting on real locations introduced risk: weather, public interference, delays, but it also added authenticity." Dayo actually made a lot of changes here, which surprised the production team. One of them was there were scenes where they could make use of some effect, but Dayo strictly refused most while allowing some. This was one of the reasons the budget was a bit more. Jang Wook added quietly, "We'll need contingency days built into the schedule." That single sentence carried weight. Contingency days were expensive, but without them, one delay could derail everything. The producer adjusted the spreadsheet again. "The budget breakdown currently looks like this," he said, pointing to the screen. "Production design and set construction, 20%. Cast and crew salaries, 25%. Equipment and technical resources, 15%. Post-production, 20%. Logistics, insurance, and contingency, 20%. The numbers weren't random. Each percentage was carefully assigned to match each section. The stunt coordinator cleared his throat. "Safety will need priority. Crowd scenes, movement in confined spaces, none of that can be rushed." That comment subtly reminded everyone that shortcuts weren't an option. After all, with all the fight with the Big Five agencies, who was to say there wouldn't be any anonymous call about safety issues? Dayo finally spoke again. "Nothing we're doing here is worth risking lives or compromising quality. If something needs adjustment, we adjust it." There was quiet agreement around the table. From a broader perspective, this meeting wasn't about spending money, it was about spending it wisely. Dayo was someone that when it came to spending, he was a kagum, a Nigeria term for very strict spender. The sound director chimed in. Audio design will be critical. Environmental sound, tension buildup, silence, all of it needs proper planning from the start. Sound was something that even Dayo himself wouldn't allow to be misplaced. He was a producer and a musician after all, so he knew the importance of a good sound for a movie. The discussion shifted naturally toward timeline. The assistant producer spoke. Pre-production will take 8 weeks. That includes rehearsals, location prep, set builds, and technical tests. 8 weeks wasn't rushed. It was well, though the reason for this was Dayo knew how the final edit would come out, so arrangement all reduced the time. Principal photography will take approximately 10 weeks, the line producer added. With a 6-week post-production window. Dayo nodded. That works. He knew everything could be done in less, but he wanted to let it follow the normal route. From an outsider's view, it might have seemed fast, but efficiency was part of the strategy. Jang Wook glanced at Dayo before speaking. We'll also need regular department check-ins. Weekly updates. No surprises, we all know we have a huge target on our back. That line earned laughter from the crew and reduced the tension. This made Dayo smile. This was why he needed an expert director like Jang Wook. The meeting continued with smaller details: transport arrangements, accommodation for cast, rehearsal schedules, legal clearances, insurance policies. Each department gave brief input. Nothing dramatic. What stood out was how aligned everyone was. When the discussion finally wound down, Dayo looked around the table once more. This project will attract attention, he said calmly. Not all of it will be positive. After all, looking at how we started, it shouldn't be a surprise, but if we stick to the plan, communicate clearly, and do our jobs properly, we'll be fine. No grand speeches. Just clarity and simple words. The producer closed his tablet. We'll circulate the finalized budget and timeline by end of day. Good, Dayo replied. Once that's done, we move forward. The meeting ended on a steady, confident note. As the crew stood and began gathering their things, there was a shared understanding in the room. The film wasn't just an idea anymore. It was officially in motion. Chapter 255, Storytime. Train of Busan. Train of Busan was not just a zombie movie. At its core, it was a story about people, about family, fear, selfishness, sacrifice, and what truly mattered when the world collapsed. The story began in modern-day Korea, during what seemed like an ordinary time. People were busy with work, schedules, deadlines, and personal ambitions. Life was moving fast, and emotions were often pushed aside. In the middle of all this was a father and his young daughter. The father was a fund manager, someone deeply tied to the financial world. His life revolved around numbers, meetings, and profits. Because of his work, he was rarely present in his daughter's life. He provided for her financially, but emotionally, he was distant. He missed important moments, birthdays, and simple conversations. His daughter loved him, but she felt the absence. The daughter lived with her mother, and for her birthday, she wished for only one thing: to travel to Busan to see her mother. Feeling guilty and trying to make up for lost time, the father agreed to take her on the train to Busan. To him, it was just a short trip. To the daughter, it meant everything. That was how the journey began. On the same train were many other passengers, each carrying their own lives and problems. Among them was a married couple, a strong, outspoken husband and his pregnant wife. The husband was protective, emotional, and deeply concerned about his wife's safety. He wasn't polite or gentle, but he loved fiercely. There were also elderly sisters, a group of high school baseball players and their coach, a homeless man, and a selfish corporate executive who valued his own survival above everyone else's. None of them knew that this train ride would become a fight for survival. As the train departed, news reports hinted at strange disturbances across the country. Riots, violence, people acting irrationally. But like most people, the passengers ignored it. They assumed it was temporary, something that would be handled. Then the outbreak began. A single infected person boarded the train just before departure. Within moments, chaos erupted. The infection spread rapidly, turning people into aggressive, mindless zombies driven by instinct. The confined space of the train made escape nearly impossible. Panic spread faster than the virus itself. What followed was not just action or horror, but human reaction under pressure. The father, initially selfish and cautious, focused only on keeping himself and his daughter safe. He avoided helping others, believing that survival meant thinking only of oneself. This mindset put him at odds with the pregnant woman's husband, who believed that abandoning others was wrong. As the journey continued, the train stopped and restarted multiple times, each station revealing the scale of the disaster outside. Entire cities had fallen. Military responses had failed. There was nowhere safe. Inside the train, alliances formed and broke apart. Some characters rose to the occasion, showing bravery and selflessness. Others revealed their true nature, pushing people into danger to save themselves. The father slowly began to change. Watching others sacrifice themselves, watching his daughter show compassion even when afraid, he started to understand what it truly meant to be a parent. He realized that teaching his daughter kindness and courage mattered more than survival alone. The pregnant woman and her husband became emotional anchors in the story. Their relationship showed hope, life continuing even as death surrounded them. The husband fought tirelessly, protecting his wife, standing up to injustice, and refusing to abandon others, even when it put him in danger. Loss followed loss. Characters who had grown close were taken one by one. Friends died protecting friends. Parents sacrificed themselves for children. Ordinary people became heroes, not because they were strong, but because they chose to care. As the infection worsened, the group became smaller. The father, his daughter, the pregnant woman, and a few others fought their way through train cars filled with zombies, using intelligence, teamwork, and courage. The climax came when the father finally made the ultimate sacrifice. Realizing that his daughter and the pregnant woman could escape only if someone stayed behind, he chose to give his life. Before turning, he remembered moments from his daughter's childhood, moments he had missed, moments he wished he could relive. He smiled, knowing he had finally done something right. The daughter survived. The pregnant woman survived. The story ended not with victory, but with quiet sorrow and hope. The daughter walked forward, singing a song her father once promised to hear. Soldiers, prepared to kill anything that moved, hesitated when they heard her voice. Humanity remained. That was Train of Busan, a story about fear, but more importantly, about love. Dayo sat alone, the printed script resting in his hands. He had read it many times before, but each time felt different. As his eyes moved across the pages, scenes replayed in his mind as if he were watching the movie again. The narrow train aisles, the screams, the silence after loss, the way emotions hit harder than the action. He paused at certain pages, imagining how the actors would deliver the lines, how the camera would move, how sound and silence would be used. He wasn't just reading words, he was visualizing pacing, framing, and emotion. He leaned back slightly, exhaling. Everything was there. The structure worked. The themes were clear. The emotional beats landed exactly where they should. The balance between action and human connection was solid. There was tension, but also heart. This wasn't just a remake or a project meant to create noise. It was a story worth telling again. Dayo closed the script gently and placed it on the table. He stared ahead for a few seconds, letting the weight of it all settle. Then he nodded to himself. Everything is in place, he muttered calmly. A faint smile appeared on his face, not excitement, not pride, but quiet certainty. It's time for the film. And with that thought, the real journey was about to begin. Chapter 256, First Day on Set. The day had finally come. After weeks of preparation, coordination, paperwork, and silent tension, it was time for the actual shooting to begin. The location had already been locked in, the set was fully prepared, and the equipment had arrived hours before dawn. Trucks lined the edge of the compound, cables ran neatly across the ground, and crew members moved around with practiced efficiency. Yet despite all the organization, one thing was clear. Not everyone was convinced. Groups of crew members stood in small clusters around the set, speaking in low voices while pretending to check equipment or review notes. Their conversations were not loud, but they were persistent. Glances were exchanged. Brows were furrowed. Doubt sat heavy in the air. "This is really happening?" one crew member muttered as he adjusted a camera rig. "I heard most of the actors are rookies," another replied quietly. "Rookies acting in this kind of film?" "Yeah, I mean, I know it's a zombie movie, but still it's not just done." Well, we would just have to see how things works out." "And the director? It's his first project, right?" "Yeah, I mean, that was why he had to call director Jang Wook to assist him." I know he is capable, but directing is another realm entirely. I just hope things work out fine." Yeah, same here. I mean, looking at how much stress he went through to get this actors, it would be bad if things go sideways. The skepticism was not aggressive, but it was real. Even Jang Wook, one of the senior figures on set, felt it. He stood slightly apart from the others, arms folded loosely as he watched the preparations unfold. Unlike most of the crew, he had actually seen the auditions. He had watched the actors perform. He knew they were not talentless, that's for sure after all. Seeing how good Dayo's eye was for talent. But auditions were controlled and safe to say the least. When faced with camera and action, things could get complicated. Auditions were short. Auditions did not involve complex blocking, multiple camera angles, emotional continuity, or pressure from an entire crew watching. This was different. Jang Wook exhaled slowly. He understood why the doubts existed. A film set was unforgiving. One weak performance could ruin a scene. One indecisive director could derail an entire schedule. And this was not a small production. The expectations, even from those who doubted, were high. Behind him, the whispers continued. I heard he's more of a sponsor than a director. Money doesn't equal skill. Let's see how long before he starts relying on Jang Wook to fix things. Jang Wook did not respond. He simply listened. Then, from the edge of the set, he noticed movement. A familiar figure had arrived. Jang Wook straightened slightly and turned his head. Director Dayo is here. The words carried farther than he intended. Almost instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Conversations died mid-sentence. Crew members instinctively stood straighter. Some pretended to be busy. Others quickly moved back to their stations. No one wanted to be caught gossiping when the director was within earshot. After all, getting on the director's bedside on the first day on set was a curse that would follow you till the end. Dayo walked onto the set. Calmly. He did not rush. He simply took in his surroundings with a measured gaze. His hands relaxed at his sides. His eyes moved from the lighting rigs to the camera setup, then to the actors already waiting near the mark. He could tell. He could tell what had been happening before he arrived. The sideways glances, the stiff posture, the sudden silence. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, not out of arrogance, but understanding. He had expected this. This was not new to him. Dayo had spent years walking into rooms where people doubted him before he even spoke. He had learned long ago not to take it personally. Doubt was human. Proof was what mattered. He was doubted as a producer, then an artist, then an athlete, and now a producer. And one thing that happened later was he proved them wrong, and he was ready to do that again. He stepped forward and addressed the set. Good morning, everyone. The response came immediately. Good morning, director. Dayo nodded once. I know it took longer than expected for us to get here, he continued. There were delays, complications, things outside our control. No one spoke. But today, he said evenly, we start. He paused, allowing the words to settle. I expect professionalism from everyone, actors, crew, and production staff alike. This set will run on respect, focus, and discipline. Several crew members nodded unconsciously. If today goes well, Dayo added casually, dinner is on me. A ripple of relieved laughter passed through the set. The tension loosened, just slightly. All right, Dayo said, clapping his hands once. Let's get to work. He began walking through the set, stopping at various points to inspect details. He adjusted a chair placement slightly, asked about lighting angles, checked sightlines from the camera's perspective. Jang Wook, watching closely, could not help but be baffled. What Dayo just did was something a veteran director would do once he sensed pressure in the air, and Dayo did so perfectly. This shows that he was right about Dayo. Dayo was not guessing. He was not hesitating. He knew exactly what he wanted. The preparation started, and Dayo was everywhere. Lower the key light here, Dayo said, pointing. Angle the camera 5 degrees left. No, that framing cuts the emotion. Pull back slightly. The instructions came naturally. Calm. Precise. Crew members exchanged brief glances as they followed his direction. This wasn't luck. This was preparation. He knew what he wanted and how to achieve it. As filming began, the first scene was set. The cameras rolled. The clapperboard snapped. Action. The actors moved. At first, the crew watched with guarded expressions. Then, surprise crept in. The dialogue flowed. The movements felt natural. The timing was right. When the scene ended, silence filled the space. Cut. Dayo stepped forward. Good, he said. But let's do it again. No unnecessary harshness. On the second line, he continued, addressing one of the actors. Pause half a second longer. Let the fear sit. The actor nodded immediately. They reset. Action. This time, it was better. Jang-wook felt it. The crew felt it. Something shifted. As filming continued, Dayo remained at the center, not dominating, not hovering, but guiding. Even Jang-wook followed his lead without question, stepping in only when needed, complimenting rather than correcting. The crew members who had doubted earlier found themselves working smoothly, responding to instructions without resistance. There was no shouting, no confusion, no chaos, just structure. This was Dayo's skill at work. He didn't force authority. He embodied it. It was the same presence he had once carried in competition, the same calm dominance that had made others fall into rhythm around him. A leadership instinct that couldn't be taught, only recognized. By midday, the mood on set had changed completely. The whispers were gone. In their place was focus, respect, and curiosity. Who exactly was this man? Dayo watched the playback of a scene, arms crossed loosely as the monitor replayed the footage. Good, he said quietly. Let's move on. As the crew prepared for the next setup, Jang-wook approached him. I'll be honest, Jang-wook said, lowering his voice. I didn't expect this. Dayo glanced at him, expression unreadable. Dayo chuckled softly. You'll get used to being surprised. Jang-wook nodded, stepping back. By the end of the day, exhaustion showed on everyone's faces, but so did something else. Confidence. As equipment was powered down and crew members began packing up, the earlier doubts felt distant. Unimportant. They had seen enough. This wasn't a fluke. Dayo stood alone for a moment, looking over the now quiet set. He took a slow breath, exhaling steadily. The first wall had fallen, and he knew this was only the beginning. Chapter 257, No More Doubt. The day ended better than most people had expected. After hours of shooting, adjustments, retakes, and quiet pressure, the first official day on set finally came to a close. The senior actors had delivered solid performances, the crew had worked smoothly, and the schedule stayed intact. No major delays. No arguments. No chaos. True to his word, Dayo did not forget what he had promised. That evening, the entire cast and crew went out together for dinner. It wasn't extravagant, but it was comfortable. Tables were filled, food arrived in steady waves, and the tension that had hovered over the set all day slowly dissolved. Conversations became louder. Laughter broke out. People who barely spoke earlier in the day now shared jokes and stories. For many of the crew members, this was the moment they truly relaxed. They talked about the shoot, about how smooth the day had gone, about how unexpected certain scenes had turned out. Some admitted quietly that they hadn't expected things to go that well. Dayo moved from table to table, exchanging brief words with everyone. He didn't linger too long in one place. He listened more than he spoke. When someone thanked him, he simply nodded. By the time dinner ended, most people left in good spirits. But Dayo's night was far from over. Later that night, after returning home, Dayo freshened up and finally sat down alone. The mansion was quiet. He leaned back slightly, resting his elbows on his knees, staring at nothing in particular. The first day had gone better than well, actually. From a directing standpoint, everything had worked. The crew respected him now. That much was clear. But his mind wasn't on today. It was on tomorrow. Today's shoot had involved experienced actors such as Park Hyun-seo, Min-ji, and few other. Actors who already knew how a set worked. Actors who understood timing, positioning, and emotional control. Tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow was for the debut actors. The ones he personally selected. The ones he signed under DM agency. This was the real test. Not of his directing, but of his judgment. Dayo wasn't afraid, but he would be lying if he said he felt nothing. There was a little bit of pressure. If tomorrow went wrong, it wouldn't matter how good today had been. People wouldn't question his directing skills anymore. They would question his eye for talent. Dayo exhaled slowly. Then he stood up. Tomorrow would answer everything. He took to his bed and slept in minutes. The next morning, the set came alive early. Crew members arrived, equipment was checked, and cameras were positioned. Compared to the previous day, the atmosphere felt different, not tense, but cautious. The crew had seen Dayo's capability as a director, but today wasn't about him. It was about the actors, the ones who had never stood on a professional set before, the ones whose names meant nothing to the industry yet. Dayo arrived not long after. As he walked onto the set, greetings followed immediately. "Good morning, Director." "Morning, Director Dayo." He returned each greeting calmly, his expression neutral. This time, the respect in their voices was genuine. But behind that respect was curiosity and doubt. Today's scene was simple on paper. Inside a train, high school students boarding, greeting each other, settling into their seats. Casual dialogue, normal movement, nothing dramatic. But everyone on set knew the truth. Simple scenes were often the hardest. There was nowhere to hide. If an actor was stiff, it would show. If the dialogue felt unnatural, it would stand out immediately. Most of the actors stepping onto the train set that morning were debutantes. Some of them had never acted outside auditions. For a few, this was their first time hearing action on a real set. The crew watched quietly as they took their positions. No one said anything outright, but the looks were there. "Let's see how this goes." Dayo stood near the monitors, arms loosely folded. He didn't say much. He didn't need to. But he waved at the actors to come over. Tension could be seen in their eyes, so Dayo smiled and said, "You all were selected by me, and I know what I saw in you to have selected you for the role I'm which you're about to perform, so don't think much about it. This should be another audition for you. The only difference is the camera. Remember, a deep breath, and everything would fall in place." Dayo made a pause and said, "Fighting." This was a Korea motivation, and the actors smiled in relief and said, "Fighting." The tension in their movement reduced dramatically. The assistant director finished final checks. The set grew quiet. Positions. The actors straightened. Camera rolling. Sound. A brief pause. Then, action. The train scene began. At first, the crew watched cautiously. Then something unexpected happened. The actors moved naturally. The greetings felt casual, not rehearsed. Their expressions matched the moment, youthful, relaxed, unaware of what was coming next in the story. Their voices didn't sound forced. Their body language didn't feel stiff. They laughed. They joked. They complained lightly, just like real students would. The rhythm was right. The timing was clean. As the scene continued, glances began to shift. Crew members exchanged looks, not skeptical ones, but surprised ones. This wasn't what they had expected. When the scene ended, cut. Silence followed. Not awkward. Silence. Focused silence. Dayo stepped forward slightly. "Good," he said calmly. "Let's reset." The actors blinked, then nodded. They reset. Action. The second take was even better. Subtle improvements appeared. A half-second pause where it mattered. A more natural laugh. A glance that added depth without exaggeration. By the time the scene wrapped again, the mood on set had changed completely. The doubts didn't disappear instantly, but they weakened instantly, as they could already see that even without not acting before, the newbies were doing more than all right. As filming continued, the pattern repeated. Scene after scene, the debut actors delivered. Not perfect, but convincing, better than expected. Dayo watched closely, occasionally stepping in with small corrections. "Don't rush that line. Hold eye contact a bit longer. Relax your shoulders." Each adjustment made the performance sharper. The crew followed his lead without hesitation. By midday, no one whispered anymore. They were too busy working, too focused, too engaged. One of the camera operators leaned back slightly during a break and muttered under his breath, "So that's why he picked them." By the afternoon, the earlier skepticism had turned into something else. Surprise, disbelief, respect, not just for Dayo's directing, but for his choices. And more towards the actors. Their attitude changed towards them, and they became more friendly. After all, if newbies can act like this, they definitely have a bright future in the industry. As the final scene of the day wrapped, the atmosphere felt steady. Dayo reviewed the playback briefly, nodding once. "That's enough for today," he said. Relief showed on several faces. As equipment powered down and people began packing up, conversation started again, but this time, the tone was different. No doubt, no suspicion, only curiosity about what would come next. Dayo stood quietly near the train set for a moment after most people had moved away. He took a slow breath. Today had answered the question. His judgment hadn't failed him, and the crew knew it now. Tomorrow, the work would continue. But the foundation had already been laid. The crew were happy, and the actors were happier. Chapter 258, Cast Exposed. By the end of the second day, the doubts on set had completely disappeared. What began as quiet skepticism had turned into something close to admiration. The debut actors, those many of the crew had silently worried about, had delivered consistently solid performances. They took direction well, adapted quickly, and showed an understanding of their roles that went beyond simple memorization. Thus was because of their compatibility with the role they were playing were high. For the crew, that was enough. They no longer watched with folded arms or guarded expressions. They worked with ease now, trusting the process, trusting the director, and, most importantly, trusting the cast. Dayo noticed the change. He didn't comment on it, but he felt it in the way instructions were carried out immediately, in the way camera operators adjusted angles without complaint, in the way assistants anticipated needs before they were spoken. The set had found its rhythm. With the train interior scenes progressing smoothly, the production moved into its next phase. And this phase was different. The next scheduled shoot was an outdoor train station scene, one of the most critical moments in the story. It was the point where hope briefly surfaced, only to be crushed. In the original narrative, the survivors exited the train believing the station to be safe, only to encounter infected soldiers once protectors, now monsters. For the production team, this scene carried weight. Unlike the enclosed train shots, this location was open, public, unavoidable. Dayo knew that this meant the actor and actress names would be out there, but he was ready for it. The station had been secured with permits, barriers, and controlled access zones, but no amount of planning could completely isolate a real-world location. People would see, people would watch, and people would record. The crew arrived early, setting up equipment with precision. Makeup teams worked intensely, transforming actors into uniformed soldiers with pale skin, glazed eyes, and stiff, unnatural movements. From a distance, it already looked unsettling. The makeup artists have done a very good job making them look very zombie-like. Dayo walked the location slowly, surveying the space. He checked sight lines, marked actor positions, and reviewed movement paths. This scene required coordination, panic without chaos, fear without confusion. When filming began, everything moved according to plan. The train doors opened. Actors stepped out cautiously. Relief showed on their faces, carefully acted, carefully timed. Then they saw them. The soldiers. Still, silent, and wrong. The camera captured every second. The moment fear set in. The realization. The shift from hope to terror. Then, action. The soldier zombies moved. The scene unfolded exactly as envisioned. But while the crew focused on the monitors, something else was happening beyond the barriers. People had gathered. At first, just a few. Then more. Passers-by slowed, curious. Phones came out. Not aggressively, not disruptively, but instinctively. A crowd forming around something unusual always attracted attention. Uniformed figures staggering unnaturally. Actors screaming. A controlled panic unfolding in a real train station. Someone whispered, "Are they filming a movie?" Yes, looks like a zombie film. Another raised their phone higher. Which one? I don't recognize these actors. Videos were recorded. Photos were taken. And within minutes, clips began to circulate online. By the time the crew wrapped the scene and moved on, the footage had already started spreading. Short clips, blurry, zooms, angles taken from behind barriers. People online began asking questions. Anyone know what movie this is? Looks like Train of Busan. I see Park Hyun-seo and Min Ji. But who are the others? Why are most of the actors unfamiliar? Speculation followed immediately. Some viewers shrugged it off. We'll judge when it comes out. Others were less convinced. After all, not having known actors in a movie this popular seemed to be doomed for failure. Using this many new actors in a movie like this? Risky. First-time producer, mostly rookies, doesn't sound promising. The general public didn't know details. They didn't know about auditions. They didn't know about preparation. They only knew what they saw and what they didn't recognize. The videos continued to spread. And eventually, they reached the people who paid the closest attention. That evening, a private Zoom meeting was held. 5 windows appeared on screen. 5 representatives. The top 5 agencies. The mood was neutral, but alert. One of them spoke first. Did everyone see the video? Yes. I did. Already analyzed it. Another leaned back slightly. Thoughts. A pause. Then, at first, I didn't believe he'd actually get this far. Same. But what caught my attention wasn't the scene. It was the cast. They began pulling data up on their screens. Databases opened. Names were searched. Faces were matched. One by one, the results came in. No prior film. Credits. No debut records. Training background only. The room grew quiet. "They're all rookies," one of them said plainly. Another added, "But they're all registered under the same agency." "Which one?" A brief pause. DM. That name lingered. DM. A label that had appeared quietly 2 years earlier. No major announcements. No aggressive signings. No public projects. At the time, it had been dismissed as irrelevant, just another small agency that would fade away. Now, it was everywhere. All the new actors were from the same one label. Another agency representative frowned. "So the DM belongs to him." It wasn't a question. It was a conclusion. "He's been planning this longer than we thought." Someone exhaled slowly. 5 steps ahead. The realization settled in. Dayo hadn't just prepared a movie. He had built an entire structure beneath it. Control. Independence. Then, someone chuckled. "I still don't see the problem." The others turned toward that window, which belonged to Virex Group. "He's using debut actors for his first major production," the man continued. "That's not bold, that's complete reckless for a movie worth more than 15 billion KRW, it's bound to fail." A few nodded. No matter how talented they are, experience matters when it comes to making film. A film like this needs weight regardless if it's a zombie movie. Another added. And rookies can't carry that. The tone shifted. Confidence replaced concern. Another voice added. "Let him finish it. I feel we have given him too much credit because of Minjae, so let's watch it play out." "Yes," someone agreed. "Let the movie come out." Their thinking was not wrong. After all, using debut actors for a movie has never been heard of before, and that was because it was bound to fail. But the mistake they all made was to look at Dayo with ordinary eyes, and this might either cost them or they would be happy that they did nothing. So they all came to an agreement. No sabotage, no pressure, no interference, just observation. The decision was made. They would do nothing and let the project run its course. Let the gamble play out. The meeting ended shortly after. Screens went dark one by one. Back on set, Dayo was unaware of the full extent of the discussions happening elsewhere. And even if he had known, it wouldn't have changed anything. Filming continued. The crew moved forward with renewed confidence. The actors, new and experienced alike, settled deeper into their roles. What began as doubt had transformed into momentum. And while some believed the project was heading toward failure, Dayo stood firmly in motion, unbothered and focused, letting the work speak for itself. The cameras kept rolling. Cut. That's all for today. Chapter 259, 2-month. By the time Dayo returned home that night, the city outside his window was already quiet. He dropped his keys on the counter, loosened his jacket, and sat down without turning on the lights. The day had been long, not exhausting, but heavy in the way responsibility always was. The set had gone smoothly. The crew was adjusting. The actors were finding rhythm. Everything, on the surface, was moving the way it should. Yet his mind wasn't on the set anymore. He reached for his phone. As expected, the news cycle had already shifted its attention toward him. Articles, short opinion pieces, online discussions, comment sections filled with speculation. He scrolled slowly. The news. First-time director attempts ambitious zombie project. Rookie filmmaker uses undebuted actors for high-risk production. Train of Busan remake raises eyebrows. First-time director using a first-time actors. What would be the quality of the movie? Director Dayo said to own an agency and used only the actors in his agency, who unfortunately are rookies. Can movies be shot like this? According to insiders, Train of Busan is expected to cost over 15 billion KRW, and he made use of newbies. Some of the headlines were neutral, others weren't. He clicked one article at random and skimmed through it. The writer didn't attack him directly, but the doubts were clear between the lines. Questions about experience. Questions about judgment. Questions about whether talent could truly come from nowhere. The comments below were harsher. Using rookies in a film like this is reckless. He's brave, I'll give him that, but brave doesn't mean competent. Feels like someone with money trying to play director. Yeah, it feels that way. After all, he is rich and doesn't have extensive knowledge of making movies. I don't know, but I feel the movie would actually do well. How are you not seeing the news or what? LOL, I am, but if there's one thing I have learnt by following Dayo, that would be never to underestimate him. He had proven without doubt he is very talented in any field he dabble into. You can't use any field S&D compare to directing a movie. There's no such thing as luck in movie making, there's only experience, and he has none. Alright, time would tell if Dayo is right or wrong, but I believe he would come out triumph. Dayo let out a small breath and leaned back. This wasn't new. He had seen this pattern before. When he had stepped into athletics, they said he lacked pedigree. When he moved into production of music from DJ in his past life, they said he was overreaching. When he shifted again, they said he was wasting his time. Every stage of his life had started the same way. Doubt first, noise second, results last. He didn't feel anger. He didn't feel the need to respond. If anything, there was a strange comfort in seeing it again. It reminded him that he was walking forward instead of standing still, and thus pushed him to strive harder to clear their doubt beyond resealable doubt. He locked his phone and stood up. Later that evening, his phone rang again. Minjae, Dayo answered without hesitation. Are you still awake? Minjae asked. Barely, Dayo replied. What's up? You should come over. Yobo made too much food again. Dayo chuckled. That's not a real problem. Then come solve it. Dayo hesitated for a second before agreeing. All right, give me 30 minutes. When he arrived, the atmosphere was relaxed. No talk of filming schedules or casting stress. Minjae leaned back comfortably, while Yobo moved between the kitchen and living room with casual familiarity. They talked about small things. Food. Random stories. A few jokes about how tired everyone was. It wasn't long, but it helped. Minjae kept him informed about what that the agency's laying low and doing nothing to this. Dayo scoffed and said, even if they wanted to do something, what could they do? They discussed about other matters, laughed, and drank a bit. When Dayo finally left and returned home, he slept almost immediately. 2 months later. The next 2 months passed faster than expected. Filming continued steadily. Scenes were completed one after another. The crew adapted to the pace. The actors settled into their roles. There were no major disruptions, no disasters. Just the usual challenges that came with a physically demanding production. Minor injuries happened. A scraped arm here. A twisted ankle there. One actor hit their head against a metal pole during a rushed scene and had to sit out for the rest of the day. Nothing serious, but enough to remind everyone that this wasn't an easy project. By the time the schedule reached its midpoint, more than half of the film had already been shot. And then something unexpected happened. Silence. The media stopped talking. There were no new articles, no trending discussions, no ongoing debates. The earlier skepticism had cooled into indifference. Dayo noticed. Silence was dangerous for his movie. A project like this couldn't survive on doubt alone, but it couldn't survive on being forgotten either. For a first-time director, momentum mattered. Attention mattered. That was when he decided to act after weeks of thinking. Late one night, after reviewing footage with a small internal team, Dayo selected a short clip. It wasn't an action scene. There were no zombies, no chaos, no blood. It was a quiet moment inside the train. A father sitting beside his daughter. The train rocking gently beneath them. The noise of distant movement outside the carriage. A brief exchange between them. Simple dialogue. Natural pacing. Subtle emotion. This was the scene where the daughter looked terrified and the father was trying to calm her down. The scene was simple yet touching, and it showed just enough to make people question and wonder what's next. What's happening? He approved the cut himself. No watermark. No official statement. No announcement. The clip went out quietly. A leak. At least that's what he wanted the audience to think. By the time Dayo set his phone down, the footage had already started spreading, and time would tell if it worked or not. Chapter 260, Adding Doubt. For days, the internet had been restless. No scandals. No big celebrity fights. No shocking announcements. Just recycled news and half-baked rumors that went nowhere. People were bored, scrolling endlessly, waiting for something, anything, to grab onto. Then the leak appeared. It came from an anonymous account. No caption. No explanation. Just a short clip. A train interior. Soft lighting. A man sitting beside a young girl. The movement of the train steady and calm. Their voices low, intimate, unforced. It was a father and daughter moment in the train full of zombie, where the father held the daughter tight, telling her it would be all right. Within minutes, the video spread. Within an hour, it exploded. What is this? Wait, is this a movie? Why does this look good? Wait, that's Park Hyun-seo, I recognize him. Screenshots flooded timelines. Clips were reposted, slowed down, zoomed in, analyzed frame by frame. Forums that had been quiet for weeks suddenly lit up. Look at his eyes when he talks to her. That pause before she answers. That's not acting you can fake. Why does this feel so real? Someone commented, I swear, I'd pay just to watch this scene in a cinema. Another replied, same. Even if the rest is trash, this moment alone is worth it. Then someone dropped a line that shifted everything. Do you guys know they're actually father and daughter in real life? The replies came instantly. What? No way. Chincha. Are you serious or just spreading nonsense? A user responded with a link. Profiles. Old interviews. A family registry screenshot that had somehow surfaced. They're real father and daughter. You can check. The reaction doubled. Oh my God. That explains everything. No wonder the chemistry feels natural. This is unfair. How do you even compete with real blood relation acting? Comments kept pouring in. So this is Dayo's movie? Isn't this the same director everyone was doubting? Wait, this is Train of Busan. I thought that project was dead. The discussion spread beyond fan spaces. News blogs picked it up. Entertainment accounts reposted the clip with speculative captions. Leaked footage from upcoming Train of Busan project. Unexpected quality from mysterious production. Some reactions were cautious. It's just one scene. Let's not overhype. Yeah, I mean we can't use one scene to judge a movie that's meant to be an hour long. Leave them, let them believe anything. This is just another stunt from the project. But even those voices were drowned out by curiosity. I don't care. I want to see this. For a first-time director, this is impressive. Who cast these actors? That question kept coming back. Who cast them? And why hadn't anyone seen them before? Not everyone was pleased. Inside the Virex headquarters, the mood was tense. The CEO stared at his tablet, jaw tight, eyes cold. The leaked clip replayed silently on the screen, paused on the frame where the father looked down at the girl. His assistant stood a few steps away, careful not to speak unless spoken to. So, the CEO finally said, voice low, this is what he's making. The assistant swallowed. Yes, sir. The CEO scoffed. And people like it. Yes. He leaned back slowly, fingers tapping against the armrest. He hadn't forgiven Minji. Not for leaving. Not for signing elsewhere. Nor has he forgiven Dayo for stealing Ho's actress. He still remember how he lost face during the meeting of the Big Five. He had allowed the other top agencies to stand down because he believed the project would collapse on its own. After all, it was a new director. And making use of an undebuted actors. So failure had seemed inevitable. Now the narrative was shifting. This is dangerous, he muttered. As he watched the scene again, he remembered that Dayo wasn't not working alone, and he would surely have people who knew how to direct her, so that has to be why cause he refused to believe this was directed by Dayo. The assistant hesitated. Sir, it's still early. The CEO shot him a sharp look. Early doesn't mean harmless. Look at the quality of this one scene. I can already picture the rest of the scene with this quality. He stood up and walked toward the window. If this movie succeeds, he continued, then what does that say about us? The assistant stayed silent. He already knew the answer. They coiled loose face and most especially power, because even after banning Dayo, he still found a way to create a movie without their help and succeed. The CEO exhaled slowly. I was the one who said we should let him proceed. He made a pause. And now everyone will remember that. His fingers tightened. He turned back. Call my strategist. The assistant nodded immediately. Right away. As the call was placed, the CEO's mind was already working. Leaks could be managed. Narratives could be twisted. Expectations could be poisoned. If the movie couldn't be stopped, then it could still be weakened. Across the ocean, the reaction was quieter but still present. In the United States, the clip didn't trend globally, but it circulated in film circles, indie forums, movie subreddits, group chats between critics and industry watchers. A post appeared. Leaked scene from a Korean zombie film remake. Surprisingly solid. Replies trickled in. Looks intimate. Good acting. Especially the kid. Who's the director? Dayo. New name, I think. Another user replied. Didn't he use a lot of unknown actors? Yes. That's bold. Some doubted. Could still flop. Zombie films are tricky, but others were intrigued. If this is the emotional core, the action just needs to be competent. Keep an eye on this one. Back in Korea, the leak continued spreading. Memes appeared. Reaction videos. For the first time since production began, the conversation wasn't about doubt, at least not totally. It was about possibility. And somewhere, away from the noise, Dayo continued, working fully aware that the calm he felt now would not last. Because once attention returns, pressure always follows. Chapter 261, Reaction to Leak. The office was quiet. The CEO of VREX sat behind his desk, one hand resting on the polished surface, the other loosely holding his phone. The lights were dimmed slightly, the city skyline stretching behind him through the glass wall. His expression was calm, but his eyes were sharp, calculating. The leak had spread faster than he expected. He thought that it would just be a moment something. At first, he had dismissed it as noise. One scene, a short clip. Was it emotional? Yes, but emotion alone didn't make a successful film, and the film wasn't even out yet. Still, the reaction bothered him. Not because of the public excitement, but because of the direction it was taking. People weren't mocking it. They were curious. And from business perspective, curious was dangerous. He tapped his finger once on the desk. "Call my assistant," he said calmly. Within seconds, the door opened, and his assistant stepped in, tablet in hand. "Yes, sir." He didn't look up immediately. "Sit." The assistant obeyed. The CEO finally raised his head. "You've seen the leak?" "Yes." "And you've seen how it's moving?" "Yes, sir." "Good." He leaned back slightly. "Then you understand why we can't let this continue the way it is." The assistant hesitated for half a second. "You want us to respond?" The CEO shook his head slowly. "No, not respond. We have to shape the narrative." The assistant frowned slightly. "I want you to contact our media backups," the CEO continued. "Quietly, one by one. There should be no linking of any of the actions to us." He leaned forward now. "Entertainment blogs, industry analysts, freelancers, journalists who owe us favors, and journalists who don't even realize they do yet." The assistant's eyes widened a little. "All of them. Enough of them," the CEO corrected. "Not too many. Not too clean. It has to look organic and real as possible so that no one can spot our hands in them." He stood up and walked toward the window. "The leak is gaining traction," he said. "So we don't fight it, go with the flow and slowly start flood it quietly." The assistant swallowed. "Flood it with doubt," the CEO said plainly. "With skepticism. With professional concern." He turned back around. "I want articles asking why one scene is being overhyped. Why a first-time director is being treated like a veteran. Why unknown actors are suddenly being trusted with a project of this scale." The assistant nodded slowly. "No insults," the CEO added. "No direct attacks. Nothing that looks personal. I want language like reasonable, measured, industry perspective." He paused, then added, "And make sure none of it traces back to us." "Yes, sir." "Use the backup accounts only," the CEO said firmly. "Payments, communication, everything. If even a rumor connects this to Virex." "It won't," the assistant said quickly. "I'll make sure." The CEO studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Good. Start now." The assistant stood, bowed slightly, and left the room. The effect wasn't immediate. At first, things looked normal. A few hours passed. Then more articles began appearing. Not trending headlines, not front-page scandals, but steady, persistent pieces. Why early leaks don't guarantee quality. The risk of emotional manipulation in genre films. Industry insiders urge caution over train project hype. Nothing explosive, but enough to shift the tone. On set, Dayo was reviewing footage when Jahup entered hurriedly, phone in hand. "Sir," Jang-wook said, "I think something's happening." Dayo looked up. "What do you mean?" Jang-wook walked closer and held out his phone. "Look." Dayo took it. One article, then another, then another. Some questioned the production's safety standards. Others hinted at rushed schedules. One suggested the leak itself was a sign of internal disorganization. None of them accused directly. That was the problem. "These weren't here this morning," Jahup said. Dayo scrolled quietly. "They're not all negative," Jahup added. "But they're pushing a narrative." Dayo handed the phone back, expression calm but thoughtful. "They're testing the waters," he said. "Who?" Jahup asked. Dayo didn't answer immediately. Around them, the set continued as normal. Crew members moved equipment. Actors prepared for the next scene. But something subtle had changed. People were checking their phones more often. Whispers started again, quieter this time, more cautious. "Is this about the leak? Why are they saying the schedule is unsafe? I thought everything was fine." Dayo noticed he always did. He had an IQ of more than 200 and details like this doesn't escape his eyes. He didn't react outwardly. No outbursts. No meetings called in panic. He simply resumed work, giving instructions as usual, maintaining the same composure he always had. But inside, he understood. This wasn't random, that not matter how calm this news was, it wasn't random, he could feel it. Someone had decided the excitement needed to be controlled or reduced, maybe even to kill. By evening, the narrative had shifted just enough to matter. Supporters still defended the project, but now their praise came with disclaimers. It looks good, but I'm optimistic though. Let's wait and see. I'll get just one scene, I can't decide yet. Feels weird though. I guess I would have to wait before I hype it, and it's not worth it. Exactly the kind of language that slowed momentum. Back in his office, the CEO of Virex reviewed reports from his assistant. Engagement is up, the assistant said. Discussion is more divided now. The CEO nodded. Good. Some people are pushing back, the assistant added. Defending the film. That's fine, the CEO said. Division is better than unity. He set the report aside. He was already achieving his goal, which was to change the narrative from curiosity to skeptical, and it was working. We don't need the movie to fail yet, he continued. We just need it to work harder to succeed. The assistant hesitated. And if it still gains momentum? The CEO smiled faintly. Then we escalate, he said. Slowly. He turned back, toward the window. For now, let them doubt, he added. Doubt does more damage than hate ever could. On set, as filming wrapped for the day, Dayo stood alone for a moment, looking over the equipment. The noise of the internet was growing louder. But so was his resolve. He had seen this before. And he knew. This was only the opening move. This was the same thing that happened when he was been accused about Lois' issue, and he knew exactly how to turn things like this around. As for now, he would bid his time and let them give him free promotion. Chapter 262, Devil Director. Jang Wook sat across from Dayo in the quiet meeting room, his phone resting face down on the table, though his attention kept drifting back to it. He had already read the articles more than once, and every time, his frown deepened. The room smelled faintly of coffee and paper. This isn't good, Jang Wook said finally, breaking the silence. Some of these articles are spreading fast. They're not outright condemning the movie yet, but they're planting doubt. That's dangerous at this stage. Dayo leaned back in his chair, arms crossed loosely, his expression calm. He didn't look surprised. If anything, he looked mildly amused. You think so? He asked. Jang Wook looked at him, clearly unsettled by the response. This is bad for the film's image. People are questioning the quality, the cast, even the safety standards on set. Someone is deliberately stirring things up. I know, Dayo replied simply. Jang Wook paused. Then why do you look like this doesn't concern you? Dayo tilted his head slightly. Because you're only looking at it from one side. Jang Wook frowned. What do you mean? I was actually about to tell you to stop allocating money for promotions, Dayo said. That made Jang Wook sit up. Stop promoting? He repeated. Why would we do that now? Relax, Dayo said calmly. I didn't say cancel everything forever. I said stop for now. Jang Wook stared at him, trying to understand. You're making it sound like this situation helps us. It does, Dayo replied without hesitation. Jang Wook let out a short breath and shook his head. You're saying someone is attacking the movie, and your solution is to do nothing? I'm saying someone is giving us free promotion, Dayo corrected. That made Jang Wook go silent. Dayo continued, his tone steady. Think about it. These articles, the skepticism, the arguments online, they all keep the movie in people's mouths. Whether they believe in it or not, they're talking about it. Awareness is awareness. Jang Wook leaned back slowly, processing it. People doubting the movie doesn't mean they won't watch it, Dayo added. Sometimes, it makes them more curious. Jang Wook's eyes narrowed as the idea settled in. You're saying, even negative attention works in our favor. Exactly, Dayo said. Especially when there's no solid evidence yet. All they have is speculation. Jang Wook was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed softly, shaking his head. I wouldn't have thought of it like this, he admitted. Most directors would be panicking. Dayo smirked faintly. I'm used to being doubted. Jang Wook looked at him again, this time with something close to admiration. You know, he said. Has anyone ever told you that you're too sharp for your age? Dayo shrugged. People have been saying that since I was a kid. Jang Wook laughed again, louder this time. Working with you, it's been eye-opening. You've made me rethink how problems should be handled. It's not something I've experienced in a long while. That means a lot, Dayo replied. If I can learn from you, it only makes sense that you can learn something from me too. Jang-wook nodded, still smiling. Fair enough. Then his expression sobered slightly. Still, whoever is behind this, they won't stop easily. Dayo met his gaze. Let them try. Filming continued smoothly in Korea, despite the noise outside. On set, the crew moved with efficiency, the cast stayed focused, and scenes were completed without disruption. If anything, the controversies seemed distant, like background noise that never reached the cameras. After wrapping up for the day, Dayo returned home earlier than usual. He had barely settled in when his phone rang. Janet, he said, surprised. Her voice came through bright and familiar. Miss me already? Dayo smiled immediately. Always. What's up? I'll be in Korea tomorrow, Janet said casually. Dayo froze. Tomorrow? Are you serious? Dead serious, she replied. I didn't want to tell you too early. A grin spread across his face. It's been over 3 months. I know, Janet said. That's why I'm coming. Well, Dayo said, laughing softly. You just made my entire week. We'll see about that, she teased before ending the call. When Dayo returned to set the next day, his mood was noticeably lighter. He smiled more, spoke more casually, and approved scenes faster than usual. Jang-wook noticed immediately. You look different today, he said during a short break. Do I? Dayo replied. You do, Jang-wook said. Your smile hasn't faded since morning. Dayo chuckled. My sister's coming. Jang-wook nodded. That explains it. Internally, Jang-wook reflected on how unusual this was. Dayo was known for being calm but relentless. He never shouted, never lost his temper. But once he saw potential in a scene, he would push and push until every detail was perfect. Actors were often exhausted by the end of the day, even without raised voices or harsh words. Today was different. Scenes that normally required multiple retakes were approved in 2 or 3. The atmosphere was lighter, though no one mistook that for leniency. Everyone knew Dayo's standards hadn't changed. During a brief pause, one of the actors laughed and said, The devil director is in a good mood today. Dayo turned. Devil director? The actor froze for half a second, then laughed nervously. That's what people call you. Why? Dayo asked, genuinely curious. Well, the actor said carefully, you don't shout, you don't insult us, but you don't let anything slide. You drain everything out of us until the scene is perfect. Dayo nodded slowly. If that's what it takes, I'll accept the title. He then clapped his hands once. All right, break time is cut in half. Groans echoed around the set. Dayo pointed at one actor directly. You've been avoiding your delayed scene for weeks. The actor stiffened. Tomorrow, Dayo continued, we shoot it. And it will be perfect. Everyone understood immediately. Tomorrow would be long. Later that evening, Dayo took the cast and crew out for dinner. Laughter filled the space, tension faded, and for a few hours, the noise of the outside world didn't matter. The movie was still moving forward, and Dayo remained exactly where he needed to be. Chapter 263, Accident on Set. Filming resumed early that morning. The location was the exterior section of the train station, a large open area dressed to look abandoned, chaotic, and overrun. Barricades had been set up, warning signs scattered, and the background was filled with extras dressed as infected military personnel. The air felt heavy, even before the cameras started rolling. Dayo stood near the monitors, hands in his jacket pockets, eyes fixed on the set. He listened closely as instructions were passed around. Positions, everyone. Camera 1 ready. Sound ready. The scene was intense. It was the moment after the group discovered that the station had fallen. Soldiers had turned. Escape routes were gone. Panic was meant to feel real. Among the actors was Kang Dae-suk, the large-built man playing one of the most physically demanding roles. On screen, he was meant to be rough, loud, intimidating at first glance, but dependable when it mattered. He was the type who pushed through fear with brute force, shielding others without hesitation. Dae-suk wiped sweat from his forehead and adjusted his grip. The scene required them to run. Not a slow jog, but a full sprint. He has been jogging and exercising more for the past 2.5 months courtesy of his director Dayo, who made it compulsory that he stayed in fit form as the role was physically demanding. Action. The actors burst into motion. Shouts echoed. Boots slammed against the concrete. Extras dressed as infected soldiers surged forward, snarling, stumbling, arms reaching. The camera followed closely as the main cast ran toward the train. Dae-suk was at the front. He ran hard, breath heavy, legs pumping. The train door was just ahead. The plan was simple: grab the handle, pull himself up, and help the others aboard. But timing went wrong. His foot slipped. For half a second, it looked like he might recover. Then he fell. His body hit the ground hard, weight shifting awkwardly. A sharp sound followed, not loud, but wrong. Cut, 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 cut. Everything stopped instantly. Dayo was already moving before anyone else reacted. He ran straight to Dae-suk, dropping to one knee beside him. Dae-suk, Dayo said firmly. Don't move. Are you okay? Dae-suk's face was pale. He tried to laugh it off, but failed. I can't feel my arm, he said, breathing unevenly. Something's wrong. Dayo gently held his forearm, eyes sharp, focused. His past experience kicked in immediately. He carefully pressed around the wrist and elbow, checking reactions. Dae-suk hissed. That's it, Dayo said calmly. Stop. Don't move. The crew gathered, worry spreading fast. Call an ambulance. We should clear the set. Dae-suk clenched his teeth. Director, I'm sorry. I messed up the take. Dayo shook his head immediately with a warm smile and said, Don't talk like that. He stood up and addressed everyone. We're done for today. Dayo said, Shut it down. Some of the crew looked surprised. But director, I said we're done. Dayo repeated, firm but controlled. Health comes first. An ambulance was already being arranged, but Dayo raised his hand. I'll take him, he said. The set went silent. Someone hesitated. Director, we can handle it. He's my actor, Dayo said. I'll take responsibility. No one argued after that. They felt so touched and moved. Although most of them were rookie and newly debuted actors, they knew that this wasn't how movie set always. After all, they had experienced actors and actresses who talk about experience with different directors. The same with the crew. There was even a time when a crew member actually had issue with health, and he made sure that everyone went to see the person involved. In all of their project they work on, they had not seen any director like Dayo. He knew how to balance strictness and kindness all together while remaining professional. All the crew member came out and bowed to Dayo. Dayo saw this and had a calm, warm smile on his face. And while this was happening behind a pole, someone not in the crew had a phone out. Dayo personally helped Dae-suk into his car, supporting his weight carefully. The drive to the hospital was quiet, broken only by Dae-suk's shallow breathing. I'm sorry, Dae-suk said again, voice low. I know delays cost money. Dayo glanced at him briefly. Your health is worth more than any schedule. Dae-suk just bowed his head as he felt bad. At the hospital, doctors examined him quickly. After x-rays and checks, one of them explained the situation. It's not severe, the doctor said. No permanent damage. But he'll need rest. 1 to 2 weeks, minimum. Dae-suk let out a shaky breath. Dayo nodded. That's fine. The doctor looked slightly surprised. You're not worried about production? Dayo answered without hesitation. We'll wait. After the doctor left, Dae-suk's composure broke. Tears welled up in his eyes. I don't deserve this, he said quietly. Director, you know I was blacklisted. Dayo looked at him. Dae-suk swallowed. One of the top agencies blocked me. I spoke up once. That was all it took. No auditions. No calls. Nothing. He laughed bitterly. When I heard you were casting through DM agency, I didn't think you'd even look at me. Dayo remembered. He remembered the audition. The rawness. The strength beneath the rough edges. You earned the role, Dayo said. No one gave you anything. Dae-suk wiped his eyes. You didn't have to care this much. Dayo placed a hand on his shoulder. Rest. Recover fully. Don't rush back. He stood up. I'll check on you tomorrow. Dae-suk bowed his head deeply. Thank you. As Dayo stepped outside, his phone rang. Janet. Her voice came through bright and teasing. You didn't forget, did you? Forget what? Dayo asked. I'm at the airport. Dayo froze. You're already here? I told you it was a surprise. He smiled. I'm on my way. He drove straight to the airport, exhaustion fading with every mile. At the terminal, he scanned the crowd, phone in hand. Where are you? He asked. Look to your left, Janet said. He turned. Now you're right. He turned again. Then he saw her, and the surprise she brought. His jaw dropped. For a moment, Dayo couldn't even move. Chapter 264, Surprise. Dayo stood still. For a few seconds, He genuinely forgot how to move. The airport noise faded into the background. Rolling luggage, distant announcements, footsteps. But his eyes stayed fixed on the group standing in front of him. It wasn't just Janet. It was everyone. His father stood a little behind, hands in his coat pockets, posture calm and solid like always, like the soldier he was. His mother was beside him, eyes already soft, already emotional, holding her bag with both hands as if grounding herself. His brother leaned casually, wearing that familiar half-smile that always said more than words. And then there were the others, Sharon, his PA, Deborah, her daughter, clustered together, laughing quietly, waiting for his reaction. Dayo exhaled sharply. "What?" was all he managed to say. Janet laughed and stepped forward. Surprise. He looked at her, then at his mother. "But I spoke to you yesterday," he said slowly. "You didn't say anything." His mother smiled innocently. "Because you didn't ask. That did it." Dayo laughed, a sound caught somewhere. Between disbelief and joy, he ran a hand through his hair, shaking his head. "You people are unbelievable." Before he could say anything else, Deborah broke free from Sharon's side and ran straight at him. "Brother Dayo." Dayo barely had time to brace himself before she jumped into his arms. He caught her easily, lifting her up without effort. "I missed you," she said immediately, arms tight around his neck. "I know," Dayo said softly. "I missed you too." She pulled back just enough to look at him. "You've been gone forever." "It hasn't been that long." "Yes, it has," she insisted. Everyone laughed. Sharon stepped forward next, smiling warmly. "You look good," she said. "Busy but good." "You're supposed to be resting," Dayo replied. "I gave you time off." "And you still paid me," Sharon said. "So I rested very well." He shook his head. "Your family. That doesn't change." His father finally stepped forward. They didn't hug immediately. They rarely did. Instead, his father placed a firm hand on Dayo's shoulder. "You're doing well," he said simply. That meant everything. His mother couldn't hold back any longer. She pulled him into a tight embrace. "I worried," she said quietly. "Even when you say you're fine." "I know," Dayo replied. "But I am." "How would I know if you're telling the truth? You're far away here in Korea, she said as her face was masked with worries while rubbing his back softly. Dayo smiled at this. He could understand her for. A mother, her child would remain a child no matter how old they grew. "All right, but as you can tell I am doing very fine here, so all is good." To which his mother just nodded. His brother clapped him on the back, then slipped into their familiar handshake. "You've grown," his brother said. "So have you." They shared a smile. Janet watched it all, arms folded, clearly proud of herself. "You didn't expect this, did you?" she asked. "Not even a little," Dayo admitted, ruffling her hair, to which she just smiled as she loved it when Dayo does that. Deborah quickly came to the side of Dayo, to looking at him. This made Dayo laugh, and he rubbed her hair too. "So I hope your mum didn't stress you while I was gone?" Dayo asked. Deborah pouted cutely and nodded. "She did. She always finds something to fault in everything I did." Dayo tapped her hair and said, "Don't worry, I am here, NKW. She wouldn't do such now." Hearing this, Deborah lunged at Dayo and pouted towards her mother playfully. Sharon shook her head with a smile and said, "Dayo, you spoil this girl too much." She is mine to spoil." Watching the whole ordeal, the family laughed after hanging in the report for a while. The logistics came next. Since Dayo didn't know about their coming, he didn't prepare for them well, so he quickly ordered a large taxi service, coordinating cars to take everyone comfortably. As they drove through the city, the family stared out the windows. "This is Korea?" Deborah asked as this was her first time traveling outside the country, and seeing all the neon light made everything new and beautiful. "Yes." "And you live here?" "Yes, for now." "And you own a house here?" Dayo smiled. "Yes." When they arrived at the mansion, silence followed. Janet was the first to speak. "Wow." His mother looked around slowly. "You didn't exaggerate." "I didn't say much at all," Dayo replied. "Man, this is crazy," Jeffrey said as he looked at the house. Dayo smiled and held him, saying, "You have no idea. Come in and see." Inside, the house was warm, modern, lived in, but not excessive. The family moved through the space naturally, settling in like they belonged there, because they did. "You know what?" Dayo said after a moment. "I'll cook." Everyone turned to him with a smile. After all, they knew Dayo is a certified chief, and he is good. "You want to cook for all of us?" Sharon asked. "Yes." Dayo smiled, waving that it was nothing. His mother smiled knowingly. Could it been a while I eat your meal? To which his father nodded. Yes, and we are tired, so cook something for us. Yes, final brother Dayo is cooking. Ah, I have missed your food, Janet said with a smile that she quickly turned to her mom, giving her an apologetic smile. To which she just shook her head. Dayo moved into the kitchen with ease. He tied an apron, rolled up his sleeves, and got to work. He prepared a full meal: braised short ribs with soy glaze, garlic rice, sautéed vegetables, and a slow-simmered stew, rich and comforting. The kind of food that didn't try to impress, but always did. When they finally sat down together, the mood softened completely. Deborah ate happily. Sharon chatted with Janet. His parents watched him with quiet pride. This, his mother said, is good. Dayo smiled. I'm glad. For the first time in weeks, the world felt peaceful and warm. And right where it should be. Chapter 265. After dinner, the house felt different. With their belly full, everyone felt energetic. Everyone leaned back in their seats, plates cleared, the lingering smell of food still in the air. Deborah was the first to break the silence. Okay, she said, sitting up straight. So tell us. Dayo raised an eyebrow, already knowing where this conversation was going. Tell you what. Everything, Janet added immediately. The movie, the set, how all of it works. Sharon chuckled softly. I was wondering when this would start. Dayo smiled and shook his head. You two didn't even wait 5 minutes. Deborah leaned forward, eyes bright. So when you're directing, are you the one shouting action? Sometimes, Dayo said. Sometimes that's Jang-wook. Janet frowned slightly. Then what do you actually do? Dayo thought for a moment. I make sure everything works. That the story makes sense. That the actors give their best. That the crew isn't killing themselves over deadlines. That sounds stressful, Deborah said. It is, he replied. Honestly, Janet tilted her head. But it looks fun. The result is fun, Dayo corrected. The process is exhausting. Deborah made a small face. I thought it would be more exciting. Dayo laughed. That's because you only see the finished movie. They exchanged a look, Janet and Deborah. One of those silent conversations that had hidden meaning, but Dayo had known them for long enough to recognize. He smirked. You're planning something, he said. They both looked away immediately. What? Janet said innocently. Nothing. Deborah added too quickly, hiding the panic on her small face, not wanting Dayo to find out. Dayo didn't push. Instead, his mother spoke. Why don't you take them to the set? She asked calmly. She could already see they wanted it in their eyes. Everyone turned. Deborah's eyes widened. Really? Janet's mouth dropped open. We can. Dayo looked around. His father didn't say anything, but his expression said he was curious. Sharon stayed quiet too, which was unusual. Normally, she would remind him about work boundaries. You all want to go? Dayo asked. The answer was instant. Yes. They reacted like they'd just won something big. Small jumps, clapping, laughter. Dayo watched them, amused. All right, he said finally. Tomorrow. They froze. Tomorrow. Deborah repeated. Yes, Dayo said. Not tonight. Tomorrow. That was enough. They cheered anyway. Later that night, when the house had settled, Dayo stepped aside and called. Jang-wook. Dayo, good evening. Jang-wook said. How's the injured guy Dae-sooked? Evening Jang-wook, he's fine, Dayo replied. Nothing serious. A week or two, he would be ready to return to set. That's a relief, Jahanko said. So why the call? My family's in town, Dayo said. Oh, that's a surprise. He said surprised. Yeah, I didn't even know about it until they got to the airport. Haha, I can already imagine your reaction to this. Yeah, I was shocked but happy. Dayo smiled. Right, so what's the reason for the call? Jang-wook asked. Yeah, speaking of that, it's my family. They want to visit the set. There was a brief pause, then a laugh. Of course they do. It happened to you too? Dayo asked, surprised. Yeah, the moment they found out I was a director, they followed to check the set the next day, so don't worry. Jang-wook said. I'll inform everyone. Alright, good night. The next morning came faster than expected. Dayo was ready early. Everyone else was not. Where are Janet and Deborah? He asked. Sharon smiled. Getting ready. They've been getting ready for 30 minutes. They're teenagers, Sharon replied. This is a big deal. When they finally came downstairs, Dayo stopped walking. They looked like they were heading for a fashion shoot, hair done, outfits carefully chosen, confidence turned all the way up. Absolutely not, Dayo said. Janet blinked. What? You're visiting a film set, he said. Not the red carpet. Deborah laughed in a childish way. Relax. Dayo was speechless. He sighed, pinched the bridge of his nose, then waved it off. Fine. Let's go. The drive was lively. Questions, laughter, side comments. When they arrived at the set, everything changed. Cameras, crew, equipment everywhere. Deborah whispered, wow. Jang-wook spotted Dayo immediately and walked over. Welcome, he said warmly. Dayo introduced him. Everyone, this is Jang-wook. Jang-wook nodded politely. Dayo continued, briefly listing a few of Jang-wook's film's fictional but impressive titles, award-winning projects, industry respect. Janet's eyes widened. Wait, you directed that? Jang-wook laughed lightly. Yes. Oh my God, Deborah said. I love that movie. You're too kind, Jang-wook replied. Dayo exaggerates. He's the one doing incredible work here. Dayo waved it off. He's being modest. He practically helps me run the whole set without even trying. Dayo, we both know you're more better at this than me. What do you mean Jang-wook here has more connection and power in the industry? Jang-wook saw that he couldn't win Dayo and said, Fine, you win. I am better happy now. The whole family laughed at this, seeing that even on set Dayo didn't change and kept his lively self. They moved through the set. Dayo explained things simply what each crew member did, how scenes were prepared, how actors rehearsed. Then they spotted Minji. Deborah grabbed Janet's arm. That's Minji. We know, Janet whispered. We follow her. Dayo smiled and led them over. Minji, he said. Meet my family. Minji smiled warmly. So these are the famous ones. They're fans, Dayo added. Minji laughed. That makes me happy. Deborah and Janet were glowing, almost not leaving Minji's side at all. They were asking her questions about how it was to be an actor, what she loved doing. Her perfume, they were starstruck, and Minji'd smile, while entertaining them without much effort, but the smile on her face was genius. Dayo watched them for a moment, then turned slightly. All right, he said, clapping. Everyone looked at him. Today works is about to start. Camera, take your stands. Actors, get ready. Due to yesterday injury, Dae-suk wouldn't be available, so we would take another act, so get ready. Dayo's voice was loud and audible, and like an well-oiled machine, everyone got to work. Dayo's family stood behind him, awed at this, but the proud smile never left their lips. Chapter 266, Janet and Deborah? The set went loud as Dayo started barking orders here and there, giving direction on what to do. Positions. Reset the barricade. Extras, stay sharp. Dayo's voice cut through the set like a blade. He moved with purpose, clipboard tucked under his arm, eyes constantly scanning. One hand pointed, the other adjusted. Do this. Do that. Again. Faster. He gave the order, and the whole set came to life like a well-oiled machine. Deborah and Janet stood close together near the monitors, eyes wide. So this is how it really is, Deborah whispered. Janet nodded slowly, watching as actors stumbled out of a train carriage built entirely on set. The illusion was convincing: metal walls, flickering lights, fog drifting low across the floor. The actors screamed, ran, stumbled again. Cut. Everything stopped. The zombies froze mid-snarl. Crew members rushed in. Makeup touched up. Sweat wiped. Blood reapplied. Again. This time, take your time. Don't rush it. We are close to the end and want the audience to feel the tension, Dayo said calmly. Retake, Dayo shouted. The scene restarted. At first, the girls were fascinated. The way fear was performed. The way chaos was choreographed. Actors rushed out of the train, pretending to escape something horrifying behind them. Zombies spilling from another carriage, arms flailing, bodies crashing into each other. The survivors jumped back into the train. Wrong car. This one was already filled. Cut. Reset. Again. They watched the survivors push forward, bodies pressed together, fighting toward a narrow safe zone near the barrier door. Hands slammed against glass. People screamed for help. Behind the door, silhouettes hesitated, then turned away. Cut. Deborah gasped. They're not opening it. Janet shook her head slowly. That's messed up. Again. 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 The excitement slowly faded into repetition. The screams lost their edge. The zombies became predictable. The chaos became mechanical. Deborah leaned back against a stack of sandbags without realizing it. Janet followed, head tilting to the side. Minutes later, both of them were asleep. Dayo noticed almost immediately. He glanced over during a reset, saw them curled slightly into themselves, exhaustion written across their young faces. Without a word, he walked over, lifted a folded jacket from a nearby chair, and gently covered them. No one said anything. He turned back to the set. "All right," Dayo said, voice firm but calm. "Let's walk it through." The crew gathered. Actors listened. "This moment," Dayo continued, stepping into the space between the fake train doors and the barricade, "is desperation, not rage. You're not just fighting zombies, you're fighting time. You think if you get through that door, you live. So you push with everything you have in you to open the door. That's the feeling I want you to portray." He tapped the glass. "And you," he said, looking toward the actors behind it, "you're scared. But fear makes you selfish. You hesitate. That hesitation costs lives." Silence. The actors nodded. Dayo then shouted, "Action!" This time it worked. The push felt real. The panic sharper. The refusal behind the door colder. "Cut." Jang Wook nodded slowly and muttered, "That's the one." Behind them, Dayo's parents watched quietly. They had seen their son manage kitchens, seen him supervise staff. But this was different. This was movie production, and he had the skill to control it. Here, people listened when he spoke. Adults, professionals. They obeyed not because he was the sponsor or the director, but because he had what it took to hold the set together. His mother's hands folded together. Pride sat quietly on her face. His father exhaled slowly, eyes never leaving Dayo. He knew his son was amazing, but seeing and experiencing it firsthand made his chest rise with pride. While Jeffrey, Dayo's brother, stood there amazed at his brother for the nth time in his life. He had not once seen his brother fail in whatever endeavor he took, which made him look up to him and made Dayo his role model. When the scene for the day was called, Dayo smiled at the exhausted faces of the actors and actresses. He had achieved his revenge. Of course, he didn't forget them calling him Devil Director, and today served as a kind of revenge to them. The actors and actresses looked at Dayo like a vengeful spirit playfully. They all thought that since Dayo's family were here, he would forget and not make things hard, but they failed to realize how vengeful Dayo was when offended. Dayo saw their faces and laughed internally. Then he smiled and announced, "Due to my kind heart, tomorrow will be a free day for you all." The whole set erupted into cheers. "Greatest director ever! Greatest director ever! Greatest director ever!" They cheered, although they knew the reason Dayo gave them the day off was because of his family. But who cared? A day off was a day off. Dayo waved them off and walked back to where Deborah and Janet were sleeping. "Hey," he said softly, crouching. "Wake up." Deborah groaned. "Already?" Janet rubbed her eyes. "How long were we out?" "Long enough," Dayo said with a small smile. "Still think filmmaking is exciting?" Janet hesitated. "It's harder than I thought." Deborah sighed. "I didn't know it was like this." Dayo nodded. "That's the part people don't see." Janet looked at him, then blurted out, "I still want to be an actor." He paused, then smiled. "If you're serious, I'll help you." Her eyes widened. "Really? Really?" Deborah crossed her arms. "And what about me?" Dayo looked at her, and he thought of something. The world slowed, and a familiar screen appeared. Janet. Music talent, C+. Acting talent, D+. Music potential, S. Acting potential, SS+. Dayo's breath caught. He turned his gaze to Janet. Deborah. Acting talent, D. Acting potential, B+. Management potential, SSS+. He straightened slowly. Deborah management? Not just good monstrous potential. He looked back at them, hiding his reaction behind a calm expression. "I won't forget you," he said to Deborah as he ruffled her hair. She smiled. "As long as I'm not left behind." "You won't be," Dayo said quietly. He was happy they both had talent, and he would push them if they really wanted to do it. His eyes rested on Deborah. Her main talent lay elsewhere, but he would support her regardless of her choice. From a distance, his mother watched him laugh with them and shook her head gently. "This boy," she murmured. "He spoils them." But she was smiling. That night, Dayo drove them home. Dinner was quiet. Everyone was tired. One by one, the house went dark, and Dayo lay awake for a while longer, thinking, and did not join everyone else in sleep. Chapter 267, Family Outing While the Internet. Dayo woke up to warmth. Something was different. He woke up not to the sharp, rushed mornings he was used to, but the quiet kind, the kind that made you want to stay still for a few seconds longer. The house was alive in a gentle way. Soft footsteps, low voices, the faint sound of someone laughing down the hallway. Family. He had not still gotten used to their presence here, but he was enjoying it. He sat up slowly, rubbing his face, and for a moment, he simply breathed. Then it came back to him. He smiled. The day off. He remembered it clearly, the looks on his workers' faces the night before when he told them there would be no work today. Confusion at first, then excitement, then gratitude. You're serious? Boss, are you sure? Thank you, thank you. Some of them had laughed. Some had bowed repeatedly. A few had praised him like he'd done something extraordinary. Dayo chuckled softly to himself. He knew the truth. He hadn't done it out of generosity. He'd done it because his family was here. Because for once, work could wait. But an off was an off. He swung his legs out of bed and started his morning routine. Shower. Cold water on his face. Stretch. A few minutes of silence where his mind usually ran wild. But today, it didn't. When he came out, the house was already stirring. Deborah's voice echoed faintly. Janet laughed. His mother was speaking to someone, probably his father. Sharon's footsteps moved briskly from room to room. Dayo went straight to the kitchen. He had told them when they arrived. While you're in Korea, you'll eat Korean food. No shortcuts or compromises. They all accepted. After all, Dayo hadn't cooked any meal so far that they didn't enjoy, so they allowed him to do his thing. He rolled up his sleeves. Rice washed carefully. Broth simmered slowly. Vegetables sliced with precision. He prepared samjitang, rich and fragrant, along with side dishes kimchi, seasoned spinach, marinated beef. He moved easily, confidently. Cooking was one of the few things that calmed him the same way music and silence did. By the time the aroma filled the house, people were already drifting in. Oh my God, Deborah said, eyes wide. What is that smell? Janet danced into the kitchen. I knew it. I knew he'd cook. His mother smiled from the doorway. You didn't have to do all this. I wanted to, Dayo replied simply, with a smirk on his face. His mother could have assisted him, but she wouldn't. She still held a little grudge that everyone preferred Dayo's food to hers. Dayo just shook his head. Soon everyone was awake. Music played lightly in the background. Deborah danced around the table. Janet spun dramatically like she was on stage. His father shook his head, amused. Sharon laughed, shaking her head. While Jeffrey and Dayo were talking boys' talk. For a brief moment, everything was perfect. After breakfast, as plates were cleared and laughter lingered, Dayo stretched and said, Okay, we're in Korea. Everyone looked at him. So, Deborah asked, So do you all want to see what is actually going on in Korea? He continued. The answer came instantly. Yes. The loudest, of course, were Janet and Deborah. They rushed to get dressed. Outfits chosen. Shoes swapped. Bags checked. Dayo watched from the side, smiling, while quietly pulling out his phone. Research. Iconic places. Places families loved. Places worth remembering. He bookmarked locations. Saved routes. Planned the day carefully. Then, without thinking twice, he turned his phone to Do Not Disturb. No calls. No notifications. Nothing. He wanted to enjoy this rare time with his family without being disturbed. He didn't know that at the exact same time, the internet was catching fire. It started quietly with a short video, one with surprisingly poor quality. The video played on a familiar set. This was the set of Train to Busan, the exact moment Daesuk fell. The whole filming. At first, people thought it was just behind-the-scenes footage. Accidents happened. Everyone knew that. Then the audio played, with Dayo walking towards him, and Dayo's voice, sharp and angry. How can you be this useless? I give you a chance, and this is how you repay me? You injure yourself on set? Are you stupid? He ranted continuously, not giving the person a chance to talk or explain. The video cut before anything else could be seen. No context, no explanation, no follow-up. Just a video of Dayo shouting and belittling his actor. People watched it once, then again, then, boom. It exploded very fast, and the reason was simple. Dayo and his movie had been on the lips of the internet even before he started filming. Is this real? That's harsh. I thought he was different. Yeah, he's just like the rest. I don't know. I find it hard to believe. The video quality started good, and then it turned bad immediately. Someone reposted it with captions. So this is how the renowned director Dayo treats his actors? Comments poured in. He fell down. He was clearly hurt. That's verbal abuse. I just saw him in a movie. I didn't know he was like this. This industry is rotten. Some tried to be logical. The lighting looks off. This might be edited. Where's the rest of the clip? But logic drowned quickly, almost intentionally. Blogs picked it up. Headlines followed. Famous producer caught berating injured actor. Bullying behind the scenes. Is this who he really is? The narrative shifted fast. If this is how he treats his actors, I'm not watching the movie. Cancel him. He's worse than the others. By noon, opinion pieces appeared. By evening, so-called insiders claimed they always knew. Meanwhile, Dayo laughed as Deborah dragged him toward a souvenir shop. Brother, look at this. He smiled at street performers, took photos, explained landmarks, ate snacks from stalls, completely unaware. His phone remained silent in his pocket. Notifications piled up, messages unanswered, fire spread, and Dayo had no idea that by the time he turned his phone back on, the world would already have decided who he was. Chapter 268, The Source of the Video. The man's name was Kang Min-ho. In the Korean entertainment circle, Kang Min-ho was not respected, but he was known. He was the type of journalist people whispered about, not because of integrity or talent, but because of how far he was willing to go for attention. Paparazzi, scandal chaser, hype merchant, those labels followed him everywhere. Recently, one name had been circulating all around the internet and had become a hot topic. Dayo. The director's rise, his influence, the scale of his current production in Korea, everything about him had become valuable. Information related to him was selling fast and selling high. Kang Min-ho noticed it early, and someone was buying at a high price. He followed the trends. He watched the online chatter. He listened to industry gossip, so he knew that Dayo and the top 5 agencies weren't on good terms. He believed they might be the ones buying any news related to Dayo. And when he learned that Dayo's film was shooting scenes involving a train station, his interest sharpened. Luck, as Min-ho liked to call it, smiled on him. His younger brother worked security at a secondary section of the train station, one of the locations temporarily leased for filming. It didn't take much persuasion. A favor here, some money there. Min-ho was sneaked in during filming hours, camera hidden, movements cautious. He didn't care about the movie. He cared about moments. Moments that could be twisted. Moments that could be sold. He hoped for anything at all. Maybe Dayo leaned too close to a female actress or did something that felt off. That was what he was waiting for. For hours, he recorded quietly. Actors rehearsing, crew moving equipment, Dayo giving calm, precise instructions. Nothing useful, nothing damaging. Min-ho was starting to think the trip had been a waste. Then it happened. A scene involving Dae-suk. He watched as Dae-suk was running by the side of the train and was about to jump inside when a misstep happened. Dae-suk fell. Min-ho's camera caught everything: the confusion, the sudden stop in filming, the rush of people toward the actor. He zoomed in instinctively. What he recorded next was clear. Dayo moved immediately. He knelt beside Dae-suk, spoke calmly, checked his arm, signaled for filming to stop. There was no shouting or anger at all, just Dayo's concern about his actor. Min-ho kept recording until security noticed him. Hey you, what are you doing here? This is a restricted area. Hearing the shout, the heavy Min-ho took to his heels faster than he should have. After all, he knew if he was caught, his hours of waiting would be deleted. So he managed to escape. Upon reaching a safe site, he called the number of the person who wanted to buy the information he had. Hello, this is Kang Min-ho. I have something that might interest you. The other side stayed silent for a while before speaking. And who and what would that information be about? Min-ho smirked. It's about Dayo, the director of the project Train to Busan. The breathing of the other person changed slightly, and the person asked, Are you trying to play me? Hee, not at all. I am sure you have heard of my name, Kang Min-ho. Min-ho said with a wide smile. He knew that in the industry, he had a reputation. The person on the other line went quiet for a while, seemingly wanting to confirm the information, then spoke. I'm fine. I will give you a chance. And if you mess up, don't blame me for not giving you another. The meeting place was easy to miss if you didn't know it existed. It sat behind a closed CAF that had already shut down for the night, a narrow lounge area used mostly by delivery drivers who wanted somewhere quiet to sit for a few minutes before heading back out. The lights were dim, but not dark, warm enough to feel casual, distant enough to discourage attention. No music played. No one lingered longer than necessary. Kang Min-ho arrived first. He chose a seat close to the wall, back straight, hands resting on his thighs, eyes moving every few seconds toward the entrance. He had dressed plainly, deliberately so. Nothing that screamed press, nothing that suggested status. To people like him, blending in was a survival skill. He checked his phone again, even though he already knew the footage was there. This time, it was different. Normally, he would have felt excitement, maybe even pride. He had something exclusive, something no one else had. Tonight, it felt heavier. The man arrived without him even knowing. Minho didn't hear footsteps. He didn't hear a chair scrape. He only noticed him when the opposite seat shifted slightly and someone sat down as if they had always been there. By his side was another person dressed completely in black, someone who carried an air of danger without even doing much. The man smiled. "You said you had materials," the person said casually, as if they were discussing a forgotten errand. Minho nodded quickly. "Yes, something exclusive, something that hasn't been released anywhere." The man leaned back slightly, crossing one leg over the other. His posture was relaxed, almost bored, but his eyes never left Minho's face. "Show me." Minho hesitated for half a second, then unlocked his phone and slid it across the table. The video played. It showed the moment after the accident on set. The injured actor on the ground, the confusion around him, and Dayo moving in without hesitation. He knelt, checked the injury, spoke calmly, and stopped filming immediately. There was no shouting, just Dayo showing care. The contrast was unmistakable. Minho watched the man's face carefully, expecting a flicker of irritation, concern, anything. Instead, the man watched quietly until the video ended, then pushed the phone back across the table. "This is useless," he said. Minho blinked. "What?" "It doesn't help," the man continued evenly. "You can't damage anyone with this." Minho frowned, confused now. "But this proves." "Are you dumb? Or are you trying to play with my intelligence?" he said. In contrast to his calm voice, there was a lace of danger mixed with annoyance. At that point, Minho knew he had messed up. The person here wanted incriminating footage, not something good or positive about Dayo. He tried to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat as he was about to speak. Chapter 269, Scene at the Hospital. He tried to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat as he was about to speak. The man stood. He didn't rush. He simply stepped closer, close enough that Minho instinctively stiffened. The man placed his foot down firmly beside Minho's chair, the sound sharp against the quiet floor. Then he leaned down and whispered. It was brief, quiet, precise. Minho's face drained of color. He swallowed hard, nodding once without meaning to. In that moment, he understood something he hadn't before. He wasn't dealing with a client. He wasn't even dealing with an enemy. He remembered when the man warned him that if he messed up, he would regret it. Minho could have sworn that he saw death, and as his mind was spinning, an idea struck his mind, and he spoke almost instantly. "Please wait." The man paused and looked at Minho, giving him the go-ahead to speak. Minho scrambled to compose himself and said shakily, "The footage could be edited. Context could be destroyed, and you can do almost everything with technology. This is not hard." The man paused, thoughtful. "Go on." "Thank you. With AI, you can do a lot with that video. Alter it and make it look like the opposite of what it is." The man grinned and said, "And what if the media finds out?" Minho smiled slyly. "It doesn't matter. The deed would already be done. Some people wouldn't even believe the truth even if you showed them proof." This made the man smile. "Fine. Since it's your idea, execute the video manipulation. When you're done, inform me and we'll meet here again." Minho nodded as a feeling of relief passed through him. He vowed never to make deals with people he didn't know again. After about a day of tampering with the footage, Minho created a video capable of igniting the industry. Then he made the call. Minho swallowed as he watched the man view the video. The man straightened and smiled faintly. "I'll take it," he said. Minho smiled, satisfied. "As for the price, I want 20 million. "I'll take it," the man said, "but not for what you think it's worth." They negotiated briefly. Minho tried to push for more. The man shut him down instantly. "Half the price," the man said, "or you leave with nothing." Minho hesitated, remembering that this man could take it without paying. He gritted his teeth, then nodded. Money exchanged hands. The real footage changed ownership. Minho walked away uneasy but richer. And somewhere else, a different version of the video began to take shape. This was how the video came to be. Dayo remained completely unaware. The next day passed quietly for him, almost peacefully. He spent the time with his family, keeping his promise to treat them to Korean food. He cooked, laughed, explained dishes, and watched Deborah and Janet react dramatically to unfamiliar flavors. They explored together afterward, moving through streets, shops, and small restaurants. It was one of the rare days where work didn't exist. By evening, everyone was exhausted. Dayo dropped them off at home. He took a quick shower and dressed again. "Where are you going?" his mother asked. "I'll be back later," Dayo replied. "Just checking on someone." He didn't check his phone. He believed it was his day off, so there shouldn't be anything important. Dayo had muted everything earlier that day. No notifications, no calls, no messages. He wanted silence. He drove to the hospital alone. As he parked, something felt off. There were too many unfamiliar faces outside. People lingering. Phones raised. Whispers filling the air. Dayo frowned, but didn't stop. He walked in. As he climbed the stairs toward Dae-suk's room, the noise grew louder. Voices overlapped. Questions echoed. When he turned the corner, he froze. The hallway was crowded. Cameras. Microphones. Reporters. They were packed tightly around one room, Dae-suk's room. Dayo's heart dropped. He pushed forward instinctively. "What's going on?" he muttered. The moment he stepped into view, everything shifted. Cameras snapped toward him. Voices rose. "Director Dayo, is it true you insulted your actor after the injury? Did you verbally abuse Dae-suk on set? Do you believe actors should be blamed for on-set accidents? Are the rumors about your behavior true?" The questions came fast. Aggressive. Sharp. Dayo stood there, stunned. But he remained composed. Years in the industry had taught him not to wear his emotions on his face. He stayed calm, giving the media no reaction. Reporters crowded closer. "Do you deny calling him useless? Is this how you treat people beneath you? Will you apologize?" Though calm on the outside, Dayo's mind raced as he tried to understand what was happening. "What are you talking about?" he asked, genuinely confused. "What rumors?" No one answered. Microphones were shoved closer. "Director, respond. Is this bullying? Are you abusing your authority?" Dayo turned toward the room door, trying to understand why they were there. Inside, Dae-suk looked just as shocked. That meant it wasn't his doing. So what was going on? Dayo picked up his phone and called the hospital doctor. "Doctor, what is happening? Why is Dae-suk's ward filled with people?" Dayo's voice was cold enough to send chills down the doctor's spine. "I am just finding out now, Dayo cut him short. "If this nuisance doesn't leave this place in the next 5 minutes, you will receive a call from my lawyer." He ended the call immediately, giving the doctor no chance to respond. Less than a minute later, security swarmed the hallway and forcibly escorted the reporters out. "This is wrong. We are trying to get the truth. We will write bad articles about your hospital. I am from a major news agency. Stop dragging my hair." The security staff replied coldly. "This is a hospital. You are disturbing patients. If you try anything else, we have you on camera. Maintain yourselves and leave." They pushed the media out of the hospital entirely. The hallway finally became quiet. The doctor walked in nervously. "Director Dayo, concerning this Dayo waved his hand. "I won't sue, but this is unacceptable. You can leave us." The doctor bowed repeatedly. "Thank you. Thank you." He knew he was wrong. Even if Dayo didn't win a lawsuit, he could still lose his job. Dayo turned to Dae-suk. "What happened?" Chapter 270. What happened? Dayo stood in front of Dae-suk's hospital bed, his gaze steady. "What happened?" he asked calmly. Dae-suk blinked, clearly confused. His brows slowly knitted together as if the question itself didn't make sense to him. I don't know," he replied. Dayo frowned slightly. "What do you mean you don't know? They were here because of you." At that, Dae-suk's expression changed. His eyes widened a little, his fingers tightening against the blanket. "I really don't know," he said again, this time slower. "I was asleep. I only woke up because they came in suddenly." Dayo didn't interrupt him. He simply waited. "They asked me strange questions," Dae-suk continued. "They asked if I was angry with you, if you bullied me. They said they had seen a video." Dae-suk shook his head. "I didn't understand anything. I was still half asleep. I was confused. Then you walked in." Dayo exhaled quietly. "So you had no idea why they came," he said. "Yes," Dae-suk replied firmly. "I still don't." That confirmed it. This had nothing to do with Dae-suk. Dayo reached into his pocket and took out his phone. The screen lit up instantly. And then it happened. Notifications flooded in. Messages. Missed calls. Alerts. He hadn't seen any of them earlier because his phone had been on Do Not Disturb all day. He had turned it on deliberately. Today was supposed to be for his family. He didn't want interruptions. After all, he thought his day off should be peaceful. Who knew things would turn out differently? He scrolled through his call log and saw several missed calls from Min Jae. More missed calls from director Jang Wook. Dayo's expression darkened slightly. For those two people to call him so many times, it had to be serious. Just then, the screen lit up with an incoming call from Jang Wook. He stepped away from the bed and answered. Finally, Jang Wook said immediately, his voice tense. "Where did you put your phone?" "I had it on Do Not Disturb," Dayo replied. "Today was supposed to be my day off." There was a brief pause on the other end. "Right," Jang Wook said. "That makes sense. But you picked the worst possible day." "What's going on?" Dayo asked. "Where are you right now?" Jang Wook asked instead. "I'm at the hospital to visit Dae-suk. I was checking how he was, and all of a sudden there were reporters everywhere. They ambushed me. I had no idea what was happening." Jang Wook inhaled sharply. "I'm already at the hospital." Dayo paused. "I'm inside the hospital too." Another pause. "I'm at the elevator," Jang Wook said. "Wait for me." Less than a minute later, the elevator doors opened. Jang Wook stepped out. The moment he saw Dayo, his expression turned serious. "What happened?" Dayo asked. "It's better if I show you," Jang Wook replied. They moved toward Dae-suk's bed. Jang Wook took out his tablet and played a video. Dayo watched silently. The screen showed the train station set. The moment Dae-suk slipped. But then, the footage changed. Instead of Dayo kneeling beside Dae-suk, checking his condition, the edited video showed Dayo standing over him, his expression cold, his mouth moving aggressively. The audio was distorted but clear enough to push a narrative. Shouting, blame, anger. Dayo watched to the end. Then he smirked. "What the hell is this?" he said flatly. Jang Wook clenched his jaw. "It's fake. Badly edited, but convincing enough if someone wants to believe it." Dae-suk panicked when he saw the video. "Boss, I swear I don't know anything about this at all. I'm just seeing this for the first time." Dayo handed the tablet back. "Relax. I know it's not real, and it has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault." Finally, Dae-suk calmed down. Jang Wook hesitated. "So what do we do?" "We release the original footage. We clarify everything. We shut this down before it spreads further." Dayo shook his head. "We're not debunking it." Jang Wook stared at him. What? What?" Dae-suk was also surprised. "We're not debunking it," Dayo repeated. Jang Wook's voice rose. "Are you serious? This is your reputation. If this keeps spreading..." "Calm down," Dayo said evenly. "Listen first." Jang Wook forced himself to breathe. He was already pissed off. He had been enjoying his day off until he saw the video. It ruined everything he was doing, and he had to stop and start looking for a way out. Dayo continued. "First, the damage is already done. No matter what we release, some people will never believe the truth. The first story people hear is usually the one that sticks." Jang Wook frowned but didn't interrupt. "Second," Dayo said, "this works in our favor." Jang Wook looked unconvinced. "How?" "Think about it," Dayo replied. "They're pushing a narrative of me being a bad director. But what else are they pushing without realizing it?" Jang Wook paused. "The movie." "Exactly," Dayo said. "The film isn't even out yet, and it's already everywhere. Drama, controversy, curiosity. People want to see it now." Jang Wook's eyes widened slightly. "They're promoting it for free," Dayo continued. "Anonymously, passionately, repeatedly." Jang Wook let out a slow breath. "I didn't think of it that way." "No one does at first," Dayo said. "That's why this works." He turned back toward Dae-suk. "For now," Dayo said, "we play along." Jang Wook stiffened. "Play along." Dae-suk avoids interviews, Dayo said calmly. "He avoids being alone with the media. If anyone asks questions, he says nothing. No comments." Dae-suk just sat on the bed, confused, but nodded. Jang Wook understood immediately. "So it looks like he's afraid." "Exactly," Dayo said. "It reinforces their narrative." Jang Wook hesitated. "That puts him in a difficult position." Dayo glanced at Dae-suk. "A small disadvantage now. Multiple advantages later." Jang Wook nodded slowly. "You're right." At that moment, Jang Wook nodded again. "So that's the plan," he said. "We let them burn themselves out." "Yes," Dayo replied. We don't waste money debunking something when someone else is paying to spread it for us. Jang-wook exhaled, half amused, half shocked. You really are dangerous. Dayo smiled faintly. Elsewhere, inside the Virex building, the boss leaned back in his chair, watching the screen. Articles, clips, speculation. He smiled. They won't believe him even if he releases the real video, he said calmly. The damage is already done. One of his subordinates nodded. Our reporters went to the hospital. He chased them out. No statement. The boss chuckled softly. Good. Keep pushing the narrative. Even when the original video comes out. Yes, boss. The man leaned forward slightly, eyes sharp. You have no idea who you're playing with, he muttered. And somewhere far away, Dayo sat quietly, already 10 steps ahead. Chapter 271, Narrative Remains. The car slowed as it approached the studio entrance. Dayo noticed the reporters immediately. They were scattered along the roadside, some standing near parked vans, others pretending to be on their phones while clearly watching every vehicle that passed. Cameras were already raised. A few people whispered as the car went by. Dayo didn't react. He didn't slow down further. He didn't roll down the window. He didn't acknowledge them in any way. These were reporters hidden around the set. The car passed through the gate smoothly. Behind him, a few reporters cursed under their breath. Others quickly sent messages. He ignored us. He didn't even look. He's really staying silent. I don't really understand how he can stay silent without giving a statement. Inside the compound, filming was already in progress. The set had become busy again. Crew members moved equipment, assistants shouted instructions, extras gathered in small groups, and the set buzzed with controlled chaos. If anyone felt the tension from the outside world, they hid it well. After all, they were professionals. Dayo stepped out of the car and walked straight toward the set. No one stopped him. No one asked questions. Work continued. At the same time, in the hospital, Dae-suk was being discharged. The doctor handed over the final documents while his manager stood beside him, phone pressed tightly to his ear. It's fine, the doctor said. Just avoid strenuous movement for a while. Dae-suk nodded politely. The moment he stepped outside the ward, noise exploded. Reporters, dozens of them. The hospital had relaxed its restrictions earlier that morning, and the media had taken full advantage of it. They crowded the exit, blocking the doorway completely. Cameras flashed. Microphones were pushed forward. Dae-suk, are you okay? Is it true? Director Dayo shouted at. You. Were you bullied on set? Why haven't you said anything? Are you afraid? The questions overlapped, fast and aggressive. Dae-suk froze for a second. Then he lowered his head slightly. His shoulders tensed. His hands clenched. He didn't answer. To the reporters, it looked like fear. One of them pressed harder. You don't have to be scared. If something happened, we can help you. Another voice followed quickly. Yes, speak up. This industry protects powerful people. We're on your side. Dae-suk swallowed. He glanced at his manager, then back at the crowd. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to speak. Then he stopped. He shook his head once. No comment, he said quietly. That was all. But it was enough. The reaction was immediate. He seemed scared, right? He's scared. Did you see that? He's clearly under pressure. He didn't deny it. The cameras captured every second. Dae-suk gently pushed forward, guided by hospital staff. His expression stayed tense, conflicted. He avoided eye contact, exactly as if he were someone hiding something painful. In reality, he was acting, and he did it well. When they finally reached the car, he let out a long breath and leaned back into the seat. His manager shut the door quickly and locked it. The noise outside faded. Dae-suk rubbed his face. That was exhausting, he muttered. His manager looked at him through the rearview mirror. You did fine. Dae-suk sighed. Acting. Like that. Like he actually did something to me. It doesn't feel good. I know, his manager said calmly. But you're doing it for a reason. Dae-suk nodded slowly. I know, he repeated. Let's just go home. The car pulled away. Behind them, headlines were already being written. Back on set, filming continued without interruption. The scene was intense. The entire set was in motion. Extras ran. Crew members adjusted lighting. The assistant director counted down loudly. Rolling. Action. Dayo stood behind the monitor, fully focused. For him, nothing else existed in that moment. Then his phone vibrated. Once. Twice. He noticed it immediately. Cut, he said calmly. Everyone froze. I'll be right back, Dayo added, stepping away. He checked the screen. Min-jae. He answered. Min-jae, he said. Sorry I didn't call earlier. No. Min-jae replied quickly. That's not why I called. Dayo leaned against a wall. What's up? I just wanted to ask, Min-jae said carefully. What's your decision about everything going on? Dayo didn't hesitate. I'm not doing anything. There was a brief silence. Not doing anything? Min-jae repeated. Yes, Dayo replied. I'm letting them push the narrative. Min-jae processed that. Wow, he said finally. You're really going with that. It's free promotion, Dayo said plainly. Min-jae laughed softly. That's insane. But also smart. He paused. I've heard stories about how you think. But hearing it directly is different. Dayo smiled faintly. People exaggerate. Min-jae chuckled. Still, I called to check in. If that's your plan, I'll support it. Thanks, Dayo said. I appreciate it. Oh, by the way, Min-jae added. I saw your sister's post earlier. Your family is in Korea, right? Yes, Dayo replied. They're visiting. That explains it, Min-jae said. All right. You guys should visit if you're free. Okay. All right. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck on set. Sure, I'll let them know. I'm sure they would love to meet you. All right, talk later, Dayo said. He ended the call and slipped his phone back into his pocket. When he returned to the monitor, the assistant director looked at him carefully, as if trying to read his mood. Dayo simply nodded. Let's continue, he said. Action. The scene resumed. Across the city, in a high-rise office, a man watched the footage of Dae-suk leaving the hospital. The bowed head. The silence. The tension. He smiled slowly. He's playing his part well, the man said, not knowing why Dae-suk behaved like this, but he didn't care. One of his subordinates nodded. Public opinion is shifting exactly as expected. Good, the man replied. Keep pushing it. But what if Dayo releases the real footage? The subordinate asked. The man laughed softly. Even if he does, it won't matter. The story has already settled in people's minds. He leaned back in his chair, and the longer he stays silent, the more powerful it becomes, he said, not knowing he was falling into a trap he couldn't see. Chapter 272, Family Drama. The final scene of the day wrapped up, and the actors and actresses felt a sense of relief hearing Dayo's voice call for wrap-up. Jang-wook, the assistant director, called cut, and the set slowly exhaled. Lights were dimmed, cameras powered down, and crew members began packing equipment with the tired efficiency of people who had done this too many times to count. It had been a long day, and they were happy to have finished today's scenes without any accidents or excessive retakes. Dayo stood still at the side, watching the set clear out one by one. Jang-wook walked toward Dayo and nodded. They're done with the packing, boss. Dayo smiled faintly when he heard Jang-wook call him boss. He had started calling him that after the discussion they had. Dayo just shrugged and finally turned to face the crew. His voice rang out on the set, not too loud, just enough to be heard by everyone present. Before we all leave, he said, I want to say something. People paused. Conversations died down. A few crew members exchanged looks and turned fully toward him. It's been a long journey, Dayo continued. Rough in some places. But we've all grown. Not just technically, but personally, some even physically. This earned him a few chuckles. Dayo smiled and continued. The improvement I've seen in everyone here, it matters. There were nods. Quiet. Agreement. Then his tone shifted, heavier and more direct. I'm sure you've all seen what's happening online. That did it. After all, the internet was still on fire with controversy about Dayo being a bully to his actors. The atmosphere changed instantly. People straightened up to hear what Dayo had to say. Some looked uneasy. Others looked angry on his behalf. After all, they all knew it was fake since they witnessed the scene themselves. They still remembered Dayo ending the shoot for the day because of the injury. I know most of you saw the video, Dayo said. And I know some of you were already ready to defend me. A few voices murmured agreement. It's unfair, someone muttered. They twisted everything, another added. Dayo lifted a hand calmly. I know, but listen to me first. The set went silent again. I'm not doing anything about it. The reaction was immediate. What? Huh? Why not? People looked at each other in disbelief. It sounded wrong. How could he not want to clear his name? Dayo didn't raise his voice. He didn't rush his words. I'm informing you, not asking, he said directly. There will be no statements. No explanations. No online responses. Nothing. Confusion spread across faces. But we have the real footage, someone said. We could release it. Yes, Dayo replied, nodding. We could, and we won't. That only made it worse. So we just let them lie about you? Let them drag your name? Dayo waited until the noise died down again, smiling slightly because he knew they cared. I'm asking you to trust me, he said simply. That's all. There was no arrogance in his voice, just certainty. If anyone approaches you, he continued, I repeat, do not deny anything, and do not confirm anything. If they ask about the incident, your answer is no comment. Nothing more. The room was quiet again. Slowly, reluctantly, people nodded. Yes, sir. Understood. Dayo gave a short nod in return. That's all. Go home. Get some rest. I'll need your energy for the next scenes. He turned and walked away before anyone could say more. Upon getting home, he opened the door, and something felt off. The energy was different. The house felt cold not physically, but emotionally. He stepped inside and immediately noticed the silence. His siblings were seated in the living room. Janet, Sharon, Deborah. None of them spoke when they saw him. They just looked up. Dayo smiled instinctively and opened his arms, expecting the usual welcome. No one moved. That was when he knew something was wrong. He lowered his arms slowly and glanced past them. His brother caught his eye and gave a subtle look barely noticeable, a signal they'd used since childhood. Mom. Dayo inhaled quietly and walked forward. She stood up, phone already in her hand. So, she said calmly, what is this I'm seeing? She turned the screen toward him. The video played. It was the edited video of Dayo. The shouting, the angle, the distorted audio. Dayo stared at the screen for a moment longer than necessary, then laughed. A real laugh. That's funny, he said. Everyone turned to him. What's funny? Sharon asked. Dayo looked at his mom. Mama, you trained me as a Yoruba woman for more than 20 years. Do you really think I would do this? Let me show you something. Dayo didn't hesitate. He pulled out his own phone and played the original video. The real one. The silence in the room shifted completely. Oh, Deborah said quietly. His mother, seeing this, smiled and said, I trust my son. I knew he wouldn't do such a thing. But the internet, Sharon started. Dayo cut in gently. This is how it works. Truth moves slower than noise. His mother frowned. So what are you going to do? Nothing, Dayo replied. That didn't sit well with his family. But they're blackmailing you. I know. You could stop this. I could, he agreed. And I won't. Sharon crossed her arms. And why exactly? Before Dayo could answer, his father spoke. He said he has it under control, he said calmly. Let him handle it. His mother looked between them, then sighed. At least now I know you didn't do what they're saying, she said. That's enough for me. She paused, then smiled slightly. So what did you prepare for dinner? Dayo asked as he rubbed his stomach. His mother smirked and said, When we came to Korea, you promised us Korean dishes. Dayo raised an eyebrow. That's what you're worried about right now? I can't cook Korean food, she replied flatly. You're the only one who can cook. So go cook. The tension cracked. Dayo laughed. He knew exactly why she was doing this. It was because everyone praised his food as better than hers. And as a Yoruba woman who took pride in her cooking, her pride was hurt. So she made sure to stress him any time cooking came up. Dayo just shook his head at his mother's childish behavior. All right, he said. I'll cook. That was when Janet and Deborah finally stood up and rushed toward him, wrapping him in a hug. Welcome back, Janet and Deborah said. Dayo hugged them tightly. Thank you. As he headed toward the kitchen, they followed him, chattering, asking questions. Dayo smirked. He had deliberately dropped bait to make sure they followed him all the way. After all, he now had extra maids to cook with him. And somewhere else, far away, people continued shaping a story they thought they controlled, unaware that Dayo had already planned several steps ahead. Chapter 273, A Surprise Before Departure. A week passed. The storm did not disappear, but as always, something new emerged. Still, it remained on people's lips. After all, the person behind it didn't want it to be easily forgotten. At first, the backlash had been loud and aggressive, people rushing to comment, to condemn, to feel involved. Over the days, that intensity dulled. The outrage no longer burned as fiercely, but it refused to vanish. Dayo's name still trended occasionally. His social media accounts were still filled with accusations, sarcasm, disappointment, and the occasional insult disguised as concern. Some people demanded statements. Others demanded apologies. A smaller group demanded consequences and tagged the head of media in Korea to do something about it. What made the majority angrier was that Dayo was an outsider, so they couldn't accept an outsider bullying one of their own. Yet despite the effort, the narrative was losing momentum. The more it was pushed, the less effective it became. People had moved on to newer scandals, more interesting controversies. But, still, the stain remained. It lingered in conversations, in comment sections, in the way people referenced his name. In the United States, the reaction was different. There was skepticism. A lot of it. Many people who had followed Dayo's career for years found the story hard to believe. They remembered the charity events, the anonymous donations, the testimonies from people he had helped without cameras involved. This doesn't make sense, some said. If this were real, we would have heard something like this years ago. Others weren't so forgiving. They were almost pleased. Power changes people, they argued. No one is that clean. Maybe this is who he really is. The division was there, but it lacked conviction. The outrage felt forced, recycled, borrowed from elsewhere. And slowly, quietly, the world began to lose interest. Life, however, did not pause. Dayo's family couldn't stay in Korea forever. The realization hit him harder than he expected. It was time to say goodbye. He hadn't said much about it, but their presence had grounded him. Having them around made the noise outside feel distant, manageable. Their laughter, their arguments, the shared meals, it reminded him that there was a world beyond work. There was love, family, and bonds to go back to. The morning of their departure arrived sooner than he wanted. They drove to the airport together. The atmosphere in the car was strange, not sad, not cheerful, just heavy with things left unsaid. After all, they knew that Dayo would take some time before he came back. This reminded them that Dayo was the glue that stuck them together. Everyone understood that this goodbye mattered more than usual. Deborah and Janet were the loudest, as always. "You're always saying you'll come back soon," Janet complained, arms crossed. "And then you don't," Deborah added quickly. "You said that last time." Dayo smiled, glancing at them through the rearview mirror. "I still have work to finish here," he said calmly. "But I will come back. I promise." "That's what you always say," Deborah muttered. Dayo sighed, then softened his tone. "All right, how about this? When I come back, we'll go watch a movie together. Any movie you want." Their eyes lit up immediately. "Really?" Janet asked. "Yes," Dayo replied. "And not just that. I'll invest in movies. And music too." Their reaction was instant chaos. "Oh my God, brother, you're serious?" They rushed him, hugging him tightly, almost knocking the air out of his lungs. All right, he laughed. "You two are spoiled. If you don't spoil us, who will?" Deborah shot back proudly. Their parents shook their heads from a distance. "You spoil these girls too much," their mother said. Dayo shrugged. "Someone has to." At the terminal, the goodbyes stretched longer than planned. Hugs turned into repeated hugs. He couldn't count how many times he had said goodbye, only to talk and hug again, like neither wanted to let go. Last-minute advice was given by his parents, mostly his mom, who was always worried. As for his dad, he simply said, "Just do you." "So," Dayo said, lowering his voice, "what's your plan now?" His brother hesitated. "I'm done with high school. I've been thinking about what comes next." "University?" "Yes. But also—" He paused. "Sports." Dayo raised an eyebrow. "Sports? Swimming." Dayo blinked. "Swimming? What?" his brother asked defensively. "Don't look at me like that." Dayo chuckled. "You're really going to compete with me now?" "Compete?" his brother scoffed. "You weren't even into swimming like that. I was the one who introduced you when we were younger, and don't forget I was the one who saved you during Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when they asked you a question about swimming." As he scanned his memory, it was true. His brother had introduced him to swimming when he was younger and had saved him during that question. "That's fair," Dayo admitted. "So how serious are you?" "Pretty serious," his brother replied. "I've been training quietly for a while." That caught Dayo's attention. Without saying much, he activated the system. Talent vision. The results stunned him. Swimming talent, B. Swimming potential, SS+. Dayo stared at the numbers. SS+. That wasn't normal. Having SS+ potential was elite level. The kind of talent that could reach international competition, even the Olympics, with the right guidance, and dominate for decades. He looked at his brother again, this time with a different expression. "You have no idea how far you can go," Dayo said quietly. His brother frowned. What do you mean? Dayo shook his head. Never mind. I'll give you my coach's number, Dayo said immediately. I'll call him myself. You'll link up, get tested properly, and see how far this can go. His brother's eyes widened. You're serious? He knew Dayo's coach was the head coach for the U.S. swimming team, so having access to him was huge. Completely. Their father stepped in then, placing a hand on Dayo's shoulder. Take care of yourself, he said. You're in Korea, and things aren't exactly calm. Dayo nodded. I have everything under control. His father studied him for a moment, then nodded back. If you say so. The boarding call echoed. Through the terminal. Final hugs followed. Call us, their mother said. Don't disappear, Deborah warned. Behave yourself, Janet added seriously. Take care, bro. Dayo smiled. All of you too. As they walked away, he stood there until they disappeared from sight. Only then did the airport feel quiet. Later that evening, back home, the house felt emptier than before. That night, alone in his apartment, Dayo sat quietly. The noise online still existed. The accusations still floated around. The people behind it all were still pushing, still confident. But Dayo wasn't rushing. He had time. And more importantly, he had already seen the ending. Now it was time to finish what he started. Chapter 274. Call to Coach Richard. By the time Dayo left the airport, the sky above Seoul had already begun to dim. The day had drained more out of him than he expected, not physically, but mentally. The weight of his family made Dayo feel a bit sad and tired. He went straight home. A shower came first, long and hot, washing away the stiffness from his shoulders. He changed into something comfortable, ate lightly, then sank into the couch, letting the silence settle. For the first time since the airport, he allowed himself to breathe. Time moved quietly. More than 13 hours later, after crossing oceans, time zones, and exhaustion, his family finally landed in the United States. Dayo was still awake waiting when the call came. His phone vibrated beside him, the screen lighting up with his mother's name. He picked up almost immediately. Hello. Her voice came through tired but relieved. We're home. That single sentence loosened something in his chest. Thank God, Dayo said softly. I was waiting. You didn't need to stay awake, she scolded gently. The flight was long. I know. I just wanted to hear your voice. There was a pause on the line, the kind that carried unspoken emotion. We're fine, she continued. Everyone's fine. The girls are already arguing about food. Dayo chuckled. That didn't take long. You should sleep, she said. You've had enough on your plate. I will, he replied. Just rest well, okay? She repeated the same reminders. She always did. Make sure you eat properly. Don't overwork yourself. Call more often. Dayo listened patiently, responding with soft reassurances until she finally sighed. All right. Sleep. I will. Good night, Mom. Good night. The call ended, leaving the apartment quiet again. This time, the quiet felt bearable. He took a deep breath with a smile on his face and went to bed. The next morning came early. Dayo went for a jog as usual, letting the rhythm of his footsteps clear his head. By the time he returned, sweat clinging lightly to his skin, the sun was already climbing. He sat on the edge of his bed, towel draped over his shoulders, scrolling absently through his phone. Then his phone rang. Jeffrey. Dayo smiled before answering. What's up, he said. There was a short silence on the other end, then a dramatic sigh. Wow. Is this how you greet someone you promised something? Dayo frowned slightly. Promised what? Another sigh, louder this time. Brother. Seriously. It clicked, or rather he acted like he forgot. Dayo laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. Relax. Of course I haven't forgotten you. Humph, Jeffrey replied. You scared me. You think I'd forget something like that? Dayo said. You know better. There was a pause, then Jeffrey's tone softened. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Of course, Dayo replied calmly. Just focus, okay? I'll handle the rest. Really? Yes. Relax. Thank you so much, brother. Take care of yourself. The call ended, and Dayo didn't waste another second. He opened his contacts and scrolled to a number he hadn't called in a while. Coach Richard. The phone rang once. Twice. Then, did the sun rise from the west today? Dayo laughed. Come on, Coach Richard. So you still remember I exist? Coach Richard continued dryly. You know that's not true. Dayo smiled while scratching his neck. The coach replied. This one you're calling me. Are you planning to compete again? World Games. Nationals. Dayo exhaled lightly. Coach, I'm sure you've seen the news. A brief silence followed. Yes, the coach said. I have. So you know how busy I am, right? Yeah, but I can't help but even wonder how even know how to direct. Dayo smiled. Faintly. You've never changed. Neither have you. The coach shot back. Always acting like you already know the ending. Would you prefer I panic? No, the coach said. That would be boring. They shared a short laugh. So, the coach continued. Why are you really calling? Dayo's expression shifted, becoming more serious. It's about my brother. There was movement on the other end, the sound of someone sitting up. Your brother? Yes. He wants to swim. The coach paused. Swim? Yes. Another pause, longer this time. All right, the coach finally said. Tell me. Dayo leaned back against the bed. He's serious. He's been training quietly for a while. And I believe that with proper guidance. Stop, the coach interrupted. Dayo blinked. I'll train him. That fast. If you're calling me about him, then he's worth my time, the coach said. I trust your eyes. Dayo smiled. Thank you, coach. Don't thank me yet, the coach added. I'll make sure he becomes better than you. Dayo laughed. You knows that's no possible, right? And one day I'll be right. The coach paused again. So, how talented is he? Dayo's voice lowered slightly. Olympic standard. The line went quiet. That good? Yes. The coach exhaled slowly. If you're saying that, then I believe you. You've never been wrong when it mattered. That was true. Back when the scandal issue blew up, and he was thrown to be head coach for the swimming, Dayo was the one. That practically saved him. He had identified talent that others overlooked, athletes who later became national standouts and created a huge comeback no one ever saw coming. The coach knew this. He knew Dayo didn't exaggerate. I've been bored, the coach admitted. Too long without seeing real potential. Then you won't be disappointed, Dayo said. Good, the coach replied. Send me his number. I will. And when I see you next, the coach added lightly. You're buying me something from Korea? Dayo smiled. Deal. After the call ended, Dayo immediately dialed Jeffrey. Brother? It's done, Dayo said. I've sent your number. There was silence. Done. Jeffrey repeated. Yes. Focus. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jeffrey swallowed. I won't waste it. I promise. I know. Thank you. Dayo's voice softened. Make me proud. I will. The call ended. Dayo set his phone down and looked out the window. The noise online was still there. The accusations hadn't vanished. The people behind it all were still confident, still pushing. But none of that mattered right now. Now back to work. Chapter 275, Jeffrey time. Jeffrey barely slept. His eyes had closed. Yes, but his mind refused to rest. Every time he drifted, the same thought pulled him back awake. National team. The words felt unreal, like something borrowed from another life. By the time the alarm buzzed, he was already sitting up. He stared at the ceiling for a moment, chest rising and falling, then let out a slow breath. Excitement tangled with fear, anticipation with doubt. What if he wasn't good enough? What if this was all a misunderstanding? Then his brother's voice echoed in his head. Focus. Do what you have to do. Jeffrey swung his legs off the bed. He had to make himself and brother proud, so he jumped off and muttered, No time to doubt myself. He started the morning exactly the way Dayo had taught him years ago, quiet, disciplined, no rush. A short jog around the block while the streets were still half asleep, the air cool against his skin. His muscles warmed naturally, rhythm settling into his steps. By the time he returned, sweat clinging lightly to his back, the nervousness had dulled just a little. He stretched. Then he packed. Training clothes, goggles, cap, towel, extra shirt. Everything folded neatly, hands steady despite the storm in his chest. One step at a time. Before leaving, he stopped by the small spot where his friends usually gathered in the mornings. They were already there, half awake, coffees in hand. You're up early, one of them said. Jeffrey smiled, unable to hide it. I'm heading out. They noticed the bag immediately. Wait, another friend said slowly. Is today the day? Jeffrey nodded. For a second, no one spoke. Then, bro, that's insane. National team? Jeffrey scratched the back of his neck. Just an evaluation. Still, one of them said, grinning. That's huge. They crowded him, excitement replacing sleepiness. Make us proud. No, make yourself proud. Don't forget us when you become famous. Jeffrey laughed, nerves easing under their encouragement. I'll do my best, he said honestly. When he finally stepped into the Uber, his heart was pounding again. But this time, it wasn't fear alone. It was hope. He allowed it to weigh on himself, so he knows what is at stake. The National Swimming Center stood tall and imposing, glass and steel reflecting the morning sun. Jeffrey stepped out of the car and froze. Athletes moved in and out of the building, some stretching, some laughing, others completely focused, eyes sharp with purpose. The air itself felt different. He swallowed. This is real. He took a deep breath and pulled out his phone, dialing the number Coach Richard had given him the night before. Hello, the coach answered. Coach, I'm here, Jeffrey said. Good. Head inside. Turn left after the main desk. I'll meet you near the pool. Jeffrey followed the directions, each step echoing louder in his ears than it should have. Then he saw it. The pool. Wide. Pristine. Lined with lanes that seemed to stretch forever. Swimmers cut through the water like blades, powerful and precise. Coaches stood at the edges, eyes sharp, clipboards in hand. Jeffrey's chest tightened. Please, let me belong here. Jeffrey. He turned. A man in a tracksuit stood a few steps away, posture relaxed but eyes alert. His gaze swept over. Jeffrey quickly, not judging, just observing. Yes, sir. Coach Richard smiled faintly. You're Dayo's brother. Yes. The coach studied him for another moment, then nodded. I've got high hopes for you. Jeffrey blinked. Oh, really? Of course, Richard said casually. Anyone connected to your brother comes with expectations. That wasn't pressure. It was trust. Nah, and a little bit of pressure after all. Dayo just made history in the last Olympic. The coach gestured. Come, I'll show you around. They walked along the poolside as Richard explained the facilities, the training structure, the expectations. Jeffrey listened closely, absorbing everything. Finally, the coach stopped. So, Richard said, turning to him, are you ready to get wet? Jeffrey straightened. Yes. What do you specialize in? Jeffrey thought for a second. I've trained in the 100, 200, and 400, but I feel strongest in the 200. Richard nodded. Good. We'll start with the 100. They moved to a quieter lane, away from the main group. Richard glanced at him. Ready? Jeffrey stepped onto the block. The world narrowed. The pool. The lane. The water. The whistle blew. Jeffrey dove. The water swallowed him. An instinct took over. Stroke. Breath. Pull. Kick. His body moved without hesitation, muscle memory guiding him. The noise faded. There was only rhythm, only flow. He touched the wall. Silence. Jeffrey lifted his head, breathing hard. Coach Richard stared at the stopwatch. Then he looked at Jeffrey. Then back at the stopwatch. How old are you? Jeffrey hesitated. I turn 18 next month. Richard stared at him again. You're not even 18, he muttered. He turned the stopwatch toward Jeffrey. 52.4 seconds. Jeffrey's eyes widened. That's good, right? Coach Richard laughed, a sharp, disbelieving sound. Good, he repeated. That's absurd. Jeffrey froze. You have talent, Richard said, voice serious now. Real talent. Jeffrey swallowed. My brother said. Your brother is more than just a swimmer, Richard interrupted. I knew that already. He leaned against the railing, eyes distant for a moment. Do you remember the drug scandal a few years back? Richard asked. Jeffrey nodded slowly. Yeah. You saw what happened to the team afterward. Yes. The improvement, it was sudden. Richard snorted. That wasn't us. Jeffrey blinked. What? That was your brother, Richard said simply. He did it himself. Talent spotting. Strategy. Adjustment. We just followed. Jeffrey felt his chest tighten. I didn't know. Richard looked at him again, this time with something close to satisfaction. Well, he said, smiling faintly. Looks like talent runs in the family. Jeffrey stared at the water, heart pounding, not from exhaustion this time, but from realization. This wasn't a mistake. It was happening. He was seeing his dream come true. He couldn't help but make a silent prayer for his big bro. Thanks, bro Dayo. And somewhere across the ocean, his brother already knew how far he could go. Chapter 276, Jeffrey time. The following week arrived quietly. No dramatic shift. No sudden resolution. Just time moving forward, the way it always did. On set, life returned to its routine rhythm. The set still buzzed with familiar sounds, crew members adjusting equipment, assistants checking schedules, actors going over lines in low voices. It felt normal again. Or at least, as normal as things could be after everything that had happened. Dayo stood near the monitors, tablet in hand, scanning through the day's schedule. His expression was calm, focused, unchanged. Anyone watching closely would never guess that his name was still floating through comment sections and online debates. Around him, people gathered not around the cameras, not around the director's chair, but near the entrance. They were waiting for someone. "He should be here any minute," an assistant said. "Traffic was crazy this morning," another replied. Dayo glanced up. He already knew who they were talking about. The set door opened. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the clapping started. It wasn't loud at first, just a few hands. Then more. Then the entire set joined in. Dae-suk entered. The man who stepped in froze. He looked genuinely shocked, eyes widening as he took in the scene. Dozens of people smiling, clapping, nodding at him. "Welcome back. Good to see you. You made it." He laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Ah, what is this?" he said, clearly flustered. "Did I miss something?" The applause continued for a few more seconds before Dayo raised a hand. "That's enough," he said, tone easy. "You're back. That's what matters, and everyone is here to welcome you back to set." The clapping faded. Dae-suk, who had been absent for weeks, bowed his head slightly. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I didn't expect this." He hadn't. Just thinking about how it was due to his injury that Dayo was getting backlash made him respect Dayo more than ever. Most people didn't know the full story. Only a handful were aware that he'd offended the wrong person in the industry months ago. A careless remark. A bruised ego. And just like that, doors had quietly closed on him. Jobs dried up. Calls stopped coming. Just like Park Hyun-seo, but unlike Park, where his situation was known, he was the opposite. He just started acting, so not many knew his acting. It was only recently, after hearing about an opening, after swallowing his pride, that he'd tried again. Because he heard the director didn't care about your past. And somehow, against expectations, he'd been allowed back. He got the role and was paid very huge soak. What struck him most wasn't the opportunity itself. It was Dayo. Given everything happening online, every accusation, every twisted headline, no one would have blamed him for keeping his distance, for letting things stay professional. Instead, Dayo had approved the timing, approved the return, approved this moment, and welcomed him open-handed, with no grudges, or any single hesitation. That stayed with him. Dayo clapped his hands once. "All right," he said. "Welcome back officially. Now let's get to work." Laughter broke out. People dispersed quickly, returning to their positions. The moment passed, but the meaning behind it didn't. As preparations resumed, Dayo turned to check a message on his phone. It rang. Not vibrated. Rang. He paused. Only one group of people could override his silent settings. "Give me a second," he said to the assistant beside him, stepping aside. He answered. "Coach Richard. Thought you'd ignore me," Coach Richard said immediately. Dayo smiled faintly. "You know that's impossible." "I do," Richard replied. "Your silent settings tell me everything." "You're obsessed with looking for my trouble," Dayo said dryly. "And you like it," the coach shot back. Dayo leaned against a pillar, eyes drifting back toward the set. "How is he?" There was a brief pause. Then Richard exhaled. "Rough around the edges." "Very rough." Dayo nodded, unsurprised. "But," Richard continued, "the talent is real. Close to yours. Very close." That made Dayo straighten slightly and gave a sigh of relief. "I figured," he said calmly. "He listens," Richard added. "Which is already better than you were at his age." Dayo scoffed. "That's a low bar." Richard laughed. "Please. You were a nightmare." "And yet," Dayo replied calmly, "you kept me." "Because you were worth the trouble," Richard said. Dayo's voice turned, more seriously. "Coach, please make sure he stays focused. Don't let him waste this." "I won't," Coach Richard said without hesitation. There was silence for a moment. Then Richard spoke again, softer this time. "I'm taking care of him. Don't worry." "Thank you," Dayo said. "Really? You don't have to thank me," Richard replied. "I'm investing in someone who actually wants to be an athlete. A beat. Unlike you," he added. Dayo laughed quietly. "Here we go again whining." "You chased purpose," Richard continued. "He's chasing the sport. That difference matters." "Careful," Dayo said. "You're getting sentimental." "Don't push it," Richard replied. "Go do your movie." "I will," Dayo said. "Call me if anything changes." "I will." The line went dead. Dayo slipped his phone back into his pocket and walked toward the center of the set. The cameras were ready. Lights adjusted. Actors in position. He took in the scene for a brief second. Everything was moving. Exactly as planned. All right, Dayo said clearly. Everyone settle in. Conversations died down. This scene is a single take, he continued. No rushing. No shortcuts. He looked around, meeting eyes. Let's do it right. A nod from the cinematographer. A signal from the assistant director. Positions. The room shifted into focus. Dayo raised his hand, and he dropped it. Action. As the cameras rolled, no one noticed the quiet certainty in Dayo's expression. A smile he was happy, no more like excited for his junior brother Jeffrey. He could still remember when his brother told him about being bullied, and he had to teach his martial art to clear his trouble. Memories of his junior brother floored his head. He sighed and said, finally you have grown. Chapter 277, Dae-suk's scene. The scene they were about to take was the same one that had gotten Dae-suk injured 2 weeks ago. Everyone on set was ready. Cameras were already in position. Crew members placed safety foam beside the train, double-checking distances and angles. Equipment was secured in its proper place, and all eyes were on Dayo, waiting for the action command. But Dayo wasn't looking at the monitor. He wasn't watching the crew either. His attention was fixed on one person. Dae-suk. Dayo was good at reading body language, and he didn't need much time to see it. The way Dae-suk kept shifting left and right. The stiffness in his shoulders. The way his breathing wasn't steady. He already knew what was going on. Dae-suk wasn't scared of the stunt itself. He was scared of what came after. The injury. The media. The headlines. The questions. All of it. A closer look revealed beads of sweat forming on Dae-suk's forehead, even though the weather wasn't that hot. Then Dayo's voice cut through the tension. Dae-suk, come. Here. Dae-suk snapped out of his thoughts and looked up. He saw Dayo gesturing for him to come over. He jogged toward him quickly. Yes, Director Dayo. You called. Dayo nodded. Walk with me. They moved toward the far end of the train, away from the cameras and crew. The noise faded behind them. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Dayo broke the silence. What's wrong? Dae-suk frowned, caught off guard. I don't understand, Director Dayo. Dayo smiled slightly and shook his head. I'm sure you do. So tell me, what's wrong? Dae-suk stayed quiet for a few seconds. Then he took a deep breath, forcing the words out. I'm scared, Director Dayo. Dayo looked at him calmly. Scared of what? Dae-suk didn't answer immediately. Not because he didn't want to, but because he knew Dayo already understood. Dayo stepped closer and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Listen, Dae-suk. It's normal to be scared, but being scared won't give you anything. Dae-suk swallowed hard. I don't need to remind you that this chance you have now is something you've worked for. Dayo continued. You know what you've been through. You know how this industry works. You know how the media is. Dae-suk nodded slowly. This role, Dayo said, his voice steady, is your chance to break that cycle. If you play it well, opportunities will come regardless of what's happening right now. He paused. I'm fighting the system for you. But you have to fight with me. Dae-suk's chest tightened. You fell once, Dayo continued. That doesn't mean you stay down. Don't let this turn into something psychological. You are stronger than that. Dae-suk clenched his fists. Take a deep breath, Dayo said. Don't overthink it. You have the speed. You have the control. You have everything it takes. He looked Dae-suk straight in the eyes. Mistakes happen. Don't let one mistake destroy your confidence. Don't let it eat your pride. Dae-suk's eyes wavered slightly. You're scared because of what happened after the injury, Dayo added. Not because of the stunt. I know. Dae-suk nodded. But don't worry about that, Dayo said. I'm here. For a moment, Dae-suk just stood there. Then he exhaled slowly. Thank you, Director. His shoulders relaxed. His breathing steadied. He felt peace and relief that Dayo understood and talked to him. Sometimes even wonders if Dayo was some kind of angel in disguise, cause he was almost always on spot. When he does things he remembers everyone named down to the extras that does the zombie. With his small experience in the industry, he hadn't seen anyone as calm, passionate, and kind as Dayo who achieved his goal, not only that he stand up for the weak. I really appreciate it a lot, Director. Dae-suk gave a deep bow. Dayo gave a short nod. Good. Let's go. They walked back toward the set. Dayo didn't need to look twice. Dae-suk's posture had changed. His steps were firmer. His eyes were focused. The hesitation was gone. Dayo studied him for a moment, then turned toward the crew. Everyone ready? Ready. Camera rolling. Dae-suk took his position. This was the scene where Dae-suk sprinted after the moving train after being left behind, desperate, with no second chance. Action. Dae-suk ran. His movements were clean, controlled, natural. As he was running, the zombies were running towards him, groaning at him like they want to eat him raw. Then, still on sprint, he picked up a baton and shield dropped by a policeman and on swift movement, making it look effortless. And he hit the zombies out of his was while running. After clearing the zombies at his front, it was now Tim for the part where he failed the last time to get on the moving Trian. Although it wasn't hard, but the timming needed to be on spot, so as not to slip up like the last time. And he grabbed the handle, adjusted his footing, and timed the jump perfectly. No panic. No hesitation. He landed inside the train smoothly. Cut. Dayo shouted after a few seconds taken by surprise by the swift movement. The silence lasted half a second. Then the set erupted. Claps broke out immediately. Crew members smiled. Wow, Dae-suk, that was so cool. Nice move there, Dae-suk, really smooth. Yeah, you have to teach me how to do that. HME to I always miss my bus by seconds. They skill would help me catch up. The crew surrounded Dae-suk, praising him. Dae-suk stood there, breathing hard, disbelief flickering across his face. But his eyes didn't settle on anybody else but Dayo, and gave him a bow. He knew that if Dayo hadn't talked to him, he might not have gotten this move. Dayo watched him quietly and smiled. This wasn't just about the scene. It was about confidence. And for the first time since the incident, Dae-suk looked like himself again. Dayo clapped his hands and said, "Okay, due to how good that worked out, there would be no second takes. That was perfect." The whole set paused. Hearing this, surprise was on their face as they knew Dayo was a perfectionist. And even if a scene was good, Jay always does it again. Today was the first time he had done a one-time shot. This made everybody praise Dae-suk more. Dayo smiled at this. The reason he did this was to boost Dae-suk confidence. And it worked. All right, next scene, prepare. Chapter 278, Min-ji scene. The applause from the previous take hadn't fully died down when Dayo clapped his hands once, sharp and decisive. All right, he said. Good work. Let's reset. Next scene. The energy on set shifted immediately. Crew members moved with purpose. Cameras were repositioned. Lighting rigs were adjusted to mimic the harsh, flickering glow of an abandoned train station. Props were brought in, loose debris, shattered signage, bent metal railings. The artificial fog machine hummed softly, filling the space with a thin, oppressive haze. This was one of those scenes. The kind that didn't rely on dialogue or spectacle, but on raw emotion. Dayo's eyes moved across the cast as they gathered near the tracks. 5 characters. Park Sang-hwa, Song Kyung, his pregnant wife, Suin, the child, Songyu, and Jin-hee. Jin-hee, which was played by Min-ji. Min-ji stood among them, already in costume. Her hair was slightly disheveled, clothes dirted from earlier scenes, face bare except for subtle makeup, meant to suggest exhaustion and fear. She wasn't chatting. She wasn't laughing. She was focused. Beside her stood young Guk, the boy her character cared for. A quiet, awkward teenage presence, shoulders tense, eyes darting around as if zombies might appear at any second. Dayo stepped forward. "This scene," he said calmly, "is where things break." Everyone went silent. "You're not heroes here. You're not brave. You're tired. You're scared. You're making decisions too fast because you don't have time to think." He looked directly at Min-ji. "Genie, this is where your innocence ends." Min-ji swallowed and nodded. Dayo continued. "You and young Guk split off to find a way into the next station. You wave the others forward. Then the crash happens." He gestured toward the set where a derailed train had been constructed at an angle, metal twisted, sparks ready to be added in post-production. "That impact separates you." He paused. "From this point on, everything is reaction. Don't act ahead. Don't plan the emotion. Let it happen." He stepped back and raised his hand. Positions. Min-ji and young Guk moved toward the far side of the platform. The rest of the group stayed behind the imaginary wreckage line. Crew members confirmed camera angles. Dayo watched Min-ji carefully. Her posture was right. Her breathing wasn't controlled. It was uneven. Natural. Good. Rolling, the assistant director called. Sound. Camera. Dayo's gaze sharpened. Action. They ran. Footsteps echoed against concrete. Jeannie's breath came in sharp bursts as she sprinted alongside young Guk, both of them glancing back as if death itself was chasing them. There! Young-guk shouted, pointing. He waved frantically toward the others, her arm cutting through the air. This way! Hurry! Then, the sound. A deafening metallic scream as another train barreled in. The impact shook the entire set. The camera rattled slightly, intentional. Sparks flew. Debris scattered. The world split in two. Jinhee and Young-guk stumbled backward as the wreckage cut them off from the others. Smoke filled the air. No! Jinhee screamed, rushing forward instinctively, only to be dragged back. The others were gone. Separated. Silence followed. Thick. Heavy. Jinhee stood frozen, chest heaving, eyes wide as she stared at the wreckage. Young-guk grabbed her wrist. We have to move, he said, voice shaking. They found a train car door nearby. Locked. Young-guk climbed, pulling down a piece of metal from above, slamming it against the door. Bang. Bang. Jinhee stood guard, looking behind them. That was when he appeared. The man. The selfish one, the same one who refused to open the door for them when came into the train and let one of them get killed by the zombies. He stepped out of the shadows, eyes wild. Desperation etched into his face. Before either of them could react, he lunged. Hey! He grabbed Jinhee. Time slowed. Her gasp was sharp, genuine. Her body twisted as he shoved her forward, straight toward the oncoming zombies. She hit the ground hard. The impact knocked the breath from her lungs. Hands grabbed her. Teeth snapped inches from her face. Her scream tore through the air. Young-guk reacted instantly. He charged, slamming into the zombie, dragging it away from her, throwing it out through the open gap. He slammed the door shut and locked it. Jinhee lay there, shaking. The man who pushed her had escaped. Young-guk turned to her, eyes red. Run, she whispered. He hesitated. Run, she shouted, panic bleeding into her voice. But he didn't move. I can't, he said, voice breaking. I'm sorry. Jinhee shook her head, tears spilling freely now. No, it's not. She didn't finish. She saw it in his eyes. Fear. Guilt. Acceptance. Behind her, the zombies pressed closer. She turned and charged. The scream she let out wasn't fear. It was defiance. She slammed into the zombie, biting, clawing, fighting with everything she had. The sound was raw, ugly, real. Young-guk watched, frozen, tears streaming down his face. Then, cut. Dayo's voice rang out across the set. Cut. Silence. Then, applause. Not loud at first, then stronger. Crew members clapped openly. Some nodded to themselves. Others exchanged looks. Min-jae was still on the ground, chest rising and falling rapidly. It took a moment before she realized it was over. Dayo walked toward her. He didn't speak immediately. He crouched slightly, meeting her eye level. That, he said calmly, was good. Min-jae blinked, still emotional. Really? He nodded. Yes, but we'll do another take. She laughed weakly, wiping her face. Okay. Of course she saw it coming. Dayo stood and turned to the crew. Reset all of you, we would be back in 20. Same energy. Same fear. Don't polish it. He glanced back at Min-jae. Don't protect yourself this time, he added quietly. Let it hurt feel the moment of disheartening when you are turning to bite someone that you love. Min-jae straightened, eyes steady now. I will. As the crew moved back into position, Dayo stepped away, watching her take her place again. Her movements were different now, more grounded, more real. He smiled faintly. This was why he chose her. And as the cameras rolled once more, Dayo knew. This scene would stay with the audience long after the movie ended. Chapter 279, Bait? The second take went smoothly. The scene played out almost exactly the same as before, only tighter, sharper. Jinhee's fear was more controlled this time, her desperation more restrained, as if she already knew how the moment would end but still fought against it. The camera caught every tremor in her hands, every hesitation in Young-guk's eyes. When it ended, Dayo didn't hesitate. Cut. He watched the monitor for a few seconds, replaying the final moments in his head. Then he nodded once. That's good, he said. We'll use that. Min-jae exhaled, relief washing over her face. A few crew members clapped lightly. Good job, Min-jae, someone said. Well done. Dayo looked up from the monitor. Good work, he added calmly. You handled it well. Min-jae bowed slightly. Thank you, director. Dayo straightened and clapped his hands once. All right, he said. That's all for today. There was a brief pause, then murmurs. Really? That's a wrap. Dayo nodded. Yes. Even with how intense today was, everyone did well. Good job, you all. He looked around at the cast and crew, his expression easing slightly. So I've decided that since you all did amazing today, people leaned in. I'm treating everyone to dinner. For a second, there was silence. Then, what? Wait, seriously? Dinner? Dayo smiled faintly. Yes. Cast, crew, and extras. That was all it took. Cheers broke out. Director Dayo is the best. Let's go. Did you hear that? Extras too. Dayo raised a hand. Relax. Just get ready. We'll head out shortly. All hail Director Dayo. All hail Director Dayo. All hail Director Dayo. The whole crew and cast were hailing Dayo and bowing down like the old ways of the Asian people. Dayo saw this and became speechless at his crew and cast. He played along and sat down while waving his hand down. This made the whole scene burst into complete laughter. The set buzzed with excitement as people began packing up, changing out of costumes, laughing more freely than they had all day. The heaviness of the scenes they'd filmed slowly lifted. No one noticed the cameras across the street. The reporters had already gathered. By the time the cast and crew arrived at the restaurant, the place was already sealed off. It was one of the most expensive restaurants in the district. Dayo had booked the entire venue. When the staff confirmed it, even the producers exchanged looks. All bills are on me, Dayo said simply. Order whatever you want. The reaction was instant disbelief. This place is crazy expensive. Are you sure? Director, this is too much. Dayo waved it off. Eat well. Dayo waved Jang-wook over and whispered something into his ears. Jang-wook leaned closer to him. You're really shameless, he muttered. You know that, right? Dayo glanced at him. You're still here, aren't you? Jang-wook scoffed. You're baiting them. Dayo took a sip of water. Of course. Jang-wook stood up and made a call to a reporter friend. And the message was simple: he should try to repair Dayo's reputation with the news of him taking his crew and cast out, including the extras, to dinner. Around them, phones were already out. Photos, short videos, laughing crew members, extras smiling nervously as they took pictures of food they never imagined they'd eat. Outside, reporters captured everything. It didn't take long. Within an hour, the clips were online. Director change after scene of bullying an actor and treats them. Director Dayo is beloved by the crew and he treats them to dinner asterisk. Director Dayo booked an entire luxury restaurant for his cast, crew, and extras. This is the same director people are calling a bully? That restaurant is insanely expensive. Who is this guy? The comments exploded. Some were impressed. Some were confused. Some were suspicious. This feels like damage control. You can't buy character. So now he's pretending to be nice? Others pushed back. You don't treat extras like this if you're a monster. Bullies don't behave like this. Y'all switch up too fast. For a few hours, the narrative shifted. The hostility dulled. Dayo's image softened, just a little. And somewhere else, someone noticed. The office was quiet. Too quiet. This is Virex building. The boss sat behind his desk, eyes locked on the screen as the footage replayed again and again. The laughter, smile, and praise of Dayo's crew and the media towards Dayo. His assistant stood stiffly in front of him. Sir, the assistant said carefully. People are starting to believe him. The man's jaw tightened. They're saying he invited everyone. The assistant continued. Even the extras. Public opinion is shifting. The man leaned back slowly. So, he said. The assistant hesitated. If this continues, the story loses power, and the story has been long since we released the footage, and it has already lost its hype. The man laughed, low, humorless. Then bring it back. The assistant swallowed. You mean? Yes, the man cut in. That video. But sir, people are already questioning its authenticity. I don't care. The man stood up. Post it again. Push it harder. New angles. New captions. Stir the pot. He turned back to the screen. If he wants to clean his image, he said coldly, then we remind everyone what they think they saw. The assistant nodded slowly. Understood. The video resurfaced that night. This time, it spread faster. More captions. More outrage. The fire reignited. Nice dinners don't erase abuse. This is textbook manipulation. So money fixes everything now? The comment sections turned into war zones. Defenders, critics, spectators. The controversy doubled in intensity. And at the center of it all, Dayo watched calmly. Jang-wook stood beside him, phone in hand. They took the bait, he said quietly. Dayo nodded. Good. Jang Wook glanced at him. You're really letting this run until the end? Yes. The movie was almost done. Only a few scenes left. And he didn't want to waste his money on promotions, at least not now, but he can always some to do it for him. Dayo looked at the screen, watching the numbers climb. They're panicking, he said. That means we're close. Jang Wook exhaled slowly. And when it blows up? Dayo's eyes darkened slightly. Then, he said, we finish it. Outside, the internet raged. Inside, Dayo waited. The game wasn't over. It was just entering its final stage. And all that remained was the result. Chapter 280 Meeting? The Zoom call connected one by one. Small rectangles filled the screen, each carrying a familiar face. People who had spent years navigating the upper layers of the entertainment industry. These were not minor agents or middlemen. They were the heads of the top agencies, the kind of people who rarely spoke unless there was a reason. The Virex agency boss joined last. He adjusted his camera slightly, settled into his chair, and gave a brief nod. No greetings were exchanged beyond that. Everyone on the call already understood the tone of the meeting. It was not casual. One of the agency heads cleared his throat before speaking. I don't know if this sounds strange, he began, choosing his words carefully, but I feel like someone is deliberately attacking that director Dayo. The moment the sentence landed, the atmosphere shifted. No one spoke. The silence stretched, heavy and deliberate. Faces on the screen remained still, eyes flicking subtly from one frame to another, each person trying to read reactions without appearing to do so. It was a Zoom call, yet it felt like a room filled with people holding their breath. Finally, the Virex boss leaned forward slightly. Why do you think so? He asked calmly. The man who raised the issue exhaled. Look at the pattern. The video resurfaces every time his image begins to stabilize. It doesn't feel random. It's too precise. Another agency boss nodded slowly. I noticed the same thing. I tried testing it, monitoring engagement spikes, tracing accounts, pushing the narrative. Everything leads back to the same cluster. Did you identify the person behind it? Someone asked. I got close, the man replied. But whoever it is knows how to cover their tracks. As the discussion continued, the Virex boss remained quiet. He listened, hands folded, expression neutral. On the surface, he appeared unconcerned, almost detached. But internally, he was fully alert. He knew exactly what they were circling around. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here they were, suspecting an unseen attacker, unaware that the very person listening calmly among them was the one who had been nudging things from the shadows. He didn't react, didn't defend, didn't accuse. He understood better than anyone that silence was safer than overconfidence. Eventually, another voice broke in. Regardless, the speaker said, we already agreed not to interfere. None of us is officially attacking Dayo. That was the agreement. Yes, someone else added. We removed our hands. Whatever happens now should be left to the flow of things. The Virex boss nodded slightly. Exactly. Whether someone is stirring things up or not, it doesn't concern us anymore. We watch and move accordingly. The tension eased just enough for the meeting to continue without confrontation. No accusations were made. No decisions were taken. Everyone understood that this conversation would end the same way it began, without resolution. A few minutes later, the call ended. Asterisk. The screens went dark one by one. Later that night, Dayo returned home. The day had been long. His body felt heavy, but his mind was oddly calm. He took a shower, changed into something comfortable, and sat on the edge of his bed for a moment, letting out a slow breath. Tomorrow would be another full day on set. Without overthinking it, he lay down and fell asleep. Morning arrived early. By the time Dayo reached the set, the place was already alive with activity. Crew members moved with purpose, adjusting equipment, reviewing shot lists, preparing for the day. There was a different energy in the air, focused, anticipatory. Everyone knew they were nearing the end. Dayo stepped forward and called the team together. Gradually, conversations died down as cast and crew gathered around him. He looked at their faces, actors, assistants, technicians, extras, people who had shown up every day, endured long hours, retakes, pressure, and uncertainty. I'm sure all of you already know this, Dayo began, his voice steady. But we're approaching the end of this production. There were murmurs of acknowledgement. We have only a few things left to cover, he continued. And before we move forward today, I want to say something clearly. He paused, letting the silence work in his favor. Thank you. The words were simple, but sincere. Thank you for your patience, for your willingness to retake scenes when needed, for your persistence, even when things were exhausting. Every single person here played a role in keeping this project alive. A few crew members exchanged glances. Some smiled. One of the actors spoke up. Honestly, Director Dayo, this has been one of the most disciplined sets I've worked on. Another added, you didn't cut corners. That made all of us step up. Someone from the crew nodded. You pushed us, but you also trusted us. That's rare. Dayo listened without interrupting. These weren't exaggerated compliments or empty praise. They were measured, real, spoken by people who had been through the process together. When they finished, he nodded. I appreciate that, he said. And I believe you when you say it, because I've seen your effort. He straightened slightly. Today, we're going to cover a lot. The goal is to finish as much as possible so we can bring this to a proper close. A ripple of agreement passed through the group. Get yourselves ready, Dayo concluded. We're moving on to the next scene. The day progressed quickly. Scenes were shot, reviewed, adjusted. The crew moved efficiently, almost instinctively, as if everyone was aligned toward the same objective. By the time the final scene of the day wrapped, the fatigue was evident, but so was the satisfaction. Dayo clapped his hands together once. That's all for today. A few relieved laughs broke out. Just as Dayo was going home, he saw someone waiting beside his car. To his surprise, it was Min-jae. Dayo smiled. You brother, what's up? You didn't tell me you were coming. Hee, then that would spoil the whole reason for coming here. Min-jae smiled. Dayo asked, and what would that be? Well, I want to ask Yobo to marry me. Huh? Dayo looked surprised. Chapter 281, Proposal? Dayo stared at Min-jae for a moment, genuinely unsure of how to respond. The words, I want to marry Yobo, were still hanging in the air, heavy and unexpected. He blinked once, then let out a short laugh. Not because it was funny, but because his brain needed time to catch up. Wait, Dayo said slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. Since when? Min-jae chuckled, clearly amused by Dayo's reaction. That's your response. Dayo shook his head, eyes widening slightly as reality settled in. Bro, that's huge. That's not something you just casually drop on someone. He paused, then added honestly, I'm surprised. Really surprised. Min-jae nodded, not offended in the slightest. He had expected this reaction. I know, he said calmly. Most people react like that. Dayo leaned against his car, folding his arms. How old are you again? 22, Min-jae replied. After a brief pause, he added, almost 23. Dayo whistled quietly. Man, that's early. I figured you'd say that. It is early. Dayo continued, not trying to discourage him but thinking out loud. You're a musician. You're rising fast. Fans, schedules, pressure. You know how this industry is. Female fans especially, they don't take news like that lightly. Min-jae laughed again, this time softer. I know all of that. Then, Dayo asked, You're sure? Dayo asked because even if Min-jae was the CEO of his branch in Asian, he made sure that he released at least 2 albums himself. The reason was simple. He and Min-jae loved being artists to sing, and if Min-jae does this, although it wouldn't affect, but his appeal in Korea would reduce a bit, so he was a bit worried. Min-jae's expression shifted, not dramatically, but enough for Dayo to notice. His smile became steadier, more grounded. I've thought about it for a long time, Min-jae said. This is an impulse. Yobo's been with me since before anything mattered. Before music mattered. Before fame mattered. Dayo stayed silent, listening. You know my story, Min-jae continued. My parents, the accident. Everything after that. I was a mess. I didn't even know what I wanted to do with my life. Dayo nodded. He remembered. She stayed, Min-jae said simply. Through everything. We didn't even start out as lovers. We were friends. Family, almost. We lived like cousins, like best friends. It was never rushed. He looked Dayo straight in the eye. At some point, I realized, why am I waiting? What exactly am I waiting for? Dayo exhaled slowly. That's solid, he admitted. Really solid. Min-jae smiled. So you don't think I'm crazy? No, Dayo said immediately. I think you're serious. And that matters more than timing. There was a brief pause before Min-jae spoke again. So thank you. For what? For listening instead of shutting me down. Dayo smirked. Don't thank me yet. You didn't call me here just to talk. Min-jae laughed. You caught that. So, Dayo said, straightening. What do you need me for? Min-jae rubbed his palms together. I'm planning something for tonight. I already bought food, decorations, everything. I've called a few close friends too. I want it to be special. Dayo raised an eyebrow. A proposal? Yeah. And I want a song, Min-jae said casually. Dayo scoffed. You say that like it's nothing. Min-jae grinned. Come on. You're the best artist I know. Stop it. I'm serious. Dayo shook his head, half amused, half flattered. This guy, you're taking advantage of me. LOL, I have seen your entire catalog. 7, 8 albums. Is what you gave me, and this is just last year, not counting the remaining 3 years. And not to talk of the 2 you gave me, and all of them were hits. Min-jae shot back. Every time you drop something, charts move. It's always a big deal, so one more wouldn't hurt. He wasn't exaggerating. Dayo knew it, and Min-jae knew that Dayo knew it. This was the same man who had casually suggested the concept that led to the formation of BTS in this world, a group that now stood as one of the most dominant Korean acts globally. Dayo's fingerprints were on movements, not just songs. Fine, Dayo said after a moment. I'll help. Min-jae's eyes lit up. Really? Yeah, Dayo said. I'll help you speak like I ever said no to you. They both laughed. They drove together to Min-jae's place, where a few close friends were already gathered. Laughter filled the living room as final preparations were made. Everything was simple but thoughtful, warm lighting, neatly arranged food, music playing softly in the background. When Yobo arrived, she was confused at first. Why is everyone here? She asked, looking around. Before she could process anything else, people stepped aside. Min-jae was already kneeling. The room went silent. Yobo froze, her hands flying to her mouth as realization hit. Her eyes widened, then shimmered. Will you marry me? Min-jae asked. For a moment, she couldn't speak. Her face flushed red, emotions rushing in all at once. Tears gathered as she nodded rapidly. Yes, she said, voice trembling. Yes. Cheers erupted instantly. Dayo picked up his guitar without saying a word. He sat down, adjusted the strings, and began to play. He sang Every Day, Every Moment by Paul Kim, a widely loved Korean love song. He sang the song in Korea, and it was flowing like river. Every day, every moment. I find myself thinking of you. Even when time feels heavy, my heart still chooses you. The room fell quiet again, this time in awe. When the song ended, applause filled the space once more. After things settled, Dayo pulled Min-jae aside. There's something else, Dayo said. Min-jae tilted his head. What is it? I'll need your help soon, Dayo replied. For a promotion using the label. Min-jae laughed. Bro, you own the label. You don't need permission. I know, Dayo said. But this is different. He leaned closer and whispered his idea. Min-jae's eyes widened. That's big. Exactly. That's not normal promotion, Min-jae said. That's a movement. Dayo smiled faintly. That's the point. Min-jae shook his head in disbelief. Man, that explains a lot. You've been cooking something serious. Just be ready, Dayo said. When I call, I'll need everyone. Min-jae grinned. You know they'll show up. Dayo nodded. Good. As the night wound down, Dayo stepped outside briefly, breathing in the cool air. Another chapter of life, both personal and professional, was quietly taking shape. And once again, everything was moving exactly the way it needed to. Chapter 282, second to last. Scene. Second to last scene. The atmosphere on set was noticeably different that morning. There was no unnecessary chatter. No casual laughter lingering longer than it should. Everyone knew what scene they were about to film, and more importantly, what it represented. This wasn't just another sequence. This was one of the emotional pillars of the entire movie. The train crash scene had already been completed earlier. Now came the aftermath. Cameras were repositioned carefully. Tracks were laid cleanly along the gravel-strewn ground beside the damaged train. Crew members double-checked safety rigs, stunt placements, and emergency signals. Every movement was deliberate. Dayo stood slightly apart from the main cluster, tablet in hand, eyes scanning the setup. This scene mattered. He raised his hand slightly. Quiet on set. The murmurs faded immediately. Rolling positions, he said calmly. Park, already in character, lay sprawled inside the damaged train car. His clothes were torn, Dirt smeared across his face. His breathing was uneven, chest rising and falling hard as if he had just been pulled back from unconsciousness. Action. Park's eyes were closed. He seemed to have fainted as he laid on the ground, unaware of the troubles. Sue, his daughter, knelt down scared as she saw her father laying in the ground, unmoving, with zombies grunting at her, wanting to shred her and the rest to peace. She screamed, "Dad, Dad, Daddy, wake up." She screamed with tears dripping down her eyes as she yanked her father left and right as the zombies were about to break through. Park's eyes fluttered open. For a split second, confusion filled his gaze. His vision blurred, the world spinning slightly as sound rushed back into his ears. Distant groans, scraping metal, the low, unmistakable growls. Zombies. Too close. His eyes snapped fully open. "Suan," he shouted hoarsely. His daughter was right beside him, frozen in fear, eyes wide as she stared past him and tears written all over her young and delicate face. Park turned, and his heart dropped. They were surrounded. Zombies staggered toward the broken entrance of the train car, their movements jerky, relentless. Their numbers were growing, drawn by sound, by movement, by life. "No, no, no," Park muttered under his breath. Behind him, the pregnant woman struggled to get up, panic etched into her face. "Run," Park said sharply. "We have to run." There was no time to think. But the zombie were getting close. That was when the dot man with them stood in front of them and told them to run. Park, who at the beginning of the film would have taken TK his heels, hesitated and KT, wanting to leave another person behind after leaving the pregnant woman's husband back in the Trian. The man then shouted, "Idiot, if you don't run, it would take all of us. Go, go, go." Reluctantly, Park scooped his daughter into his arms and grabbed the woman by the wrist, pulling her forward as he stumbled toward the exit. "Move," he shouted. "Don't stop." They ran. The zombies followed immediately, their footsteps chaotic, their snarls growing louder. The entrance to the next train loomed ahead. "Go," Park yelled. His daughter reached the train first, grabbing onto the cold iron railing with both hands. Her small fingers clenched tightly as she pulled herself up. The pregnant woman struggled behind her. Park pushed her forward, one hand still holding his daughter steady. "Climb," he urged. "Climb now." The woman managed to get inside. Park followed, scrambling in just as the doors slammed shut behind them. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, a loud thud. Hands slammed against the outside of the train. Zombies clung to the exterior, their fingers gripping metal bars, dragging themselves along as the train began to move. Park's breath hitched. "No," he whispered. He rushed to the door, kicking, punching, trying to dislodge them. "Let go," he shouted, slamming his foot against the metal. More zombies piled on. They were climbing each other, forming a grotesque ladder, bodies stacking, crawling upward toward the windows. One reached the top. Park reacted instantly. He grabbed a metal rod from the floor and swung hard. The zombie flew backward, tumbling off the moving train. Park didn't stop. Again. He struck harder, faster, desperation fueling every movement. Finally, the hands began to loosen. One by one, the zombies lost their grip. They fell. Park collapsed against the wall, gasping. For a second, it felt like it was over. Then Park noticed something. The cockpit door. He frowned. Slowly, cautiously, he approached it. "Is anyone there?" Park called out. No response. He reached for the handle. The door resisted. From inside, a voice suddenly spoke, shaky, desperate. "Please, don't leave me." Park froze. The door cracked open slightly. Inside sat the villain, the same one who refused to open the door for them and caused the death of the pregnant woman's husband, drenched in sweat, eyes bloodshot, shaking uncontrollably. "Please," the man begged. "I'm human. I swear. Take me to my family. I'll give you anything. Money, whatever you want." Park hesitated. The man leaned forward, and in that instant, his eyes rolled back. His jaw snapped open unnaturally. He lunged. Park reacted just in time, slamming the door shut as the man slammed against it from the inside. The door burst open. The man was already changing. "No!" Park shouted. They collided. The fight was brutal and desperate. The zombie clawed wildly, snarling inches from Park's face. Park shoved him back, fists flying, muscles straining. "Stay down," Park yelled. The zombie slammed him into the wall. Pain exploded through Park's side. He groaned, but didn't stop fighting. Behind him, the pregnant woman screamed. The zombie lunged toward her. Park grabbed him from behind, pulling with everything he had. Get away from them, Park roared. They struggled. The zombie turned and struck Park hard across the chest. The sound echoed. Park stumbled backward. For a split second, the entire set went silent. Then, cut. Dayo's voice cut through the tension. Very good, he said immediately. That was strong. Actors stayed in position as crew members rushed in. Nice take, someone muttered. Park sat up slowly, chest rising heavily. Dayo approached, eyes sharp but satisfied. We'll take it again, he said calmly. Same intensity. Park nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. I'm ready. Dayo raised his hand. Reset positions. The crew moved quickly. Everyone knew they were witnessing something important. Not just a scene, but a moment that would stay with audiences. Dayo watched closely. This was the kind of scene that defined a film, and they were getting it right. Chapter 283, Minji Approach. The moment Dayo looked at the time, he knew there was still enough daylight left to push one more scene. Technically, they could finish it. But his mind didn't settle with it, and he had learned that quality was more important than speed. Timing and condition mattered more than urgency. The scene they had just wrapped was physically demanding. Park had been running, carrying his daughter, shouting, reacting to danger, and maintaining emotional intensity for multiple takes. His body language alone had been exhausting, not to mention the mental strain of holding fear, desperation, and resolve all at once. Dayo scanned the set. Sweat-streaked faces. Crew members stretching their backs. Actors sitting quietly, catching their breath. Even the extras looked drained. He clapped his hands once. That's all for today. The reaction was immediate. Several people froze. Someone from the crew looked up. Sir, we still have time. Dayo nodded. I know. A few actors exchanged looks. They had expected him to push through. Everyone knew the production was near the end. Usually, this was when directors became stricter, not more relaxed. Dayo continued calmly. The final scene depends heavily on Park and his daughter. Emotionally and physically. I don't want exhaustion ruining that. There was a brief pause. I want everyone at their peak for the last scene, he added. Not barely holding on. Understanding spread through the group. Park himself let out a quiet breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He bowed slightly. Thank you, director. Dayo nodded back. Go home. Rest properly. Tomorrow, we finish it clean. No one argued after that. Equipment began shutting down. Cameras were powered off. Crew members moved efficiently, packing cables, securing props, clearing the tracks. The set slowly lost its tension and transformed back into a workspace instead of a battlefield. As people filtered out, Dayo remained behind for a moment, reviewing notes on his tablet. That was when Minji approached him. Director Dayo, she said. Softly. He looked up. Yes. Can I talk to you? She asked. After we're done here. He studied her expression. She looked composed, but something underneath her calm felt unsettled. Sure, he replied. Give me a few minutes. Later that evening, they sat across from each other in a quiet restaurant not far from the set. Dayo had chosen a place with privacy. No reporters, no noise, no unnecessary attention. The VIP section was discreet, softly lit, and empty except for the two of them. Minji sat straight, hands folded at first. Dayo broke the silence. How are you holding up? She smiled faintly. I'm doing well. He nodded. You've been solid on set. Her shoulders relaxed slightly at that. Thank you. Honestly, I'm really grateful. For what? For the role. For trusting me. She hesitated, then continued. Everything has been going well for me lately. Better than I expected. That's good, Dayo said simply. There was a pause. Minji looked down at the table briefly before lifting her gaze again. About the movie, about what you promised me. Dayo waited, not interrupting. I just want to be sure, she said carefully, that everything is still the same. Before he could fully respond, her hand moved. It was subtle. She placed it gently on his lap beneath the table. The shift in atmosphere was immediate. Dayo's eyes met hers. For a few seconds, neither of them spoke. The air between them felt heavier, charged with tension rather than intimacy. Minji held his gaze, uncertainty flickering behind her confidence. Dayo calmly reached down and removed her hand. He placed it back on the table. This isn't how you earn a role, he said, his voice controlled and even. Minji froze. I already promised you the role, he continued. That hasn't changed, so there is no need for any of this. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. I expected more from you, Dayo added. And I didn't think you'd try something like this. Her eyes began to glisten. I'm sorry, she whispered. She looked away, blinking rapidly, trying not to cry. Dayo leaned back slightly, giving her space. Don't cry. She shook her head. I didn't mean it like that. Then why did you do it? He asked, not harshly, but directly. Minji took a shaky breath. I was scared. Of what? Of losing everything. Her voice trembled. This industry, it doesn't forgive mistakes. It doesn't wait. One wrong move and you're replaced. Forgotten just like my old agency did even without offending. She clenched her hands together. I didn't know if you'd change your mind, or if someone else would interfere. Dayo listened silently. There was no need for this, he said after a moment. I keep my word. She looked at him, eyes wide. You're sure? Yes. Relief washed over her face, followed immediately by embarrassment. I've never done something like that before, she said quickly. I swear. I just panicked. The industry is cruel, Dayo acknowledged. But fear doesn't justify crossing lines. She nodded slowly. I know. Dayo softened his tone slightly. You don't need to prove your worth like this. Your performance speaks for you. Minji swallowed. I understand. She hesitated, then said quietly. I was afraid you'd abandon me. There was no reason to think that, he replied. She exhaled. I let my insecurity take over. Dayo stood. Let's end this here for tonight. She looked up at him. Are you angry? No, he said honestly. But I expect professionalism. I won't disappoint you again, she said firmly. I hope not, Dayo replied. Get some rest. He left the restaurant shortly after, giving her time to compose herself. Later that night, Dayo lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. The conversation replayed briefly in his mind, not with anger, but with clarity. He had seen this pattern too many times in the industry. Fear turning into desperation, gratitude blurring into dependence. It wasn't unique to Minji. It was systemic. He would be a hypocrite if he said he wasn't interested, but the way it was presented was against his principles. So no. But boundaries mattered. Tomorrow, the final scene awaited. And everything needed to be sharp. Chapter 284. Almost done. The last day of filming arrived quietly. There was no rush, no panic, no shouting. Dayo woke up earlier than usual, not because he was nervous, but because his body was already conditioned to the routine. He went through the motions, automatically exercises, showered, dressed, checked his phone, reviewed the final scene notes one last time. This was it. The final scene. The emotional core of the entire movie. He got into his car and started driving toward the set. The roads were mostly empty. Morning traffic hadn't fully kicked in yet, and the silence felt unusual for a day that was supposed to be significant. Halfway through the drive, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Minjae. He picked up. Bro, what's up? Minjae's voice came through energetic, barely containing something. Bro, what's up? Everything we talked about is ready. Dayo frowned slightly. Ready? Yeah. Everything. There was a pause. You good to come now? Minjae asked. Dayo slowed the car instinctively and pulled over to the side of the road. Yeah. No problem. Thanks. No stress, Minjae replied quickly. Just get here. The call ended. Dayo stared at his phone for a few seconds. Something felt off. Normally, when he was close to the set, especially on a filming day, he would hear noise even before arriving. Trucks, crew chatter, generators, movement. But today, as he continued driving, there was nothing. No parked cars, no equipment trucks, no signs of activity. When he finally reached the location, the silence became unsettling. Dayo parked the car and stepped out. The set gates were open. He walked in and froze. What the hell? The entire cast and crew were standing there. Every single one of them. Lights were on, but not for filming. Decorations were up. A large banner hung behind them. Tables were arranged neatly, food set out, drinks lined up. Some crew members were holding cameras, not production cameras, but personal ones. Surprise. The shout came from everywhere at once. Dayo stood there, genuinely stunned. Park Hyun-seo was right at the front, smiling broadly. Crew members clapped. Actors laughed. Someone whistled. What is all this? Dayo asked, still processing. Minjae stepped forward, grinning. You think we'd let you finish your last scene without doing something? Dayo exhaled slowly, shaking his head. You guys are insane. Park laughed. We wanted to do something special. The movie is almost done. Today is the last scene. Dayo looked around at the faces people who had worked non-stop for more than 4 months. People who had suffered through night shoots, retakes, rain, heat, injuries, stress. This is really nice, he said honestly. I appreciate it. Someone pushed a chair toward him. Sit, director. Dayo raised a hand. All right. But not for too long. We still have work. Laughter broke out. They called Dayo a workaholic. They sat together, crew, cast, assistants. Conversations overlapped. Jokes were exchanged. Someone teased Park. Someone teased Dayo. Even Park's on-screen daughter sat nearby, laughing freely. Dayo eventually called out, Hey, come. Here. Park's daughter stood up. Come and sit here, Dayo said, patting the seat beside him. She obeyed immediately. The atmosphere softened even more. It felt less like a film set and more like a family gathering. But Dayo never forgot why they were there. After a short while, he stood up and clapped his hands once. All right, he said. That's enough. Let's do this properly. The mood shifted. Min-jae waved at Dayo to come over. Bro, I will be watching from the side. Hope director Dayo doesn't mind. Min-jae teased Dayo. Dayo was about to burst out of laughter, but held back as he was around his crew and wanted to keep his steez on point. He swallowed the laughter, then muttered, I will kill you after this. Min-jae opened his mouth and laughed harder. All the crew looked towards their place and Dayo just acted like he was not aware and shouted, Get ready everybody, we're shooting from the top. Crew members stood. Conversations died down. Professionalism returned instantly. Dayo motioned to the assistant director. Call Park. Park stood up. Not here, Dayo added. Separately. They moved away from the others. The set was quiet again, but now it was focused silence, not emptiness. Dayo faced Park directly. This scene, Dayo began, is not about action. Park nodded. It's not about fear either, Dayo continued. It's about control. Park listened without interrupting. You've been bitten, Dayo said. Your body is failing. Your instincts are turning against you. But your mind is still present. Park's jaw tightened. You're fighting yourself, Dayo explained. Not the zombies. Not the situation. Yourself. Park nodded slowly. I need your emotions intact, Dayo said firmly. No exaggeration. No forced sadness. Just restraint. He paused. You're at the back of the train, Dayo continued. Your family is safe. That's the only thing that matters to you. Park swallowed. I don't want panic, Dayo said. I don't want anger. He stepped closer. I want acceptance. Park's breathing slowed. When you smile, Dayo said, lowering his voice, it shouldn't be happiness. It should be relief. He demonstrated subtly with his own face, not a grin, but a small, controlled expression. A smile that says, I did my best. Park's eyes reddened slightly. A smile that says, I protected them. Dayo stepped back. That's it, he said. That's the scene. Park took a deep breath. I understand. No overthinking, Dayo added. Just be there. Park nodded again. I'll do it. Dayo turned away. Let's reset. The cameras rolled. The set transformed. The train interior was quiet, dim, claustrophobic. Park sat at the back, alone. His breathing was uneven. The bite mark on his arm was visible. His hands trembled slightly, not dramatically, but enough to show struggle. The sounds of the train echoed softly. His daughter's voice was heard faintly from the front. Park clenched his jaw. His instincts surged. His hand twitched. He pressed it against the seat. His body leaned forward, then stopped. He shut his eyes. His face tightened, not in pain, but in effort. Slowly, he relaxed. He lifted his head. His eyes softened. And then he smiled. It was small, barely there, but it said everything. Relief. Completion. Peace. The train continued moving. Cut. Silence. No one moved. Dayo stared at the monitor. Then he exhaled. That's it, he said quietly. Applause broke out instantly. Park lowered his head, exhausted. Dayo walked up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. You nailed it, Dayo said. Park didn't speak. He just nodded. The movie remained was almost done. What remained now was the last scene. Chapter 285. Last scene. The moment Dayo finally said, That's all for the movie, something broke loose on set. For a split second, there was silence. Then it hit everyone at once. Claps started from the back. Slow at first, then louder, then faster. until the entire set exploded into applause. People were standing, clapping above their heads, some shouting, some laughing, some just shaking their heads in disbelief. After months of exhaustion, night shoots, reshoots, injuries, pressure, and tension, it was finally over. Park stood where he was, breathing deeply, still half inside the emotion of the final scene. His daughter was beside him, holding his hand tightly, confused at first by the noise, then smiling when she realized everyone was cheering. The pregnant actress had her hands over her mouth, tears already streaming down her face. Crew members hugged each other openly. No one cared who was watching. Dayo looked around slowly. He didn't rush the moment. He let it breathe. Then he clapped his hands loudly. "All right," he said, raising his voice just enough to cut through the noise. "Everybody." The clapping slowly died down, though the smiles didn't. "Tonight," Dayo continued, a grin forming on his face, "everybody is getting drunk." For a second, the words didn't register. Then the reaction hit. A loud cheer went up. Whistles. Shouts. "Director. Say less. All hail. All hail." People laughed, chanting jokingly as if Dayo had just declared a national holiday. "I'm serious," Dayo added, laughing now himself. "I'm taking everyone out. Call everybody. Cast, crew, assistants, drivers. Everyone that worked on this movie. We're celebrating tonight." The energy on set doubled instantly. Phones were already coming out. People were calling others who had stepped away earlier, telling them not to go home. Someone yelled that this was the first time in years a production had actually finished on schedule. Another shouted that this movie nearly killed them twice. Park walked up to Dayo and pulled him into a brief, firm hug. "I still can't believe we're done," Park said quietly. Dayo nodded. "Me too." Min-jae smiled and hugged Dayo. "Well done, you have completed your first ever movie." Dayo smiled, realizing what Min-jae said was true, and he basked in that feeling of creating something. As the set began to clear officially, the atmosphere felt different. Lighter. The pressure that had sat on everyone's shoulders for months was gone. Cameras were being packed away, lights turned off, props returned, but nobody was rushing anymore. People were moving slowly, talking, laughing, replaying moments from the shoot. A group of crew members stood near the monitors, shaking their heads. "My God," one of them said. "I really didn't think we'd finish this movie." "Same," another replied, "especially after the train crash scene." Park's daughter ran around briefly, showing everyone her little hand, proudly explaining how she had survived zombies in the movie. The adults laughed and played along. Not long after, everyone moved out together. The celebration spot wasn't far. A large place, already arranged earlier without most people knowing. By the time they arrived, drinks were already being brought out. Tables were pushed together. Music played in the background, loud enough to feel alive, but not overwhelming. The first round didn't even take 5 minutes. Glasses clinked. Bottles opened. Laughter filled the space. "To the end," someone shouted. "To survival," another added. "To Director Dayo," someone yelled loudly. Dayo raised his glass briefly, but didn't make a speech. He didn't need to. The moment spoke for itself. As the night went on, people loosened up. Some danced. Some sat in corners talking about scenes they struggled with. Others argued playfully about which part of the movie would scare audiences the most. Park sat with a few cast members, drinking slowly. He wasn't trying to get drunk fast. He just kept smiling, the kind of smile that comes when a heavy burden finally lifts. "I still feel like I'm going to wake up tomorrow and we'll be shooting again," he said. One of the crew laughed. "No, this time it's real." Meanwhile, several people were already very drunk. Loud laughter echoed from one end of the room. Someone tried to recreate a zombie walk and nearly fell over. Someone else filmed it, already planning to post it later. Dayo watched everything quietly for a moment, then stepped aside and made a phone call. "Yes," he said into the phone. "Bring the cars now." He had already planned it. He knew how these things went. A lot of people were going to drink more than they should. He wasn't about to let anyone drive themselves home. The taxi company he had contacted earlier already had the list. Addresses, names, shared apartments. Everything. About an hour later, drivers started arriving outside one by one. Quietly, without making it a big deal, Dayo and a few assistants began organizing people. Those living together were grouped. Those who could barely stand were gently guided out, laughing and protesting jokingly. "Director, I'm fine." "No, you're not." someone replied. Laughing. Keys were taken. Bags were handed over. Doors closed carefully. One by one, cars drove off, each carrying someone safely home. Eventually, the crowd thinned. Only a few people remained. Dayo stood outside for a moment, watching the last taxi disappear down the road. The night air was cool. For the first time in a long while, he felt truly still. She stepped up beside him. Minji, thank you again, she said calmly. Dayo smiled. No problem. They stood there briefly, neither speaking. She hesitated before saying, You know the others. The people who jumped on the offer. Dayo understood immediately. He shook his head slowly. Yeah, they would, but I am a person of principle. She looked at him, waiting. Don't get me wrong. Dayo continued evenly. You're beautiful. And yes, under different circumstances, maybe I would have engaged. She stayed silent, listening. But the manner of it, he said, choosing his words carefully, I didn't like it. Her expression softened slightly. If someone approaches me because of who I am, because of the work, because of pressure, or because they think I owe them something, Dayo went on, I'm not interested. Not like that. She nodded slowly. Any movie I am making, he added, is built on trust. I won't take advantage of anyone or favors if you're not worthy of the role, and I won't let anyone think they need to trade something to earn respect. She looked surprised, then relieved. I appreciate that, she said quietly. Dayo nodded. If things had been approached differently, maybe it would have been different. But not like this. There was no tension, no argument, just honesty. She smiled again, genuinely this time. I understand. They stood there a bit longer before heading their separate ways. By the time Dayo finally got into his car, the streets were quiet. The movie was done. Now it was time to see if it would sell as IR did or more. Chapter 286, Talk with Jeff. The moment after the celebration passed quietly. There was no rush. No pressure hanging over Dayo's head for the first time in a long while. He took a bus that evening, although his head was clear, but he didn't want any mistake. Sitting by the window, watching the city move past him in its usual rhythm. People heading to their home after a long day at work. Vendors closing up their stores. Cars honking impatiently. Everything felt normal again. He leaned back slightly, exhaling. He finally reached his house and took his shower. Then his phone vibrated. He checked the screen and smiled immediately. Mom. He answered the call without hesitation. Hello, Mom. Before she could even finish greeting him, his father's voice joined in from the background. So you finally finished the movie? His dad asked. Dayo laughed softly. Yes. It's done. Completely done. But wait, who told you guys that it was done? Oh, that was Min Jae. He called earlier telling us to wish you luck. His mom said. Dayo smiled, but shook his head. Yeah, course he is the one. Min Jae also came to celebrate him, which was a surprise now that he thought of it. Min Jae called him earlier to tell him that what he planned earlier was ready. Which was wired, but he didn't see anything wrong, but the reason he called was to probably confirm Dayo's location so that the surprise wouldn't be ruined. There was a short pause on the other end. Then excitement broke out. Thank God, his mom said warmly. We've been praying. His sister's voice jumped in next. Finally, do you know how many times you've said almost done? Dayo shook his head with a smile. I know. So when are you coming back? His sister asked. You've been away too long. I will, Dayo replied with a laugh. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten. I promise I'll be back soon. His sister squealed like she was caught red-handed. No. That's not the reason why I am asking you when you're coming. Dayo laughed harder as he teased her by saying, Yes, I know that's not the reason, don't worry. His sister was swelling with anger and shouted, Mom, see, Dayo is bullying me. Abishala just shook her head at their antique and said, Dayo, behave like a senior brother and stop bullying your junior sister. Dayo could have swore that he saw his sister's tongue outside like she was making jest of him. Dayo calmed down and replied, Okay, Ma, thanks for checking up, Ma, I appreciate. His mom sighed. In relief. That's all we wanted to hear. They talked for a while. Nothing heavy. Just family conversation. How everyone was doing. Small updates. Jokes. Laughter. The kind of talk that didn't demand anything from him except being present. Eventually, Dayo said, Okay, let me let you guys go. Wait, his dad said. Let me pass the phone to your brother. He just came in, and he wants to talk to you. There was a brief shuffle. Jeffrey, Dayo said immediately. Bro, Jeffrey replied. What's up? How's training going? Dayo asked as he settled down on his chair. Jeffrey exhaled loudly. Man, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know how you do it. Dayo leaned forward slightly, waiting to hear his complaint. You train seriously, Jeffrey continued, and still keep music on the side. And not just keep it. Excel at it both on an exceptional level, which is crazy. Sometimes I feel like my body is there, but my mind is everywhere I do what I really want to. Dayo nodded slowly, even though Jeffrey couldn't see him. It's consistency, Dayo said. You already have the body. You already have the skill. What you need is focus. You have to design your routine and commit to it. Jeffrey laughed weakly. That sounds easy when you say it. That's the problem, Dayo replied calmly. You think it's supposed to feel easy. It's not. There was silence on the line, like he knew the truth. Look, Dayo continued, you have the outlet. You have the platform. You have the coach. And not just any coach, the head coach of the national team of the United Nations. Do you know how many athletes would die for that opportunity? I know, Jeffrey said quietly. There's pressure. Yes, Dayo added. But everything is laid out for you. What you do with it is your choice. If you want this, go all in. If not, step back and be honest with yourself. Jeffrey inhaled slowly. Bro, he said, his voice serious now. I was actually thinking of quitting. Dayo's expression didn't change. The pressure was getting to me, Jeffrey continued. But hearing this from you, it helped. A lot. That's what I'm here for, Dayo said simply. I'm your brother. Thank you, Jeffrey replied. Seriously, anytime. They ended the call not long after. That night, Dayo slept deeply. No dreams. No stress. Just rest. The next morning came quietly. He followed his usual routine. A light jog. A shower. Breakfast. Nothing forced. Nothing rushed. As he finished eating, he picked up his key, ready to go RO the set. When remembered, the movie was finished. No shoots. No rehearsals. No meetings. Oh, what do I do now? He laid down. He reached for his phone, scrolling aimlessly for a moment. Then he paused. I don't actually have anything scheduled today, he muttered. The thought felt strange. Then another thought followed. Why not stream? It had been a long time. Too long. He unlocked his phone and opened the app. His finger hovered over the stream button for a second. Then he tapped it. The screen refreshed. Notifications exploded instantly. Comments began flooding in faster than he could read. Wait, is this real? No way. Dayo is streaming? Finally. Bro disappeared for ages. We thought you died. This is not a drill. The viewer count climbed rapidly. He smiled faintly, adjusting his posture. The stream was live, and the world was already waiting. Chapter 287, Streaming. The screen lit up almost instantly. Notifications stacked over each other, messages rushing in faster than Dayo could read them. The viewer count climbed in quick jumps, the familiar rush of numbers bringing a small smile to his face before he even spoke. Hey guys, he said, adjusting the phone slightly so the camera framed him better. What's up? It's been a long while. How's everyone doing tonight? The chat exploded. Wait, is this real? No way. Dayo is streaming? Finally. Bro disappeared for ages. We thought you died. This is not a drill. At Amanda R, finally. At Zion Wave. Bro disappeared, loudly crying face. At Marcus J. Dayo. At Elena K. Thought you retired or something. At Theo Live. Nah, this is crazy. Dayo laughed softly, shaking his head. Relax, relax. I didn't disappear. Life just happened. More comments flooded in. At Nina Blue. Where have you been? At Omar Talks. This feels unreal. At Jason P. We missed you FR. At Carl M. Stream feels different today. At Leo Onyx. Welcome back, legend. I know, Dayo said. And yeah, I missed you guys too. He leaned back slightly, letting the noise settle before continuing. So, I don't know if you all are aware, but you guys are actually the first people I'm telling this. Dayo made a pause, wasting the audience to anticipate. That single sentence spiked the chat again. At Amanda R. First what spole? At Zion Wave. Say less. At Theo Live. Drop it already. At Marcus J. Don't tease us. At Elena K. My heart loudly crying face. Fine, I wouldn't tease you all. I just finished my first ever movie as a director. Dayo said plainly. For a second, there was confusion. Then disbelief. At Jason P. Movie? At Nina Blue. Wait, what? At Leo Onyx. Like, finished? At Omar Talks. Which movie? In Korea, Dayo added. And the name of the movie is Train to Busan. That was when the chat truly lost control. At Carlium, Korea? At Theolive. Train to Busan in Korea? At Zionwave. Bro, stop playing. At Amandor. You serious right now? At Marcus J. Nah, this man wild. Dayo grinned. Yes. I finished the movie in Korea. Fully shot. And I wrapped it all yesterday. Someone typed fast enough that their message sent twice. At Jason P. Ain't no way. At Nina Blue. How do you even end up in Korea? At Leo Onyx. Does this guy even sleep? You guys act like I can't travel, Dayo said. And yes, Korean movie. And before anyone asks, no, I don't speak Korean fluently. That didn't stop him from switching languages briefly. 안녕하세요. The reaction was instant. At Amanda R. Biarolo. At Zion Wave. Nahi. Lying. At Theolive. He said it clean. At Carlem. I just fell off my chair loudly crying face. Dayo chuckled. Relax. That's about as far as it goes. He glanced at the chat again. Anyway, the movie is done. And now I'm bored. That sentence alone caused a wave of suggestions. At Marcus J. Stream more. At Elena K. Drop music. At Omar Talks. Vlog. At Jason P. Gaming? Gaming. Dayo repeated. I've never really streamed games like that. The chat responded immediately. At Zion Wave. Try it. At Amandor. You'd be good trust. At Theolive. Call of Duty. At Leo Onyx. COD. At Nina Blue. Pleasey. At Bimbo. Play it. Call of Duty. Dayo said slowly. I've seen the game. That only encouraged them more. At Carly M. Play it. At Marcus J. You'll like it. At Jason P. We'll guide you. At Omar Talks. No excuses. At Freddy. At least we would see you do something you're bad at. At Malik. Yes, finally, I mean he always stand out now, let watch him fail at gaming. Dayo nodded with a smirk. Alright, since you guys are the ones asking. He switched screens, loading the game. The first few minutes were rough. His movements were stiff, reactions slightly delayed. The chat noticed. At Theolive. Nahi rusty. At Amanda R. Give him time. At Zion Wave. He learning. At Elena K. This hurts to watch loudly crying face. At Malik. Finally something Dayo is not good at. At Green. Yup, I am happy, look at how he plays like a bot, haha, grinning face with smiling eyes. Then something shifted. Dayo adjusted his grip. His posture changed. His movement became smoother, cleaner. He stopped hesitating. A clean elimination popped up. Then another. Then another. The chat froze for half a second before erupting again. At Jason P. Wait, is this even possible? At Drake. Holy shirt, did I see right? At Nina Blue. Hold on. At Leo Onyx. Nah. At Marcus J. Since when? At Fido. Bro, you play like a pro. How? Dayo didn't say anything. He focused. He flanked. He timed his shots. He reacted faster than the people on screen. The scoreboard climbed. At Zion Wave. Bro, you're cheating. At Amandor. This isn't beginner gameplay. At Theolive. Are you sure you never played before? At Carly M. This is crazy. I told you. Dayo said calmly. I've played before. Just not on stream. Someone sent an invite. At Marcus J. Join this lobby. At Jason P. You test him. At Leo Onyx. Let's see now. Dayo accepted. The match was faster. Tougher. The opponents were better. It didn't matter. He clutched around under pressure. Movement sharp. Aim steady. The chat couldn't keep up. At Amanda R. Nah. At Zion Wave. This isn't normal. At Elena K. Pro level. At Theolive. How? When the match ended, Dayo leaned back, exhaling. That was intense. The chat responded instantly. At Jason P. Do this more. At Carly M. Stream games again. At Marcus J. We missed you. At Nina Blue. Music win? I know, Dayo said. And yeah, it's been a while. He looked at the viewer count again, then back at the camera. I won't disappear again. After a few more exchanges, he smiled. Alright, I'm heading out. Messages flooded one last time. At Amandiar. Don't ghost. At Zion Wave. Welcome back. At Theolive. Good stream. At Leo Onyx. We're here. Dayo tapped the screen. The stream ended. Silence filled the room. He leaned back at his desk, the noise gone, the adrenaline fading. For the first time since wrapping the movie, the weight of it truly settled in. The film was done. Now came the next question. When to release it? Dayo opened his phone again, already knowing the next move would matter just as much as the production itself. But that decision could wait. For now, the stream had reminded him of something simple. He wasn't alone. And whatever came next, people were watching. If you want, next we can. Add regional usernames, Korea, US, Europe, Africa mix. Add verified accounts or make the chat even more chaotic with overlaps. Just tell me. Chapter 288, After Stream. The moment Dayo ended the stream, he went offline without a second thought. He leaned back in his chair, stretched his arms, and exhaled slowly. To him, it had just been a way to kill time. Something casual, almost careless. He hadn't planned anything beyond that. He had no intention to make it a thing. He shut down his system, stood up, and walked away. What he didn't know was that the internet had already caught fire. Within minutes of the stream ending, clips began spreading. Screen recordings flooded timelines. Short edits, raw gameplay footage, side-by-side comparisons, reaction videos. Comment sections moved faster than anyone could track. People were stunned. What the hell did I just watch? Since when does Dayo play like this? Bro was sliding like he's been grinding for years. Did you see that shotgun one tap? That wasn't luck. Some reactions were pure excitement. Others were disbelief. A loud group immediately jumped to suspicion. There's no way this is legit. He has to be using hacks, right? You don't just download a game and start playing like that. But others pushed back just as hard. Are you blind? He downloaded it live. We watched him set it up in real time, so there was no way he added an hack that we wouldn't see it. He didn't even know the controls at first. LOL, I feel the reason for the fake at first was to just act like a bot. The argument spiraled. What made it worse, or better, depending on perspective, was that Dayo didn't just play one match. He kept winning. Game after game. Different lobbies. Different players. Different pacing. Yet the results stayed the same. Clean movement. Sharp reactions. Calm decision-making. No panic. No reckless mistakes. People slowed down the footage frame by frame, pointing out specific moments. Look at that slide cancel. That aim adjustment was instinctive. He's not spraying. He's reading movement. The narrative shifted from, is this fake, to how is this possible? By the time Dayo was already offline, the conversation had grown larger than the stream itself. And he had no idea. For Dayo, life had already moved on. And now his mind was on the movie again. The movie was done. Principal photography had wrapped weeks ago. Sets were cleared. The crew had dispersed. What remained was post-production, the long, quiet process that didn't require his physical presence every day. Editing had already been underway for a while. Cuts were being refined. Scenes trimmed. Sound design layered in. Color grading adjusted. Both teams, his and the studios, were largely at home now. Some people traveled. Some took short breaks. Others simply waited for updates. Dayo found himself unusually free. Too free. At first, he enjoyed it. Sleep without alarms. Days without schedules. Random outings. Long walks. The stream had been born out of that boredom. Nothing more. But after a few days, that restlessness crept in. He sat alone in his apartment one evening, staring at the ceiling. After editing, then what? The release date hadn't been picked yet. That was the problem. The movie was ready, structurally speaking, but timing was everything. Released too early, and it clashes with bigger projects. Released too late, and momentum dies. Guessing wasn't an option. So Dayo did what he always did when uncertainty showed up. He turned to the system. The familiar interface appeared. He navigated through the options until he selected the skill he needed. Market resonance. The moment it activated, a new window unfolded in front of him. This is one of Dayo's best features when it came to the system, cause this would save him a lot if HW knew the primetime releases work. Just raw analysis. The system began scanning trends, global attention patterns, industry schedules, audience fatigue, competing releases, cultural timing. It wasn't limited to movies, music, film, any work tied to Dayo's name. Input required, project type. He selected movie. Project identification, confirmed. Genre detected, survival/zombie/thriller. The system immediately began loading multiple analysis chains. Data streamed rapidly. Titles flashed briefly. Recent zombie movies, international releases, failed launches, surprise hits. Viewing spikes appeared and disappeared. Certain months lit up more than others, while some periods dipped sharply. The system filtered further, analyzing audience engagement windows, identifying peak receptivity periods. The interface cleared. One final result appeared at the center of the screen. Market resonance result. Optimal release window, 1 month, 2 weeks from current date. Projected engagement, high. Saturation risk, low. Dayo blinked. A month and a half, he muttered. He leaned forward, rereading the result to make sure he hadn't misunderstood. It didn't change. A month and a half. Not immediately. Not far enough away to forget about it either. He leaned back and let his head fall against the couch. What am I supposed to do for that long? He said aloud. The problem wasn't just waiting. It was staying relevant without forcing anything. The stream had already shown him how unpredictable attention could be. One casual decision, and the entire internet erupted. That wasn't something he could, or should, replicate blindly. His head started pounding lightly as thoughts piled up. Music? Promotion? Silence. None of them felt complete on their own. That was when his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Min-jae. He answered immediately. Hey Min-jae, what's up, bro? Min-jae's voice came through relaxed, but serious. Yeah, bro. I think I might need your help. Dayo straightened slightly. With what? It's music, Min-jae said. I'm stuck on something. And honestly, I feel like your perspective would help. Dayo let out a quiet breath. Funny timing. How so? I was just trying to figure out what to do next. Min-jae chuckled. Then maybe this is exactly that. There was a brief pause before Min-jae continued. Instead of explaining everything over the phone, just come over. I'll walk you through it. Dayo didn't hesitate. All right, he said. I'll come. He ended the call and stood up. The system interface was still faintly visible, the release window hovering in the background. He dismissed it with a simple gesture. If the movie had to wait a month and a half, then that time wasn't empty. It was a window. He grabbed his jacket and keys and headed out. As he drove, his thoughts shifted naturally toward music. Rhythm, structure, emotion. Unlike film schedules and release strategies, music had always been intuitive to him. By the time he reached Min-jae's place, the earlier frustration had settled into focus. Min-jae opened the door with a grin. You look like someone who needed an excuse to do something. Dayo smirked. You have no idea. They went inside. Min-jae gestured for him to sit, already pulling up files on his system. All right, Min-jae said. Let me show you what I've been working on. Dayo leaned forward, attention fully locked in. Chapter 289, Another Project. Dayo was already inside the room when Min-jae walked in. He was seated casually on the couch, one leg crossed over the other, phone in his hand, scrolling through something without much interest. The room was quiet, the kind of quiet that only existed in private company offices, soundproofed, expensive, deliberate. Min-jae shut the door behind him. Bro, he said, dropping into the chair opposite Dayo. What's up? Dayo glanced up. I'm good, he replied simply. You dragged me in here, though, so I'm guessing this isn't a social visit. Min-jae smirked. Straight to business as always. That's why you called me, Dayo said. So what's going on? Min-jae leaned forward, elbows on his knees. There's an artist. Female. She's giving me a headache. Dayo raised an eyebrow. That bad? Min-jae didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his bag, pulled out his tablet, and handed it over. Look. Dayo took the tablet, glanced at the screen, and froze for half a second. I remember her, he said. Dayo came to Korea on his usual annual visit and saw her video, and he checked her stats. She had potential to be an SS artist, so he advised to sign her. Min-jae nodded. Exactly. I was the one that told you to sign her, Dayo continued. I remember telling you not to hesitate. And I didn't, Min-jae said quickly. That was a good call, by the way. Dayo handed the tablet back. So what's the problem? Min-jae exhaled. She just finished the competition. Dayo leaned back slightly. Let me guess. She won. She took first, Min-jae confirmed. Clean win. No controversy or manipulation. Dayo nodded. That explains the hype. That's the problem, Min-jae said. There's hype everywhere. Interviews. Social media. Fan pages popping up overnight. So ride it, Dayo said. Drop music. Min-jae scratched his head. We tried. Dayo paused. Tried. The songs in the catalog don't work, Min-jae admitted. They're good songs. Well-produced. Marketable. But they don't fit her. Dayo tilted his head. Explain. They sound like they were written for someone else, Min-jae said. Anyone else? Not her. Dayo nodded slowly. Voice fits. Soul doesn't. The case reminded him of Valerie, but hers was she was an evolving artist who needed a new style. Exactly, Min-jae said, pointing at him. That's exactly it. Dayo let out a short breath. That's fixable. Min-jae relaxed visibly. That's why I called you. There was a brief silence. Dayo stared at the ceiling, fingers tapping lightly against the armrest. Min-jae watched him. You're thinking. I always am. Dayo replied with a smile. Another pause. Then Dayo straightened slightly. A crazy idea popped inside his head. You know, he said, I'm not doing anything serious for the next month and a half. Min-jae blinked. You're still in post-production. Exactly, Dayo said. Editing doesn't need me every second. Min-jae frowned. Where are you going with this? Dayo turned to him. Why don't we create an album? Min-jae froze. What? An album? Dayo repeated calmly. For me. Min-jae stared at him like he'd just spoken another language. Wait, Min-jae said. You mean? Yes, Dayo said. A full project. Min-jae leaned back slowly. Bro, are you serious right now? Completely. You want to drop an album, Min-jae said, disbelief creeping in. While you're already doing movies? I have time, Dayo replied. And access. Min-jae shook his head. Your brain scares me sometimes. Dayo smiled faintly. People say that a lot. No, I'm serious, Min-jae continued. Sometimes I feel like you're not human. Dayo laughed. Here we go again. I'm telling you, Min-jae said. You sure you're not an alien? Dayo leaned forward. Do I need to remind you that you once tried to check my head for a chip? Min-jae grinned. I was drunk. You brought a flashlight, Dayo said. And you? Let me? Min-jae shot back. Because I wanted to see how stupid you'd look, Dayo replied. You can still check it if you want to satisfy your curiosity again. Dayo teased. They both laughed. After a moment, Min-jae sighed. Okay, alien jokes aside, how does this help her? Dayo became serious again. I feature her. Min-jae's smile faded into focus. On your album? Most of it, Dayo said. Not all, but more enough. Min-jae leaned forward again. So you're saying her introduction to the industry won't be standalone singles. It'll be through your project. Yes. That's risky, Min-jae said. It's strategic, Dayo corrected. She borrows stability. I borrow freshness. Min-jae nodded slowly. That's actually smart. And I bring in other artists too, Dayo added. Different sounds. Different markets. Min-jae let out a low whistle. You're using one album to plant flags everywhere. Exactly. Min-jae stared at him. I really don't know how your head works. Dayo shrugged. You've known that for years. And you're doing all this in Korea, Min-jae added. Yes, but one of the reasons I am doing this is also to study her style, and I would be able to come up with something for her after we are done with the album. You're insane. Productive insanity, Dayo said. Min-jae laughed. Fine. I'm in. Dayo smirked. Good, of course you're in. Min-jae paused. Wait. In. You're featuring too, Dayo said casually. Min-jae froze. Me? Yes. No, Min-jae said immediately. Absolutely not. You are, Dayo replied. I refuse. Dayo leaned in. I'll cut your salary. You can't cut my solid dash. I own the company. Dayo interrupted him with a smirk on his face. Min-jae groaned. I hate you. You love me, Dayo said. Sign the verse. Min-jae shook his head. You're so annoying. And you're still featuring. Min-jae sighed deeply. Fine, but I'm blaming you when people laugh. They won't, Dayo said. And if they do, I'll laugh louder. Min-jae chuckled despite himself. You're impossible. Dayo stood up. Come on. Where? We're eating. Now. Yes. Min-jae smirked. You're paying. Obviously, Dayo said. I'm richer than you. You brag like hell. You can't deny facts. God, you're unbearable. They walked toward the door to eat something. Halfway there, Dayo stopped. Wait. Min-jae turned. What now? Call her, Dayo said. Now. No time to waste. Min-jae pulled out his phone. You really don't rest. That's why things move, Dayo replied. The call rang. And the project officially began. Chapter 290. Yura. Dayo was already inside the room when Min-jae checked his phone for the third time. She said she's on her way, Min-jae said, sliding the phone back into his pocket. She sounded nervous. Dayo leaned back on the couch, arms folded loosely. That's expected. Min-jae glanced at him. You say that like you're not the reason she's nervous. Dayo gave a faint smile. If she knows who I am, then yeah. If she doesn't, she'll be nervous anyway. That's not comforting. It's realistic. Dayo smiled. He didn't lie after all. He could decided her future. Min-jae shook his head, and walked over to the small table, straightening the files that were already perfectly aligned. You know, sometimes I wonder if your brain was assembled wrong. Dayo looked at him. Because I think ahead. Because you don't think like a normal human being, Min-jae replied. Normal people finish a movie and rest. You finish a movie and start planning albums. I am resting, Dayo said calmly. This is my rest, and I'll allow you know I hate not doing anything at all. That's exactly what scares me. Before Dayo could respond, there was a soft knock on the door. Min-jae immediately straightened. That's her. Bring her in, Dayo said. Min-jae opened the door. A young woman stepped inside hesitantly. She was in her early 20s, dressed neatly but simply. Her hands were clasped together in front of her, shoulders tense. Her eyes flicked briefly around the room before settling on the two men. She froze for half a second. Then she bowed quickly. Good evening, she said. Thank you for seeing me. Min-jae smiled gently. You don't have to bow that deep. Come in. She stepped forward, still visibly nervous. Dayo watched her quietly. There it was. Seo Yura, artist evaluation. Age, 22. Nationality, Korean. Primary. Role, vocalist. Genre affinity, pop/R and B/soft alternative. Level 3, underground level. Talent, A-. Potential, SS. Dayo nodded. Her talent had increased from C+ to A, which shows she was serious. You can sit, Dayo said, gesturing to the chair across from them. She hesitated, then sat carefully, as if afraid to take up too much space. My name is Seo Yura, she said quickly. We know, Min-jae interrupted kindly. Relax. You're not in trouble. Yura let out a breath she clearly hadn't realized she was holding. I'm sorry, she said. I wasn't sure why I was called. That's normal, Dayo said evenly. Most people panic when they get unexpected calls. She nodded. Yes, especially lately. Min-jae glanced at Dayo, then back at her. You've had a rough few weeks. Yura looked down at her hands. Yes. Dayo leaned forward slightly. Before we talk business, let me ask you something. She looked up immediately. Yes, sir. Do you recognize me? Her eyes widened a little. She hesitated, then nodded slowly. I think I've seen you before. Interviews. Clips. You don't need to pretend, Dayo said. If you don't know, that's fine. No, I know, she said quickly. I just don't remember where I had seen you from. Min-jae chuckled. That reaction never gets old. Yura glanced between them. So, may I ask why I'm here? Min-jae leaned back. I'll start, and then he'll finish. Dion raised an eyebrow. You say that like it's a rule. It is, Min-jae replied. An unspoken one. He turned back to Yura. You recently finished a competition. Yes, she said with cute and proud smile. I placed first. Congratulations, Min-jae said like he didn't know about that. Thank you. And since then, Min-jae continued. There's been pressure to release something quickly. Yura nodded. Yes, but the songs. They don't feel like you, Dayo said calmly. Her head snapped up. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Her silence said everything. Min-jae watched her carefully. That's been bothering you. Yes, she admitted quietly. I can sing them. I can perform them. But when I listen back, it feels like I'm borrowing someone else's voice. Dayo nodded once. That's not a failure, he said. That's awareness. And he didn't lie. Many artists didn't have this kind of music sense to feel how the music rhythm doesn't alter them, so the fact that she knew the music fell off was a bonus to her talent. Yura swallowed. But awareness doesn't fix it. No, Dayo agreed. Action does. Min-jae smiled slightly. This is where he comes in. Yura looked back at Dayo, her nervousness returning. Sir, may I ask, what exactly is happening? Dayo didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted, unfocused for a brief second. Min-jae noticed. Oh, he muttered. He's doing it again. Yura blinked. Doing what? Thinking in layers, Min-jae said. I swear, sometimes I think. There's a second brain inside his head. Dayo shot him a look. You're exaggerating. I'm not, Min-jae replied. I once tried to follow your thought process and got lost halfway. Yura let out a small, nervous laugh. Min-jae sighed and said, So, I am sure you have been seeing how good your seniors in the label career are going, and how some of them are said to have released songs that would last centuries. Yura nodded. This was one of the reasons she agreed to join the record label, as they are yet to create a flop or failed artists. He is the one behind the catalog of more than 87% of them. Yura looked surprised, bewildered, and stunned beyond words. She straightened immediately. Dayo shook his head and turned back to her. Here's the simple version. I'm planning an album, he said. Her eyes widened. An album? Yes. Silence. Then, carefully, I don't understand. It's not your album, Min-jae said quickly. Don't panic. Yura looked relieved, then confused. Then, it's mine, Dion said. But you'll be part of it. Her mouth opened slightly. Part of it how? Dion leaned back. You'll be featured on most of the tracks. She froze. That's a lot, she said softly. It's intentional, Dion replied. This isn't about borrowing your hype. It's about giving you space. Min-jae nodded. Half the songs will lean toward your tone, your color, your emotional range. And the rest? She asked. Balance, Dion said. So you're not overwhelmed. Yura shook her head slowly. But why? Dion met her eyes directly. Because you don't need random singles. You need an environment. She frowned. An environment. A project where your voice can grow without pressure, he explained. Where I can study your tone, your delivery, your instincts. Min-jae added. Think of it as training disguised as opportunity. Her breathing steadied slightly. So, this album isn't about me being perfect. No, Dayo said. It's about you becoming clear on your style on singing. I would have trained you personally, but I have limited time in Korea, so this is how to work best. There was a long pause. Then Yura bowed her head deeply. Thank you, she said. I was afraid I was failing. You weren't, Min-jae said gently. You were just early. She looked up. Can I ask something? Go ahead, Dayo said. Why do this now, she asked. You could wait. Or choose someone more ready. Dayo's lips curved slightly. Because I have time, he said. And because readiness is overrated. Speaking, how is your English? Dayo asked. Yura smiled shyly. My English, it's not very strong. That's fine, we can push it little by little, Dion said. She nodded. When do we start? Tomorrow, Min-jae said. Her eyes widened again. Tomorrow. Yes, Dayo confirmed. We'll ease in. No pressure. No deadlines yet. She stood and bowed again, this time more confident. I'll do my best. That's all we need, Dion said. As she left the room, Min-jae exhaled heavily. You realize, he said, normal people would have needed 10 meetings to reach that point. Dion stood. Normal people overthink. Min-jae shook his head. One day I'm going to open your skull and check what's inside. Let me know what you find, Dion replied. I'm curious too. Min-jae laughed. The project had begun, and none of them fully understood what it would turn into yet. Chapter 291, Editing. Dayo still stayed at Min-jae's office as they discussed about few other things. Since Dayo was available, Min-jae made sure to use Dayo's head and asked questions on how to solve few problems that were giving him tough time. Dayo was standing near the shelf, skimming through a printed schedule when his phone vibrated in his hand. He glanced at the screen. Jangwook. He exhaled once and stepped toward the door. I'll be right back, he said casually. Min-jae looked up. Work? Always, Dayo replied, already halfway out. He closed the door behind him and answered the call. Jangwook. On the other end, Janwook let out a small laugh. I was hoping you'd pick up. You caught me at a good time, Dayo said. What's going on? It's not an emergency, Janwook replied, his tone measured. But we've run into a few things on the project. Early stage decisions. Stuff we could technically handle. But it's your film, so I decided why not hear from the horse's mouth. Dayo leaned against the wall. I thought I hired competent people. You did, Janwook said quickly. This is about precision, not competence. And also you're perfectionists, so I don't want a situation where we would have to do any edit we have passed. Dayo smiled faintly. Perfectionism again? From you. Jangwook okay scoffed. I learned from the best. There was a brief pause. Then Jangwook continued, more serious now. There are some sequence transitions and a major set-piece edit that I'd rather not finalize without you seeing it. Especially the train collision scene. Dayo straightened slightly. Is it broken? No, Janwook admitted. But it can be better. Dayo sighed. How long? That depends, Jangwook said honestly. If you come in and look at it, we could resolve it fast. Or we could go back and forth for days. Dayo didn't hesitate. I'll come by. Tomorrow. Yes. Good, Janwook said. I'll clear the morning. The call ended. Dayo stood there for a second longer, phone still in his hand, before heading back inside. Min-jae noticed his expression immediately. "Let me guess," he said. "More work." "Editing," Dayo replied, grabbing his jacket. "We'll have to push the start of the music sessions." Dayo noticed and turned to her. "Nothing's cancelled," he said calmly. "Just delayed by a day." Min-jae nodded. "I'll let her know." "Also," Dayo added, "tell Yura to stay on standby. I'll send material tonight." Min-jae blinked, looking at the time as it was already late. "Tonight?" "Yes," he said. "Lyrics. References. Some structure notes. I want her to be familiar with the sound before we start." Min-jae nodded slightly. "I'll let her know and prepare ahead." Dayo nodded once. "And focus on English pronunciation. We'll be mixing languages." Min-jae's eyes widened just a little, but nodded again. "I understand." Dayo grabbed his things and left. That night, his apartment was quiet. Too quiet. Dayo sat at his desk, sleeves rolled up, laptop open, headphones resting around his neck. The city lights outside reflected faintly on the glass, but his attention was locked onto the screen. 12 tracks. That was the number he'd settled on. He sketched the structure quickly. 6 tracks heavily centered on Yura. 1 shared lead track. For collaborative features. 1 solo single, his anchor. He played in his mind reference tracks softly in the background, not copying, just studying patterns. Korean pop, R&B fusion, mid-tempo ballads, stripped-down instrumentals. He paid attention to vocal space, syllable flow, where Yura's tone would sit best. And slowly he started to remember songs that would suit Yura's tone. That, of course, with the help of the system skill perfect match, he made sure to look for a song that wasn't less than 95% match, and it took a while, but he did. "She doesn't need power," he muttered to himself. "She needs clarity." He began writing lyrics with intent and tuning it. Clean phrasing. Breathing room. Emotional. Direction without being heavy-handed. By the time the clock read 1:42 a.m., he had drafts for all 12 tracks. He sent the files to Min-jae with a short message. "Forward the highlighted ones to Yura. Have her review pronunciation and mood only. No pressure, and the remaining I would pick artists that would work on them with me." Then he leaned back, closed his eyes for a moment, and smiled. Work again. He'd missed this. Morning came fast. Dayo arrived at the editing studio earlier than planned, coffee in hand, eyes alert despite the short sleep. Jang Wook was already there, sleeves rolled up, glasses perched low on his nose. "Good morning," Janwook said. "Show me the problem," Dayo replied. They stepped into the editing room. The editor, a quiet man with sharp eyes and the posture of someone who lived in timelines and frames, stood up immediately. "Good morning, sir." "Relax," Dayo said. "Sit." The editor hesitated, then obeyed. The train collision sequence played on the screen. It was good. Clean. Professional. But Dayo frowned slightly. "Pause," he said. Janwook did. Dayo stepped forward. "This cut is too safe." The editor blinked. "Safe? You're protecting the audience," Dayo continued. "I want impact. Delay the sound by half a beat. Let the silence scare them." Janwook's eyes widened. "That's risky." "So was the script," Dayo replied. He took the chair. "You don't mind?" the editor asked, stunned. "Watch," Dayo said. His hands moved confidently. He adjusted frames, trimmed transitions, layered sound effects with precision. The room grew quiet. Janwook leaned closer. The editor forgot to breathe. "You edit?" the editor finally asked. Dayo didn't look up. Among other things. Minutes passed. When the sequence replayed, the difference was undeniable. The silence before impact. The delayed sound. The emotional weight. Janwook exhaled slowly. "That's terrifying." The editor stared. "I didn't know directors did this." "They don't," Dayo said calmly. "I do." He stood up and stepped aside. "Your turn. I'll guide." The editor nodded eagerly. For the next hour, Dayo explained every decision, not lecturing, just sharing logic. By the time they finished, the sequence felt alive. The editor had an S+ talent, and he had just, and so that was why he just explained as how he'd do it better. Janwook shook his head. "Sometimes I wonder if there's something wrong with your brain." Dayo smirked. "People have checked." "Seriously," Janwook continued. "Are you human?" "Most days," Dayo replied. They laughed. As Dayo headed out, his phone buzzed. A message from Min-jae. She read the lyrics. "She's nervous, but excited." Dayo typed back. "Good. Tell her we start tomorrow." He slipped the phone into his pocket. The album was moving. The film was also moving now. He had work to do, which made him more happy. And for the first time in weeks, Dayo felt exactly where he was supposed to be. Chapter 292. Checkup from Coach. By the time Dayo got back home, the weight on his chest had finally eased. The editing session had gone better than expected. Seeing the footage respond to his adjustments, seeing the story tighten, the pacing settle gave him a quiet sense of satisfaction. Not excitement, just relief. The kind that came when something difficult finally started making sense. He took a long shower, letting the hot water wash the fatigue out of his muscles. By the time he stepped out, towel around his waist, the city outside his window had already begun to slow down. Night had fully settled in. He dressed simply, dropped onto the bed, and reached for his phone. He was just about to set it aside when it rang. Dayo frowned. Coach Richard. He checked the time again. Why is he calling this late? He muttered. Then it clicked. Different time zone. He answered. Coach. Dayo said. Everything okay? Coach Richard's voice came through tired, but warm. Yeah, everything's fine. I just wanted to check on you. How are you holding up? Dayo leaned back against the headboard. I'm good. Just got back from the editing studio. Still working as hard as ever. The coach said with a soft chuckle. You know me, Dayo replied. I don't really know how to slow down. There was a brief pause. Then Coach Richard cleared his throat. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Dayo's expression sharpened slightly. All right. What's up? It's about your brother. Dayo sat up straighter. What happened? Nothing bad. Coach Richard said quickly. At least not exactly. I just wanted to give you an update. Dayo listened. He remembered telling Coach that in case anything popped up he should inform him. You know how it usually goes? The coach continued. New athletes come in fired up at the beginning. First few weeks, they push hard. Everyone's motivated. Everyone wants to be great. Yeah, Dayo said. And then reality hits. Exactly, Coach Richard replied. Training gets harder. Progress slows. And that's when some of them start cutting corners. Some reduce intensity. Some just disappear entirely. Dayo was quiet. But I haven't seen that with your brother, Coach Richard said. If anything, it's the opposite. Dayo let out a slow breath. That's good to hear. It is, the coach agreed. But I'll be honest, I'm a little concerned too. Dayo raised an eyebrow. Concerned how? He's pushing himself a lot, Coach Richard explained. Almost like he's afraid to fall behind. Like he's chasing something. Dayo smiled jokingly. He's probably chasing me. Coach Richard laughed softly. That's what I thought too. Dayo shook his head. Coach, trust me. He knows I'm on a different level. Class A compared to him, he added jokingly. Oh, come on, Coach Richard said. Don't dodge it. I'm serious. All right, Dayo replied. But really it's not competition. We talked. You did. Yeah, Dayo said. A few days ago. Maybe a week. We had a proper conversation. Coach Richard sounded relieved. That explains a lot. I told him what he needed to hear. Dayo continued. Not to burn himself out trying to prove something. Just to stay consistent, and everything would eventually fall in place. The coach sighed. I'm glad. Because I'd hate to see talent like his go to waste. Me too, Dayo said. Thanks for looking out for him. That's part of my job, Coach Richard replied. Though you might have to start paying me extra. Dayo laughed. For babysitting? For emotional counseling? The coach shot back. Careful, Dayo said. Next thing you'll start calling yourself a billionaire. Coach Richard laughed. Move in dollars first, my guy. They talked a little longer, nothing serious. Just jokes, updates, small reminders of familiarity. When the call ended, Dayo placed his phone on the bedside table and lay back down. Sleep came easily. The next morning, Dayo followed his usual routine. Shower. Fresh clothes. Clear mind. By the time he arrived at Minjae's office, the place was already alive. Yo, Dayo said as he stepped inside. Minjae. Minjae looked up from his tablet. Morning. You look unusually relaxed. Good sleep, Dayo replied. Minjae smirked. That's rare. So, Dayo said, cutting straight to it. How did she react to the music? Minjae chuckled. Honestly, you should see it yourself. Dayo frowned slightly. What do you mean? She hasn't gone home, Minjae said. She practically slept in the studio. I had to force her out this morning just so she could freshen up. Dayo paused. That's serious? Very. Dayo nodded. I'm not surprised. Those tracks were built for her. Minjae studied him. You really believe in her that much? Yes, Dayo replied without hesitation. She won first place for a reason. And this project isn't just about music, it's about shaping her foundation. Min-jae smiled. You sound confident. She's going to be big, Dayo said calmly. Artist. Watch. Min-jae shook his head. You always say things like that. And I'm usually right, Dayo replied. They walked toward the studio together. The moment Dayo stepped inside, the room shifted. Everyone stood up instinctively, bowing. Sit, Min-jae said calmly. Keep working. Dayo didn't acknowledge the attention. His eyes were already on the recording booth. Through the glass, he saw Yura. She had her headphones on, eyes closed, fingers curled slightly as she followed the rhythm. She stopped, rewound, tried again, corrected herself. Again. No frustration. Just focus. Dayo nodded to himself. Good. The producer noticed him and subtly cut the beat. Yura opened her eyes, confused, then froze. Her eyes widened. Sir Dayo, she said softly. She rushed out of the booth, bowing repeatedly. I didn't know you were here. Thank you so much, sir. I don't even know how to. Dayo raised a hand gently. Relax. She laughed nervously. I'm sorry. These songs. They feel different. They feel right. That's the idea, Dayo said. When music fits you, it stops fighting you. Yura nodded quickly. I've never felt this comfortable recording before. You'll get used to it, Dayo replied. And soon, you'll have to work even harder. She smiled. I don't mind. Good, Dayo said. Because we're just getting started. Chapter 293, 6 songs. Dayo stood near the mixing console, arms folded, eyes fixed on the glass wall separating the control room from the recording booth. Inside, Yura had her headphones on, shoulders slightly tense, lips moving as she mouthed the lyrics again without sound. Min-jae leaned back in his chair and glanced at Dayo. She hasn't left that booth since morning. Dayo didn't look away. She doesn't need to. Min-jae snorted. Normal humans need breaks, you know. That's your weakness, Dayo replied calmly. You think discipline has a timer. Min-jae clicked his tongue. See? This is what I mean. Nobody thinks like you. Sometimes I swear you're not normal. Dayo finally turned. You've said that before. And I'll say it again, Min-jae continued. Because no sane person listens to 8 different tracks, rearranges features overnight, and still wakes up smiling. Dayo shrugged. I was bored. Min-jae laughed. Of course you were. Inside the booth, Yura opened her eyes and noticed them through the glass. She froze for half a second, then hurriedly removed one side of her headphones. Oh, Director Dayo, she said quickly, bowing instinctively even though the glass separated them. Dayo gestured gently. Relax. Sit. She hesitated, then sat back down. Min-jae pressed the talk button. You've been practicing the intro for almost 40 minutes. Yura nodded nervously. I wanted to get the timing right. You already did, Min-jae said. 3 takes ago. Dayo added. You're not here to prove endurance. You're here to understand the songs. Yura swallowed. Yes, sir. Dayo stepped closer to the glass. How do the songs feel? She thought for a moment, choosing her words carefully. They feel easy. Not simple. Just like they were written for my voice. Min-jae raised an eyebrow and glanced at Dayo. See? I told you. Dayo ignored him. That's the point. Yura looked between them, confused but attentive. Dayo continued, his tone steady. You're not competing anymore. This isn't a survival stage. These songs are tools. You use them to grow. She nodded slowly. You have 1 week, Dayo said. Practice all of them. Don't rush recordings. Learn the rhythm, the emotion, the breathing. After that, we start. 1 week. Yura repeated, surprised. Yes. She straightened immediately. I won't waste it. I know, Dayo replied. Min-jae smirked. See? She's already more reliable than you. Dayo glanced at him. You still owe me vocals. Min-jae froze. Excuse me. You're featured on 1 track, Dayo said casually. Min-jae blinked. No, I'm not. You are. When did we agree to that? When you signed the production approval. Min-jae groaned. You hid it in the paperwork, didn't you? Dayo allowed a small smile. You should read contracts more carefully. Yura watched them quietly, eyes wide. Min-jae pointed at Dayo. This is what I'm talking about. You're dangerous. And you're still featured, Dayo replied. Min-jae sighed dramatically. I hate you. You'll thank me later. Min-jae muttered. I won't. Dayo turned back to Yura. For now, focus on these. He tapped the tablet, and sent the playlist to the studio screen. The tracklist appeared. 1.7, Clean Ver, Dayo Foot Yura. 2. Show 'em, Dayo Foot Yura. 3. Dreamers, Dayo Foot Yura. 4. Bad Decisions, Dayo Foot Yura FT Blake. 5. Stay Alive, Dayo Foot Yura. 6. Who Dayo Foot Yura. 7. Dynamite, Dayo. 8. Dudadoo Dayo Foot. 9. Celebrity, Dayo FT. 10. Money, Dayo. 11. Left and Right, Dayo FT Min J. 12. That, Dayo FT. Yura stared at the list, stunned. All 6? She asked softly. Yes, Dayo answered. Her hands trembled slightly. I don't know how to thank you. You don't, Dayo said. You work. She nodded again, this time more firmly. Min J leaned forward. And don't worry about perfection. We'll shape things together. Yura smiled for the first time since morning. Thank you. Dayo stepped away from the glass and checked his phone. A missed call notification flashed briefly, then disappeared. Min J noticed. You good? Yeah, Dayo said. Just business. US. Min J asked. Dayo nodded. Valeria. Min J whistled. Figures. I'll call her later, Dayo added. For now, execution starts here. Min J stood up. All right. I'll clear the schedule and inform the other artists. You're really doing this, huh? Dayo looked back at Yura, who had already put her headphones back on and resumed practicing, this time with more confidence. Yes, he said. It's time. Min J shook his head with a smile. Every time I think I understand you, you surprise me again. Dayo replied evenly. If I stopped surprising you, you'd get lazy. Min J laughed. You really are something else. The beat restarted in the booth. Yura's voice followed. Still rough, still learning, but no longer uncertain. Dayo listened quietly. Then he looked at Min J and said, Min J, don't forget to call all the listed artists of the album. Min J looked a bit confused and asked, what? Dayo smiled. You're forgetful as always. There are about 4 more songs that need features, so. That's true, so how do you plan on selecting them? Min J asked, already knowing the kind of answer to expect. You don't worry about that, leave that to me. Dayo said. You don't worry about that, leave that to me. Min J said along with him. Dayo looked at Min J surprised. Min J laughed. Haha, I already expected that answer as you give me all the time in situation like this. Dayo felt a bit embarrassed at the situation. After all, he can't tell Min J that he has a powerful system inside his head that gives abilities to see trend and talents. He was sure Min J would freak out or probably call him an idiot. Playful NS wouldn't believe it, so it was best to just keep playing it mysterious. Alright, fine, you win, but I can't tell you my secret, else it's not a secret, so don't worry, leave that to me. Dayo said, shameless. To which Min J just locked eyes with Dayo for a few seconds before bursting into a full-blown laughter together. And that was how the conversation ended. It was not that Min J didn't want to push and know the answer, but he knew Dayo wouldn't spill. So why bother? Chapter 294, Unexpected News. Dayo sat slightly off to the side of the studio floor, one leg crossed over the other, tablet resting on his knee. The lights in the room were dimmed, not fully dark, just enough to keep focus sharp. Yura stood at the center of the open practice space, a handheld mic in her grip, shoulders relaxed but alert. She sang. With great precision, hearing her sing one would think she has had the lyrics for more than a week, which was a lie. Dayo watched closely. Stop, he said calmly. Yura froze instantly. She turned toward him, eyes attentive, not startled. Don't drag the last word, Dayo continued. Cut it. Clean. You're leaning on habit. Dayo gave her an example of how he wanted the sound to be like. And she was mind-blowed, although she had searched about Dayo yesterday and heard his song, but all his songs were in English, unlike Korea that he is trying to make. So hearing him not just speaking, but singing with the right intonation and a better tone than her blew her mind away. She nodded. Okay. Again. From the pre-chorus. The track restarted. She adjusted immediately this time. Voice tighter, breathing more deliberate. Dayo listened without interrupting, eyes narrowing slightly, not in criticism, but analysis. Halfway through, he raised a hand. Pause. The music cut by the assistant producer. You're thinking too much, he said. That part isn't about emotion yet. It's placement. Emotion comes after control. Yura exhaled. I thought I needed to feel it more. You'll feel it later, Dayo replied. Right now, you need to own it. She straightened. Understood. They went again. Hours passed like that. Sing. Stop. Adjust. Repeat. Sometimes Dayo spoke. Sometimes he only watched. Occasionally he stood, walked closer, corrected pacing, corrected timing, corrected breathing. He never raised his voice. Never rushed her. Never praised unnecessarily. And Yura didn't complain once. By the time the studio clock crept past evening, her voice was hoarse but stable, her movements sharper, her confidence quieter but stronger. Dayo finally stood fully and checked. The time. That's enough for today. Yura looked relieved, but not eager to leave. You can go home, he added. Shower. Eat. Rest. She nodded quickly. Yes. Don't stress your throat tonight. Light practice only. I will, she said, bowing slightly out of instinct. Thank you. Dayo picked up his jacket. You did well. Her eyes widened just a bit at that. As he walked toward the exit, Yura hesitated, then spoke. Director Dayo? He turned. Thank you for watching everything so closely. Dayo replied evenly. That's my job. But there was no coldness in it. Just before he left the studio, he met with Min-jae, who left the studio earlier. After all, he was the CEO, so he couldn't hang around always. He had things to do. They talked with him for a while. Bro, don't forget about calling the artist tomorrow for selection. Min-jae nodded. Yeah, don't worry, that has been cleared. You would see them tomorrow. All right, then later, bro. He left the studio. The hallway outside was quiet. Dayo slipped his phone from his pocket as he walked, scrolling absently before stopping and tapping a contact. Valeria. The call connected after a few rings. So now you remember I exist? Valeria's voice came through, half amused, half accusatory. Dayo smiled faintly. You didn't call me either. Excuse you, she shot back. You disappear for months, and suddenly it's my fault. You know I've been busy. Dayo sighed, hearing Valerie complain. And we haven't, she replied. We're literally finishing an album here. Dayo leaned against the wall near the elevator. How's it coming? Smooth, Valeria said. We're targeting release in about 2 months. Promotion plan is already halfway done. That's good. A pause. So, she said slowly. You didn't call just to ask about that. Dayo exhaled. No, I knew you had everything in place. I figured. I've started another project. Dayo said, wanting to sound as plain as possible, like it was eating breakfast. Valeria went quiet for half a second. Another what? Album, she scoffed. You're joking. I'm not. Dayo, she said carefully. Last I checked, you were filming. And how come we are talking about an album? That's done. And you didn't think to tell us? Valerie said, a bit hurt. Okay, calm down, Valerie, if it wasn't ready to be talked about yet. After all, I just finished it not up to a week. Valeria sighed. Okay. Where's the album been created? Korea. Silence. Oh, okay. Wait. What? Korea? The shock could be heard from how loud she sounded from the other side. I'm producing an album here, Dayo repeated calmly. Under JD Records' Korean branch. You're making a Korean album? She asked slowly again to confirm if she wasn't hallucinating. Yes. In Korean? Yes, for 1,000 times, Valerie. Dayo laughed. Valeria laughed once, sharp and disbelieving. You're insane. Dayo shrugged, though she couldn't see it. You've said worse. You do. Realize this isn't normal, right? She continued. This is a different market entirely, a different language apart from English, and most importantly, a different audience, right? I know. And you're still doing it. Yes. Another pause, this one longer. That's actually crazy, Valeria admitted. But also very you. Yeah, well, if I don't surprise, who else would? Dayo said calmly. Valerie laughed her heart. It took a while for her to calm down. Dayo smiled slightly. How's everyone back home? Alice is buried in logistics. Yurik losing sleep over charts. And Wayne hasn't left the studio in 2 weeks now, but everyone's alive, she said. They miss you. I'll come back soon. You always say that. I mean it this time. She hummed. All right. So what do you need? Blake. Valeria raised an eyebrow in her tone. What about him? I want him in Korea. She laughed. Good luck. He's been on the road nonstop. Yeah, I could see from all the shows. So why now? I have a verse and feature for him here in one of the songs I plan releasing. Valeria grew serious. Then it's serious. Yes. All right, she said finally. I'll talk to him. AMD arrange how it would work. Thank you. And Dayo? Yeah. You really don't slow down, do you? No, he replied. I can't afford to. They exchanged a few more words before ending the call. By the time Dayo got home, The city lights outside his window were already dimming. He showered quickly, ate, without much thought, and sank onto the couch, phone in hand. Out of habit, he opened his feed. Scroll. Scroll. Then his thumb stopped. His eyes narrowed. He scrolled back up. The headline stared at him. Dayo's grip tightened. What? The food container slipped from his hand and hit the floor. His heart rate spiked. No, he muttered. That doesn't make sense. The article loaded fully. His expression was that of disbelief. That's not possible, he said aloud. The room felt suddenly smaller. The screen glowed in his hand. The words unchanging, undeniable. Dayo sat frozen, staring, mind racing, memories colliding, calculations already forming. And for the first time in a long while, something snapped in his chest. The screen dimmed. The room stayed silent. Chapter 295, Sudden News. Dayo didn't finish his food, or more like he couldn't. He sat at the small dining table in his apartment, the spoon hovering halfway between the bowl and his mouth, eyes fixed on his phone. The screen glowed softly, showing an article he had opened without thinking, one of those headlines that didn't need exaggeration to hurt. Luna welcomes baby girl, father unknown. He read it once, then again, then slowly set the spoon down. For a long moment, he didn't react. No sharp inhale, no curse, no dramatic shift in posture. Just stillness, complete stillness. The kind that settled in when something you'd always known was possible finally became real. So it's true, he thought. He scrolled. Photos followed, blurry hospital images taken from too far away. Luna's face partially obscured, exhaustion clear even through the grain. Another photo showed only her hand, delicate fingers curled around something small. And there were other pictures of her wearing baggy clothes in order not to reveal the pregnancy. The baby. Dayo leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. He didn't feel angry. He didn't feel betrayed. What he felt was heavier than that. A dull ache settled in his chest, spreading slowly, like it had all the time in the world. Somewhere between regret and acceptance. Somewhere between, I knew this would happen, and I still wasn't ready. He had always known Luna wouldn't wait forever. And yet some small, selfish part of him had imagined she might. Wait. But here was the result of his uncontrollable urge for desire. He exhaled and rubbed his face with one hand. That would have been cruel, he admitted to himself. To expect her to stay suspended in his shadow, paused, untouched by time, while he lived freely, made mistakes freely, chased ambition freely. He had been the one who failed her. He had been the one who didn't fight when she asked to leave. Not because he didn't love her, but because he knew himself well enough to know that loving her wasn't enough to keep him from hurting her again. So he let her go. And now she had a child. Good, he thought, forcing the word to sit right in his mind. Good. He hoped she was happy. The article went on speculation, theories, industry gossip. Commentators questioning how someone so private could slip. Fans split between disappointment and concern. Analysts talking about image damage, contracts, brand alignment. Dayo closed the app. He didn't want to know any of that. What mattered was simple. Luna was a mother now. And whoever the father was, it wasn't his place to wonder. That thought never crossed his mind. Not even for a second. He stood up, carried the untouched bowl to the sink, and rinsed it clean. Life moved forward, at least he convinced himself that. Asterisk. The hospital room was quiet. Luna sat propped up against the pillows, her arms cradling a small, warm weight against her chest. The baby slept peacefully, tiny fingers curled into the fabric of Luna's gown, breathing slow and steady. She looked down and smiled. It wasn't the kind of smile she showed on stage or in interviews. It was more genuine, the most genuine a soft smile can ever be, a smile from a mother or a daughter. You're so calm, she whispered. Like you already understand everything. The baby shifted slightly, lips pursing, then settled again. Luna brushed her thumb gently across the child's cheek. Deborah stood near the window, arms folded loosely, watching them with a soft expression she rarely allowed herself in public. She's beautiful, Deborah said quietly. Luna nodded. She is. There was a pause. Deborah hesitated before speaking. Again. The label called. Again. Luna didn't look up. I figured. They want a statement. Or at least a direction. They're worried the silence is making things worse. Luna let out a slow breath. They always think silence is a problem. They're threatening to freeze promotions, Deborah continued carefully. Worst case, Contract termination. Luna's grip tightened slightly around her daughter. I know. Deborah stepped closer. You don't have to decide everything today. I do, Luna replied softly. Because every day I don't decide, they decide for me. She shifted the baby gently, making sure she was comfortable, then looked up at Deborah. I'm not giving them his name. Deborah nodded. She had expected that answer. They think it would calm the storm, Deborah said. Put a face to the mystery. It would feed it, Luna replied. And I won't do that. Deborah studied her for a moment, then sighed. You're really serious about walking away. Maybe, Luna said. I haven't signed anything yet. But you're thinking about it. Yes. She looked back down at the baby, eyes softening. I don't regret my career, she continued. But I won't let it consume her. I won't let my child grow up as a headline. The baby stirred again, blinking slowly as if waking into the world for the first time. Deborah smiled faintly. She has your eyes. Luna stiffened. No, Deborah added quickly. I mean, she has his eyes, Luna said quietly. Blue, clear, unmistakable. Deborah caught the shift in her expression immediately. Sorry, I shouldn't have. It's fine, Luna interrupted. You're not wrong. There was a long pause. Deborah hesitated, then spoke again, more carefully this time. Luna, don't you think he should know? Luna looked up sharply. Know what? That he has a daughter. Silence filled the room. Luna looked back down at the baby, her jaw tightening. Why? She asked. Deborah swallowed. Because he deserves the truth. Luna's gaze hardened, though her voice remained calm. Deserves it? She repeated. After 4 years of silence. After choosing his life and leaving me to pick up the pieces? That's not fair, Deborah said gently. You know he loved you. He did, Luna agreed. And he also left. Deborah sighed. People grow. He might be different now. And I might be protecting him, Luna replied. From responsibility he didn't ask for. From a life he wasn't prepared to change. She looked down at her daughter again. And I'm protecting her. From confusion. From instability. From being dragged into something she didn't choose. Deborah watched her quietly. You still love him, Deborah said. Luna didn't deny it. Love doesn't mean access, she said softly. And it doesn't mean entitlement. She leaned down and pressed a kiss to her daughter's forehead. For now, Luna continued, this is enough. Deborah nodded slowly. I'll stand with you, she said. Whatever you decide. Luna exhaled, grateful. Then, her phone rang. The sound cut through the room sharply, unexpected. Luna frowned and reached for it, glancing at the screen. Her breath caught. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she lifted the phone slightly and turned it so Deborah could see. Deborah's eyes widened. The name on the screen read, Dayo. Chapter 296, Not Picking. Luna stared at her phone. The screen kept lighting up, dimming, lighting up again like it was breathing on its own. The name stayed there, unmoving, undeniable. Dayo. Her fingers tightened slightly around the phone. Deborah noticed immediately. He's calling? Deborah asked quietly. Luna didn't answer right away. She just nodded. Deborah moved closer to the bed, lowering her voice instinctively. Do you think he knows? Luna swallowed a bit, shaken by the constant call of Dayo. I don't know, she said. I really don't. The phone vibrated again. She felt her chest tighten, a strange mix of fear and exhaustion pressing down on her. She had prepared herself for many things: media pressure, label threats, public judgment, but this was different. This was personal, and a weak spot that hit her where it hurt the most. Although she was trying to deny it, she couldn't deny that she really wanted to talk, but she had to hold herself for personal reasons. This conversation, Luna began, then stopped. She shook her head slowly. I can't do this now. Deborah studied her face. Avoiding it won't make it disappear. I know, Luna replied softly. But answering it right now will only make things worse. The phone buzzed again, then stopped, then buzzed once more. Luna turned the screen face down on the bed. I don't want to talk, she said. Not today. Not like this. Deborah hesitated. Are you sure? Luna looked at her daughter, who was sleeping peacefully in her arms, completely unaware of the weight hanging over the room. I'm sure, she said. If I pick that call now, everything changes. And I'm not ready. Deborah nodded slowly. Okay. Luna exhaled, leaning back against the pillows. Later, she murmured. When I'm stronger and ready to face him, I would talk. Dayo sat alone in his apartment, phone pressed to his ear. The call rang. Once. Twice. No answer. He pulled the phone away and looked at the screen, jaw tightening. He already knew what it meant. She saw it. She chose not to pick up. When he saw the news, his first thought was to leave her since she didn't inform him. He felt she wanted peace or space, but upon getting to bed to sleep, he just couldn't sleep. As the thought kept bugging him, he decided to call her, but it seems she didn't want to talk answer. Dayo leaned back against the couch and let out a slow breath, dragging a hand through his dreads. His chest felt tight, not sharp pain, not anger, just a dull, heavy pressure that sat there stubbornly. So that's how it is, he thought. He tried again. Still nothing. The silence on the other end felt deliberate. He stared at the phone for a few seconds longer, then finally locked the screen and set it down beside him. He wasn't stupid. From the moment he saw the news, something inside him had shifted. Not shock, he had known Luna long enough to understand how carefully she moved. If something like this happened, it wasn't careless. And now she wasn't answering, which told him everything he needed to know. She didn't want to talk. And somehow, he understood. Dayo closed his eyes briefly and leaned his head back. He wanted to ask questions. He wanted to understand why she didn't wait, why she didn't tell him, why now? But wanting didn't give him the right. If she had decided to move forward without him, then pushing himself back into her life would only reopen wounds she clearly wanted closed. He let out a quiet, humorless breath. Fine, he muttered to the empty room. He stood up, picked up his controller from the table, and turned on his console. If his mind wouldn't rest, he'd drown it out. The stream went live within minutes. The chat exploded instantly. Dayo's live? Bro, it's late. Let's go. War mode? Or battle royale? Dayo adjusted his headset, eyes locked on the screen. Yo, he said calmly. What's good? His voice sounded normal. Steady. But the people watching could tell. Something was off, as Dayo would usually engage with the crowd and make a bit of talk, but he did nothing of such. The match started, and Dayo went in like he had something to prove, with his eyes locked on the screen and dead serious. He moved fast. Too fast. No hesitation. No mercy. Enemies dropped one after another, clean shots, aggressive pushes, risky flanks that somehow paid off every time. Kill count climbing. On a normal, if he meets an opponent in the game that wanted to team up, he would accept, but he didn't do anything of such and killed them straight up. Chat went wild. Bro? What is this? He's farming. Dayo calmed down. Something is wrong. Yeah, I feel the same too. He didn't respond. He was focused, sharp, ruthless. Every movement felt like release, every shot fired, every enemy down, chipped away at the pressure sitting in his chest. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't joking. He was emptying himself. Yo, someone finally typed. Dayo, you good? Another message followed. He's not even laughing. This is scary. Bros on demon time. You Dayo, calm down. Are you good Dayo? Dayo wiped sweat from his forehead as the match ended, first place with more than 30 kills. He leaned back slightly and finally exhaled. Yeah, he said after a pause. I'm good. No one believed him. He stared at the screen, then spoke again, slower this time. I just had some rough news today. The chat slowed. Damn. Sorry, bro. I was right, something was off. Are you good? You want to talk about it? Dayo shook his head, even though they couldn't see it. Nah, I said. It's private. But I appreciate y'all. Messages flooded in, any way supportive, concerned, familiar. He stayed on stream longer than usual, running match after match, aggression never fading. By the time he finally ended it, the clock had already passed midnight. The room felt quiet again. Too quiet. He removed the headset and set it aside, shoulders sagging slightly now that the adrenaline was gone. The weight returned. Dayo lay back on the couch, staring up at the ceiling. His phone sat on the table, screen dark. No missed calls. No messages. He closed his eyes. Luna's face drifted into his mind, uninvited, calm, distant, guarded, the last time he had seen her. He turned onto his side and let out a slow breath. If that's what you want, he murmured, I'll respect it. Sleep came slowly, and even when it did, his thoughts stayed elsewhere. Chapter 297. Back to work. Dayo woke up before the alarm as usual, but the morning was off. For a few seconds, he stayed still, staring at the ceiling, his mind slow and heavy, like it hadn't fully returned to his body yet. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Morning light crept through the curtains, soft and indifferent. He exhaled slowly. On a normal morning, he would jump up active, ready to start the day. But today was different. Every part of him wanted to stay there. Just lie down. Do nothing. Let the day pass without him. It wasn't physical tiredness. His body was fine. Trained. Used to pressure. Used to pushing forward even when it hurt. This was different. This was the kind of weight that sat in his chest and made movement feel unnecessary. Emotional fatigue. He thought of Luna without meaning to. The news. The silence. The unanswered call. He had lived 2 lives, and in one he never found love until now and screwed it. In his first life, love had been a distraction. In this one, it had been a choice. A conscious decision. And that somehow made it worse. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. No, he muttered. Get up. There was one thing he had learned: pain didn't excuse weakness. If anything, the days you felt weakest were the days discipline mattered the most. He took a deep breath and he knew he had to get up. He forced himself out of bed. After rising his face, he dragged his heavy body and wore his jogging kits and jogged out. The jog was harder than usual. Not because his legs failed him, but because his mind refused to stay in one place. His thoughts kept drifting, fragments of memories, unanswered questions, things he didn't allow himself to fully think about. Why didn't she wait? Why didn't she tell me? Was I ever meant to know? He clenched his jaw and increased his pace. By the time he finished his routine, sweat clung to his skin, lungs burning slightly. The physical strain helped. It didn't fix anything, but it quieted the noise enough for him to breathe. Back home, he stood in the kitchen, staring at food he had no appetite for. He settled for something small: bread, water, just enough to keep himself functional. That was all he needed today. The office felt the same as always. People passed by. Some greeted him casually, unaware. Others didn't realize who he was at all, cause he chose to keep his identity hidden for now. Dayo preferred it that way. No attention. No unnecessary concern. He went straight to Minjae's office. Minjae looked up the moment Dayo walked in and froze. You good? Minjae asked slowly. Dayo nodded. I'm fine. Minjae leaned back, studying him. You say that every time something is clearly wrong. Dayo didn't respond. Minjae sighed. Your eyes. You think I don't notice? Notice what? That something's broken. Dayo's expression didn't change, but his shoulders stiffened slightly. It's nothing. Minjae stood up. I'm not letting you leave until you talk. Dayo exhaled through his nose. You're annoying. And you're bad at lying, at least today. You don't seem to be able to hide it, meaning it's something about emotions. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Dayo spoke. Remember the global competition? He asked. Minjae blinked. Yeah. What? That night, I left the hotel. Dayo continued. I told you I had somewhere to be. Minjae frowned. Yeah? It was Luna. Minjae's eyes widened. What? She was staying in the same hotel, Dayo said calmly. Too calmly. We met. Minjae ran a hand through his hair. That's insane. We were together back then, Dayo added. Long before all of this. Minjae stared at him. You're serious? Yes. And now? Minjae asked carefully, already guessing where this was heading to. After all, he had known Dayo for more than 5 years. He was a strong person when it comes to abilities, but his weaknesses was glaring when it came to handling things emotionally. Processed it okay, but something too hard. Dayo looked away. You've seen the news. Minjae's expression shifted. Yeah, about the pregnancy? Yes. A heavy silence settled. So you broke up? Minjae asked. Dayo nodded once. For years ago. Why? You already know why, Dayo replied quietly. I don't fight hard enough when I should. Minjae swore under his breath. Damn. I tried calling her, Dayo continued. She didn't answer. Minjae sat back down slowly. That's rough. I don't blame her, Dayo said. She moved on. Minjae studied him. And you? Dayo didn't answer immediately. I'll manage. Minjae leaned forward. Listen to me. Loving someone deeply is hard. Losing them is worse. But don't let this stop you. I won't. You better not, Minjae said firmly. You have too much on your shoulders. Too many people depending on you. Dayo nodded. Minjae smirked slightly. Also, don't think I forgot. You still owe me vocals. Dayo scoffed. I already accepted my fate. Good, Minjae said. Now get to work. The studio buzzed quietly as they stepped. Inside, Yura was already there, headphones on, practicing with focus. She looked up when she saw them. Director, she said, bowing slightly. Is everything okay? Dayo gave a small nod. Yes. Keep going. She smiled and returned to her work. Dayo watched her for a moment. Her determination, her discipline. It grounded him. After giving final instructions, he stepped out with Min-jae. "All the artists you requested are in the meeting hall," Min-jae said. "You said you wanted to select a few today." Dayo nodded. "Let's go." As they walked, his mind settled into something familiar: evaluation, instinct, calculation. The emotional weight didn't disappear, but it stopped controlling him. Work always did that. The meeting hall doors opened. Artists looked up, some nervous, some confident, some hiding ambition behind calm faces. Dayo scanned the room quietly. This was the future, and whatever pain he carried, it wouldn't stop him from moving forward. Not this time. Chapter 298, The Chosen Artist. Dayo deliberately slowed his steps as they walked down the corridor. Normally, he would be at the front not because he needed to be, but because that was how things had always fallen into place. His stride was naturally longer, his presence naturally pulling people along with him. Today, however, he stepped back slightly, letting Min-jae walk ahead. It was a small thing. Intentional. He didn't want to be seen yet. Min-jae noticed, of course. He always did. But he didn't comment. He simply adjusted his pace and continued forward as if this was how it had always been. This way, people would assume Min-jae carried the weight of the company. Dayo remained unexposed. They reached the meeting hall together. The moment the doors opened, the atmosphere shifted. Every artist inside stood up almost instantly. Chairs scraped softly against the floor. Heads bowed. The movement was sharp, disciplined, reflexive. Respect mixed with fear, the kind that only appeared when the CEO himself showed up somewhere he usually didn't. A discovery meeting. For Min-jae to be here in person meant one of two things: something very important or something very wrong. Today, it was important. Min-jae raised a hand calmly as he took his seat first. "Sit down." The room obeyed. Dayo stepped in behind him, quiet and observant. Many eyes flickered toward him, curious, uncertain. Some recognized him vaguely. Others didn't. To most of them, he was simply someone close to Min-jae. Those who recognized him were shocked. They knew him as the director once accused of mistreating his actors. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was why he was here, with their CEO. No one in the room knew who truly owned the ground they were standing on belonged mostly to Dayo. That Dayo was the majority shareholder of this company and held more power than Min-jae they feared, and this was why he chose to keep it a secret, as it would do more harm than good of them. Knowing, Min-jae turned to face them. "We're here to select 3 people," he said plainly. "This is for a music feature project. A serious one." A murmur rippled through the artists. 3. Only 3. This alone made it serious. Min-jae hadn't sent an assistant. He hadn't delegated. He came himself. That meant the project was big. Big enough to shake the industry, so everyone wants to be selected. Excitement sparked immediately, quick, sharp, uncontrollable. Some artists straightened in their seats. Others exchanged glances. A few already looked disappointed, as if they'd lost before anything had even begun. Min-jae continued, "There will be no audition today. No performance or demonstration. Just sit. When you're picked, stand." The murmurs stopped. Confusion spread instead. How would they choose without auditions? Without anyone proving themselves? Hands tightened. Silent prayers filled the room. Min-jae glanced sideways, briefly, at Dayo. Dayo nodded once. Then he moved forward. He walked slowly along the line of artists, his expression calm and unreadable. He didn't rush. He didn't pretend to deliberate. His eyes met faces briefly before moving on. To them, it looked random. No questions. No instructions. Nothing. Just walking. Observing. Inside, however, Dayo saw everything. Pitch stability. Breath control. Vocal texture compatibility. Emotional delivery range. Adaptability under pressure. Stats aligned and rearranged effortlessly in his mind. Perfect match filtered noise from truth, hype from substance. He wasn't just looking for talent. He was looking for the right fit. Anyone below 70% was filtered out. Slowly, the decision formed. He stopped, pointed toward the far end on his left. "You." Then another. "And you." 3 names. 3 stunned faces. The room went silent. Jealousy crept in immediately. It always did. Some artists tried to hide it. Others didn't bother. Confusion hung thick. Why them? How were they chosen? It felt unfair. Random. But who were they to question a decision already approved by the CEO? Min-jae didn't let the tension linger. For those who weren't selected, he said calmly, this doesn't mean you're being sidelined. Everyone here has ongoing projects. Stay focused. Your time will come. No one argued. Power didn't need to shout. The 3 selected artists were called forward. Dayo handed each of them a folder. Your songs, he said simply. You have 1 week. Learn them. Understand them. Make them yours. We record after that. Don't disappoint. One of them hesitated, took a deep breath, then asked the question on all 3 of their minds. Sir, who are we featuring? Dayo glanced at Min-jae. Min-jae smiled faintly. You'll know when it's time. That ended the discussion. They bowed and left, curiosity burning brighter than before. 1 week passed quickly. Work resumed its rhythm. Although Luna still crossed Dayo's mind, he was getting better, or, rather, he didn't allow himself to remember too much. He poured his entire being into music instead. In that week, he went home no more than twice. Recording sessions filled the days. Practice rooms echoed late into the night. Dayo stayed busy, too busy to think. It helped. Yura, especially, had changed. Her confidence was visible now, no longer forced. The song he gave her fit her perfectly. She smiled more, sang freer. The hesitation that once crept into her voice was gone. During their final session of the day, she laughed softly as she removed her headphones. This song, she said. It feels complete. She was genuinely happy. For a long time, she'd felt pressured, unable to find a song that truly suited her. Having one now felt like a blessing. Dayo nodded. Because you stopped doubting it. She looked at him, then smiled again. Just then, his phone vibrated. Valerie. He stepped aside and answered. What's up? Everything's set, Valerie said. Blake will be in Korea very soon. Expect his call today. Dayo exhaled slowly. All right, I'll be ready. He ended the call and stared briefly at the screen. At that moment, Min-jae's assistant walked in and bowed. Sir, the 3 artists you asked for are waiting. Dayo nodded and gestured for her to lead the way. Chapter 299, Blake. Dayo and Min-jae's assistant walked out of the office together. The corridor walk was not long as they quickly reached their destination. The 3 selected artists. Followed behind Dayo and Min-jae, their steps quieter than usual, their minds loud with thoughts they didn't dare voice yet. None of them joked. None of them whispered. They knew what this was. Opportunities came often in the industry, but this was rare. A moment that didn't come with additions, favoritism, or noise. A moment that came with precision, with intent. When they reached the studio wing, Min-jae's assistant stopped and gave a deep bow. This is where I leave you, she said calmly, then turned to the artists. Director Dayo will take it from here. The words hit harder than expected. The 3 artists bowed immediately, deeply. They knew what this meant. The word of the female assistants was the word of Min-jae. The assistant nodded once, then turned, gave a bow to Dayo, and walked away, leaving Dayo alone with them. Silence followed. Dayo studied them for a moment. Not as a producer, not as an artist, but as someone weighing responsibility. Studio B, he said. Let's hear what you've prepared. No extra words. They entered the studio. The atmosphere changed instantly. This wasn't a showcase. This wasn't practice. This was evaluation. One by one, they stepped into the booth. The first artist sang. Clear tone. Controlled breathing. Emotional restraint where needed, release where required. Not perfect, but disciplined. The kind of performance that showed work, not just talent. The second followed. Stronger emotional pull. Slight timing. Issues on the hook, but nothing unfixable. Confidence was present, not forced. Then the third. This one surprised even Dayo slightly. The phrasing was sharp. The transitions smooth. The artist didn't just sing the part, they understood it. Felt it. Lived inside it. When it ended, the room stayed quiet for a moment. Dayo leaned back in his chair. Above 90. All of them. Perfect match confirmed what he already knew. These are good, he said finally. Very good. Relief flashed briefly across their faces, then vanished as his tone shifted. But not finished. They straightened instinctively. He stood, walked toward the console, and tapped the screen. You, he said to the first artist, you're holding back on the pre-chorus. Not because you can't push, but because you're afraid of overpowering the lead. Stop that. This isn't background singing. You're meant to support, not disappear. The artist swallowed and nodded quickly. You, he continued, turning to the second, your emotion is right, but your timing isn't. You rush when you feel too much. Control it. Emotion doesn't mean losing discipline. Then the third. You're the closest, Dayo said. But you're leaning too much into your strengths. That comfort will kill growth if you don't watch it. They exchanged glances. This wasn't criticism. This was refinement. And then, without warning, Dayo stepped into the booth. He adjusted the mic himself. The artists watched, stunned. They could understand that he spoke Korea fluent with the accent, but singing in Korean that is not a native language is crazy. And Dayo didn't just sing, he sang stop and showed them where they made mistakes and how to correct it. This went on for about 3 hours, and after that Dayo stepped out of the booth. I think you've figured it out by now, he said calmly. I'm the one you're featuring with. Silence. Shock hit first. Then disbelief. Then awe. Hearing him sing in recordings was one thing. Hearing him live, in Korean, with flawless intonation and emotional control, it shattered expectations. Dark skin. Foreign background. Perfect delivery. He sang their sections, not to show off, but to demonstrate. Where to breathe. Where to pull back. Where to let the note break, just slightly. When he finished, none of them spoke. Starting tomorrow, Dayo continued, stepping out of the booth, we go into marathon mode. Full schedule. Corrections written. Mistakes fixed on the spot. He picked up a notepad and began writing. No excuses, and I don't like delays. This album moves fast. If you can't keep up, you drop out. Simple. They nodded immediately. Not out of fear. Out of understanding. This wasn't punishment. This was opportunity. Later that evening, Dayo's phone rang. Blake. He answered as he stepped into the hallway. Where are you? Dayo asked. Korea, Blake replied. A pause. You're serious? I always am. Blake laughed softly. I just landed. Don't send a car. I'll come to you. No, Dayo said. Stay with me. It's easier. Another pause. Then, you really don't change. They ended the call. By the time Blake arrived, the studio lights were still on. They hugged briefly, no dramatics. How are you holding up? Blake asked as they sat down. I'm fine, Dayo said honestly. Busy helps. Blake nodded. He understood that language. They talked music, strategy, sound direction. Blake asked the question eventually. Why did you sing I Korea and not in U.S? Dayo leaned back. There are things people don't need to know, he said, and things they wouldn't understand even if you told them. Dayo was talking about Michael and others behind him, so it was not things that he could say outside like that even if he trusted Blake. Blake studied him, then smiled. Fair enough. So how is U.S? Dayo asked. U.S is good, but I am sure it misses you. Blake said. Probably, yeah, so hope all is good back at the label. Dayo asked, looking at Blake directly. Blake chuckled. Don't worry, everything is okay, boss. Dayo nodded, and they talked for a while about how things were going before nightfall. Another week passed. Work moved like a well-oiled machine. 3 songs with Yura, clean, controlled, emotionally precise. Their chemistry peaked naturally, no force required. She trusted him. He guided without suffocating. Blake recorded his parts, delivered exactly what he promised, then left for the U.S. for scheduled shows. On the final night, they stood outside the studio. Next time I see you would be in U.S, Blake said with a smile. Dayo smiled faintly. Yeah, sure, we would see about that. They shook hands. And as Blake disappeared into the night, Dayo turned back toward the studio, toward the work waiting for him. The album was more than half done, and it was coming close to the end. Chapter 300, A Breather. Another week passed, and the studio continued to operate like a well-oiled machine. Dayo, as usual, made the studio his home. He rarely went out. This level of dedication wasn't new to him, but this particular album demanded more than usual. First, it was because the project was in a different language from the English he was most familiar with. Every word, every pronunciation, every emotional nuance required extra care. Second, there were emotions still buried deep within him, emotions he refused to confront directly. Instead of dealing with them, he worked relentlessly in order to force his brain to forget what he is feeling deep inside. And third, it was simple. Dayo was a perfectionist. He hated mistakes. He preferred things done his way. Even Minjae had once brought in an experienced producer to assist with the tracks. After a few days, Dayo politely but firmly rejected the help. The producer couldn't understand Dayo's process, his pacing, or the precision he demanded. It wasn't arrogance, it was compatibility. He would have called for Wayne, but the brother didn't understand Korea. Across the JD label, there was a growing sense that something big was happening. The atmosphere felt heavy, charged. Whispers circulated in hallways, but no one spoke openly. Everyone had been warned. No leaks, no discussions, no assumptions. Meanwhile, the artists working on the album were exhausted. Dayo demanded a lot from them: long hours, repeated takes, constant corrections. Yet despite the fatigue, there was one thing they all agreed on. They had never worked with anyone like him. Dayo didn't just point out mistakes. He explained them. He broke down what was wrong, why it was wrong, and exactly how to fix it. Step by step. Most producers they'd worked with before weren't experienced musicians themselves. They could hear something was off, but they couldn't guide an artist toward a solution. With Dayo, it was different. He understood music from the inside out. Over the weeks, they could feel themselves improving not just on the songs they were recording, but as artists their abilities were improving at a crazy rate. Still, they were overwhelmed. Dayo seemed to have unlimited energy, while they were running on fumes. Yet despite the pressure, the experience was undeniably valuable. One night, Dayo leaned back in his chair and smiled as he looked at the completed tracks on the screen. 6 songs finished out of 12. 4 from Yura, 1 single of his own, 2 from the original 3 artists. Progress. He took another sip of coffee, his eyes straining as he stared at the monitor. With the main session stable, he shifted his focus to his second single. Time passed unnoticed. The morning sun crept in quietly, thin rays slipping through the studio windows. Dayo was still working, eyes bloodshot, shoulders tense, fingers moving automatically across the controls. That was when Min-jae walked in. One look at Dayo, and something in him snapped. Min-jae knew the real reason behind this obsession. Dayo wasn't just chasing perfection, he was running from Luna. And as much as Min-jae understood the pain, he couldn't watch his friend destroy himself like this. Smart as Dayo was, he could still be painfully foolish when it came to emotions sometimes, and sometimes he gave the most amazing advice. Even when he was stuck with his fiancée, he was the one who advised him. Dayo, Min-jae said firmly. That's enough. We're going out. Now. No room for argument. Dayo looked at him, then smiled faintly. Surprisingly, he didn't resist. He knew Min-jae was right. He hadn't seen sunlight in over a week. All right, Dayo said, standing. Anywhere you choose. Min-jae blinked. Huh? Wait, what did you just say? He had fully expected a fight. Dayo smirked. If you don't want to go anymore, I can just continue working. Absolutely not. Min-jae cut in quickly. We are going out. Right now. Dayo laughed and headed to the private bathroom to shower. When he came out, Min-jae looked him over and teased. You look better. Unlike before. What do you mean? Dayo scoffed. I've always been handsome. Oh really? Min-jae grinned. So handsome, yet you can't even find another lover? The laughter paused for a split second as they locked eyes. Then they both burst out laughing. They laughed so hard they ended up sitting on the floor. Dayo coughed, barely able to breathe, while Min-jae patted his back. At least I know I'm heartbroken. Dayo shot back once he caught his breath. Unlike you, your fiancé can't get enough of me. That was his favorite comeback. Min-jae only laughed harder. After 30 minutes of teasing, they finally headed out. As they walked downstairs, employees bowed and whispered. Word had already spread. Their CEO had been laughing with that director for over half an hour. Curiosity grew. Who was this Dayo? Dayo and Min-jae, oblivious to it all, stepped outside. The city. The moment they hit the streets, the air felt different. No studio or microphone to sing, just the fresh air and peace. Min-jae led the way, taking Dayo through places he'd almost forgotten existed: small street cafes, food stalls, quiet parks tucked between buildings, narrow roads filled with everyday life. They sat on plastic chairs, eating street food, walked without purpose, watched people argue, laugh, live. For the first time in a long while, Dayo felt normal. People recognized Min-jae almost instantly. A few whispers, a couple of discreet photos, polite greetings. No. One looked at Dayo twice. It felt strange. He wasn't used to being invisible, but he wasn't uncomfortable either, just mildly amused. So this is how it feels, Dayo muttered. Min-jae smirked. What? Being the unknown friend. Min-jae laughed. Enjoy it while it lasts, cause after your album, you would be chased like this, if not more. Haha, yeah right. They kept walking. At one point, a kid ran past them, chasing a ball. A street performer played a familiar melody nearby. Vendors shouted over one another. Life moved on, completely indifferent to albums, charts, or expectations. They sat on a bench later, drinks in hand. Min-jae leaned back. You've been pushing yourself too hard. Dayo didn't deny it. I know, he said quietly. I just didn't want to stop. Min-jae glanced at him. Because if you stopped, you'd think. Dayo exhaled slowly. Yeah. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Dayo spoke again. I appreciate this. More than you know. Min-jae turned to him. You gave me everything, Min-jae said. The company. Creative freedom. Stability. You trusted me when you didn't have to. He smiled softly. You changed my life, Dayo. Dayo laughed lightly. You're never going to let me forget that, are you? Never. As the evening settled in, they walked back toward their cars. Come stay with us, Min-jae said casually. You won't be alone here, he said, pointing at Dayo's mansion. Dayo smiled. I'll think about it. They stopped. Thanks, Dayo said again. Min-jae clapped his shoulder. Anytime. They parted ways. As Dayo drove off, he found himself smiling. For the first time in weeks, his chest felt lighter. Tomorrow, the work would continue. But tonight, he was okay. Chapter 301, Editing done. Dayo woke up before his alarm as usual. He sat down slowly. He felt the chill as the morning breeze blew in through the slightly open window. Dayo sighed. He felt lighter than he had yesterday, although he would be lying if he said he was not still hurting or still thinking about calling her. But a certain part of him felt at ease. With a deep breath, he stood up and first went to splash water on his face before doing some light stretches, after which he wore his kit and did his usual jogging around the estate. After about 45 minutes, Dayo came back with his shirt sweat-soaked. He felt lighter and made a light breakfast. He made gukbap. It's a simple Korean breakfast soup made with rice, broth, and some vegetables and meat. After eating his fill, he went to take his shower. The drive to the office was quiet as a slow tune played on his radio, with Korea up and bustling as people from different workplaces rushed to get to their respective offices. The JD Label building looked the same, as always, as people rushed in and out. Reaching the studio reserved for him, he met Yura and the 3 artists waiting for him. Dayo greeted them with a warm smile that was rare. Good morning, you all. I hope you had a nice rest. The 4 artists looked at each other, confused by how Dayo's smile felt warmer than before. Not that he didn't smile, but the way he did today was less controlled. Dayo saw the stunned looks on their faces and could almost guess their thoughts. He didn't blame them, as he felt a lot better than yesterday, at least. Director, you look better today, Yura said hesitantly as she looked at him. One artist smiled and asked, You finally slept, huh? Dayo nodded, returning the smile. Something like that. Oh, that's why you're glowing, haha, Yura said. The entire studio, filled with engineers and staff, laughed, with Dayo joining them. Dayo smiled, feeling the whole area calm. All right, nice try, you all. I am not going easy on any of you today, hee. This made the now quiet studio burst into another round of laughter, as a few staff members found it hard to hold themselves back. Dayo smiled at all of this, waited for a while, then clapped his hands. All right, let's get today's session started. The staff all nodded and went to their respective positions, waiting for Dayo's instructions. Dayo started giving orders, and the session began. Unlike other sessions that were fully serious, jokes were cracked in between mistakes, and laughter filled the room. 2 of the 3 featured artists had already completed their recordings. Instead of leaving, they lingered in the studio, sitting quietly during other sessions, with notebooks in hand. At first, Dayo thought they were waiting for something specific. Then one of them spoke up during a break. Director, if it's okay, we'd like to stay, she said. Just to listen. Watching how you correct people helps a lot. He studied them briefly, then nodded. As long as you don't interfere. They bowed with a smile and thanked Dayo. Even though Dayo was young, he had experience that didn't match his age, and they were willing to learn. Relief crossed their faces. They stayed out of the way, listening carefully as he worked with other artists, absorbing how he explained phrasing, breath control, and emotional timing. It wasn't something they could learn from a manual. It was something they picked up through exposure. Late morning, his phone rang. The name read, Jang-wook. Dayo stepped into an empty room and answered. Talk to me. Any update? We're done with editing, Jang-wook said without ceremony. Honestly, there wasn't much to fix. Your direction carried most of the weight. Editing just tightened things. Dayo leaned against the wall, absorbing that. That was fast. You gave us clean footage. Even I was surprised, considering I was on set when you took it, Jang-wook replied. So that made everything easier. There was a short pause before Dayo said, we should meet. Tomorrow. Full team. It's time to talk about the release date and finalize the details. Agreed, Jang-wook said. Dayo nodded. Don't forget to send the invites. All right. After the call ended, he stayed where he was for a moment, phone still in hand. Editing was done. One phase was over, and now came the next, and most important stage. The next day, the screening room filled quietly. The movie played, and the small room remained quiet. When it ended, the room stayed silent for a few seconds longer than usual. Not awkward silence. Considered silence. Then the team clapped together, praising Dayo and each other for a few minutes. They talked briefly about pacing, transitions, and sound balance. Minor points. Nothing structural. Eventually, the conversation shifted. So, Jang-wook said, leaning forward. Release date. Dayo had already done the math. Album progress. Marketing windows. Audience overlap. He didn't rush his answer. 5 to 6 weeks, he said. Several heads turned toward him. That soon? Someone asked. Yes, Dayo replied. That's a prime time to release. I've done the research, and it shows it's the best window. Technically, Dayo had done the research with his system, which pinpointed 5 to 6 weeks as the prime time to release. But the rest didn't know that. They believed Dayo had done traditional research. So no one argued. They understood the logic immediately. Discussion moved to promotion. Teasers. Limited previews. Controlled exposure. Dayo listened carefully, adding input only when necessary. By the time the meeting ended, everyone knew their roles. The machine was